Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 1734 to Chapter 1816. Half a month later, Xianxia finally succeeded in breaking through to the martial Saint realm. After that, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Ice Dragon Ancestor, and Cloud Dragon Valley Master returned to Dragon God Valley. Upon returning to Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming heard a lot of news. In the past half a month, the news of the battle at the Sky Universe Demon Sect had spread throughout the Tsang Prefecture and shocked the world. After that, the Dragon God Valley, Life and Death Sword Sect, Demon Castle, and other sects gathered all the major sects in Tsang State to join forces and exterminate the evil spirit sect. In an instant, many people responded. The Heavenly God Sect, Nine Heaven Sword Sect, and Demonic Moon Sect responded one after another, joining the alliance to suppress the evil spirit sect. After that, the Heavenly King Palace, Linglong Palace, and the Puyuan family, who had been neutral, also joined the alliance. At this point, the 9 top sects of the Tsang state had joined forces. In addition to the other small and medium-sized forces, their strength was incomparably great. During this period, the various sects had constantly sent out powerful cultivators to investigate the hiding place of the evil spirit sect, preparing to wipe them out in one fell swoop. After another half a month, they finally found the hiding place of the evil spirit sect. It was in a barren land in the north of Tsang state. For a time, the powerful cultivators of the various large sects in Tsang state gathered in the north. The Nine Heaven Sword sect was located in the north, and all the major powers gathered outside the Nine Heaven Sword sect. Dragon God Valley, Ice Dragon Ancestor and Cloud Dragon Valley Master led a large number of experts to battle, while Ice Dragon Valley Master guarded Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming and Xianxia also set out with the army and joined the crusade. In the Cloud Dragon Valley, second senior brother Long Yuanshan stayed behind to take charge. Tian Shui and Xuanixin were still weak, so they were not brought along. Yang Tianzong and Lu Ming's fourth senior brother and fifth senior brother were all saints, so they went to battle together. After several days, they arrived outside the Nine Heaven Sword sect. At that moment, many people had gathered outside the Nine Heaven Sword sect. They were all experts from various sections. The weakest among them was a high-level martial emperor. It was worth mentioning that Bubble had been in seclusion since a few days ago, transforming into a ball of white light that enveloped itself like a cocoon. Lu Ming knew that Bubbles was about to break through. Lu Ming was secretly delighted. If Bubble were to break through to the Saint Realm, its might would be even more astonishing with the help of the space-time laws. More and more people gathered outside the Nine Heaven Sword sect. Experts from various sects in the Tsang province continued to gather. A few days later, the 9 top sects had all arrived. This time, each of the top sects sent 2 absolute saints. The 9 top clans had 18 absolute saints in total, and there were even more supreme saints and bright saints. With such a powerful force, they could defeat all the other clans in the Tsang plain. In addition to the half-sages and high-level martial monarchs, there were tens of thousands of them. All of them were elites. More than half of the strong martial artists in the Tsang prefecture had gathered there. Set off. The Nine Heaven Sword sect master shouted, and then took the lead to fly towards the north. The Nine Heaven Sword sect was located in the north, and they were the most familiar with the geography of this place. Thus, they let the Nine Heaven Sword sect lead the way. There were tens of thousands of experts, and their terrifying aura swept across the land. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. With so many strong cultivators gathered together, it was truly astonishing. If they were to join forces and attack together, other than martial emperors, no one would be able to stop them. Soon, they flew into a vast mountain range. Moreover, the further they went, the more barren the terrain became. Gradually, a thick fog appeared in front of them. Everyone perked up and raised their vigilance. The absolute saints stood outside to prevent sneak attacks. They flew straight ahead for about 1,000 miles. "There's someone ahead." Suddenly, someone shouted. Boom! Boom! Everyone's aura erupted. They took a defensive posture and looked ahead. A large number of figures appeared in front of them. At the front were the Sky Universe Demon Sect Master, the Poison Desire Sect Master, and other absolute saints. Last time, when they retreated, there were only 10 absolute saints. But now, there were 2 more, and there were a total of 12 absolute saints. The absolute saints on the Alliance's side also flashed and appeared at the front. The two sides stopped and faced each other. It seemed that the evil spirit sect also knew that they were coming. They had already gathered their experts and were waiting here. The remnants of the evil spirit sect must be destroyed. The life and death sword sect master said coldly. Black and white colors kept flowing around his body. Those were strands of sword chi. Haha, what a joke. The evil spirit sect will eventually rule the Tsang state and even a wider territory. Those who go against the evil spirit sect will all die. The Sky Universe Demon sect master said coldly. Her gaze landed on Lu Ming and Xianxia, and a sinister expression appeared on her face. Shameless boasting. Today, we will destroy the evil spirit sect. An absolute saint from the evil moon sect stepped forward. His body was enveloped in a pitch-black moonlight, looking extremely terrifying. This person had been severely injured by the Sky Universe Demon sect's sneak attack. He had recovered during this period of time and hated the Sky Universe Demon sect and the Poison Desire sect to the bone. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to attack. Bam! Bam! The other absolute saints also stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble. A mere early-stage absolute saint. Kill! At this moment, a loud shout rang out. It didn't come from any one of them. Instead, it came from behind the evil spirit sect members. Then, a middle-aged man in a purple-gold robe stepped through the air. This person wore a jade crown and was filled with a noble aura. He was like an emperor of the human world. He held a golden battle sword in his hand. It was like an emperor's sword. He slashed out, and a golden sword light slashed toward the evil moon sect cultivator. This sword chi was boundless and terrifying. The vast might made many people have the urge to worship it. They couldn't even think of resisting. Complete absolute saint. The evil moon sect's absolute saint let out an incredulous roar. Then, he tried his best to block it. Endless moonlight rose up, trying to block it. But everything seemed to be in vain. The sword light slashed past, and the moonlight shattered. The terrifying sword light slashed into the evil moon sect's absolute saint's body. The evil moon sect's absolute saint's body stiffened. His eyes widened in shock. Following that, a bloody scar appeared between his eyebrows. Then, his body split apart from the middle. Everyone's hearts trembled. An absolute saint died just like that. He was killed by a single sword strike. Especially the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the other absolute saints. Their pupils constricted, and they were filled with disbelief. Complete absolute saint, this middle-aged man filled with an emperor's aura was actually a complete absolute saint. How could the other side have such a strong cultivator? There wasn't a single complete absolute saint in Tsang state. Even Ice Dragon sect's patriarch hadn't reached complete absolute saint after living for countless years. As for Lu Ming, he was even more shocked. He was very familiar with this man's aura. It reminded him of De. Yes, this man's aura was actually similar to De's and De Xian's aura. D family. You're from the D family. Someone yelled. Many people were shocked. The D family was an emperor-level force in the northwest of Tsang state. It seems like you have some eyesight. Brother from the D family, why did you kill my people? Do you know that they're from the evil spirit sect? The sect master of the evil moon sect asked. His heart was bleeding. An absolute saint had been killed just like that. It was a great loss. Even a top sect didn't have many absolute saints. Of course I know. The noble middle-aged man said indifferently. Since you know, why are you helping them? The sect master of the evil moon sect shouted. Helping them? What a joke. Come out. The noble middle-aged man said indifferently. Boom. 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 At this moment, terrifying auras came from all directions. Beams of golden sword light shot into the sky, stirring up the thick fog. Then, many figures appeared in front of everyone. They were wearing golden robes and jade crowns. They were very noble, and their auras were very similar to that of the middle-aged man. They were all from the D family, and there were many of them. There were more than 10,000 of them, and each of them emitted a terrifying aura. There were many bright saints and great saints. There were even more than a dozen absolute saints. Among them, 3 of them had the most terrifying auras. They weren't weaker than the noble middle-aged man. They were absolute saints at the peak. Together with the noble middle-aged man, there were 4 absolute saints at the peak guarding the 4 directions. At this moment, the strong cultivators of the various sects turned pale. They were surrounded. Your D family has also joined the evil spirit sect. Someone shouted. What do you mean by joining? We're just cooperating. The noble middle-aged man said indifferently. Ha ha ha, I said that you're the ones who will die today. The evil spirit sect will eventually rule the Tsang state. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect laughed. The hearts of Lu Ming and the others sank. They knew that they had fallen into a trap. The other party had been waiting for them. But how could they have expected such a thing? How could they have expected that the D family had also joined the evil spirit sect and sent out such a shocking force? They wanted to destroy them in one fell swoop. Your D family sent so many strong cultivators to the Tsang state. Aren't you afraid that the Cloud Emperor Mountain will take advantage of the situation? The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon sect said, frowning. Today, they were in trouble. Their opponent's strength was far above theirs. If they fought, they had no hope at all. Especially since the other side had 4 absolute saints of the Absolute Saint realm. 4 absolute saints of the Absolute Saint realm were enough to deal with all the absolute saints. Plus, they didn't know if the other side had more absolute saints in the dark. It seems like you guys are still unwilling to give up. I'll make you give up. Half a month ago, the Cloud Emperor Mountain was destroyed by my D clan, and Emperor Yun was killed by my martial monarch. The noble middle-aged man said. What? Cloud Emperor Mountain has been destroyed. Emperor Yun was killed? How is that possible? He's a great emperor. Countless people cried out in shock, revealing looks of disbelief. It was simply unbelievable. The Tsang Prefecture, the Cloud Prefecture where the Cloud Emperor Mountain was located, and the Emperor Prefecture where the D clan was located. Yun State was located in the west of Tsang State, while Emperor State was located in the northwest of Tsang State. Other than that, there were no other Emperor-level forces. Tsang Prefecture, Emperor Prefecture, and Cloud Prefecture were actually located in the middle of the Cloud Mist Mountain range. The terrain was flat and the origin chi was dense. The Cloud Mist Mountain range was vast and boundless. It was surrounded by steep and evil mountains with countless ferocious beasts. Only the 3 prefectures had been created by Emperor Tsang, Emperor Yun, and the martial monarchs of the D clan a long time ago. It was suitable for the human race to reproduce and cultivate. There were other Emperor-level forces outside the Cloud Mist Mountain range, but they were all very far away from the 3 prefectures. In the past, the 3 major forces were at odds with each other and no one could do anything to the other. Since Emperor Tsang's accident, the strength of the Tsang Prefecture had plummeted. However, the Cloud Emperor Mountain and the D clan were at odds with each other. The Tsang Prefecture was able to survive between the 2 forces and maintain a strange stability. Neither the Cloud Emperor Mountain nor the D clan could touch the Tsang Prefecture. If one side attacked the Tsang Prefecture, the other side would take advantage of the situation. Moreover, Emperor Yun and the martial monarchs of the D clan were at the same level. No one could do anything to the other. But now, Emperor Yun had been killed and Cloud Emperor Mountain had been destroyed. This way, the balance was completely broken. No one could stop the D clan. It must be the evil spirit sect. It must be the evil spirit sect's emperors who helped the D clan's emperors to kill Emperor Yun. It's over, it's over. We can't win against the evil spirit sect. Many people sighed. They knew that the Cloud Emperor Mountain had been destroyed and the D clan had sent a large number of experts. They no longer had any chance. Why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Just kill them. The Sky Universe Demon sect master shouted. Wait a minute. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in the air. They were both wearing black robes. One of them was a white-haired elder, and the other was a skinny old woman. Greetings to the 2 elders. The Sky Universe Demon sect master's expression changed when he saw the 2 of them. He hurriedly bowed. Everyone's heart sank even more. Each of the evil spirit sect's elders was an existence that stood at the peak of the sage stage. They were extremely terrifying. Now that two of them had come, the other party was too strong. They no longer had any chance. The white-haired elder nodded. Then, his gaze swept across the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others. Our evil spirit sect has returned. We are still weak and need all our strength. As long as you surrender and work for our evil spirit sect in the future, we can spare you. Many people's hearts moved, and their eyes flickered. If they fought today, only death would await them. Rather than being killed, they might as well submit to the evil spirit sect. Of course, everyone who surrenders will place a restriction on your soul or spiritual deity. As long as you dare to resist, your soul will be destroyed with a thought. The white-haired elder's voice turned cold. Many people's expressions turned ugly. If a restriction was placed on their soul or spiritual deity, they would have no freedom at all. They would have to obey the orders of the evil spirit sect. Alright, I'll give you 3 minutes to consider whether to surrender or not. If you surrender, you can live. If you don't, you will die. The white-haired elder announced. Many people's expressions turned ugly. Their eyes flickered as they sized up their surroundings. However, they were completely surrounded. There were too many experts from the D family. Coupled with the original members of the evil spirit sect, they had no chance. The difference was too great. It was impossible to break out of the encirclement. If they attacked, only death awaited them. Time passed minute by minute, and the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Very soon, 3 minutes had passed. I'm willing to surrender. The entire Heavenly God sect is willing to surrender. A voice rang out. It was the Heavenly God sect's sect master. He was the first to speak. Alright, a wise man submits to circumstances. Come forward. I will place a restriction on your soul or spiritual deity. The skinny old woman spoke. Her voice was ear-piercing and unpleasant. Although the Heavenly God sect's sect master was unwilling, he still led the Heavenly God sect's experts forward. After the evil spirit sect's skinny old woman set up a restriction for the Heavenly Divine sect's sect master, she continued to set up restrictions for the other members of the Heavenly Divine sect. She was slower at setting up restrictions for those with higher cultivation levels, but she was faster at setting up restrictions for those with lower cultivation levels. With a wave of her hand, she set up restrictions one by one. The person who was placed under the restriction stood obediently behind the skinny old woman. Master, I want to charge out. In the crowd, Lu Ming held Xianxia's small hand tightly as he sent a voice transmission to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He was unwilling to be controlled by the evil spirit sect and become their puppet. That would be a fate worse than death. Moreover, there was still Xianxia. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not let Xianxia fall into the hands of the evil spirit sect again. Alright. Unexpectedly, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master nodded directly and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. I will contact the others and attack together. No matter what, you young people must be sent out. Otherwise, we will really have no hope. Lu Ming was rather touched. It seemed that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master did not intend to surrender. Even if Lu Ming did not say anything, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master would think of a way to charge out. Master, the halberd I obtained from the 100 Races battlefield only has 2 types of energy. I used one in the Sky Universe Demon sect last time, and there is still one more. If I use my full strength, I can kill a perfected absolute saint in one fell swoop. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Alright. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes lit up. Originally, he was not very confident because there was a perfected absolute saint guarding in each direction. In addition, there were 2 evil spirit sect elders. Even if he could join forces and attack together, he would not have much of a chance. However, if Lu Ming could kill a perfected absolute saint, they would be able to break out from that direction. The possibility of charging out would be greatly increased. I will contact the others first. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said and immediately sent a voice transmission to Patriarch Ice Dragon. Patriarch Ice Dragon naturally agreed. Then, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master sent voice transmissions to the Life and Death Sword Sect Master, Demon Castle Master, Heavenly Palace Master, and the others. Most of the people agreed. However, people from the Demonic Moon Sect and the Puyuan family shook their heads and sighed. They didn't dare to gamble. Ming-er, we've already discussed it. When the time comes, the Patriarch and I will bring you and Yanqing to break out of the encirclement. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Just me and Xiaoqing? What about my senior brothers and the other disciples of the Dragon God Valley? Lu Ming's heart shook as he said. There's no other way. The more people we bring, the lower the chances of us escaping. Bringing them along will only cause them to die. I'll get them to surrender and join the evil spirit sect first. You and Yanqing have the best talent. Only if you escape will there be hope. In the future, when your cultivation reaches great success, you can come back to save them. If you're captured, the others will have even less hope. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. But, Lu Ming really couldn't bear it. There's no need to say more. Ming-er, remember, all of you are our hope. The other sect leaders also think the same way. They will only bring one or two of their most outstanding disciples to break out of the encirclement. Only by protecting all of you can we have hope. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master transmitted his voice to Yang Tianzong and the others. Yang Tianzong and the others trembled and then nodded without hesitation. Junior brother, I'm counting on you. I'll wait for you to come and save me in the future. Yang Tianzong smiled and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Then, he stepped out and shouted, I want to surrender. I want to surrender too. Lu Ming's other senior brothers and the others of the Dragon God Valley also walked out and shouted their surrender. At this moment, Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and felt a lump in his throat. Some people might really be afraid of death, which was why they surrendered. But Lu Ming knew Yang Tianzong and the others very well. They would definitely rather die than surrender. But at this moment, they surrendered without hesitation. Their goal was to make Lu Ming and the others feel at ease, and also to make the people of the evil spirit sect and the D family lower their guard. Senior brother, if I escape, I'll definitely come back to save you in the future. I'll make the evil spirit sect and the D family disappear from Yuan Lu. Lu Ming swore in his heart. I surrender. People from the other sects kept shouting their surrender. Indeed, the people of the evil spirit sect were satisfied. The skinny old woman waved her hand and set up a restriction on Yang Tianzong and the others. Ming-er, now's the time. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Bam, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed to the west. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, Xianxia, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Ice Dragon Patriarch, and the Life and Death Sword Sect leader also moved and rushed to the west. You still want to resist? You're courting death. A perfected absolute saint in the west shouted. A golden battle sword appeared in his hand, and a terrifying aura burst out. A terrifying golden sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. The power of a perfected absolute saint's attack was too terrifying. It suppressed the surroundings and destroyed everything in its path. The expressions of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others changed drastically. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to escape this attack. If they were stopped by the other party and the others reacted, they wouldn't have a chance. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. The reincarnation halberd appeared, and he didn't hesitate to release the last bit of energy within it. The reincarnation halberd turned into a towering halberd and slashed down. The opponent's golden sword radiance was directly destroyed by the halberd. The halberd didn't stop, and it was as fast as lightning. Poof, the perfected absolute saint couldn't block it at all and was directly cut in half by the halberd. The terrifying power even cut a deep ravine in the ground. Charge! Kill our way out. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were energized. They unleashed all their strength and charged forward. There were still a few perfected saints in front of them, but they were instantly forced back. They didn't want to continue fighting and directly rushed out of the crowd, flying into the distance. Damn it! Chase, chase! The white-haired elder of the evil spirit sect roared and chased after them. In addition, there were 2 perfected absolute saints from the D family. Together with some other perfected saints, they also rushed out and quickly flew toward Lu Ming and the others. "You guys, chase after them too." The skinny old woman looked at the Heavenly God Sect Master and the others. The Heavenly God Sect Master's expression changed. "Quick!" the skinny old woman shouted. The Heavenly God Sect Master and the other perfected saints who were under restrictions had no choice but to chase in the direction that Lu Ming and the others had escaped. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master used his power to envelop Lu Ming. Patriarch Ice Dragon carried Xianxia and flew forward quickly. Lu Ming looked around and saw that the others each had one person. The Life and Death Sword Sect Master had a youth. Lu Ming was quite familiar with him. It was Luo Xiang. There was another perfected saint from the Life and Death Sword Sect with a youth. In addition, there were 2 perfected saints from the Demon Castle, 2 perfected saints from the Heavenly King Palace, and 2 perfected saints from the Linglong Palace. They each had one person. There were a total of 10 perfected saints with 10 youths. Without a doubt, these youths were the most talented in their respective sections. Only by sending them out would they have hope in the future. "You can't escape. Surrender!" A cold voice came from behind. The white-haired elder's speed was extremely shocking. He approached the group like a stream of light. There was a river surrounding his body, making him look like a god. The laws have formed a river. This person has completely grasped a law. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master shouted angrily. His expression was extremely ugly. The others were the same. The river around the white-haired elder was completely formed by laws. It was a river of laws. The Sage Realm was cultivating laws. Ordinary people could only cultivate one kind of law. He continued to comprehend and cultivate until he finally fully grasped this type of law. However, it was too difficult to completely grasp and comprehend a law. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even if one cultivated to the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm, they wouldn't be able to completely comprehend a law. When one completely comprehended a law, they had already surpassed the Sage Realm and were half a step into the Martial Emperor Realm. This realm could be called a quasi-emperor. This white-haired elder was a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor was much stronger than a peak Absolute Saint. Everyone gritted their teeth and raised their speed to the limit, flying forward with all their might. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streams of light streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had flown tens of thousands of miles away. At this time, the white-haired elder was even closer to them. "Kill!" the white-haired old man bellowed. With a wave of his hand, the Law River turned into a gigantic palm that was as big as a mountain. It slammed down at the crowd with a terrifying might that seemed as though it was going to explode the entire space. "Let's join forces!" The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others shouted. They blocked Lu Ming and the others behind them. The 10 Absolute Saints joined forces and unleashed their strongest attacks. The 10 attacks merged together and blasted toward the huge palm. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Although the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the other Absolute Saints blocked the huge palm, their bodies shook and they retreated one by one, spitting out blood. A single move was enough to injure 10 Absolute Saints. The power of this move was earth-shattering. "I'll give you one more chance. My evil spirit sect is in need of people. Surrender and I won't kill you," the white-haired elder said coldly. What made them feel even more despair was that behind them, more figures flashed. The other Absolute Saints were about to arrive. "Leave him to me." Lu Ming held the reincarnation halberd in his hand and strode forward. He held the sword with both hands and exhaled. The reincarnation halberd heavily slashed towards the white-haired elder. This time, Lu Ming unleashed all the remaining energy in the reincarnation halberd. There was not a single bit left. The terrifying energy on the reincarnation halberd caused the white-haired elder's expression to change. Slash! The erupting old man roared. The river of laws transformed into a towering sword that slashed towards Lu Ming. Clang! The halberd and the giant sword met in the air and heavily slashed together. Terrifying energy erupted and swept out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Break! Lu Ming's long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like an invincible god of war. The reincarnation halberd emitted a black light as it slowly pressed down on his opponent. Bang! In the end, the opponent's sword light exploded with a bang. The terrifying energy on the reincarnation halberd completely bombarded the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder screamed in pain as his body flew hundreds of miles away. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his aura was extremely weak. However, the white-haired elder was still alive. Lu Ming sighed. The opponent was too powerful. He was a boundary emperor. Of course, if the reincarnation halberd's energy was fully unleashed, it would probably be able to kill a boundary emperor. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had already used the last bit of energy to kill a peak absolute saint. As a result, the energy wasn't enough to kill the white-haired elder. It could only severely injure him. Back then, the reincarnation emperor had said that if the energy in the reincarnation halberd was fully unleashed, it could kill any expert below the emperor level. Even a boundary emperor was below the emperor level. Of course, that was when the energy was fully unleashed. Elder. At this moment, the experts of the D family and the sect master of the Heavenly God sect had also arrived. They were extremely shocked. What kind of weapon was Lu Ming holding? It was too terrifying. It could even severely injure a boundary emperor. Previously, the halberd had killed a peak absolute saint. This shocked them so much that they didn't dare to go forward. Let's go. At this moment, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley swept out his saint power and enveloped Lu Ming. The group continued to fly forward. Don't let them escape. The white-haired elder shouted angrily. Then, he sat down and started to heal his injuries. Chase. The experts of the D family and the sect master of the Heavenly God sect continued to chase after Lu Ming. Not long after, another few tens of thousands of miles had passed. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley and the others were carrying one person. The distance between the two sides was slowly closing. However, they didn't dare to attack as they were clearly afraid of Lu Ming's reincarnation halberd. You guys, attack first. A peak absolute saint expert of the D family looked at the sect master of the Heavenly God sect and the others. Why should we attack first? The sect master of the Heavenly God sect's expression changed drastically. If you don't attack, you'll die now. The D family expert said coldly. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect had an ugly expression. However, they were controlled by the evil spirit sect and could only obey their orders. Otherwise, the other party could kill them with a thought. Yun Ruoxu, Lu Ming, you'd better surrender. The evil spirit sect has already targeted you. You can't escape. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect said. Even if we can't escape, we have to escape. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley said. How stubborn. Kill. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect had a dark expression. He took out a sacred weapon and charged toward the group from afar. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley slashed out with his sword and sent the sacred weapon flying. Then, the other absolute saints with the sect master of the Heavenly God sect also attacked. They also took out their sacred weapons and attacked Lu Ming and the others. They were afraid of Lu Ming's halberd and didn't dare to get close. They're close. Attack with all your might. The D family expert shouted coldly. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect suddenly accelerated. A divine spear of punishment formed in his hand and stabbed toward Lu Ming and the others. Scram. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master slashed out with his sword and sent the sect master of the Heavenly God sect flying. Boom, an Emperor family expert flew into the sky and slashed down with his sword. A shocking sword light slashed toward the group. The group worked together to block the sword light. That brat's halberd must have some restrictions. He can't use it now. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect suddenly shouted. He remembered that at the Sky Universe Demon sect, Lu Ming was also brave and invincible. He killed several absolute saints in a row, but in the end, he watched the Sky Universe Demon sect master and the others leave and didn't chase after them. If Lu Ming's halberd could be used indefinitely, why didn't he kill the Sky Universe Demon sect master and the others back then? With the power that could severely injure a subthearch just now, it was completely possible. Moreover, now that he was attacked by them, he didn't use it for a long time. It was obvious that there was some restriction that prevented him from using it. Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that he had been seen through. The D family expert's eyes lit up. He shouted, "Attack together!" The Heavenly God sect master pointed out that Lu Ming's halberd might not be usable anymore. The Emperor family and evil spirit sect cultivators started to attack. All kinds of attacks poured toward Lu Ming and the others. The Cloud Dragon Valley master and the others could only fight back with all their might. However, the other party had more people, and there were 2 perfected absolute saints. They were no match for them at all. They kept retreating and were at a disadvantage. The 2 perfected absolute saints were too strong. After more than 10 moves, the weaker ones among the 10 absolute saints were already injured. He still hasn't used that halberd. It seems like you really can't use it anymore. The Heavenly God sect master said. His eyes flickered with a cold light. Since he couldn't escape, and the people of the Heavenly God sect couldn't escape because they were controlled by the evil spirit sect, he didn't want the Cloud Dragon Valley master and the others to escape, especially Lu Ming. At the very least, he had to capture Lu Ming and the others and make them puppets of the evil spirit sect. Kill. The 2 perfected absolute saints were even bolder. They held the emperor's sword in their hands, and their sword chi was vast and mighty. They were like emperors who could flatten the world. Poof, an absolute saint from the demon castle was pierced by the sword chi. He was severely injured and almost died. Boom. Boom, the others also kept charging over, breaking apart the defensive formation of the Cloud Dragon Valley master and the others. Die. A perfected absolute saint from the Emperor family shouted. He stared at the demon castle cultivator and attacked like a tidal wave. The Emperor's sword slashed out violently, destroying everything. Leave quickly. The demon castle cultivator roared. He tried his best to block, but it was useless. In the end, he was cut in half and died here. Kid, you're a talent. Surrender. The expert from the D clan coldly stated as he stared at the young genius from the demon castle. I surrender. The demon castle cultivator had no choice but to surrender. At this moment, another furious roar sounded. An absolute saint from the Heavenly King Palace had his dantian pierced by another perfected absolute saint from the Emperor family. His saint heart was destroyed. Sword light swept out, and that absolute saint was turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, 2 absolute saints had died. We can't fight them head-on. Charge. The Cloud Dragon Valley master howled. The remaining 8 people charged forward with all their might. However, their opponents were too strong. They were completely blocked and could not break out of the encirclement. We can't go on like this. We have to split up and disperse the enemy's strength. Otherwise, we'll all be left behind. Ancestor Ice Dragon said. That's right. The 8 of us will form groups of 2 and break out of the encirclement. Whether or not we can break out will depend on our luck. The leader of the Life and Death Sword faction said. I'll lead the way. The Ice Dragon ancestor let out a long roar and turned into a huge ice dragon. He opened his mouth and spat out a snow-white dragon horn. This dragon horn emitted a terrifying power. A trace of reluctance appeared in the eyes of the Ice Dragon ancestor, and then he roared, "Explode!" The snow-white dragon horn exploded with a boom, and a terrifying cold current gushed out. The absolute saint from the Emperor family was instantly frozen by the cold current, turning into an ice man. An absolute saint at the peak of the saint realm was knocked back by the cold current, and his body was covered in a layer of ice. Charge! The Ice Dragon ancestor roared and charged out. The others followed him and broke out of the encirclement. The 8 absolute saints split into 4 groups and ran in 4 directions. The Cloud Dragon Valley master and the Cloud Dragon Valley master led Lu Ming and Xianxia in one group. The 2 absolute saints from the Life and Death Sword faction led Luo Xiang and 2 other geniuses in one group. The 2 experts from the Linglong Palace were in another group. The Demon Castle Master and the Sky King Palace Master were in another group. Split up and chase. An absolute saint at the peak of the Saint Realm yelled. We can't let that Lu Ming escape. He'll definitely be a huge threat once he grows up. The celestial god sect master yelled. Chase. The absolute saint at the peak of the saint realm led his men and chased after Lu Ming and the others. The others split up and chased after the other groups. That absolute saint at the peak of the saint realm has his eyes on us. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's face darkened. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the Ice Dragon Ancestor were confident that they could escape if there wasn't an absolute saint at the peak of the saint realm. However, it would be difficult if there was an absolute saint at the peak of the saint realm. The two of them led Lu Ming and Xianxia and flew quickly. However, the other party was obviously faster. The distance between them kept closing. Master, Ancestor, we have to split up. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. The other party's target was obviously him. If they split up, Xianxia would have a high chance of escaping. If they stayed together, none of them would be able to escape. Lu Ming, don't split up. Let's go together. Xianxia said. How could she not know what Lu Ming was thinking? Lu Ming is right. We have to split up. Ancestor, you take Nianqing and I'll take Lu Ming. Let's see who can escape. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Okay. The Ice Dragon Ancestor nodded decisively. Lu Ming, Xianxia still didn't want him to leave. Let's go. Lu Ming yelled. The Ice Dragon Ancestor grabbed Xianxia with his huge dragon claw. With a long roar, he separated from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and flew in another direction. You guys go after that Ice Dragon. Leave these two to me. The Absolute Saint at the peak ordered. The other Absolute Saints chased after the Ice Dragon Ancestor, while the Absolute Saint at the peak continued to chase after the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and Lu Ming. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. With the Ice Dragon Ancestor's combat power, as long as he didn't face an Absolute Saint at the peak, he had a high chance of escaping. The Absolute Saints of the other party were indeed targeting him. This was why Lu Ming didn't use the mountain and river diagram to put the others in. If he put the others in the mountain and river diagram, the other party would be a smaller target. They only needed to target him. That way, they wouldn't be able to escape. As long as they took down Lu Ming, they would be wiped out. The best way was to split up and travel separately. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master took Lu Ming and turned into a beam of sword light. They traveled 1,000 miles in an instant, and boundless mountains flashed under their feet. You can't escape. Since you're strong, surrender obediently. Otherwise, you'll die. The Absolute Saint from the D family said coldly. His body seemed to have turned into a beam of golden sword light. He tore through the air at a shocking speed. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master couldn't widen the distance between them no matter how hard he tried. Instead, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Whoosh, behind them, the powerful figures of the D clan slashed out a sword gleam toward Lu Ming and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his sword to block the attack. With a loud bang, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's body shook violently and his face turned pale. However, with the help of this force, he flew 100 miles ahead. Master, Lu Ming was worried. I'm fine. Ming, you go first. I'll stop him. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming was shocked. No, this person is too strong. He's a peak stage Absolute Saint. I can't let Master stay alone. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master would be in danger if he stayed behind. Lu Ming wouldn't agree. Ming, there's hope as long as you escape. Now, your senior brothers and so many people from the Dragon God Valley have fallen into the hands of the evil spirit sect. The Dragon God Valley will definitely be in danger. Now, the only hope is on you. With your talent, you'll definitely rise in the future and destroy the evil spirit sect and the D family. If you're also captured, then there's really no hope at all. Do you understand? Master, Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Although he knew that this was the best choice, he couldn't leave the Cloud Dragon Valley Master behind to fend off the enemy while he escaped alone. Ever since he joined the Dragon God Valley and became the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's disciple, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had helped him too much. He had been suppressed by Yinjing in front of the Cloud Dragon Valley, and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had forced Yinjing to retreat in anger, After that, he had used the power of the third bloodline to transform into a killing puppet. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had arrived in time to save him and sealed him in ice for half a year to erase the endless killing intent. There were many more. It could be said that without the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, there would be no Lu Ming today. But now, Lu Ming had to make such a choice. Lu Ming couldn't do it. Don't be silly. Your senior brothers and the rest of the people in the Dragon God Valley need your help. Don't worry about me. If I can't win, I'll just surrender and wait for you to come back and save me. The evil spirit sect needs strength to revive, so they won't kill me. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued, also, escape and go to the Ancient Moon's sacred ground to seek help from the Ancient Moon's sacred ground. Only the Ancient Moon's sacred ground can deal with the evil spirit sect. If we're all captured, we'll have no hope. Go. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master shouted one last time. Master, take care. Lu Ming bellowed. He cast the wind god steps and flew forward at high speed. Lu Ming was also a decisive person. After struggling for a while, he quickly made a decision. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master stopped and held his sword with one hand. His white robe and white hair fluttered in the wind as he looked at the Emperor family overlords. Roar! Clang, a dragon roared and sword chi shot into the sky. Lu Ming turned his head and saw two shocking sword gleams meeting in the air and colliding with each other. Lu Ming's heart trembled as he clenched his fists. Because he used too much strength, his fingernails penetrated. His palms and blood flowed out. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted in his heart, Master, nothing must happen to you. I'll come back to save you in the future. I'll destroy the evil spirit sect and the D family with my own hands. Boom. Boom, in the distance, sword chi soared into the heavens as they clashed continuously. It was incomparably intense. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and pushed his speed to the limit. Like a beam of light, he shot off into the distance and finally rushed into the vast and endless mountains. After rushing into the mountain, Lu Ming converted the primal chaos law into the law of earth and then rushed into the ground. Lu Ming directly sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming traversed underground with the laws revolving around him. His speed was still astonishing. Moreover, Lu Ming had used the illusory breathing technique to restrain his aura to the extreme, not leaking the slightest bit of aura. Just like that, Lu Ming traveled underground for 2 days and 2 nights. He didn't know how far he had traveled. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped. With a thought, he entered the mountain and river diagram. As for the mountain and river diagram, it was left deep underground. Lu Ming took out a pile of ores and began to devour and refine them. Not long after, Lu Ming's saint energy was completely restored. I wonder what happened to Master. I hope Master can't defeat him and just surrender. And Yanqing, did she and Ancestor Ice Dragon escape? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, he yearned for strength. Although his cultivation speed was already very fast, it was still very fast. It had been more than 5 years since he had arrived in Yuanlu. When he had just arrived in Yuanlu, he was only a sovereign and had yet to become an emperor. But now, he was already a saint. In a little more than 5 years, he had crossed such a great distance. It was amazing. After becoming a martial emperor, time became less and less important. Many people would go into seclusion for 10 years, decades, or even centuries. In 5 or 6 years, many people might not even be able to cross one level of cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation speed was already very fast. It was not inferior to some of the peerless geniuses. And Lu Ming's combat strength was even more shocking. With his cultivation of a lesser bright saint, he could even kill an ordinary lesser great saint if he used all his means. This had never happened in Song State since ancient times. However, such combat strength was naturally high and unsurpassable among the younger generation in Song State. But in the face of a colossus like an emperor-level force, he still seemed so powerless. In an emperor-level force, not to mention martial emperors, he was no match for any of the quasi-emperors or absolute saints below. He had to continue to improve. If he had the cultivation of a martial emperor now, he could directly step into the D clan and destroy the D clan and evil spirit sect. Master, just you wait. I will definitely go to the ancient moon's sacred ground and get reinforcements. Even if there is no reinforcements, I will definitely save you. Lu Ming's eyes were firm. With a move, Lu Ming appeared in a valley. In the valley, there was a milky white cocoon of light. Within the cocoon of light was Bubbles. Lu Ming took a look and left this place. He sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree. I can't go out yet. The evil spirit sect and D-clan are probably looking for me all over the world. I'll go out after a while. Lu Ming pondered. Then, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the chaotic tribulation finger. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In the distance, a pillar of light shot into the sky, interrupting Lu Ming's cultivation. Bubbles. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and appeared in that valley. At this moment, the cocoon of light that Bubbles had transformed into was incomparably resplendent. After a while, the light receded. Lu Ming saw a figure in the light. Yes, it was a figure, a human figure. Could it be that Bubbles has transformed? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When the light completely disappeared, a little girl appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a little girl who looked to be only 2 or 3 years old. Her hair was loose and she wasn't wearing any clothes, revealing skin that was whiter and smoother than jade. She looked chubby and exceptionally cute. This is Bubbles? She's really a girl. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. Lu. Big brother Lu Ming, chirp, the cute little girl blinked her big eyes. When she saw Lu Ming, she called out in a childish voice and pounced on Lu Ming. She directly jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Her chubby body rolled around in Lu Ming's arms. Bubbles, you've transformed? Lu Ming asked. Ordinary demon beasts could transform in their spirit sea. But divine beasts could only transform in the monarch realm. The higher the level, the harder it was to transform. Bubbles was one of the top 10 battle beasts, but she could only transform in the sage realm. Yes, yes, chirp. Bubbles opened her mouth and spoke in a childish voice. She couldn't speak fluently and there was a chirp at the end. She was as cute as she could be. Haha, Bubbles, put on your clothes. Lu Ming smiled and his mood was finally a little better. Yes, big brother Lu Ming, chirp. Bubbles' body was surrounded by light. She used her saint power to weave a small dress, which made her even cuter. Bubbles, let's go out and have a look. Lu Ming said. Then, he let Bubbles sit on his shoulder. Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram, restrained his aura, and went to the ground. After arriving at the surface, he realized that this was a vast mountain range. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. I wonder how Master is doing? And Xianxia and the others? Lu Ming looked worried. Bubble, you go into the mountain and river diagram first. I want to make a trip back to the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming said to Bubble. Bubble nodded and returned to the mountain and river diagram with a flicker. Lu Ming's body began to change. In the end, he turned into a dark-skinned young man. His aura also changed drastically. Then, Lu Ming headed in the direction of the Tsang continent. Lu Ming felt uneasy about leaving just like that. He had to find out the whereabouts of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Xianxia, Xianxia, Tian Shui, and the others. Otherwise, if he left just like that, he would leave behind a mental demon that would greatly affect his future cultivation. With Lu Ming's cultivation, as long as he didn't encounter a supreme sage expert, no one should be able to see through his disguise. He just had to avoid them. Lu Ming rose into the air and flew at top speed. Along the way, he didn't encounter anyone from the evil spirit sect or the D family. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the place where the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had stopped. This place was a mess. The ground was filled with unfathomable sword marks that crisscrossed and stretched for thousands of miles. It could be seen how intense the battle had been. Lu Ming even saw blood in one place. Master, how is it? Lu Ming's worry grew stronger. Then, he left. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived near the Nine Heaven Sword sect. The Nine Heaven Sword sect was very peaceful. There were people going in and out, and it looked very peaceful. However, Lu Ming saw a few figures in golden robes. They were clearly disciples of the D family. It seemed that the Nine Heaven Sword sect had already been controlled by the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming left and headed south. Along the way, he passed by several powerful sects and secretly observed them. He discovered that these sects were already under the control of the evil spirit sect. Clearly, many people had been set up with restrictions to obey the evil spirit sect's orders. It was obvious that the evil spirit sect had full control over all the major forces in Song State. Several days later, Lu Ming arrived in the vicinity of Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming did not enter the Dragon God Valley. Instead, he waited outside. Not long after, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he saw a familiar face. It was the sect master of the Sky Universe Devil sect. Looks like the evil spirit sect has also taken down the Dragon God Valley. How are Xianxia and the others? Lu Ming was extremely worried. He restrained his aura and watched from afar. The leader of the Sky Universe Demon sect looked gloomy. He flew toward the north and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming continued to wait. The next day, he saw a group of people flying out of the Dragon God Valley. Senior brother Zifeng. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw Zifeng. The group flew off into the distance. Lu Ming followed them from a distance. Senior brother Zifeng. After they were some distance away from the Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Zifeng. After hearing Lu Ming's voice, Zifeng's body trembled, but he quickly regained his composure. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do and need to return to the Dragon God Valley. You guys go ahead first. Zifeng and the others said. The others nodded and continued flying, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zifeng looked around. Senior brother Zifeng, I'm in a valley on your left. Lu Ming's voice sounded in Zifeng's ear. Zifeng's figure moved and flew to the left. He flew into a valley and saw Lu Ming. Junior brother Lu Ming, I heard that you escaped. Right now, there are many people from the evil spirit sect and the Sky Universe Devil sect looking for you. Why did you come back? It's very dangerous. Zifeng said worriedly. Senior brother Zifeng, has the evil spirit sect already occupied the Dragon God Valley? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Zifeng sighed and said, more than 10 days ago, a large number of evil spirit sect experts descended on the Dragon God Valley. Most of the disciples of the Dragon God Valley were captured. The other party set up a restriction on our spirit god. As expected. Lu Ming's heart tightened as he asked, Senior brother Zifeng, do you know what happened to Tian Shui and my disciple Xianxia? Junior brother, you don't have to worry about this. Back then, the Valley Master saw the opportunity early and rushed out of the Dragon God Valley with Xianxia, Tian Shui, and Xuanning Xin. I don't know where they are now. But I heard that the evil spirit sect has been looking for them. They should be fine. It's a pity that when the others escaped, most of them were captured. Zifeng laughed bitterly. Escaped? Lu Ming relaxed. The Ice Dragon Valley Master also knew about Xianxia's talent. Presumably, when he realized that something was wrong, he immediately fled with Xianxia, Tian Shui, and Xuanning Xin. A sect master like the Ice Dragon Valley Master naturally knew how to make decisions. At the critical moment, he would naturally take away the person with the strongest talent. Only then would there be hope. Senior brother Zifeng, do you know how my master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, is doing? Lu Ming asked again. Yes. Zifeng nodded, and said, I've secretly inquired about the news. Back then, when you all went to encircle and annihilate the evil spirit sect, you were ambushed by the D clan. Most of you were captured and controlled by the evil spirit sect, and a few were killed. I heard that your master was seriously injured and was set up by the evil spirit sect in the end. Master is fine. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was good that his master was fine. He was just being controlled by the other party. Lu Ming would save him sooner or later. Senior brother, what else did you hear? For example, how many people escaped? Lu Ming asked. I'm not very sure either. It seems that many people have been captured, such as the sect master of the Heavenly King Hall, the Demon Castle Master, and so on. However, our patriarch Ice Dragon seems to have escaped as well. The sect master of the Life and Death Sword sect has also escaped. Zifeng pondered for a moment and said. Did Patriarch Ice Dragon escape as well? Lu Ming's heart relaxed again. Patriarch Ice Dragon's escape meant that Xianxia had also escaped. Fortunately, things did not develop in the worst direction. Xianxia and the others were taken away by the Ice Dragon Valley Master, and Xianxia was taken away by Patriarch Ice Dragon. His master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, was only injured and had fallen into the hands of the other party. In this way, Lu Ming was more or less relieved. Senior brother Zifeng, come with me. Lu Ming said. Junior brother, you should leave. I can't leave. The other party has set up a restriction on my spirit deity. Every once in a while, I have to report. If I don't report after a certain period of time, the other party will activate the restriction and destroy my soul. Zifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Damn it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. This is the evil spirit sect's method of controlling people. Junior brother, you should leave quickly. Leave the Tsang state. With your talent, you will have a chance to become an emperor in the future. I will place my hopes on you. I will wait here for you to come back and save me. Zifeng smiled faintly. Senior brother Zifeng, take care. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Haha, don't worry. Before junior brother returns, I will definitely live well. When junior brother returns, I will drink with junior brother again. Junior brother, leave quickly. If you delay, something will happen. Zifeng said. Senior brother, don't worry. In the future, Lu Ming will definitely come back to save you and flatten the evil spirit sect. After parting with Zifeng, Lu Ming changed his appearance and headed west. Now, he planned to pass through Cloud Prefecture and enter the Cloud Sea mountain range from the west to the ancient moon's sacred ground. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at the western part of Tsang Prefecture and entered Cloud Prefecture. After some time, Lu Ming arrived near Cloud Emperor Mountain. Cloud Emperor Mountain has collapsed. Lu Ming muttered with a complicated look in his eyes. In the distance, the majestic Cloud Emperor Mountain had collapsed. It was as if it had been hit by a boundless power. There was a war between emperors here. Cloud Emperor was killed and Cloud Emperor Mountain collapsed. Lu Ming sighed. An emperor-level force had been destroyed just like that. Even a martial emperor had been killed. The Yuanlu was too big and there were countless forces. Such things could happen everywhere. Even if one cultivated to the martial emperor realm, it was not guaranteed that one would be safe. There would always be someone stronger. Unless one had the strength to dominate the world, one could fall at any time. Lu Ming did not stay for long. He took a few glances and left, heading west. Soon, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. There was a group of people flying in front of him. There were about a dozen of them and they were all wearing golden robes. They had a noble aura, as if they were emperors. Lu Ming was familiar with one of the young men. Di Xian. Back then, Di Xian had led his men into the divine wilderness to help Di kill Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming had killed most of his men and forced them to retreat. He did not expect to meet Di Xian here. After so many years, Di Xian's cultivation had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. He was now a rank 5 martial emperor. He was not eye-catching among the dozen people. Among them, there were 2 saints and the rest were high-level martial emperors. Since I've met him, I'll get rid of him. Otherwise, who knows when he will go to the divine wilderness to seek revenge. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward the dozen emperor family members. Who are you? A Saint Realm expert looked at Lu Ming with sharp eyes. The people who will kill you. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he slashed out. A terrifying sword light flashed, and the saint was killed without being able to retaliate at all. Not good, call for help. Someone exclaimed. Kill. Lu Ming's battle sword swept across the sky. With these people's combat strength, they simply couldn't stop Lu Ming. The difference was too great. With a single slash, almost all of them were wiped out. Only one person remained alive, and that was Di Xian. At this moment, Di Xian was completely stunned. He stood in the air, trembling uncontrollably and sweating profusely. He looked at Lu Ming in horror and said, "Brother, let's talk nicely. Spare my life. You're from Cloud Emperor Mountain, right? Please leave. I won't tell anyone." "I'm not from Cloud Emperor Mountain," Lu Ming said. "Not from the Cloud Emperor Mountain?" Xian was taken aback. He had thought that it was someone from the Cloud Emperor Mountain who had escaped and came back to take revenge. It turned out that it was not someone from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. "Don't you remember me so soon?" Lu Ming sneered, and his appearance returned to normal. It's you?" Xian's eyes narrowed as he recognized Lu Ming. He had not expected that before he went to the Divine Wilderness continent to look for Lu Ming had already come here. Moreover, his combat strength was terrifying. Even a saint was no match for him. His original plan was to go to the Divine Wilderness continent to seek revenge on Lu Ming after he had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. However, many things had happened in the D family, and he had to do many things. At this time, he did not go to the Divine Wilderness continent. He stayed in the D family to build up his career. When the situation stabilized, he would go to the Divine Wilderness continent to kill Lu Ming. He had never expected to meet Lu Ming here. He turned around and ran. However, Lu Ming slashed out with his sword. Xian was dead. After killing Xian, Lu Ming felt more relaxed. Now, he could go to the ancient moon's sacred ground with peace of mind. After changing his appearance again, Lu Ming quickly left the place and headed west. Not long after Lu Ming left, the murder of Xian and the others was discovered. The D family sent out a large number of experts to search for the murderer. Unfortunately, they did not find the murderer. Lu Ming headed west. He passed through the Clouds continent and entered a vast mountain range. This was the Cloudsea Mountain Range. The Cloudsea Mountain Range was filled with towering ancient trees and dangerous peaks. Countless fierce beasts lived in it, and there were even many absolute saint fierce beasts. Lu Ming was careful. He slowed down and walked in the Cloudsea Mountain Range. He cultivated as he hurried. After walking for 2 months, Lu Ming finally passed through the endless Cloudsea Mountain Range and entered a place where humans gathered, Feng Continent. Feng Continent was also guarded by an Emperor Realm expert called Emperor Feng. After arriving at Feng Continent, Lu Ming finally did not have to be so careful. He took out the sky-piercing flying shuttle that could travel 5 times faster. He entered the sky-piercing flying shuttle and soared into the sky. Lu Ming's goal was to go to the ancient moon's sacred ground and see if he could ask the ancient moon's sacred ground's powerful forces to destroy the evil spirit sect. Ordinary Emperor Realm forces were useless. For example, Cloud Emperor Mountain had already been destroyed. After Lu Ming entered the sky-piercing flying shuttle, he continued to cultivate. During the 2 months in the Cloudsea Mountain Range, Lu Ming's main goal was to cultivate the chaotic tribulation finger. After such a long time of cultivation, Lu Ming finally succeeded in comprehending the chaotic tribulation finger. Of course, it was only 10%, but its power was still terrifying. The chaotic tribulation finger was a divine power that used the law of chaos as its foundation. Even 10% of it was far more powerful than ordinary law of chaos divine power. The chaotic tribulation finger had become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. Lu Ming's cultivation was also steadily increasing. He was slowly approaching the great success of the Bright Sage realm. In the sky-piercing flying shuttle, Lu Ming cultivated in peace. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming had already crossed 6 large states and passed by 6 Emperor Realm forces. However, he was still very far away from the ancient moon's sacred ground. There are actually so many Emperor Realm forces in this land. Then, with the ancient moon's sacred ground as the center, how many Emperor Realm forces are there? These Emperor Realm forces have at least 1 Emperor Realm expert overseeing them. How many Emperor Realm experts are there? Also, there are 9 sacred grounds in the Yuan Mountain. How many Emperor Realm forces are there? Not to mention, there are as many as 10 lands in the Yuan continent. How many experts and Emperor Realm experts are there? I'm afraid it's impossible to count. Then why did I hear that the evil spirit sect had harmed the Yuan continent and was destroyed by countless large forces in the Yuan continent? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He was curious. He had heard that the evil spirit sect had a sect leader, 2 vice-sect leaders, and 36 Dharma kings. They were all Emperor realm experts. Such a force was indeed terrifying and incomparably terrifying. However, in the vast Yuan continent, it shouldn't be much, right? In the vast Yuan continent, there were so many Emperor realm forces. If so many Emperor realm experts joined forces, they could easily destroy the evil spirit sect, right? Perhaps it's because the Song state is remote and most people don't know enough. They think that the evil spirit sect is the most terrifying force in the Yuan continent. After all, Song state was just a small place in the vast Yuan continent. It was located in the distant Sea Mountain range with Cloud State and Emperor State. Most people in Song State did not know how big this world was or how many powerful factions there were outside of Song State. In their eyes, the Song the Arch was the most powerful existence in the world. The evil spirit sect had dozens of emperor-level cultivators, so they naturally thought that the evil spirit sect was the most terrifying faction in Yuan continent. That was normal. Before Lu Ming went to the 100-race battlefield, he did not expect that there were so many emperor-level factions in Yuan continent. I can't go on like this. I don't know how long I have to fly. I have to find a teleportation array, or it will be too slow. Lu Ming pondered. However, only emperor-level factions could build teleportation arrays in Yuan continent. Let's go down and find out which emperor-level faction this is. Lu Ming had a plan. He put away the flying shuttle, stepped on the air, and landed in a big city. This is the Blood Jade State, which is ruled by the Blood Jade Palace. Isn't Su Ran a disciple of the Blood Jade Palace? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming and Su Ran had gotten to know each other after fighting in the 100-race battlefield. In the end, they had a feeling of mutual appreciation and had a good relationship. Later on, Su Ran was captured by the natives of the 100-race battlefield, and it was Lu Ming who saved him. Before they parted, Su Ran had also invited Lu Ming to come to the Blood Jade Palace to find him when he was free. Since this was the Blood Jade Palace's territory, he could find Su Ran and borrow the Blood Jade Palace's teleportation array to go to the ancient moon sacred ground. Lu Ming immediately asked about the direction of the Blood Jade Palace. Lu Ming flew there. Half a day later, Lu Ming arrived outside the Blood Jade Palace and sent a message to Su Ran. Not long after, he saw Su Ran flying out of the Blood Jade Palace. Haha, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to really come looking for me. Su Ran laughed and was rather surprised. Su Ran, you've broken through to the saint stage. Congratulations. Lu Ming sized up Su Ran and smiled faintly. What's there to congratulate? I'm afraid you've already become a saint, haven't you? Su Ran sized up Lu Ming and discovered that he could not see through Lu Ming's cultivation at all. I broke through to the saint realm not long ago. Lu Ming smiled. I knew it. You must have broken through to the saint realm. Oh right, aren't you in the Song continent? Why did he suddenly come to the Blood Jade Palace? It can't be that he came here just to see me, right? Su Ran smiled. It's a long story. Lu Ming sighed and said, the evil spirit sect has risen from the ashes. The remnants of the evil spirit sect have already occupied Song State, Emperor State, and Cloud State. I was forced to run away. What? Evil spirit? Su Ran's expression changed. Su Ran, how much do you know about evil spirit sect? Lu Ming asked. Su Ran was from an emperor-level faction, so he might know more about evil spirit sect than him. I'm not very sure either. I only know that evil spirit sect appeared out of nowhere 80,000 years ago. They have a sect master, 2 vice-sect masters, and 36 law emperors. They are all emperor-level figures and are extremely powerful. Moreover, they specialize in killing emperor-level experts and prodigies with the potential to become emperors. In the ancient Moon Holy Land, many factions paled at the mention of it. Most importantly, evil spirit sect is good at controlling people, so they are stronger than they appear on the surface. Back then, many powerful factions of the ancient Moon Holy Land joined forces to eliminate evil spirit sect. I didn't expect evil spirit sect to rise from the ashes and do evil again. Su Ran frowned. I'm here to go to the ancient Moon Holy Land and ask the powerful factions of the ancient Moon Holy Land to eliminate the remnants of evil spirit sect. Lu Ming said. Oh, it just so happens that I'm going to the ancient Moon Holy Land soon. We can go together. However, Lu Ming, don't have too much hope about asking for help from the ancient Moon Holy Land. Su Ran said. Why? Since evil spirit sect was so dangerous, how could the powerful factions of the ancient Moon Holy Land ignore it? The ancient Moon Holy Land is divided. Although there are many powerful factions, the competition between them is extremely fierce. They probably have no time to care about other things and may not send many emperor-level figures to help you. Back then, it was also because evil spirit sect angered the powerful factions of the ancient Moon Holy Land that they were besieged by them. Su Ran said. So that's how it is. Lu Ming frowned. He also understood that all factions prioritized their own interests. As long as their own interests were not harmed, they would not interfere. But no matter how difficult it was, he still had to try. If he could ask the powerful factions of the ancient Moon Holy Land to help, he would be able to rescue Valley Master Cloud Dragon and the others sooner. Lu Ming, you don't have to be discouraged. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. I can't decide what they will do. Su Ran said. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists. It's just a small matter. Lu Ming, let's go. Stay in Blood Jade Palace for a few days. After 2 days, I will go with you to the ancient Moon Holy Land. Su Ran said. Lu Ming nodded and entered Blood Jade Palace with Su Ran. Su Ran's status in Blood Jade Palace was very high. After arranging a courtyard for Lu Ming, he went to report the matter of evil spirit sect. 2 days later, Su Ran came to find Lu Ming and said that he had already reported the matter of evil spirit sect. Blood Jade Palace's martial emperor already knew, but he did not know what the martial emperor would do. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, only a martial emperor could interfere in this matter. As for how the martial emperor would decide, they could not interfere. Lu Ming, let's go to the ancient Moon Holy Land. Recently, I heard that the Jade Lake Saintess of the ancient Moon Holy Land has appeared and intends to choose a Tao protector. The prodigies of the various factions around the ancient Moon Holy Land have already moved. During this period, the ancient Moon Holy Land will probably be very lively. Su Ran said with an expectant look. Jade Lake Saintess? Lu Ming was puzzled. He knew nothing about the ancient Moon Holy Land. Yes, the Jade Lake is a very special force. They are all women, and each of them is an outstanding beauty. Especially the saintesses, they are as beautiful as fairies. Every 20 years, the Jade Lake will produce a batch of saintesses. This time, there are a total of 9 saintesses. It is said that each of them is as beautiful as a fairy, like a goddess who has descended to the mortal world. Moreover, they are extremely talented and have profound cultivation. If they can become a Tao protector, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing? Su Ran's eyes were already shining as he spoke. Lu Ming smiled slightly. How could he be in the mood to look at beauties now? Immediately, Lu Ming and Su Ran walked toward Blood Jade Palace's teleportation array. Stepping into the teleportation array, they left Blood Jade Palace. Not long after, they appeared in an ancient city. This was not the ancient Moon Holy Land, but an ancient city outside the ancient Moon Holy Land. The various emperor-level factions could not teleport directly into the ancient Moon Holy Land. They could only teleport to the ancient city outside the ancient Moon Holy Land and then set off from the ancient city to the ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming and Su Ran did not stay in the ancient city and flew directly to the ancient Moon Holy Land. At the peak of the tallest mountain stood an enormous stone tablet that was 30,000 meters tall. There were mysterious runes circulating on the stone tablet, and it emitted a screen of light that divided the heavens and the earth into 2 halves, isolating them from the outside world. That's the boundary stele. The ancient Moon Holy Ground is a cultivation holy ground with rich origin qi. Legend has it that a long time ago, the powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Ground worked together to create 108 boundary steles and placed them around the ancient Moon Holy Ground to isolate it from the outside world. This is to prevent the origin qi from leaking out and affecting the ancient Moon Holy Ground. Su Ran seemed to know the ancient Moon Holy Ground very well. Seeing Lu Ming's confusion, he explained. The boundary stele can only isolate the origin qi of heaven and earth. It won't hinder living beings from entering and exiting. Let's go in. Su Ran continued. The two of them stepped into the air. When they passed through the light curtain, there was no obstruction at all. The light curtain rippled like water as the two of them passed through. Such rich origin qi. Once they passed through the light curtain, Lu Ming felt that the origin qi inside the light curtain was several times richer than outside. Moreover, the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be clearer here. As expected of a cultivation holy ground, the cultivation environment is so much better than outside. Separated by a light curtain, it's a completely different world. Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise. The ancient Moon Holy Ground's territory is vast, larger than many large provinces. However, the forces that can establish their own sects and take root in the ancient Moon Holy Ground are extremely powerful forces. Without strength, it's impossible to gain a foothold in such a holy ground. For example, the Emperor-level forces outside the Holy Ground are not qualified to establish their own sects in the ancient Moon Holy Ground. Because of their lack of strength, they will be expelled by the powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Ground. Su Ran said. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. If even Emperor-level forces couldn't establish their own sects in the ancient Moon Holy Ground, then how strong was the ancient Moon Holy Ground? Su Ran had been to the ancient Moon Holy Ground before and was familiar with the place. He led the way as the two chatted. Not long after, a vast expanse of buildings appeared in front of him. Although he was far away, Lu Ming could still see that there were people coming and going among the buildings. It was very lively. This is one of the buildings in the ancient Moon Holy Ground. There are many powerful forces in the ancient Moon Holy Ground. There are many disciples and cultivators from outside the ancient Moon Holy Ground. These people will gather here to buy treasures and other things. It's very lively. Su Ran said. Lu Ming nodded. This building complex was like a city. It was just that there were no city walls. The two of them flew forward and landed. They discovered that the streets here were crisscrossed with shops like a forest. The two of them strolled along the streets. So many experts. Lu Ming swept his gaze and was secretly shocked. He found Saint Chi Chi Lin Ming Chi said people. Each and every one of them had a strong aura, and their blood was like fire. Saint might filled the air, and many of them were actually saints. Even if the others were not sages, they were at least half-sages. The weakest among them was a high-ranked martial monarch. Saints were considered experts in Song State, but here, they could be seen everywhere. 1. Lu Ming sighed. There were many powerful sects in the ancient Moon Holy Land, and there were probably countless saints in these sections. After all, there were 13 top sects in the Song State, as well as many small and medium-sized forces. Adding them all together, there were quite a number of saint stage experts. However, even if the entire Song State was added together, it still wouldn't be able to match up to an emperor-level force. However, any force in the ancient Moon Holy Land was much stronger than an emperor-level force. One could only imagine how many saints there were. In addition, outside of the ancient Moon Holy Ground, many emperor-level forces had sent masters to the ancient Moon Holy Ground. It was not surprising that there were many masters here. Lu Ming found that even the waiter standing in front of the shop was a half-saint, which made Lu Ming speechless. So many sacred weapons. After browsing through a few shops, Lu Ming discovered that the items being sold outside were all sage weapons. There were even great sage weapons and paramount sage weapons. There were also all kinds of precious treasures, which dazzled Lu Ming. Lu Ming asked around in a shop if there were any paramount sage true dragon bones or paramount sage true dragon blood essence. He didn't expect that there would be such things, but the price was ridiculously high. Lu Ming had once killed 2 paramount sage experts in the Sky Universe Demon sect with the reincarnation halberd and obtained their storage rings. He was quite rich, but he found that he couldn't afford paramount sage true dragon bones and paramount sage true dragon blood essence. It was too expensive. True dragons, even among the thousands of divine beasts, stood at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, they were very rare, especially those at the paramount sage level. Naturally, their prices were shockingly high. Lu Ming was speechless. He thought that he was quite rich, but when he came to the ancient Moon Holy Land, he found that he had become a pauper. In the end, Lu Ming bought some spiritual liquid to water the enlightenment ancient tree. Then, he and Su Ran found an inn to stay in. They would settle down here first, and then find an opportunity to meet the powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming thought of Huang Ling and Yi Dongfeng. They were in the ancient Moon Holy Land, but the ancient Moon Holy Land was very big. He had just arrived and didn't know where their sects were. It was too far away, and it was difficult to send a message. Lu Ming, in 7 days, the Jade Lake Saintess will appear and look for a protector. At that time, there will be many geniuses. Maybe you can meet Yi Dongfeng and the others. This was Su Ran's suggestion. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, even if he didn't meet Huang Ling and the others, as long as he met someone he knew from the 100-tribe battlefield, things would be much easier. After entering the room of the inn, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram. With a flash of light, Bubble rushed into Lu Ming's arms. Big brother Lu Ming, Bubble is so bored here. Chirp chirp. Bubbles pouted her little mouth and said. Bubble, be good. I'll take you out in a few days. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' little head. Okay, okay. Chirp chirp. Bubbles jumped up happily and skipped to the side to cultivate. Lu Ming came to the Enlightenment ancient tree and sat down cross-legged. Then, a saint weapon appeared in his hand. It was a great saint weapon. He planned to cultivate the 10,000 weapon art. During this period, Lu Ming had been focused on comprehending the chaotic finger of calamity. He had neglected the 10,000 weapon art. In the Tsang state, he had obtained the storage rings of several absolute saints. There were many great saint weapons in them, and they could be sealed in the acupuncture points of his body. Lu Ming didn't plan to seal ordinary great saint weapons into his body for the time being. After all, the improvement was limited. If he wanted to seal something, he would seal a great saint weapon. Lu Ming's body glowed as he began to seal the great saint weapons. Great saint weapons were powerful, but the burden on the body was also very heavy. Buzz, a meridian on Lu Ming's body shone brightly like a small sun. Then, the great sage weapon flew into the meridian. Immediately, over 100 spots of light lit up on Lu Ming's body. One could vaguely see a great sage weapon floating in each spot of light. The battle weapon chi of over 100 great sage weapons connected, forming a powerful pressure. Lu Ming felt his meridian swell. If his physical body wasn't strong enough, it would have exploded. Fortunately, Lu Ming's physical body was strong enough to withstand it. Slowly, the great sage weapon was sealed in his meridian, connecting with the other great sage weapons. 2 great sage weapons, but it's still not enough. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He had already sealed 1 great sage weapon before. Adding this one, he had 2 in total. However, Lu Ming felt that he hadn't reached his limit yet. He could still continue sealing. Next, Lu Ming took out another great sage weapon and began sealing. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days passed. Lu Ming sealed a total of 4 great sage weapons before he felt that his physical body had reached its limit. After that, he wholeheartedly cultivated the primal chaos tribulation finger. Cultivating a divine ability could improve one's comprehension of the laws. As the divine ability improved, so would one's comprehension of the laws. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't slack off. After a month on the flying shuttle and a few days of cultivation, his mastery of the primal chaos tribulation finger had deepened. It had already reached 15% mastery. Don't look down on 5% mastery. If a complete law was divided into 100 portions, it would be equivalent to increasing it by 5 portions. Its power would also increase by a large margin. With every bit of mastery, the power of a divine ability would increase. At this time, the Jade Lake pageant began. Lu Ming and his companion headed in the direction of the Jade Lake. It wasn't just them. Many people in the building complex were heading in that direction. Many of them were young geniuses. It was clear how attractive the Jade Lake Saintess was. Soon, they arrived at a large lake. The lake water was clear, like a mirror embedded in the ground. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they discovered that there were already many people walking on the surface of the lake. They are all top-notch geniuses. Lu Ming scanned the crowd and found that all the geniuses had extremely strong auras. Their chi and blood were like fire, and their spirit bodies were extremely powerful. Many of them were actually heavenly spiritual bodies, and their cultivation had basically reached the saint realm. So many geniuses. Is the Jade Lake Saintess so charming that she can attract so many geniuses? Lu Ming was very surprised. Among cultivators and martial arts cultivators, there were some who liked beauty. However, most people still focused on martial arts and were obsessed with cultivation. After all, the higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan would be. When one reached the imperial level, one would have an almost endless lifespan. This was what many people pursued. But now, the birth of the Jade Lake Saintess had attracted so many geniuses. This was a little strange. Almost all of them are geniuses from emperor-level forces outside of the ancient moon sacred ground. These people came here for more than just beauty. Needless to say, the beauty of the Jade Lake Saintess has attracted countless geniuses. But more importantly, they are here for the resources of the Jade Lake. Each of the Jade Lake Saintesses is devastatingly beautiful. Therefore, since ancient times, they have attracted many powerful geniuses to become the protectors of the Jade Lake Saintess. Many of these geniuses have achieved great things in the future. Many of them have even become emperors. These people have left behind many cultivation experiences and ancient scriptures in the Jade Lake. There are thousands of laws in the world, but the Jade Lake is said to contain the cultivation experiences and divine powers of 50% of the world's laws. Many of these geniuses have come for these cultivation experiences and ancient scriptures. Su Ran explained. Lu Ming was enlightened. Cultivation experiences and divine powers that contain 50% of the world's laws? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. If this was true, it would be too terrifying. In that case, did the Jade Lake have the cultivation experiences and divine powers of the 10 supreme laws? There are so many people here today. A cold voice resounded. A young man in a golden robe with a luxurious aura stepped through the air and stood above the crowd. The genius of the ancient moon sacred grounds Wang clan, Wan Tianlong. Someone exclaimed as they recognized the young man. Wang clan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Previously, in the 100 Clan battlefield, he had killed a genius from the Wan clan, Wan Tiancheng. He had also obtained the Wan clan's secret skill, the 10,000 weapon art. Wan Tianlong's eyes were cold and arrogant. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the other geniuses with disdain. Humph, isn't he just from a sacred ground force? What's there to be arrogant about? Near Lu Ming, a red-haired young man muttered unhappily. He looked at Wan Tianlong with battle intent in his eyes. Many of the geniuses who had come here were from emperor-level forces. Most of them were the strongest geniuses in their respective emperor-level forces. After all, a heavenly spiritual body was extremely rare even in emperor-level forces. For example, Cloud Emperor Mountain did not have a heavenly spiritual body. These geniuses were usually high and mighty. Naturally, they were arrogant. Now that Wan Tianlong was standing on top of their heads and looking down at them coldly, naturally, many of them were not happy about it. Shush! At this moment, a resplendent sword light shot over rapidly. The sword light receded, revealing a young man in a gray robe. He carried a battle sword on his back. His entire body radiated a sharp aura, as if he was a divine sword. It's the genius of the Great Baron Sword Sect, one of the most powerful forces in the ancient moon sacred ground. Someone recognized the young man's identity. Geniuses from the powerful forces in the ancient moon sacred ground began to arrive. Then, a bolt of lightning flashed and a young man in a lightning robe appeared. Someone recognized him as the genius of the Thunder God Sect. Yi Dongfang is from the Thunder God Sect. It's a pity that Yi Dongfang is not here. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Ka. Ka. At that moment, 2 long cries were heard. 2 rays of golden light shot over at an alarming speed. In the next moment, the golden light disappeared and 2 huge 3-legged golden crows appeared in the sky. The geniuses of the Golden Crow clan. Many people's faces changed and became solemn. The Golden Crow clan was undoubtedly a terrifying force. Even among the many powerful forces in the ancient moon sacred ground, it was one of the most powerful and terrifying. Within the Golden Crow clan, there were many geniuses. In every generation, there would be many geniuses. The 2 3-legged golden crows looked around and then turned into 2 young men in golden robes. The 10th Golden Crow Prince. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. One of them was the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Judging from his aura, he had broken through to the Saint Realm and was more than the initial Bright Saint Realm. The other person's aura was even more terrifying than the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Based on the discussions around him, that person was the 9th Golden Crow Prince. Lu Ming. The 10th Golden Crow Prince looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Lu Ming. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. 10th brother, what's wrong? The Golden Crow 9th Prince also looked at Lu Ming. Nothing, I just met an ant. I'll find a chance to deal with it myself. The Golden Crow 10th Prince said. The Golden Crow 9th Prince nodded and did not say anything else. Su Ran, it's you. Haha, I didn't expect a trash like you to come to Jade Pool. Suddenly, a disdainful voice sounded behind Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and Su Ran turned back and saw a purple-robed youth with his hands behind his back. He was looking at Su Ran with contempt. Tuoba Fei, you're here too. Su Ran's face darkened. Of course I'm here. I'm destined to be the Tao protector of Jade Pool. But you, a trash who isn't even a heaven spirit body, came to Jade Pool. Do you want to be a Tao protector too? You're really a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Why don't you look at yourself in your piss? Tuoba Fei sneered and his disdain deepened. Su Ran's face flushed red and was extremely ugly. He wanted to refute, but his talent was indeed far inferior to the other party and he could not do so. Su Ran, what's going on? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Su Ran. This person is a paragon of an emperor-level force and is close to Blood Jade Palace. The two forces often have conflicts. Su Ran gave a simple explanation. Lu Ming understood immediately. It was obvious that Blood Jade Palace and Tuoba Fei's force had a grudge against each other. Now that they met, Tuoba Fei would naturally take the initiative to attack Su Ran. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Am I wrong? A trash who isn't even a heaven spirit body should stay in Blood Jade Palace obediently. You'll only embarrass yourself in the ancient moon's sacred ground. Tuoba Fei continued to sneer. Su Ran clenched his fists and the veins on his face throbbed. He wanted to fight the other party and wash away his shame, but he knew very well that he was no match for the other party. Where did this mad dog come from? It's annoying to hear him barking here. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke indifferently. Su Ran was slightly stunned. As for Tuoba Fei, his face darkened and his eyes narrowed as he looked at Lu Ming. Kid, who are you calling a mad dog? I'm talking about who? Lu Ming smiled. A cold murderous intent flashed into Tuoba Fei's eyes as he said, Kid, do you know that you have to pay a price for saying certain words? Some prices are beyond your ability to bear. The mad dog is about to bite. Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, you're courting death. Tuoba Fei's eyes turned even colder. He took a step forward and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Great success of Bright Saint. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Tuoba Fei's cultivation had reached the great mastery of the Bright Saint realm, and he had the heaven spiritual body. No wonder he was so arrogant and didn't put Su Ran in his eyes. If he was in the Tsang state, he could easily crush a god's son. Jade Lake has appeared. Suddenly, a cry of surprise spread throughout the entire area. Ripples appeared in the sky as a magnificent palace appeared out of nowhere. The palaces were endless, as if they were floating in the void. Apart from the palaces at the front that could be seen clearly, the palaces at the back were blurry, as if they were immortal palaces. Jade Lake had another name, the Jade Lake Immortal Palace. The appearance of the Jade Lake Immortal Palace attracted everyone's attention, including Tuoba Fei's. Kid, I'll let you go for now. Tuoba Fei said coldly as he glanced at the Jade Lake Immortal Palace. Lu Ming let out a faint smile. At that instant, the door of the Jade Lake Immortal Palace opened and a woman in a palace robe walked out. The woman seemed to be in her 40s, but she was still attractive and had a graceful figure. She must have been a beauty when she was young. The Saintess of the Jade Lake has appeared today. Thank you all for coming. The woman's voice echoed throughout the area. I'm sure you all know that the Saintess of the Jade Lake has the intention of choosing a protector to support each other in the future. Of course, whether you can become a protector or not depends on your own fate. The woman in the palace robe continued. None of the geniuses made a sound. They waited patiently. They were waiting for the saintess of the Jade Lake to appear. There are 9 saintesses of the Jade Lake in this generation. I'll let them come out now. The woman in the palace robe waved her hand, and ripples appeared in the sky again. Then, pavilions appeared out of nowhere and floated in the air. In each pavilion, there was a jade table with dishes and wine placed on top of it. Beside each jade table sat a peerlessly beautiful woman. 9 pavilions, 9 jade tables, 9 beauties. Each of them was as beautiful as a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Each of them had a different temperament. So beautiful. Not far away, Tuobafei's eyes were wide open, and there was a burning flame in his eyes. Not only him, but many others were the same. The saintesses of the Jade Lake were indeed beautiful. Each of them was a rare beauty in the world. What was even rarer was that each of the saintesses of the Jade Lake had rare martial arts talent and a high cultivation level. However, what surprised Lu Ming was not the beauty of the 9 saintesses. Although the 9 saintesses were beautiful, Xianxia was definitely better than them. What surprised Lu Ming was their talents. All of them were heavenly spiritual bodies. This shocked Lu Ming. Some emperor-level forces did not even have a heavenly spiritual body. However, the Jade Lake Divine Palace had 9 of them, and each of them was a rare beauty. Is this the power of the ancient moon's sacred ground? It's amazing. Lu Ming muttered. 9 pavilions, 9 saintesses. Today, whoever can climb to the top of the pavilion will be able to drink wine and discuss martial arts with the saintesses of the Jade Lake. The woman in the palace robe spoke again, and many people's eyes shone with passion. There were only 9 pavilions and 9 beauties, but there were so many geniuses present. Not only could one climb to the top of the pavilion to drink with the beauties, but it was also an honor. Who is willing to come up here to drink wine with my sister? A crisp voice rang out from the first pavilion. The woman beside the jade table stood up and waved her hand. A jade ladder extended from the pavilion and landed on the lake. Haha, then let me go first. Wan Tianlong, the genius of the Wan clan, stepped out and landed on the jade ladder. He then walked up the jade ladder. Many people's eyes fell on Wan Tianlong, including the 2 princes of the Golden Crow clan, the geniuses of the Thunder God sect, the Great Baron Sword sect, and the other powerful forces of the ancient moon's sacred ground. However, these geniuses did not move. There were 9 pavilions, so they were not in a hurry. Humph, I've also taken a liking to this pavilion. Please go down. A deep voice sounded. Near Lu Ming and the rest, a young man with fiery red hair took a step forward and landed on the jade ladder. His entire body was emitting terrifying flames. Get lost. Wan Tianlong's eyes shone coldly. A light spot lit up in his palm and a great sage weapon battle sword appeared. He slashed at the red-haired youth. Raging flames burned the sky. The fiery-haired young man's combat strength was terrifying. His cultivation had reached the great success stage of the Bright Saint realm, and he had an inferior heaven spiritual body. What surprised Lu Ming even more was that the young man had used a divine power art. Such a peerless genius from an emperor-level force was terrifying. He had comprehended a divine power art at the great success stage of the Bright Saint realm. In the Tsang state, many old monsters who had reached the great success stage of the Bright Saint realm for tens of thousands of years had yet to comprehend a divine power art. Although such a genius had the same cultivation as the God's Son, he could kill the God's Son in one move. Boom! Wan Tianlong's battle sword slashed the fiery light pillar, causing a terrifying vibration. The fiery-haired young man's body shook, and he was forced to retreat. You dare to use a divine power art at 10% completion against me? You're overestimating yourself. Wan Tianlong said coldly. Light spots lit up on his body. There were a total of 36 light spots, and a saint weapon flew out from each light spot. However, they were all bright saint weapons. In addition to his previous great saint weapon, there were a total of 37 saint weapons. The chi of the battle weapons gathered, forming a terrifying sword chi that slashed towards the fiery-haired young man. The fiery-haired young man roared, and used a divine power art again, blasting out a fiery pillar. However, this time, the fiery pillar was split apart by the sword chi. The sword chi did not stop, and continued to slash towards the fiery-haired young man. The fiery-haired young man was shocked, and he quickly retreated. However, it was too late. His body was split into two by the sword chi, and he turned into two balls of fire. He retreated quickly, and with great difficulty, he merged back into his human form. However, his face was pale, and his aura was weak. Although his spiritual body was a flame spiritual body, he was still severely injured by the sword chi. Wan Tianlong sneered, and with the saint weapons around him, he continued to climb up the jade stairs. No one came forward to compete with Wan Tianlong. Wan Tianlong was too strong. The fiery-haired young man was already strong enough, but he was still unable to withstand Wan Tianlong's sword chi, and was severely injured. Moreover, no one knew how much of Wan Tianlong's strength was used. Anyway, there were still 8 pavilions, and there was no need to compete with Wan Tianlong. Wan Tianlong successfully stepped onto the pavilion, and the jade stairs under the pavilion disappeared automatically. "Sir, please take a seat." The Jade Lake Saintess in the pavilion smiled and poured wine for Wan Tianlong, personally making many people envious. "Saintess, please." Wan Tianlong waved his hand and sat down at the jade table with the Jade Lake Saintess. At this moment, the Jade Lake Saintess in the second pavilion stood up. She also waved her hand, and a jade ladder was formed. "Which hero would like to come up and drink with this little sister?" A pleasant voice rang out. "Let me accompany you for a drink." The genius of the Thunder God sect smiled. His figure moved like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, he appeared on the jade staircase. After which, he swept his gaze in all directions and said, "Is there anyone who wants to compete with me? If not, then this cup of wine belongs to this lay. I'll take you on." A voice rang out as a genius stepped onto the jade staircase. At the same time, a spear light burst forth, piercing through the air and piercing towards the genius of the Thunder God sect. This young man's battle prowess was definitely not weaker than the red-haired young man from before. Hand of lightning punishment. The genius of the Thunder God sect struck out with his palm. Boundless lightning flashed, forming a gigantic lightning palm print that blasted towards the young man. Boom, the spear light shattered. The young man was unable to resist and was directly blasted down the jade staircase. His body was charred black, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was severely injured in one move. What terrifying battle prowess! Many people gasped in shock. Was this the strength of the genius of the ancient moon's sacred ground? His battle prowess was too strong. He could easily crush the geniuses of the other emperor-level forces. Their spiritual bodies are of the same level, but their cultivation is stronger. Their superpowers are more advanced. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He could see that regardless of whether it was Wan Tianlong or the genius of the Thunder God sect, their cultivation had most likely reached the peak of the bright sage realm. Although their spiritual bodies were still inferior heaven spiritual bodies, their superpowers were more advanced. With a higher cultivation base, coupled with a more advanced abhijna technique, he could easily crush the other prodigies. Many geniuses from the other emperor-level forces turned pale. If the geniuses of the ancient moon's sacred ground were all so powerful, what chance did they have? The genius of the Thunder God sect displayed his powerful strength. No one dared to compete with him. He stepped onto the pavilion easily and drank with the Jade Lake Saintess. Then, the Saintess of the third pavilion formed a jade ladder just like before. This time, with a flash of golden light, the Golden Crow Ninth Prince stepped onto the jade ladder. The Golden Crow Ninth Prince was extremely arrogant. He looked around and no one dared to challenge him. The Golden Crow clan was extremely powerful. The Golden Crow Ninth Prince's aura was oppressive. No one dared to challenge him. He stepped onto the third pavilion easily. Then, another genius of the ancient moon's sacred ground stepped onto the fourth pavilion. This force was called the Ziji sect. The genius of the Ziji sect was also extremely powerful. He severely injured a genius who went up to compete with him in one move and stepped into the pavilion. Then, in the fifth pavilion, the youth with a battle sword on his back from the Great Baron Sword sect stepped onto the jade ladder. I don't believe that the geniuses of the ancient moon's sacred ground are all so powerful. This pavilion is mine. A youth shouted and rushed onto the jade ladder. He wanted to compete with the genius of the Great Baron Sword sect. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out. Then, everyone saw a flash of sword light. Then, the youth who went up to compete frantically retreated until he was thousands of meters away. He stood motionless in midair. In the next moment, a bloody mark appeared between the youth's eyebrows. Then, his body split into two and fell into the lake below. Dead. A genius with a heavenly spiritual body was killed just like that. Everyone only saw a flash of sword light. How terrifying! The genius of the Great Baron Sword sect looked cold and expressionless. He stepped onto the platform. No one dared to compete with him. He successfully stepped into the pavilion. There were already 5 pavilions that had been occupied by people. Then, the 6th and 7th pavilions were all occupied by the geniuses of the ancient moon's sacred ground. The geniuses of the Emperor-level forces outside the ancient moon's sacred ground did not step onto any of the pavilions. At this moment, everyone's gazes were cast towards the last 2 pavilions. There were only 2 left. Moreover, almost all of the geniuses of the ancient moon's sacred ground had stepped onto the pavilions. The remaining geniuses did not seem that strong. For example, the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow. When the Jade Ladder appeared on the 8th pavilion, a few figures rushed up at the same time. One of them was the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow. Scram! The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow was extremely domineering. His body was covered in the flames of the sun. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow was in the Greater Bright Sage realm. You're the one who should scram. The others were not weak either. They unleashed their cultivation and fought with the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow. In an instant, they were evenly matched in the battle. Whoosh! 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 Then, another 5 or 6 figures rushed up the Jade Ladder. This made the battle even more intense. This was the most intense battle. The geniuses who had stepped onto the Jade Ladder were too strong. They completely suppressed the others and could not fight back. There are so many geniuses. Lu Ming was also watching. Any one of these geniuses could easily crush a god's son. If they were in the Tsung continent, they would be able to suppress all the geniuses in the continent. However, there were a bunch of them here. This battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, a peak bright sacred realm genius from outside the sacred ground stepped onto the pavilion first. Although this genius Cultivation had reached the peak bright sacred realm, his battle strength was obviously weaker than Wan Tianlong and the others, so he couldn't crush them. It took him a lot of effort to step onto the pavilion. Damn it, the last pavilion will definitely be mine. The 10th Golden Crow Prince didn't step onto the pavilion and was in a bad mood. There was only 1 pavilion left out of the 9. Everyone looked at the last pavilion. Some of the geniuses who hadn't fought before also showed their battle intent, such as Tuoba Fei. When the jade stairs of the 9th pavilion descended, at least a dozen figures rushed towards the jade stairs. Scram! Kill! Loud roars sounded as the geniuses started to fight fiercely. Tuoba Fei also joined in the battle. As long as he was the first to reach the pavilion, he would win and the others would retreat. However, none of the other geniuses were weak and dared to compete. Needless to say, all of them had heavenly spiritual bodies and their cultivation had reached the greater success stage of the bright sacred realm. If they didn't have enough battle strength, they wouldn't be able to step onto the pavilion. Various lights flashed as super skills were unleashed and clashed fiercely. The jade stairs and the pavilion had runes shining on them. The terrifying force was neutralized when it landed on them. Caw, the Golden Crow cried. The 10th Golden Crow Prince turned into the 3-legged Golden Crow. His wings were like blades and he was surrounded by the solar true fire. Normal geniuses of the same level weren't his match. Tuoba Fei was also fighting fiercely, but in the end, he was sent flying by the 10th Golden Crow Prince's claw. He retreated in the air and even his hair was burning. Damn it! Tuoba Fei roared. He was unwilling to give up. Lu Ming and Su Ran instinctively glanced at Tuoba Fei, but Tuoba Fei saw it. He had just been blasted down and his hair was burnt. He was in a sorry state. When he saw Lu Ming and Su Ran's gazes, it was as if they were mocking him. He was instantly enraged and vented all his anger on the two of them. What are you looking at? You're just a piece of trash. You don't even dare to compete with me, how ridiculous! Tuoba Fei yelled. He was enraged when he recalled Lu calling him a mad dog. Lu Ming and Su Ran did not respond. They continued to watch the battle on the jade stairs, ignoring Tuoba Fei. Scram, you two trash. Be an eyesore. Tuoba Fei became even more furious when he saw that the two of them actually dared to ignore him. With a flash, he appeared beside Su Ran and sent a slap towards Su Ran. Su Ran was shocked and quickly retreated, but Tuoba Fei was too fast for him to dodge. At this moment, Lu Ming struck with his palm and collided with Tuoba Fei's palm. Tuoba Fei's body trembled and he felt that the bones in his hand were about to break. He could not help but retreat 2 steps, looking at Lu Ming in horror. He felt that the power in Lu Ming's palm was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to shatter him. You're just a mad dog. How dare you bite people here? I have to teach you a lesson. Lu Ming took a step forward. His palm was like a knife and he blasted it toward Tuoba Fei. His speed was as fast as lightning. A terrifying pressure completely enveloped Tuoba Fei. Tuoba Fei was shocked and took out a sacred weapon to block. However, when Lu Ming's palm landed on the sacred weapon, Tuoba Fei's sacred weapon deformed and exploded. Tuoba Fei's eyes widened. Although a sacred weapon was a sacred weapon, it was extremely sturdy. However, it had been shattered by Lu Ming's palm. Tuoba Fei was shocked. The terrifying power made Tuoba Fei spit out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. Whoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and instantly appeared above Tuoba Fei's head. He stepped on Tuoba Fei's face. Tuoba Fei screamed miserably. His body was like a cannonball, smashing into the lake. Su Ran was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's battle strength had completely exceeded his expectations. When he first met Lu Ming in the 100-tribe battlefield, Lu Ming's cultivation was far inferior to his. Although Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, it was still inferior to his. Later on, Lu Ming surpassed him. In the end, when they escaped from the 100-tribe battlefield, although Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, it was still far from what it was now. How long had it been since they last met? Lu Ming could already beat Tuoba Fei like he was a puppy. Even a sacred weapon was shattered by Lu Ming's palm. What kind of battle strength was that? Tuoba Fei couldn't react for a moment. Su Ran, didn't you want to go up? I'll send you up. Lu Ming said and then stepped towards the 9th pavilion. Su Ran then came to his senses and instinctively followed Lu Ming. The two of them stepped onto the jade stairs one after another. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. On the jade stairs, there was a young man who looked like a chimpanzee. His arms were thicker than a person's thigh. He was more than 3 meters tall and punched out. His fist was the size of a human head, and it was aimed at Lu Ming's head. A dull boom resounded in the air. This young man was fighting on the jade stairs and didn't see Lu Ming make a move at all. Now, he wanted to blast Lu Ming down with a punch. Lu Ming also punched out. Dong, the 2 fists collided. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The young chimpanzee's eyes popped out. His fist had completely exploded. Get lost. Lu Ming stepped forward and slapped out. A huge palm formed and slapped the young chimpanzee down the jade stairs. Many onlookers' eyes fell on Lu Ming. This person is so strong. He can easily crush others. Could he be another genius from a sacred ground? I don't think so. He came with Su Ran from the Blood Jade Palace. Many people were guessing Lu Ming's identity. The geniuses in the other 8 pavilions looked at Lu Ming curiously. Kill! Lu Ming hollered. The power of the soul attack dashed toward the other geniuses on the jade ladder. The bodies of those geniuses trembled violently. Lu Ming then punched them one by one and blasted them down. What a strong soul power! In the first pavilion, Wan Tianlong spoke. However, his voice remained calm. Lu Ming's soul power was not bad and his combat power was quite strong. However, he did not take him seriously. Lu Ming punched down a few geniuses and strode forward. There were still a few geniuses in front of him who stopped fighting and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you. The 10th Golden Crow Prince saw Lu Ming and narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be so strong. Get lost. Lu Ming casually glanced at the few of them. Without stopping, he strode forward. Everyone, let's work together and knock this kid down. Alright, let's team up and defeat this person. We'll fight. Attack. All of a sudden, the other elites and the 10th Golden Crow Prince attacked Lu Ming together. When the few of them joined forces, their powers were extremely terrifying. They used all kinds of skills to destroy Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even bat an eyelid. His hand shook and slashed out like a blade. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by the power of the law of chaos. His hand seemed to contain a prison-suppressing monument that could suppress everything. Bang! 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 His palm struck down and those magical skills dissipated like bubbles. Lu Ming was like an immortal god of war. He continued to move forward and nothing could touch him. The expressions of the 10th Golden Crow Prince and the others turned unpleasant. They could not do anything to Lu Ming even though they had teamed up. Get lost. Lu Ming said coldly as he continued to attack with his hand. Some of them tried their best to exchange blows with Lu Ming, but their bodies trembled as if they had been electrocuted. They were sent flying and their bones felt like they were about to break. Lu Ming had already gone easy on them. If he attacked with his full strength, they would all die. The 10th Prince was the only one left on the Jade Stairs. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Get lost. Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, this is the Ancient Moon's sacred ground. The Golden Crow clan is in the Ancient Moon's sacred ground. Give me some face and let me have this pavilion. I'll let bygones be bygones. The 10th Prince sent a message to Lu Ming. Give you some face? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Lu Ming shouted. He reached out and grabbed one of the 10th Golden Crow Prince's wings. He swung it and threw the 10th Golden Crow Prince out. The 10th Prince was ridiculous. He could not defeat Lu Ming, so he used the Golden Crow clan to threaten Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not believe that the seniors of the Golden Crow clan would attack him. Therefore, he did not need to be polite to the 10th Prince. Lu Ming. The Golden Crow 10th Prince steadied himself in the distance. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Ming. In another pavilion, the 9th Prince's eyes also turned cold. Who was he to call the 10th Prince? What about him? Scolding the 10th Prince was the same as scolding him. The 10th Prince was thrown down the Jade Stairs. There was no one left on the Jade Stairs. Su Ran, let's go. Lu Ming looked at Su Ran, who was in a daze. He stepped forward and walked into the 9th pavilion with Su Ran. There were people in all 9 pavilions. Sir, how should I address you? You're truly suppressing the crowd. Little sister admires you. In the 9th pavilion, there was a lady in a long purple dress. Her skin was as fair as jade and she was extremely beautiful. She looked at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes and smiled sweetly. She was extremely alluring. I'm Lu Ming. Su Ran. Lu Ming and Su Ran cupped their fists. I'm Ziling. Please have a seat. Ziling will pour wine for you. Ziling said. Miss Ziling, you're too polite. I'm here to help Brother Su. Brother Su admires the Jade Lake Saintess very much. Lu Ming smiled faintly and pushed Su Ran out. No, I'm just here to broaden my horizons. Su Ran hurriedly declined. He knew that with his talent, the Jade Lake Saintess would not take a liking to him. He was just here to broaden his horizons and join in the fun. He did not expect to be brought to the pavilion by Lu Ming to sit at the same table as the Jade Lake Saintess. He was at a loss for what to do now. It seems that Ziling's charm is not enough for you to take a liking to me. Ziling sighed. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Ziling was already an outstanding beauty. Coupled with her expression, she was extremely seductive. Any man would be tempted. Miss Ziling, you've misunderstood. Su Ran hurriedly said. Lu Ming also looked a little embarrassed. Ziling then smiled and said, Ziling was just joking with you. Come, it's our first time meeting. Let Ziling offer you a toast. Lu Ming and Su Ran raised their wine cups and downed them in one gulp. Ziling was very good at talking. She quickly broke the awkward atmosphere and chatted with Lu Ming and Su Ran. It was obvious that the Jade Lake Saintess had received special training. Dealing with people was one of them. Otherwise, there would not have been so many peerless geniuses since ancient times who fell for the Jade Lake Saintess's pomegranate skirt. Outside the pavilion, many people were envious. Which genius would not want to drink and chat with the Jade Lake Saintess? It was the same in the other pavilions. They chatted merrily. After 3 rounds of wine, 2 jade tokens appeared in Ziling's hand. She handed them to Lu Ming and Su Ran. It's getting late. Ziling needs to go back and cultivate. If you have time in the future, you can send Ziling a message or come to the Jade Lake Palace as guests. Lu Ming and Su Ran received the jade tokens. Of course. Then, Lu Ming will take his leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left the pavilion. Su Ran also left the pavilion, looking a little reluctant. What's wrong? Are you interested? Lu Ming smiled. Sigh, with Miss Ziling's talent, how could she be interested in me? The competition for the position of guardian is not limited to these people. If it's you, Lu Ming, it might be possible. Su Ran sighed. Of course, it was not that simple to become a guardian. All one had to do was step into a pavilion. Today, the Jade Lake Saintess had come into being and was just making some friends. In the future, they would have to interact more. Moreover, they could still compete with other geniuses. In the end, they would win the heart of the beauty and become the Jade Lake Saintess's guardian. It's impossible for me. Lu Ming smiled. He came here more to ask for help from the sacred ground forces, not to flirt with girls. After the people in the 9 pavilions left, the space rippled again. Then, the 9 pavilions and the Jade Lake Divine Palace disappeared into the void. A small world? Lu Ming whispered. The sacred heart of an emperor-level expert could condense a small world that was like a real world. There were probably many emperor-level experts in the Jade Lake Divine Palace, so it was normal for it to have a small world. In fact, many emperor-level forces did not have the real core. The real core was the small world of the emperor-level expert. It was definitely more mysterious and vast than the mountain and river diagram. After all, the mountain and river diagram was only a treasure refined by an emperor-level expert. Kid, stop right there. Just as the two were about to leave, a cold voice sounded. 2 golden lights flashed and 2 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. The Golden Crow 10th Prince and the Golden Crow 9th Prince. Kid, how dare you insult the Golden Crow clan? You're courting death. Kneel down and apologize immediately. The Golden Crow 9th Prince said coldly. He was wearing a golden robe and his body was covered in golden flames that distorted the space. I beat up the small one and the big one comes. I wonder if the old one will come after I beat up the big one. Lu Ming curled the corner of his mouth and said contemptuously. Arrogant, do you think you're a match for my 9th brother? The 10th Golden Crow Prince shouted. The Golden Crows were proud, let alone their crown prince. As for the Golden Crow 10th Prince, he had repeatedly suffered in the hands of Lu Ming in the 100-clan battlefield. Now that he had broken through to the Saint Realm, he was similarly crushed by Lu Ming. His murderous intent toward Lu Ming was very strong. However, although Lu Ming was strong, he didn't think that Lu Ming could fight against his 9th brother. The 9th Golden Crow Prince had reached the peak of the bright Saint Realm. His skills were very advanced and he was much stronger than him. He believed that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. It's just a sick bird. I can suppress it with a flip of my hand. Lu Ming said indifferently. Haha, kid, you're very arrogant. I'd like to see if you have the right to be so arrogant. There was a cold glint in the eyes of the Golden Crow 9th Prince. The flames of the sun on his body were burning fiercely. He was like the son of the sun. His powerful aura suppressed Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was calm and did not feel anything at all. The commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding people. They all looked over. After beating up the small one, the big one comes. The Golden Crows are getting more and more shameless. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. It was clearly a woman's voice. The 9th Golden Crow Prince and the 10th Golden Crow Prince's faces darkened. They looked in the direction of the voice. 2 women stepped through the air and arrived. One of the women was wearing a phoenix dress. Her figure was graceful and her beauty was unparalleled. Huang Ling, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was about to find Huang Ling and didn't expect to meet her here. The woman beside Huang Ling was wearing a green dress. She had a round face and jade-like skin. She was also very beautiful and wasn't much worse than Huang Ling. The two women walked through the air like fairies descending to the mortal world, attracting everyone's attention. Who are these two women? They're so beautiful, especially the one in the phoenix dress. She's even more beautiful than the Jade Lake Saintess. Of course. She's the top beauty of the Phoenix Palace, Huang Ling. Of course she's beautiful. The other woman isn't much worse. She's the genius of the Clear Snow Pavilion, Mu Qingxue. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue came to Lu Ming's side. What are you looking at? Do you want to eat me? Come at me if you can. Mu Qingxue said sweetly as she glared at the golden crow 9th crown prince and the 10th crown prince. The voice just now was from Mu Qingxue. Huang Ling, Mu Qingxue, could it be that the two of you want to meddle in other people's business? The golden crow 9th prince said coldly. Lu Ming is my friend. What do you mean meddling in other people's business? If you want to make a move on him, I naturally have to interfere. Huang Ling said with a smile. The golden crow 9th prince's eyes turned serious. Although Huang Ling's cultivation was weaker than his, only at the great accomplishment of the bright saint realm, Huang Ling's physique was extremely terrifying. If they were to really fight, he was not confident. Moreover, Mu Qingxue's battle power was not any weaker than his. If they fought, he would most likely be at a disadvantage. Brat, consider yourself lucky, but you can't be so lucky every time. 10th brother, let's go. With that, the Golden Crow 10th Prince and the Golden Crow 10th Prince turned into two beams of golden light and left. Lucky? Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not comment. After the Golden Crow 9th Prince and the Golden Crow 10th Prince left, Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming and blinked a few times. She smiled and said, the power of a beauty is really strong. Looks like even heroes can't resist the charms of a beauty and the charm of the Jade Lake Saintess, Lu Ming. Clearly, Huang Ling had seen Lu Ming stepping onto the 9th pavilion and drinking and chatting with the Jade Lake Saintess. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly and said, don't misunderstand. I'm here with Su Ran. I just happened to lend her a hand. Is that so? Huang Ling pursed her lips and smiled. You're Lu Ming? Mu Qingxue's eyes widened as she sized up Lu Ming. Then she said, you're not bad looking and your battle power is not bad. No wonder Huang Ling misses you and talks about you all the time. Qingxue, don't talk nonsense. I'm not. Huang Ling's smiling face immediately turned red as she glared at Mu Qingxue. Oh? You're not? Then I might have remembered wrongly. Mu Qingxue revealed a sly expression and then laughed coquettishly. Huang Ling's face turned even redder. She quickly changed the topic and asked, Lu Ming, why did you suddenly come to the ancient moon sacred ground? Of course it's because I miss our great beauty Huang Ling. I'm here to see you. Mu Qingxue interjected again. Mu Qingxue obviously liked to joke. Huang Ling's face and neck were red with embarrassment. Lu Ming smiled and said, great beauty Huang Ling is so beautiful. Naturally, I wanted to come and see you earlier. However, I'm here for other important matters. Oh? What is it? Huang Ling asked. It's about the evil spirit sect. The evil spirit sect has occupied Song State. Not only Song State, but also Cloud State and Emperor State. I'm here this time to ask for help from the powerful forces of the ancient moon's sacred ground. Lu Ming said. The evil spirit sect. Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue's expressions changed at the same time. Lu Ming, let's go to Phoenix Palace first. We'll talk as we walk. Huang Ling said. Lu Ming nodded, and the four of them immediately headed towards Phoenix Palace. On the way, Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened in Song State. Huang Ling, I wonder if Phoenix Palace can send experts to destroy the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming finally asked. Huang Ling frowned and said, Lu Ming, according to what you said, the evil spirit sect and the Emperor family worked together to kill Emperor Yun in one fell swoop. I'm afraid they are very powerful. There are at least 2 Emperor-level experts. If Phoenix Palace wants to send people, they will have to send at least 4 or 5 Emperor-level experts. I don't have the authority to send such experts. Lu Ming nodded. He naturally understood this. Emperor-level experts were high and mighty and could dominate a region. How could a mere saintess like Huang Ling order them around? In Phoenix Palace, only the Palace Lord has the authority to do so. Huang Ling continued. How can we meet the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace? Lu Ming asked. The Palace Master has a profound cultivation base and is in seclusion all year round. Even other Emperor-level experts would find it difficult to meet her, let alone me. I have seen her less than 3 times. Huang Ling explained. Such Emperor-level figures were elusive. It was indeed difficult to meet them. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. He had long guessed that it would not be so easy to ask for help from the sacred grounds. The main reason was that he was too weak. It was too difficult to meet those Emperor-level experts unless they took the initiative to meet him. I have a way to let you meet the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. Mu Qingxue said. What way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In a month's time, some saintesses and saints of Phoenix Palace will be entering a phoenix nest to fight for a treasure. If you can help Phoenix Ling obtain that treasure, the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace might summon you. Phoenix Nest? Lu Ming was confused. That's right, Lu Ming. In a month's time, the saints and saintesses of Phoenix Palace will enter a destroyed phoenix nest to search for the heart of a parasol tree. Every saintess and saint can invite a few friends to help. I wanted to ask for your help too. If we succeed, we might be able to meet the Palace Master. Huang Ling explained. You're my friend. Even if this didn't happen, I would still help you. However, there are many skyprides in the ancient Moon Holy Land. With my cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to help. Lu Ming said. No, because only those at the Bright Saint Realm are allowed to enter this time. Huang Ling said. The 4 of them chatted as they walked. Huang Ling also told them about the matter in detail. It turned out that not long ago, the Phoenix Palace had discovered a phoenix nest. Unfortunately, this phoenix nest had been destroyed long ago, and the phoenixes inside were all dead. The elites of Phoenix Palace had entered the phoenix nest to investigate, but they were surrounded by the phoenix spirits and escaped with serious injuries. After many tests, Phoenix Palace discovered that there were many heroic spirits left behind by phoenixes after their deaths in the phoenix nest. These heroic spirits were usually in hibernation, but if an outsider were to enter, they would attack together. The more powerful one was, the more powerful the phoenix spirits would be alerted. Even the Emperor-level elites of Phoenix Palace had to retreat with serious injuries. The weaker one's cultivation was, the less likely it was to alert the powerful phoenix spirits. At most, the weaker ones would be alerted. The elites of Phoenix Palace had also discovered that there was an ancient parasol tree in the phoenix nest that had condensed the heart of a parasol tree. This was a priceless treasure to Phoenix Palace. Therefore, Phoenix Palace decided to send their bright saints and saintesses into the phoenix nest in a month's time to retrieve the heart of a parasol tree. Each of them could invite 3 friends outside of Phoenix Palace to help. In fact, this was a test for the saints and saintesses. If anyone could obtain the heart of a parasol tree, they would be highly regarded by Phoenix Palace and their status would be higher than the other saints and saintesses. The 4 of them chatted as they walked. Not long after, a majestic mountain peak appeared in front of them. This mountain peak was like a phoenix spreading its wings and dancing in the air. It was vivid and lifelike. There were many palaces built on the mountain peak. This was the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming discovered that the cultivation environment here was better than other places. Lu Ming, Su Ran, the 2 of you will live in Phoenix Palace from now on. How about it? Huang Ling said. I couldn't ask for more. Lu Ming said with a smile. Living here was much better than living in an inn. Su Ran naturally nodded repeatedly. The 4 of them flew into the Phoenix Palace. Huang Ling arranged a place for Lu Ming to stay. Then, she brought Lu Ming and the others to tour the Phoenix Palace. After a round of sightseeing, the group arrived at Lu Ming's residence, which was a side courtyard. Lu Ming, I will do my best to report the matter regarding the evil spirit sect and see if I can meet the palace master. You can stay here. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Huang Ling said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. After Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue left, Lu Ming and Su Ran each entered a room to cultivate. Time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had bitterly cultivated the chaotic tribulation finger. Now, it had reached 18%, and its power had increased again. In a side courtyard of Phoenix Palace, 3 people were gathered. They were Huang Ling, Lu Ming, and Mu Qingxue. Only then did Lu Ming know that Mu Qingxue was also one of the people Huang Ling had invited to help. Qini is really slow. He's still not here. Mu Qingxue snorted. Every saint and saintess could invite 3 friends to help. Now that Lu Ming and Mu Qingxue had arrived, there was still one person missing. Anyway, there's still time. Let's wait a little longer. Huang Ling said. At that moment, Lu Ming looked up at the sky. A young man stepped on the air and arrived. This person was dressed in a white robe and was quite handsome. He stepped on the air and smiled. Huang Ling, I'm sorry for being late. I thought you weren't coming. Mu Qingxue said coldly, as if she was not very interested in this person. Mu Qingxue's attitude did not anger the young man. He still had a smile on his face. He turned to look at Lu Ming and said, Huang Ling, this is? He's Lu Ming, Lu Ming. He's called Qini. Huang Ling introduced. So it's Brother Lu. Qini cupped his fists. Brother Qin. Lu Ming also cupped his fists. However, he had a feeling that Qini's smile was very fake. Qini sized up Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu, you look very unfamiliar. Are you not from the ancient moon sacred ground? No, I'm from Song Province. Lu Ming said. Song Province? The corner of Qini's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a trace of contempt. Although he quickly hid it, Lu Ming still saw it. May I know what Brother Lu's cultivation is now? Qini asked again. Lu Ming had used the illusory breathing technique to conceal his cultivation aura. Therefore, Qini could not see it. Hey, Qini, you're asking too many questions. Why should I tell you what Lu Ming's cultivation is? Mu Qingxue said unhappily. Qingxue, you're wrong. Since we're a team and we're going to enter the Phoenix Nest together to help Huang Ling complete her mission, we naturally have to understand the cultivation of others. Only then can we work together, right? Qini smiled. His words seemed reasonable and Mu Qingxue was speechless. It's just cultivation. There's nothing to hide. My cultivation is at Bright Saint Initial Success. Lu Ming said. Bright Saint Initial Success? Qini's disdain was even stronger this time. He said, Bright Saint Initial Success? To be honest, it's not enough. Huang Ling, if you can't find any friends, I can introduce you to a few who are at least at Bright Saint Initial Success. Although Qini still had a smile on his face, his contempt was obvious. Huang Ling frowned and showed a trace of displeasure. She said, no need. I believe that Lu Ming's combat strength is not weaker than a Bright Saint Initial Success. He will be of great help. Oh, is that so? Qini's lips curled into a cold smile and he did not say anything else. All right, it's getting late. Let's go. Huang Ling said. Immediately, the 4 of them soared into the sky and soon arrived at a mountain peak. There were already quite a number of people on the mountain peak. Lu Ming scanned the area and discovered that there were 24 people. They were in groups of 4 and were divided into 6 groups. Obviously, they were the other saints and saintesses of Phoenix Palace and their friends. Including Huang Ling's group, there were 7 groups in total. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest arrived, many cold and indifferent gazes looked at them. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow. Lu Ming glanced around and saw the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow looking at him coldly. Besides, Lu Ming also saw many familiar faces. For example, Wan Tianlong of the Wan clan and the geniuses of the Wilderness Sword sect. There were a total of 28 people in the 7 groups. They sized each other up and revealed their fighting spirit. The atmosphere was tense. Huang Ling, I will definitely be the one to take the heart of the parasol tree. You should give up. A young man looked at Huang Ling and said coldly. He was full of confidence. He was wearing a phoenix robe and was handsome and noble. What a joke. The heart of the parasol tree will definitely be mine. A voice came from the side. It was from a lady. Huang Ling looked calm and did not say a word. The man's name is Huang Kong and the woman's name is Huang Bing. Both of them have the highest cultivation bases among this batch of holy sons and holy maidens. However, their talents can't compare to Huang Ling's. That's why they have been opposing Huang Ling and trying to suppress her. Mu Qingxue transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Huang Ling had the immortal heavenly phoenix body and her spiritual body could evolve continuously. She had already evolved to a medium heavenly spiritual body in the 100-tribe battlefield. Ordinary elites could not compare to her. Lu Ming looked around and saw that the helpers that Huang Kong and Huang Bing had invited were very strong. Their auras were strong and hard to predict. For example, the Golden Crow 9th Prince was beside Huang Bing and Wan Tianlong was beside Huang Kong. Swoosh! 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 At that moment, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard in the sky. 3 old men flew through the air. Greetings, Elder. Huang Ling and the other saints and saintesses of Phoenix Palace bowed. Rise. The leading old man waved his hand and said. Everyone is here. Now, follow us. After the leading old man said that, he flew into the air and the others followed. Soon, they came to a valley. There was a black vortex in the valley and behind the vortex was the phoenix nest. Let's go in. The leading old man said. Let's go. Huang Kong was the first to speak. He rushed into the vortex with his 3 helpers and disappeared. Then, Huang Bing and the others also rushed into the vortex and disappeared. Let's go in too. Huang Ling said. She was the first to rush into the black tortoise. Lu Ming and the others followed closely behind. The moment they rushed into the vortex, they appeared on a mountain peak. They looked up and there was a thick black mist in front of them that obstructed their vision. The others appeared not far away. Swoosh! Whoosh! Then, Huang Kong and the others flew forward and disappeared into the thick black fog. According to the experts of Phoenix Palace, the parasol tree is in the depths of the phoenix nest. Huang Ling said. After that, the 4 of them also flew forward. As they flew into the fog, they realized that it was really too thick. Visibility was not high. At the beginning, they could still see the figures of the other saints and saintesses. Later on, those figures completely disappeared. After flying for an unknown period of time, they finally flew out of the area shrouded in fog. Their vision widened, but they did not see the other holy sons, holy daughters, and their helpers. Clearly, flying in the fog, everyone's direction was a little off, and they had long since separated. This place seems to have experienced a terrifying battle. Mu Qingxue exclaimed in surprise. Looking into the distance, one could see many mountains, but most of them had collapsed. Some seemed to have been cut off by a sword, and some seemed to have been smashed by a palm. They even saw huge palm and fist prints on the ground. This phoenix nest should be a small world. I don't know how long ago there was a terrifying battle. Almost all the phoenixes here were slaughtered. Next, we have to be careful. I'm afraid that the phoenix spirit will appear and attack us. Huang Ling said. The 4 of them concealed their auras and flew forward. They had not flown far when suddenly, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. Then, a phoenix rushed out from the ground. This phoenix did not seem to have a physical body. Instead, it was a black shadow. Its eyes were filled with intense resentment as it pounced toward the 4 of them. Mu Qingxue shouted and struck out with her palm. A terrifying cold wave rushed out and sent the phoenix spirit flying. However, the phoenix spirit roared again and rushed toward Mu Qingxue. Cold wave sword, slash. Mu Qingxue shouted and clenched her fist. A terrifying cold wave appeared and condensed into a long sword. With a slash, the phoenix spirit was split into 2. It turned into wisps of black smoke and rushed into the ground, disappearing. Divine power art. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Mu Qingxue had used a divine power art. Mu Qingxue's cultivation was also very high. She had reached the peak of the bright sage realm. Her divine power art was profound and her combat power was strong. No wonder the Golden Crow Ninth Prince was so afraid and left directly. After destroying a phoenix spirit, the four of them sped up and rushed forward. However, not long after, another phoenix cry sounded. This time, several phoenix spirits appeared and pounced toward the four of them. Those with weak cultivation, stand back. Don't get in the way. Qini glanced coldly at Lu Ming, then stepped forward and charged toward the phoenix spirits. Qini's combat power was not weaker than Mu Qingshua's. No wonder he was so arrogant. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Since he was not asked to do anything, he could not be bothered to do anything. He stood beside Huang Ling. Mu Qingxue and Qini joined forces and quickly destroyed a few phoenix spirits. The four of them continued forward, but more and more phoenix spirits appeared. Mu Qingxue and Qini found it more and more difficult to deal with them. Huang Ling is really something. She invited a piece of trash. Otherwise, with an expert, we would have an easier time. Seeing more and more phoenix spirits, Qini's face became uglier and uglier. He began to not hide his thoughts and mocked. However, at this time, a huge phoenix spirit appeared. This phoenix spirit was exceptionally huge, several times larger than the other phoenix spirits. Its aura was extremely strong and terrifying. It screamed and pounced toward Qini. Qini unleashed all his strength and blasted out a huge palm print toward the phoenix spirit. However, the phoenix spirit's claws were unparalleled. With a claw, it destroyed Qini's palm print. Its wings were like blades and slashed toward Qini. Qini's face changed drastically. He took out a sacred weapon to block, but his entire body was sent flying. His face was pale and he almost vomited blood. This phoenix spirit is too strong. We can't fight it. Let's leave this place first and take a detour. Qini suggested. Detour? In my opinion, there are such powerful phoenix spirits everywhere. If we can't break through here, other places will be the same. Lu Ming said. Shut up. What right does a piece of trash like you have to speak? We are fighting. What are you doing? Qini shouted coldly. At this time, the powerful phoenix spirit pounced toward Qini again. Qini's face changed drastically. He turned around and ran, shouting, "Listen to me. Take a detour. Even if we join forces, we are no match for it." Qini's speed was very fast. As soon as he ran, the huge phoenix hero spirit pounced on phoenix spirit and Lu Ming. Huang Ling, be careful. Mu Qingxue shouted. She wanted to rush over to help, but it was too late. Huang Ling would not retreat. Her thoughts were the same as Lu Ming's. There were phoenix spirits everywhere in this place. There might be stronger spirits in other places. They could only rush over. If they could not even rush over here, how could they compete with the other saints and saintesses? Let me. At this time, Lu Ming spoke and stepped out. A powerful aura surged from Lu Ming's body. Then, his palm slashed out like a knife toward the sharp claws of the phoenix spirit. A bright sage initial level wants to take on the phoenix spirit head-on. You are ridiculous. You are courting death. In the distance, Qini sneered. However, in the next moment, his smile disappeared. Bam! Lu Ming's palm collided with the sharp claws of the phoenix spirit. However, the phoenix spirit's body was sent flying. Then, Lu Ming stepped out and a huge chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in his palm. It was as big as a mountain and pressed down on the phoenix spirit. Although the chaotic flipping sky seal was only a territorial martial technique, when Lu Ming used it with his current cultivation, its power was still terrifying. Boom! The chaotic flipping sky seal pressed down on the phoenix spirit. The phoenix spirit trembled and cried out continuously. Lu Ming's hands did not stop. The chaotic flipping sky seal continued to condense and attack the phoenix spirit. After 5 to 6 consecutive attacks, the phoenix spirit finally could not take it anymore. It exploded with a bang and turned into black smoke. In the distance, Qini's expression froze. Then, it became extremely gloomy. Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong. He was only a bright sage initial level, but he could suppress the phoenix spirit. Was his combat strength not stronger than Xianxi's? In Xianxi's opinion, he was no match for the phoenix spirit. Now, Lu Ming could kill the phoenix spirit. Wasn't that a slap to his face, especially in front of the two beauties, Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue? A cold light flashed in Xianxi's eyes. Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue were stunned. This guy's combat strength has become stronger. Huang Ling muttered. Whoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Mu Qingxue, helping her deal with the other phoenix spirits. These phoenix spirits were much weaker, so how could they be a match for Lu Ming? He took out one phoenix spirit after another, and they were quickly wiped out. Let's go. Lu Ming said to Huang Ling. Lu Ming, what do you mean? You clearly have such powerful combat strength, so why didn't you make a move just now? Were you deliberately waiting for us to be unable to resist before making a move to show off your strength? You are disregarding the safety of others. Xianxia flew back and scolded with a gloomy face. Didn't you tell me not to make a move just now? Moreover, the one who wanted to show off was you, right? Of course, I had to give you the chance. Unfortunately, I didn't expect you to be a piece of trash. Lu Ming said calmly. What did you say? Xianxi's expression became even gloomier. Lu Ming actually dared to call him trash? Isn't that so? Also, to borrow your words, trash, stand at the back and don't make a move, lest you get in the way. Lu Ming sneered and then stepped forward. Mu Qingxue let out a crisp laugh and looked at Xianxia with disdain. Then, she and Huang Ling followed Lu Ming and moved forward. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly and a shocking murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Lu Ming actually dared to humiliate him. He was just a person from Song State and he actually dared to humiliate him, a supreme talent of a sacred ground force. He was simply courting death. Xianxi's eyes darted around a few times before he followed Lu Ming and the rest and moved forward. Then, more phoenix spirits appeared. However, with Lu Ming taking the lead, these phoenix spirits couldn't stop them at all and they quickly rushed forward. Half an hour later, they had flown for tens of thousands of miles and finally, no more phoenix spirits appeared. Without the appearance of any phoenix spirits, their speed increased sharply and they turned into 4 streams of light that cut across the sky. After flying for an unknown distance, a towering ancient tree appeared in front of the 4 of them. Is that the ancient parasol tree? It's actually rooted in the void. Looking at the towering tree in front of them, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. That ancient tree was so huge that it blotted out the sky. It was unknown how tall it was, but the most shocking thing was that the roots of the ancient tree were actually rooted in the void. It was as if a towering ancient tree had grown out of the void. This scene was really shocking. Huang Ling was slightly better as she seemed to have already known about it. However, Mu Qingxue and Xianxia were also a little dumbfounded. That's the ancient parasol tree. The heart of the parasol tree is up there. Let's go. Huang Ling said and took the lead to fly forward. Not long after, they slowly approached the ancient parasol tree. The closer they got, the more they felt that the ancient parasol tree was huge. It was as if it could hold up a world. Below the ancient parasol tree, there was a very majestic mountain that pierced through the sky. The top of the mountain was near the roots of the ancient parasol tree. When they arrived, they realized that they couldn't fly up as they were obstructed by a powerful force. What's going on? How can we go up the ancient parasol tree if we can't fly up? Mu Qingxue was puzzled. That mountain goes straight to the roots of the ancient parasol tree. Could it be that we go up from there? Lu Ming said. Let's go and take a look. Huang Ling said and the 4 of them flew forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from other directions. There were also people flying toward the mountain. Huang Kong, Huang Bing, Huang Xian. Huang Ling whispered. In addition to them, there were 3 other saints. The saints brought their people here. The 4 of them arrived at the mountain almost at the same time. There was a jade staircase on the mountain that led from the foot of the mountain to the top. At the foot of the mountain, there was a stone tablet with a line of words written on it. If you want to go up the parasol tree, you have to go up this staircase. It was obvious that if they wanted to step on the ancient parasol tree, they had to climb up the jade staircase to the top of the mountain. Then, they had to obtain the heart of the parasol tree from the top of the mountain. The four of them moved almost at the same time and rushed toward the jade staircase. Lu Ming rushed up the jade staircase and took a step. His body was as light as a swallow as he rushed toward the top of the mountain. Qini and Mu Qingxue did the same. However, when Lu Ming looked at them, he realized that something was wrong. Huang Ling's body was glowing as if she was under great pressure and was climbing up with difficulty. Not only her, but Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and Huang Xian were also in the same situation. They seemed to be under great pressure and it was extremely difficult for them to climb up. Other than the four of them, the rest of the people who came to help seemed to be very relaxed. At that moment, the rest of the people also noticed this strange scene and all of them stopped. How could this be? This jade staircase will form a powerful pressure on those who cultivate the phoenix physique. Huang Kong said. This might have been built a long time ago to test the younger generation of the Phoenix clan. Huang Ling said. Huang Bing, I will get the heart of the parasol tree for you. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow tribe said. He then turned into a ray of golden light and rushed up the jade stairs. The heart of the parasol tree is mine. Wan Tianlong, who was beside Huang Kong, said as he rushed up the stairs. Then, Mu Qingxue, Qini, and the others rushed up the jade stairs, afraid that they would be too slow. Lu Ming did not move. He felt that it was not that simple. If the jade stairs were really a test for the younger generation of the Phoenix tribe, it would be useless for the others to go up. Lu Ming was not the only one who did not move. The great Baron sword sect disciple beside Huang Bing also did not move. He carried his sword and stood beside Huang Bing. Huang Ling, Huang Bing, Huang Kong, and Huang Xian were doing their best to climb up. Mu Qingxue, the ninth prince of the Golden Crow tribe, and the others came down from the peak. We can't go up the ancient parasol tree. There is a powerful force stopping us. Mu Qingxue said. According to my guess, it's very likely that only those with the phoenix physique can ascend the parasol tree and obtain the heart of the parasol tree after passing the test. Lu Ming guessed. That's possible. Mu Qingxue nodded. The others also thought of the same thing and stood behind Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and the others. Now, Huang Ling and the others could only rely on themselves. Whoever reached the peak first would obtain the heart of the parasol tree. Huang Ling and the others walked up step by step. However, their speed was very slow. It seemed that the higher they went, the greater the pressure they felt. There are too many people here. I think we should let some go down. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow tribe's eyes shone with golden light as he looked at Huang Ling and Lu Ming. I also think that there are too many people. Why don't we get rid of some? Another young man beside the ninth prince of the Golden Crow tribe said. Bam! Bam! The two of them stepped out and walked toward Lu Ming and the others. Only the great Baron sword sect genius did not move. Jie. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow tribe transformed into his true form. His body was covered in the divine sun flame and his wings were like blades as he slashed at Lu Ming. The other person blasted towards Huang Ling. As long as he could knock Huang Ling off the jade staircase or even injure her, he would be able to get rid of one opponent for Huang Bing. Huang Ling was trying her best to resist the pressure from the jade stairs and could not resist at all. Scram! Mu Qingxue shouted. She fought against that genius and blocked that person. On the other hand, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he struck the ninth prince's wings with his palm. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. The Golden Crow ninth prince's wings were tougher than ordinary saint weapons, but Lu Ming's attack could even split a saint weapon. Lu Ming's attack directly broke through the ninth prince's grand sun divine fire. The terrifying power of the hell-suppressing heavenly art surged towards the Golden Crow's wings. The ninth prince's body trembled as if he was electrocuted, and he quickly retracted his wings. Sick bird, I'll pluck all your feathers today. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He stepped forward and used the hell-suppressing heavenly art. His palm was like a knife that continuously struck the ninth prince. The ninth prince roared and flapped his wings wildly. Two suns formed on his wings, completely formed by the grand sun divine fire. They were extremely powerful and blasted towards Lu Ming. But Lu Ming ignored him. He stepped forward and used the law of chaos. He used the hell-suppressing heavenly art and struck out with his two palms. Bam! Bam! The two suns formed by the grand sun divine fire exploded. Lu Ming rushed over and continuously struck the ninth prince's wings with his palms. The ninth prince's body shook violently. He could not resist Lu Ming's terrifying power at all. After a few moves, the golden feathers on his wings fluttered and were continuously struck down by Lu Ming. Huang Jian, what are you waiting for? The golden crow ninth prince roared furiously. Whoosh, a visible sword light cut through the void and slashed towards Lu Ming. The sword light was black, but it was extremely sharp and terrifying. Bam! Lu Ming suddenly stepped forward and broke the ninth prince's defense with his palms. He grabbed one of the ninth prince's legs and swung it towards the sword light. The sword light slashed down and blood spurted out. The sky was filled with golden feathers. One of the ninth prince's wings was almost chopped off. Although it was not chopped off in the end, only half of it was hanging on it. It was a horrible sight. Lu Ming, I will kill you. The ninth prince roared crazily. He was like a chick that was about to be slaughtered and kept flapping in Lu Ming's hands. I didn't chop you. Why are you shouting at me so fiercely? Lu Ming grinned. He grabbed the injured wing of the golden crow ninth prince with his other hand and tore it forcefully. The golden crow ninth prince gasped a breath of cold air and let out a shrill scream. Let him go. The elite of the Great Baron Sword Sect stepped forward and stabbed Lu Ming with his sword-like eyes. Go ahead, but be careful. Don't kill the sick bird. Lu Ming said. The elite of the Great Baron Sword Sect was extremely powerful. He had reached the great circle of the Bright Sage realm and was much more powerful than the ninth prince. Clang, the elite of the Great Baron Sword Sect unsheathed his sword. It was a metal sword. The metal sword flew across the sky and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw the golden crow ninth prince at him. The eyes of the Great Baron Sword Sect's elite narrowed. He put away his iron sword and slapped with his other hand, forming a huge palm print and blocking the golden crow ninth prince. Huang Jian, kill that brat. The ninth prince roared. Back off. Huang Jian's words were simple. After that, he returned to Huang Bing's side. Lu Ming gave him a strong sense of pressure. He felt that he was not confident in defeating Lu Ming. Lu Ming, remember this. The ninth prince looked at Lu Ming coldly and returned to Huang Bing's side. He bathed in the divine sun fire and started to recover from his injuries. The elite who was fighting with Mu Qingxue also retreated. Wan Tianlong and the other elites looked at Lu Ming seriously. Lu Ming was so powerful that he could defeat the ninth prince. The ninth prince was at the peak of the Bright Sage realm and was a divine beast. He was born with the power of the Bright Sage realm and could use the Bright Sun superpower. His combat strength was no weaker than theirs. However, he was beaten up badly by Lu Ming. The people around them quietened down and waited for Huang Ling, Huang Bing, Huang Kong, and Huang Xian to fight. The four of them shone brightly and formed the shadows of phoenixes of different colors. They tried their best to resist the pressure of the jade stairs and slowly climbed up. At first, the four of them were walking side by side. However, Huang Xian was soon at a disadvantage and was overtaken by Huang Ling and the other two. Huang Xian was unwilling to give up. She tried her best to catch up, but the distance between her and the three of them was increasing. Huang Ling, Huang Kong, and Huang Bing were walking side by side. Bam! 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 The three of them climbed one step at a time. Every step they took caused the jade staircase to creak. Phoenix cries could be heard from the three of them. Huang Ling was bathed in the undying flame as though she was about to turn into an undying phoenix. Gradually, Huang Ling took the lead and surpassed Huang Bing and Huang Kong. Huang Bing and Huang Kong's faces darkened. They were unwilling to admit defeat. Were they going to lose to Huang Ling and let her obtain the heart of the parasol tree? They knew very well that this mission was a test from the upper echelons of Phoenix Palace. The Palace Lord would pay close attention to it. Whoever won would be able to suppress the other saints and saintesses. They would be valued and receive more resources in the future. Only then would they have the capital to challenge the stronger saints and saintesses. For a powerful faction like Phoenix Palace, there were too many geniuses. In every generation, there would be a saint and saint. How many geniuses would there be from generation to generation? If they wanted to stand at the top and compete for the position of the palace master, they would have to surpass all the other geniuses. Now, if the 7 saints and saintesses were unable to come out on top, they would be relegated to supporting roles in the future and would not be able to compete for the position of the palace master. Unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity in the future. Time passed slowly. Huang Ling's lead became more obvious and she was getting closer to the top of the mountain. The 9th prince, Wan Tianlong, Huang Jian, and the other geniuses did not look too good. After all, they had been invited by Huang Kong and Huang Bing to help. Naturally, they would want to help them come out on top. This way, they would be proud. Huang Kong and Huang Bing looked at each other. Then, a vicious look flashed in their eyes. Let's team up and knock Huang Ling down first. Then, we can compete. What do you think? Huang Kong sent a voice transmission to Huang Bing. Alright, I have the same idea. I will send a voice transmission to Huang Jian and the rest. Huang Bing nodded. Then, she sent a voice transmission to Huang Jian and the 9th prince. She planned to team up with Huang Kong to deal with Huang Ling first. At the same time, Huang Kong sent a voice transmission to the 3 geniuses he had invited. The 9th prince's eyes lit up and a cold killing intent flashed in them. Beside Huang Kong, Wan Tianlong and the other geniuses looked at Lu Ming and the rest and nodded silently. Then, in a flash, 6 Skype rides charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Oh no, Huang Kong and Huang Bing have joined forces to deal with Huang Ling first. Mu Qingxue exclaimed. It wasn't hard to guess what was going on. Guard the phoenix spirit well. The 2 of you guard the left and right sides. I'll guard the bottom. Lu Ming said. He stood behind Huang Ling, looking down at the Golden Crow 9th prince and the others. Get out of here. The Golden Crow 9th prince glanced at Lu Ming. In the end, he did not dare to fight and charged towards Qin Yi. The other Skype ride charged towards Mu Qingxue. As for Huang Jian, Wan Tianlong, and the other 3, they attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming's combat strength was the strongest. As long as he dealt with Lu Ming first, the rest would be easy to handle. Clang, Huang Jian's iron sword was unsheathed and slashed through the void, making a terrifying whistling sound as it slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Wan Tianlong's body was covered in light, and sacred weapons appeared one after another. There was a total of 72 sacred weapons, and one of them was a great sacred weapon. The aura of the sacred weapons gathered together, and its power was extremely shocking. It charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It wasn't Wan Tianlong, but another young man in a purple robe. This person was actually at the great circle of the bright sage realm, just like Huang Jian. He was extremely powerful, and a terrifying giant snake charged towards Lu Ming with a palm strike. 2 great circle of the bright sage realm, and 2 peak bright sage realm. The 4 of them joined forces, and their power was terrifying. They were going to kill Lu Ming. Back in Songzhou, Lu Ming had used all his strength to kill a great saint in the initial stage. However, that was only an ordinary great saint. Now, these 4 people weren't ordinary saints, but all of them were elites. They were existences with heavenly spiritual bodies, and their divine skills were even more powerful. Each of them was someone who could fight against those above their level. For example, Huang Jian and the young man in a purple robe. Although they were at the great circle of the bright sage realm, their combat strength might not be weaker than the great saint in Songzhou. Kill! Lu Ming let out a loud roar and cast the divine sword art. Sword gleams pierced through his eyes continuously. Huang Jian and the other 3 shuddered, but Huang Jian and the young man in a purple robe recovered in an instant. They didn't stop attacking, and charged towards Lu Ming. Only Wan Tianlong and the other person were affected more. What a strong soul power! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. These elites couldn't be judged by common sense. Not only were their combat strength strong, but their soul power was also stronger than ordinary people. Most of them had treasures that could defend their soul. Lu Ming's divine sword art didn't affect them much. Fight! Lu Ming executed the hell-suppressing heaven skill, and threw out a few palm strikes. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming destroyed Huang Jian's sword light and the young man in a purple robe's attack, but his body couldn't help but tremble. However, immediately after, Desolate Sword and the others launched even more berserk attacks. What they used were all divine abilities. Divine skills at 30% completion. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Huang Jian and the young man in a purple robe's divine skills had reached 30% completion, and their power was extremely terrifying and destructive. Although Wan Tianlong and the young man in a purple robe were weaker, they were still a threat to Lu Ming. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming executed the Chaotic Calamity Finger for the first time, and he struck out 4 fingers consecutively. 4 huge fingers in the color of chaos, containing destructive power, pointed towards the 4 people. Bam! 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 The 4 people's attacks were instantly destroyed. Huang Jian and the young man in a purple robe shuddered, and they took a few steps back. As for Wan Tianlong and the young man in a purple robe, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Although the Chaotic Calamity Finger was only at 18% completion, its power was more powerful than the 30% completion of a divine skill that was cultivated from an ordinary law. The Law of Chaos. Could he be the son of chaos? Huang Jian's eyes were filled with shock as he recognized Lu Ming's law. So what if he is the son of chaos? He hasn't matured yet, and I will still kill him. The young man in a purple robe shouted, and purple light burst out. He waved his hands continuously, and huge purple snakes pounced towards Lu Ming. The 2 of you, go and deal with Huang Ling, leave Lu Ming to us. Huang Jian said to Wan Tianlong and the young man in a purple robe. All right. Wan Tianlong and the young man in a purple robe nodded. They planned to go around Lu Ming and charge towards Huang Ling. Stay here. Lu Ming shouted. His glabella shone and the Tai Chi array disc floated out. Then, the Tai Chi diagram appeared and turned into yin-yang fish swords. They charged towards Wan Tianlong and the young man in a purple robe, blocking their path. At the same time, he executed the Chaotic Calamity Finger and fought against Huang Jian and the young man in a purple robe. Lu Ming alone blocked the 4 supreme talents, preventing them from getting close to Huang Ling. The rest of the people were shocked, especially Huang Kong and Huang Bing, who could not keep calm. They had never seen Lu Ming before. Which force was he from? His combat strength was too terrifying. He was only at the initial mastery of the Bright Saint realm, but his combat strength was simply heaven-defying. He could actually fight against the 4 supreme geniuses. Moreover, the law that he controlled seemed to be the legendary law of chaos. Could he really be the son of chaos? Everyone was shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. As for Qin Yi, his eyes flickered with jealousy. Previously, Lu Ming had embarrassed him in front of Huang Ling. Now, he was in the limelight again, overshadowing all the other skyprides. This made him extremely jealous. He secretly hated that he was not the one in the limelight. It seems that this brat is interested in Huang Ling. I'm afraid that Huang Ling has taken a fancy to this brat too. Humph, I won't let you get what you want. Qin Yi's eyes flickered with a cold light. He was fighting with the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow. At this moment, he deliberately shook his body and retreated frantically, exposing Huang Ling to the 9th Prince's attack. Oh no! Lu Ming and Mu Qingxue were shocked. With Qin Yi's combat strength, it was not a problem for him to block the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow. However, he was actually pushed back by the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow. This was not normal, but there was no time to think about it. Huang Ling, get out of here! The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow roared. His golden wings flapped out like blades towards Huang Ling. Huang Ling could not counterattack. She could only defend herself. Boom! The undying flame on Huang Ling's body shook violently as if it was about to be shattered. Huang Ling's delicate body shook violently. She could not help but take a few steps back. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. Kill! The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow shouted. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. A violent attack poured down on Huang Ling. Huang Ling. Mu Qingxue was anxious. However, she was entangled by her opponent and could not help at all. You're courting death. At this moment, Lu Ming roared. Spots of light lit up on his body and sacred weapons appeared one after another. The sacred weapons and combat weapon Qi linked up and shot up into the sky like pillars of light. With a thought, Lu Ming sent out a great sacred weapon battle sword. It pierced towards the ninth prince of the Golden Crow, making a terrifying whistling sound. The Golden Crow ninth prince was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming to have the energy to attack him while he was fighting the four geniuses. At this moment, he flapped his wings and a sun appeared, wanting to block Lu Ming's sword gleam. However, it was useless. The battle sword pierced through the sun and pierced through one of the ninth crown prince's wings. The terrifying power pushed the ninth crown prince back, almost tearing off one of his wings. 10,000 weapon art? How do you know the 10,000 weapon art? Wan Tianlong shouted in disbelief. Huang Jian and the others were also shocked. Lu Ming actually knew the Wan clan's 10,000 weapons art. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar. The sacred weapons rained down on the ninth prince like a storm. The ninth prince fought back with all his might, but in the next moment, there were wounds on his body. Golden feathers scattered in the air. Lu Ming controlled the Taiji disc array and emitted a resplendent brilliance, suppressing the Desolate Sword. Desolate Sword held the iron sword with both hands as it soared through the air, clashing with the Taiji disc array. Primal Chaos Finger. Lu Ming's finger circulated the law of primal chaos. He pointed out and a huge finger was formed. It was like the finger of a deity, destroying and suppressing everything. The 18% primal chaos finger exploded with full force. The finger's target was still Desolate Sword. Desolate Sword's eyes turned solemn. He roared and his body was covered with iron swords. Dong, the primal chaos finger tapped on the iron sword. Desolate Sword's body shook violently and flew back. He landed at the bottom of the jade staircase with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The others were shocked. Lu Ming was too powerful. He had injured the ninth prince and Desolate Sword consecutively. He was like an undefeatable god of war. The remaining few people could not help but retreat. They looked at Lu Ming solemnly and stopped attacking. Lu Ming, how did you cultivate the 10,000 weapons art? Wan Tianlong stared at Lu Ming and shouted coldly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not answer. Legend has it that the law of primal chaos has a myriad of transformations and can turn into a myriad of laws. Other than some sovereign laws and ultimate laws, everything else can be transformed. It is not surprising that you have cultivated the 10,000 weapons art. Desolate Sword wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. This person is really the son of primal chaos. The purple-robed young man said with a solemn look. Huang Bing, you can only rely on yourself now. We have tried our best. Desolate Sword shook his head and sheathed his combat sword. He sat down cross-legged and started to heal his injuries. The purple-robed young man moved and retreated. Apparently, he had given up on stopping Huang Ling. Lu Ming was too powerful and his combat strength was unparalleled. Even with so many of them working together, it was useless. They had tried their best. They were only here to help. There was no need to risk their lives. Wan Tianlong's gaze was very cold. He swept a few glances at Lu Ming and then retreated. Keep. Lu Ming waved his hand and the sacred weapons flew back into Lu Ming's body. At that moment, the Golden Crow ninth prince was in a miserable state. He was covered in blood and almost all of his golden feathers had fallen off. He had become a hairless crow. The others looked at the Golden Crow ninth prince with a strange expression. They wanted to laugh but were too embarrassed to do so. Ah, Lu Ming, I want you dead. The Golden Crow ninth prince roared hysterically. Humiliation, this was a great humiliation. The Golden Crows were known as the divine beasts of the sun. They were extremely arrogant. In ancient times, they had once competed with the true dragons and phoenixes. They were definitely a top divine beast. But now, as the Golden Crow crown prince, he had been stripped naked by Lu Ming in front of everyone. This was a blatant humiliation. How dare a sick bird make a fuss? Looks like we will have roasted bird meat today. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at the Golden Crow ninth prince. The Golden Crow ninth prince was exuding a cold aura as he retreated frantically. Fear flashed in his eyes. A normal bird. You really don't have any guts. Hurry up and get lost. Lu Ming scolded as he stepped forward. He came to Huang Ling's side and glanced coldly at Qin Yi. Qin Yi's face darkened. At that moment, Huang Kong and Huang Bing's faces darkened. Lu Ming's combat strength had far exceeded their expectations. It was impossible for them to push Huang Ling down. They could only rely on themselves. The cries of phoenixes rang out continuously as Huang Ling and the others moved forward bravely. But as time passed, Huang Ling's advantage grew. Her speed did not change, but Huang Kong and Huang Bing's speed became slower and slower. They could only watch as Huang Ling got closer to the top of the mountain. A few hours later, Huang Ling stepped onto the top of the mountain. When Huang Ling stepped onto the top of the mountain, a flaming phoenix on her body let out a long cry and shot into the sky. Her aura skyrocketed. She broke through. Everyone was shocked. When she stepped onto the top of the mountain, Huang Ling's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the bright Saint Realm. It seemed that the Jade Staircase was not only a trial for the disciples of the Phoenix Palace, but also an opportunity. Huang Bing, Huang Kong, and Huang Xian stopped and let out a long sigh. They knew that they had lost this competition. Huang Ling's aura skyrocketed. After a while, she retracted it. At that moment, the parasol tree's leaves fell and formed a phoenix. Soon after, Huang Ling descended from the sky above the parasol tree. Huang Ling, how was it? Did you get the heart of the parasol tree? Lu Ming asked. I got it. Huang Ling nodded. That's great. Mu Qingxue jumped up in excitement. Huang Kong, Huang Bing and the others were envious, but that was all. They could no longer fight for the heart of Wutong. This time, many important figures from Phoenix Palace would be watching. The competition before was nothing, but now that Huang Ling had obtained the heart of Wutong, they would be punished if they fought for it. Congratulations, Huang Ling. Huang Bing smiled and congratulated Huang Ling to express her goodwill. Now that Huang Ling had obtained the heart of the parasol tree, her position in Phoenix Palace would be higher in addition to her terrifying talent. She might be able to compete with more powerful elites in the future. Since she had lost, she naturally had to build a good relationship with Huang Ling. Thank you. Huang Ling smiled. Humph. Huang Kong groaned coldly. Then, he left without stopping. The strong cultivator that he had invited also left with him. Sister Huang Ling, I'll take my leave first. Huang Bing smiled and left with Huang Jian and the rest. Then, Huang Xian and the rest also left. In an instant, only Huang Ling and the other three were left. Congratulations, Huang Ling. Through our efforts, we have finally helped you obtain the heart of the parasol tree. This trip was not in vain. Qin Yi said with a smile. Our efforts? Bah. Qin Yi, you still have the cheek to say that. Did you purposely let the 9th prince of the Golden Crow tribe injure Huang Ling? Mu Qingxue was unhappy and said with a sullen face. Mu Qingxue, what do you mean? I purposely let the 9th prince win? Don't accuse me without evidence. Qin Yi said. Humph, you know whether you did it or not. Mu Qingxue snorted and then took Huang Ling's hand and said, Huang Ling, let's go. We don't have to care about such a despicable person. This kind of person is two-faced and two-faced. It's too dangerous to be close to him. Huang Ling smiled and then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, let's go. All right. Lu Ming nodded and walked side by side with Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue, heading back the way they came. Lu Ming and Huang Ling didn't even look at Qin Yi. Damn it. Qin Yi gnashed his teeth as a vicious look flashed across his eyes. Then, he left as well. Not long after, they returned to the exit. After stepping into the vortex, they left. Huang Ling, congratulations on obtaining the heart of the parasol tree. When Lu Ming and the others came out, the old man from before said with a smile. Elder, you're too polite. Huang Ling bowed slightly. Yes, Huang Ling, the palace master wants to see you. I'll bring you there. The old man in the lead said. Palace master? Huang Ling's eyes lit up, and she said, Elder, Lu Ming also has something he wants to talk to the palace lord about. Can you bring him along to see the palace lord? Take him with us? I'll have to report this matter to the palace master and see what he thinks. Elder Wei said. Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder. Huang Ling bowed. Elder Wei took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Not long after, a smile appeared on his face and he said, the palace master has agreed to see him. Come with me. Elder Wei stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming and Huang Ling followed him while Mu Qingxue went back alone. Not long after, they came to a grand hall. In the hall, a beautiful woman in palace attire sat. She had a kind face and a faint smile. She didn't emit any aura, but when Lu Ming approached her, his heart couldn't help but pound. His muscles tensed up and even his soul trembled slightly. How terrifying. Lu Ming was shocked. The other party's strength was absolutely earth-shattering and had reached an unimaginable realm. Just by approaching her and not emitting any aura, Lu Ming automatically felt a terrifying pressure. Was this the palace master of Phoenix Palace? There was no doubt that she was an emperor-level figure. Moreover, she was extremely terrifying among emperor-level figures. Greetings, Palace Master. The elder bowed respectfully. Huang Ling greets the Palace Master. Huang Ling also bowed. Junior Lu Ming greets the Palace Master. Lu Ming also cupped his fists. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace nodded and said to the elder, you may leave. Yes. The elder retreated. Then, the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace looked at Huang Ling, and the smile on her face widened. Huang Ling, you're very good. You really didn't disappoint me. Thank you, Palace Master. However, it was all thanks to Lu Ming's help that Huang Ling was able to obtain the heart of the parasol tree this time. After Huang Ling finished speaking, she took out a piece of wood with a phoenix dancing on it. It was extremely mysterious. This was the heart of the parasol tree. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace waved her hand and put away the heart of the parasol tree. Huang Ling, if there's anything you don't understand in the future, feel free to look for me. Then, she looked at Lu Ming and said, little guy, I heard that you're looking for me. What's the matter? Palace Master, it's because of the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming said. Evil spirit sect? The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace raised her brows. It's like this. Then, Lu Ming recounted how the evil spirit sect had taken over Tsang State and killed Emperor Yun. Finally, he expressed that he wanted to ask Phoenix Palace to send experts to eliminate the evil spirit sect. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, little guy, I'm afraid it's very difficult for me to agree to your request. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he asked anxiously, Palace Master, why is that? Little guy, there's no harm in telling you. Some time ago, we discovered traces of an evil spirit sect vice sect master in the ancient moon's sacred ground, said the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. Evil spirit sect vice sect master. Lu Ming and Huang Ling were shocked. Legend had it that the evil spirit sect vice sect master was a peerless and invincible figure. Who would have thought that such a figure was still alive and had reappeared? Therefore, during this period of time, I have to focus my attention on the evil spirit sect vice sect master. There's another reason. Right now, the ancient moon's sacred ground is very complicated, and the competition is getting more and more intense. According to what you said, there are at least 2 or 3 emperor-level figures in the evil spirit sect and the D clan. In order to eliminate the other party, we have to send at least twice as many emperor-level experts as the other party. Only then can we guarantee that we can eliminate the other party. Once Phoenix Palace sends out so many emperor-level experts, its own strength will be weakened, and it will give other factions an opportunity to take advantage of it. Therefore, it's very difficult for me to agree to this condition, said the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. I see. Lu Ming sighed. He had long known that it would not be so easy to ask for help from the powerful ancient moon's sacred ground. These factions would first consider their own interests. If it would harm their own strength, they would most likely not agree. Just like what the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace had said, if Phoenix Palace sent out so many emperor-level experts, its strength would weaken and give other factions an opportunity to take advantage of it. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. It seemed that it was better to rely on oneself than on others. As long as one was strong, there was no need to seek help from others. Master, please bear with it for a while. Once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely return to save you. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Little guy, change your condition. I'll do my best to fulfill it. Phoenix Palace's palace master said, seemingly feeling apologetic. Lu Ming composed himself and said, Palace master, I've killed a few thousand Slayer sect assassins and have the other party's killing mark on me. Senior, can you help me get rid of it? With the 1,000 Slayer sect's mark on him, he would be sensed by the other party within a certain range. If he encountered another 1,000 Slayer sect member, he would definitely be annoyed and would have to be on guard against being assassinated every day. That's easy. Phoenix Palace's palace master waved her hand, and a ray of light enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his entire body warm up. Then, he saw a wisp of gray energy emerging from Lu Ming's body, constantly twisting and turning. It was very strange. This was the killing mark. Phoenix Palace's palace master gently pinched it, and the killing mark turned to dust. Alright, the killing mark has been removed. Also, you've helped Huang Ling greatly this time and helped her obtain the heart of the parasol tree. You're a friend of Phoenix Palace and can stay in Phoenix Palace for a while longer. You can also freely enter some of Phoenix Palace's sacred cultivation grounds. Phoenix Palace's palace master smiled. Thank you, Palace Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists in gratitude. Although the other party did not agree to send experts to eliminate the remaining evil spirit sect members, the other party was an overlord and the arch-expert. Lu Ming could not continue asking. Alright, you may leave. Let Huang Ling show you around. Phoenix Palace's palace master said. Then, Lu Ming and Huang Ling bade farewell and left. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. Huang Ling said embarrassedly on the way back. It's nothing. Senior Palace Master also has to consider Phoenix Palace. I can understand. Lu Ming smiled. He knew that Huang Ling was referring to the fact that the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace did not send any experts to help. Lu Ming, there are some decent cultivation grounds in Phoenix Palace. I'll bring you around in a few days. You can stay in Phoenix Palace for a while. Huang Ling said. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them chatted for a while before parting ways. Lu Ming returned to his residence. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming released Bubble and let her play around by herself. Lu Ming went into seclusion to cultivate. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, two forces arrived at Phoenix Palace. These two forces were the Golden Crow clan and the Wan clan. A quasi-emperor from Phoenix Palace welcomed him. I wonder why the Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan have come to Phoenix Palace? The quasi-emperor of Phoenix Palace asked. It's very simple. The Wan clan is here to ask Phoenix Palace for a person. An elder from the Wan clan spoke. Behind him were several middle-aged men and several youths. One of them was Wan Tianlong. My Golden Crow clan also wants a person from Phoenix Palace. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man dressed in golden robes. His eyes were cold and his aura was oppressive. There were several people behind this middle-aged man, including several youths. The 9th prince of the Golden Crow clan was among them. The Phoenix Palace quasi-emperor's expression darkened. What a joke. You two actually came to Phoenix Palace to ask for a person. Brother Huang, there's no need to be angry. The person my Wan clan wants is not a disciple of Phoenix Palace but a youth called Lu Ming. He is currently staying in Phoenix Palace. The Wan clan elder said. Lu Ming? The Phoenix Palace quasi-emperor frowned. He knew that there was a youth called Lu Ming who was staying in Phoenix Palace. However, he was a guest of Phoenix Palace on the orders of the Palace Master. The person my Golden Crow clan wants is also this person, Lu Ming. The middle-aged man from the Golden Crow clan said coldly. Everyone, I'm afraid this won't do. Lu Ming is a guest of Phoenix Palace. Since he is a guest of Phoenix Palace, we must ensure his safety. The Phoenix Palace quasi-emperor said. Brother Huang, you'd better consider this carefully. My Wan clan is determined to obtain Lu Ming. This person cultivates our Wan clan's 10,000 weapon art. My Wan clan will not allow this. The Wan clan elder said coldly. This matter is non-negotiable. I've already said that since Lu Ming is a guest of Phoenix Palace, he is a guest of Phoenix Palace. If we hand Lu Ming over to you, what will others think of Phoenix Palace in the future? Everyone, please go back. The Phoenix Palace Quasi-Emperor said with an unyielding attitude. The Wan clan and Golden Crow clan's people had cold expressions. They had not expected Phoenix Palace to insist on protecting Lu Ming and not hand him over. However, the Wan clan head had instructed that Lu Ming could not be left alive. The Wan clan's 10,000 weapon art could not be cultivated by an outsider. Lu Ming, get out here. The Wan clan elder suddenly roared. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Phoenix Palace. Impudent! What are you doing? The Phoenix Palace Quasi-Emperor shouted, his expression changing. The other party was too impudent. How dare he shout in Phoenix Palace? At that moment, most of the people in Phoenix Palace were alarmed. Lu Ming was cultivating when he was startled awake by the shout. Who's there? Lu Ming's expression darkened as he looked in the direction of the voice. Then, he soared into the air and rapidly flew in that direction. Soon, a large hall appeared before his eyes. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, many figures also flew in this direction. Lu Ming! A delicate voice called out. It was Huang Ling. She had also appeared here. Lu Ming, the Wan clan and Golden Crow clan are here. They want Phoenix Palace to hand you over. Huang Ling hurriedly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. The Wan clan and Golden Crow clan. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he walked toward the large hall. As he approached the large hall, he saw two groups of people hovering in the air outside the hall. They were the Wan clan and Golden Crow clan. He's Lu Ming. Wan Tianlong pointed at Lu Ming. The Wan clan and Golden Crow clan's people simultaneously looked at Lu Ming. Brat, you're Lu Ming. Now, follow me back to the Wan clan. The Wan clan has something to answer to you. The Wan clan elder said coldly in a commanding tone. It was as if Lu Ming had to do as he said. I have nothing to answer to the Wan clan. Moreover, I'm living very well in Phoenix Palace. I have no interest in going to the Wan clan with you. Lu Ming said. The Wan clan elder's face darkened and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Brat, don't play dumb. You've cultivated the Wan clan's art of 10,000 weapons. You must answer for this. The Wan clan's art of 10,000 weapons does not allow outsiders to cultivate it. Unless you destroy your own cultivation, the Wan clan will not pursue this matter. Ho ho, so this is the reason. Then, why is the Golden Crow clan looking for me? Lu Ming looked at the Golden Crow clan's people. You must be punished for insulting the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crow clan's middle-aged man's reply was simple. Ha ha ha, what a joke. This is the biggest joke in the world. Kid, what did you say? The Wan family elder's eyes shone brightly. The eyes of the middle-aged man from the Golden Crow clan turned golden and sharp. Firstly, the Wan family. Let me ask you, other than the 10,000 soldier art, does the Wan family cultivate other martial skills and cultivation techniques? Lu Ming's voice was powerful and he was not afraid at all. Nonsense, of course we cultivate. The Wan family elder said. Since you cultivate, are the cultivation techniques and martial skills that the Wan family cultivates are all created by the Wan family? Aren't you just taking other people's cultivation techniques? As for the 10,000 weapon art that I cultivate, I obtained it when someone from your Wan clan tried to kill me in the 100 clan battlefield. I killed him and took the 10,000 weapon art. This is my spoils of war. If your Wan clan can cultivate other people's cultivation methods and martial skills, why can't I cultivate the 10,000 weapon art? Lu Ming's clear voice resounded throughout the area, leaving the Wan family speechless. If they could cultivate other people's cultivation techniques and martial skills, why couldn't Lu Ming cultivate the Wan family's 10,000 soldier art? And you guys, you're here for the Golden Crow 9th Prince, right? That's even more ridiculous. He lost in a battle of the same generation and came to find me. Then, you Golden Crows shouldn't come out. Otherwise, if you're defeated by others, all the old and big ones will come to find you. Lu Ming looked at the Golden Crow clan, causing the 9th Prince's face to turn red. You can defeat him, but you shouldn't humiliate the crown prince of the Golden Crow clan. The middle-aged man from the Golden Crow clan looked even colder. Humiliate? Ridiculous. I only stripped him of his fur. In a battle, swords have no eyes. How can I control it so well? Lu Ming said. Excuses. Today, you must come with me to the Golden Crow clan. The middle-aged man from the Golden Crow clan said forcefully. That's right. It doesn't matter how glib your tongue is. Let me tell you, I don't care about other cultivation techniques and martial skills, but you can't cultivate the 10,000 soldier art. You must destroy it. The Wan family elder said in an even more overbearing manner. Haha, goodbye. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to waste his breath and turned to leave. The Wan family and the Golden Crow clan were unreasonable, so why should he say anything more? You want to leave? Stay. The old man from the Wan clan shouted, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. That was the aura of a quasi-emperor. It was incomparably powerful, and it pressed down on Lu Ming. Instantly, Lu Ming felt an irresistible pressure pressing down on him, as though he was about to explode. Enough. A look of displeasure flashed across the Phoenix Palace quasi-emperor's face. With a wave of her hand, a powerful aura rushed out and blocked the aura of the Wan clan elder. Lu Ming relaxed and let out a long breath. A quasi-emperor was too strong. It was not something he could resist at all. This is Phoenix Palace. You've gone too far. The Phoenix Palace quasi-emperor said coldly. A few more elders from Phoenix Palace descended from the sky and glared at the Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan with unfriendly eyes. Is Phoenix Palace really going to offend my Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan because of this Lu Ming? The old man from the Wan clan said in a deep voice. Lu Ming is a guest of Phoenix Palace. Since he's a guest of Phoenix Palace, he can't be taken away by you. The quasi-emperor of Phoenix Palace also became more aggressive. The people from the Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan had ugly expressions. Humph, Lu Ming, if you have the ability, hide in Phoenix Palace forever and never come out. A youth from the Wan clan said. This person was dressed in a purple gold robe and exuded a noble aura. His aura was even more extraordinary than Wan Tianlong's. What a joke. What else can your Wan clan rely on other than the older generation? If they're of the same generation as me, I'll crush them all on sight. Lu Ming replied forcefully. Arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Very well, I'll challenge you now. If you lose, you'll cripple your own cultivation. Do you dare fight me? The youth from the Wan clan said with a cold glint in his eyes. Lu Ming, don't accept his challenge. This person is called Wan Tianbing. He has a middle-grade heaven spiritual body and his cultivation has reached the peak of the bright sage realm. He's many times stronger than Wan Tianlong. Huang Ling hurriedly sent a message to Lu Ming. Wan Tianbing was very famous among the younger generation of the ancient moon sacred ground. He had a middle-grade heaven spiritual body and there were only a few youths in the ancient moon sacred ground. Middle-grade heaven spiritual body? Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he said, all right, I accept your challenge. However, I'm afraid that if I defeat you, a bunch of old men from the Wan clan will come and find trouble with me. Don't worry. If you win, the Wan clan will not interfere with your cultivation of the 10,000 weapon art. The elder from the Wan clan said. He seemed to be very confident in Wan Tianbing. All right. Then, Lu Ming looked at the Golden Crow clan and said, what about you? Is there anyone who wants to challenge me? I'll accept all of your challenges. I'll challenge you. A youth beside the 9th prince of the Golden Crow clan walked out with an arrogant look on his face. Lu Ming, this is the 6th prince of the Golden Crow clan. His strength and talent are on par with Wan Tianbing's. Huang Ling hurriedly sent a message to Lu Ming. Alright, you and Wan Tianbing can come at me together. I'm too lazy to fight one by one. I'll deal with all of you together. Lu Ming said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was dumbfounded. Lu Ming wanted to fight the 6th prince of the Golden Crow clan and Wan Tianbing at the same time. The 6th prince of the Golden Crow clan and Wan Tianbing were famous among the younger generation of the ancient moon sacred ground. They had middle-class heaven spiritual bodies and were almost invincible among those of the same level. And now, Lu Ming wanted to fight both of them at the same time. Haha, arrogant, really arrogant. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen such arrogant people. Wan Tianbing laughed mockingly. Nonsense. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Just say it. If you don't, then get lost. Lu Ming scolded. Alright, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Sixth Prince, what about you? Wan Tianbing said coldly as he looked at the sixth prince of the Golden Crow clan. Since he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. Since so many people have seen it, I don't want them to say that we're bullying him with numbers. The sixth prince of the Golden Crow clan said coldly. Alright, but I'll set the time. Lu Ming said. You can set the time. If you set it 100 years later or 1,000 years later, how can we compete? Wan Tianbing sneered. How about the battle at Lake Phoenix a month later? Lu Ming said. A month later? Alright, I agree. I agree too. Wan Tiancheng and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow clan said one after another. Could Lu Ming turn the tables in a month? Moreover, they had to join forces. Lu Ming had no hope of winning. They had heard about Lu Ming's performance in the Phoenix Nest. However, they had middle-class heaven spiritual bodies and had reached the perfect bright divine realm. Their superpowers were powerful and could easily crush those of the same level, such as Huang Jian. Therefore, they didn't take Lu Ming seriously at all. Even if they were alone, they were confident that they could suppress Lu Ming, let alone the two of them. Since Lu Ming was hiding in the Phoenix Palace, they would use the challenge to kill Lu Ming. Let's fight at Lake Phoenix a month later. Everyone, please. Lu Ming waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Lu Ming, you're being too impulsive. If you stay at the Phoenix Palace, they won't be able to do anything to you. Huang Ling caught up to Lu Ming and said worriedly. It's fine. My cultivation is about to have a breakthrough. I might be able to fight them. Lu Ming said. After cultivating for such a long time, Lu Ming's cultivation was very close to the greater success stage of the bright sacred realm. He would be able to achieve the greater success stage of the bright sacred realm after some time. Once he achieved the greater success stage of the bright sacred realm, his strength would improve further. This was the reason why he suggested to fight in a month's time. A month was enough for him to have a breakthrough. Oh, I see. Lu Ming, I'll bring you to a place that might give you a better chance in a month's time. Huang Ling said. Where is it? The mystical jade disc, a sacred cultivation ground of the Phoenix Palace. It can help one to cultivate their mystical skills. However, everyone only has one chance in their life. It depends on one's comprehension. The higher one's comprehension, the greater the benefits. Huang Ling said. The mystical jade disc? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Huang Ling brought Lu Ming to a huge cave. The entrance of the cave was guarded by experts of the Phoenix Palace. However, the palace master of the Phoenix Palace had mentioned that Lu Ming could enter some sacred cultivation grounds to cultivate. Thus, no one stopped him and he entered the cave smoothly. Inside the cave was a huge stone chamber. On one side of the chamber was a huge jade disc that was over 100 meters long and wide. The jade disc was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting one's reflection. This is the mystical jade disc. Lu Ming, execute your mystical skills and attack the jade disc. It will do. Huang Ling said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He sat down with his legs crossed and executed the chaotic calamity finger. A giant finger pointed at the mystical jade disc. Lu Ming did not hold back. Huang Ling had told him clearly that the jade disc was extremely magical. No mystique could harm the jade disc. As expected, when the primal chaos tribulation finger touched the jade wall, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It directly disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming discovered that the jade wall was emitting a resplendent light. It was as if there was a terrifying power acting on Lu Ming, pulling Lu Ming towards the jade wall. Lu Ming's body directly entered the jade disc and disappeared. Lu Ming seemed to have passed through layers of voids and arrived in the starry sky of the universe. Boom, suddenly, the starry sky rumbled, and an incomparably huge finger formed. The color of primal chaos lingered on it, and it was even bigger than a star. It pointed at Lu Ming. Primal chaos tribulation finger. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, this chaos tribulation finger was too powerful and mysterious. It was dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than what Lu Ming had displayed. It can actually increase the power of my mystique by so many times. Amazing, really amazing. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. His eyes were fixed on the primal chaos tribulation finger. Boom, the primal chaos tribulation finger pointed at Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's mind rumbled and a huge primal chaos tribulation finger seemed to have appeared in his mind. Lu Ming could not help but close his eyes and focus on comprehending the primal chaos tribulation finger. Time flew by. Day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, 25 days had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and found that he was still sitting cross-legged on the mystical jade disc. Huang Ling was also sitting beside him. Obviously, she was waiting for him. Lu Ming, you're awake. I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend it for 25 days. Huang Ling blinked her eyes in surprise. Has it been 25 days? Lu Ming said in a low voice. Yes, when others come to the mystical jade disc, they usually wake up within 10 days. Back then, I only took 20 days. I didn't expect you to have 5 more days than me. How is it? How is the effect? Huang Ling asked. Not bad. My cultivation base has also broken through unknowingly. Lu Ming smiled. He found that his cultivation base had broken through and reached the great success stage of the bright sage realm while he was comprehending the primal chaos tribulation finger. The mystical jade disc is really amazing. It's a pity that each person only has one chance in their life. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. After 25 days of comprehension, the primal chaos tribulation finger had increased from 18% to 33%. It had increased by 15%. It was very difficult to improve a mystique art. It required a lot of time to comprehend it, especially in the later stages. Many senior figures and absolute saints would usually spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years to improve by 10%. As for the primal chaos tribulation finger, it was even more difficult to improve. It was several times more difficult than a mystique art that was based on ordinary laws. Being able to improve by 15% had saved Lu Ming a lot of time. However, each person only had one chance to use the mystical jade disc. It would not be effective the second time. Otherwise, it would be heaven-defying. Are you confident in dealing with the 6th Golden Crow Prince and Wan Tianbing? Huang Ling asked. Of course. Lu Ming smiled and said, You care about me that much? Huang Ling blushed slightly and said, You are my friend. Of course I care about you. After saying that, he walked out. Lu Ming smiled and followed Huang Ling out of the cave. Then, Lu Ming returned to his residence. There were still 5 days left. He could consolidate his cultivation base and cultivate the 10,000 weapon art at the same time. If his cultivation base increased, he could seal more sacred weapons. Lu Ming took out a great sacred weapon and started to seal it. In a secret room in the Wan family, Wan Tianbing was also sealing a sacred weapon. The difference was that he was not sealing a great sacred weapon but an absolute sacred weapon. His entire body glowed, and a spot of light shone brightly. Beside him, an elder sat cross-legged, exuding a terrifying aura. This person was an emperor-level expert. An absolute sacred weapon floated in the elder's hand. The elder was helping Wan Tianbing seal the absolute sacred weapon. With Wan Tianbing's cultivation base, he could not seal the absolute sacred weapon at all. His body would be torn apart by the terrifying aura of the absolute sacred weapon. However, with the help of an emperor-level expert, it was different. An emperor-level expert could help him consolidate his acupoints and help him seal the absolute sacred weapon. 2 days later, Wan Tianbing succeeded in sealing the absolute sacred weapon. Tianbing, although I have helped you seal it successfully, the absolute sacred weapon is too powerful. You can't use it for too long, or it will be harmful to your body. You have to use it carefully. The emperor-level elder instructed. Yes, Patriarch. Wan Tianbing bowed, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming was doomed this time. There was no chance at all. At the same time, the Golden Crow Sixth Prince was also undergoing some kind of secret cultivation. This time, the news of Lu Ming's battle with the Golden Crow Sixth Prince and Wan Tianbing spread throughout the ancient moon sacred ground. The cause and effect were also dug up and spread like wildfire. Many people were paying attention. Lu Ming cultivated the Wan family's 10,000 weapon art. Lu Ming plucked all the feathers of the Golden Crow Ninth Prince. This was the cause of the conflict. Therefore, the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan paid special attention to this. They could only win, not lose. The mountain where Phoenix Palace was located was called Phoenix Mountain. There was a lake at the edge of Phoenix Mountain called Phoenix Lake. On this day, Phoenix Lake was crowded with people early in the morning. Someone had challenged 2 outstanding skyprides of the ancient moon sacred ground. Many people were curious as to who would be so bold to challenge 2 skyprides at the same time. How powerful was this person? Many young skyprides and even some of the older generation were very curious. They gathered around Phoenix Lake and waited for the battle to begin. The people from Phoenix Palace are here. Someone shouted. Many people looked in the direction of Phoenix Palace and saw a group of people flying in their direction. Most of them were young, but there were also some older people with strong auras. Which one is Lu Ming? Someone asked. The black-robed young man standing beside Huang Ling is Lu Ming. Oh, it seems that his cultivation is not very high. He is only in the Great Sage realm. He is very bold to challenge the 6th Golden Crow Prince and Wan Tianbing. Someone spoke. There were seniors here with extremely high cultivation levels. There were even quasi-emperors. Although Lu Ming used the illusory breath technique to hide his cultivation level, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great and he could still be seen through. What? He is only in the Great Sage realm? That's right. However, I heard rumors that Lu Ming is most likely the son of Chaos. What? The son of Chaos? Is that true? The son of Chaos, one of the Elysian sons? It might be true. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated the Wan family's art of 10,000 soldiers? However, even if he is the son of Chaos or the other Elysian sons, he only represents potential. Before he grows up, he will still be killed by others. As soon as Lu Ming and the others arrived, there was a lot of discussion. This showed how popular this battle was during this period. In particular, there were all kinds of rumors about Lu Ming's identity. Lu Ming, you can do it. I believe you will win. Huang Ling cheered for Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and descended from the sky. He landed on Phoenix Lake and stood on the surface of the lake, waiting quietly. Rip, at that moment, the sky in the distance was illuminated by streaks of lightning. The streaks of lightning seemed to split the sky into pieces. Then, when the lightning disappeared, there was already a group of people on Lake Phoenix. The people from the Thunder God sect have arrived. Someone whispered. The Thunder God sect was one of the most powerful forces in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming, I hope you'll be victorious. Within the Thunder God sect, a young man spoke, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire place. Brother Yi, when I win, let's go have a drink. Lu Ming smiled. The young man who spoke was none other than Yi Dongfeng. This caused many people to raise their eyebrows. Lu Ming was also familiar with a genius from the Thunder God sect? What wishful thinking. You have no chance of winning. A cold voice rang out, and a group of people with noble auras stepped through the air. The experts of the Wan clan had arrived. Quite a few people from the Wan clan came. There were young geniuses and older generation figures. They were all experts. Among them, Wan Tianbing stepped through the air and landed on the lake, facing Lu Ming. Lu Ming, originally, I could have killed you alone, but since you wanted to fight me and the 6th Golden Crow Prince, I'll let you die in peace. Wan Tianbing sneered. Strength is not determined by words. Lu Ming said lightly. Kaboom, at that moment, the sky rumbled as if a giant beast was stepping on the void. In fact, that was the case. 9 colossal statues that were 100 meters tall and had jade-like bodies pulled a huge chariot that crushed the void as it approached. Roar, 9 100-meter-tall colossi stopped not far away, giving people a strong visual impact. The people from the divine elephant sect are here too, someone said with a solemn expression. There were many powerful forces in the ancient Moon Holy Land, but there were also differences in strength. The divine elephant sect was one of the most powerful forces. Lu Ming also looked toward the chariot. If he remembered correctly, Long Chen had been rescued by a terrifying expert from the divine elephant sect. At that moment, a group of people stepped out of the chariot. There were not many of them, only a dozen. The person in the lead was a young man with an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were like lightning, and he had a domineering aura. Long Chen. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect to see Long Chen. Long Chen looked around and saw Lu Ming, and he smiled. Lu Ming, long time no see. Long Chen said with a deep voice, but there was a hint of excitement. He and Lu Ming both came from the divine wilderness continent. At that moment, they were far away, so it was inevitable that they would be excited to meet an old friend. Yes, long time no see. Long Chen, let's catch up after this battle. Lu Ming smiled. Long Chen nodded and stood aside with the people from the divine elephant sect. Lu Ming knew the people from the divine elephant sect, many people were shocked. Lu Ming knew quite a lot of people. At that moment, a sword light flashed across the sky, and the experts from the Great Baron Sword sect arrived. Then, the Skybird Palace and the Huta sect also arrived. They were all powerful forces from the sacred grounds. Most of the powerful forces probably came because they heard about the Son of Chaos. Ka. Ka. At that moment, dozens of golden lights shot toward them from the distance. They were dozens of three-legged golden crows. The people of the golden crows had arrived. Dozens of three-legged golden crows stopped in the sky above Lake Phoenix. Their bodies were surrounded by golden sun fire, as if dozens of suns had appeared in the sky. Swish, one of the three-legged golden crows flapped its wings and flew down to Lake Phoenix, standing side by side with Wan Tianbing. Its golden eyes emitted cold light as it stared at Lu Ming. It was the sixth golden crow prince. Wan Tianbing, leave this guy to me. The sixth golden crow prince said arrogantly. Leave it to you? Wan Tianbing narrowed his eyes. That's right. I can kill Lu Ming alone. The voice of the sixth golden crow prince sounded. Then, he flapped his wings and flew toward Lu Ming like a beam of golden light. He flapped his wings and the divine fire of the great sun cut through the void like a blade, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped on the surface of the lake and rushed toward the sixth golden crow prince like lightning. He slashed with his hand and the flaming blade was instantly shattered. Lu Ming's hand didn't stop and clashed with the sixth golden crow prince's wings. Bang, it was as if two giant mountains had collided with each other. The powerful force immediately stirred up thousands of waves in Lake Phoenix. Kill. Divine Sun destroys the world. The sixth golden crow prince shouted. The divine sun fire on his body was burning fiercely. Even the space around him was distorted. His body shrank into a ball as if he had really turned into a sun and smashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated the law of chaos around his body and performed the heaven-suppressing hell art. He turned his hand into a fist and punched continuously. Dong. Dong. Dong, terrifying collisions were heard continuously. The two of them clashed more than 100 times, and the sixth golden crow prince flew far away like a rubber ball. He spread his wings and flapped them frantically a few times before he finally stopped. Lu Ming is so strong. He's covered in a layer of chaotic light. He's not afraid of the divine fire of the golden crows at all. The law of primal chaos. It's really the law of primal chaos. Lu Ming is really the son of primal chaos. The son of primal chaos, one of the sons of primal chaos, actually appeared in the ancient moon sacred ground. I heard that the son of death and the son of eternity also appeared in Celestial City. Not only the sons of primal chaos, but there are also many king physiques in Celestial City. It's too shocking. A great era is coming. The era of the sons of primal chaos and the kings of primal chaos is coming. Many of the older generation figures sighed. You alone are not enough. Wan Tianbing, come at me together. Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. As you wish. Wan Tianbing said coldly. Light spots lit up all over his body, and sacred weapons flew out one after another. There were more than 100 weapons in total. Among them, there were 3 great sacred weapons. Wan Tianbing held a great saint-level battle sword in his hand. His battle weapon Qi gathered, and his aura was terrifying. The sharp aura stirred up terrifying sword scars in Lake Phoenix. Swoosh, Wan Tianbing was surrounded by sacred weapons, and he charged at Lu Ming. The sword light was shocking, and it slashed at Lu Ming's vital points. Die! The 6th Golden Crow Prince roared. He flapped his wings and charged at Lu Ming like a ray of golden light. Before he arrived, the blazing divine fire of the divine sun had already charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the 3-legged golden crow's claws were extremely sharp, and they clawed at Lu Ming. The 3-legged golden crow's 3rd claw was extremely terrifying. It was said to be indestructible and could crush sacred weapons. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed out 2 claws consecutively, using 20% of the Chaotic Calamity Finger. 2 huge fingers formed and pointed at the 6th Golden Crow Prince and Wan Tianbing. Boom! Boom! After 2 explosions, Wan Tianbing and the 6th Golden Crow Prince shuddered and slid backward, leaving 2 terrifying airwaves in the air. Many people gasped. Lu Ming was so powerful. He could actually force Wan Tianbing and the Golden Crow 6th Prince into a disadvantageous position. It was too shocking. Most importantly, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the phenomenal Bright Sage realm, while Wan Tianbing and the 6th Golden Crow Prince were already at the perfected Bright Sage realm. They were about to enter the Great Sage realm. Even with such a high level of cultivation, he was still no match for him. The members of the Golden Crow clan's one family had ugly expressions on their faces. As expected of the son of primal chaos. His battle prowess is simply too astonishing. In a battle of the same level, other than the other princes and kings, no one can match him. An old man exclaimed in amazement. Many young geniuses turned pale. This level of battle prowess was much stronger than theirs. Kill! Kill! Wan Tianbing and the 6th Golden Crow Prince roared. They couldn't lose this battle. More light spots lit up on Wan Tianbing's body. More sacred weapons flew out, making his battle prowess even stronger. A sun really appeared above the 6th Golden Crow Prince's head. It shone brightly and emitted terrifying power. Be destroyed by my sun! The 6th Golden Crow Prince yelled. The sun blasted toward Lu Ming as if it was really a sun that was going to burn Lu Ming. This was the 6th Golden Crow Prince's divine power, and its power had reached 40%. The power of a divine power at 40% was absolutely terrifying. Once this move was used, ordinary Great Sage perfection experts, no matter how many of them there were, would all die and be burned to ashes. Ordinary Great Sage minor mastery experts would also have to retreat and not dare to take it head-on if their mastery of the magical power was not deep enough. Chaotic Calamity Finger. The law of chaos flowed on Lu Ming's body as he pointed out a finger. The law of chaos in the world was controlled. Endless energy gathered toward Lu Ming's finger. The energy within 100 miles seemed to have been sucked dry. A huge finger pointed toward the 6th Golden Crow Prince like a god's finger. The finger collided with the blazing sun in the sky. At this moment, dazzling light exploded in the sky, making people unable to open their eyes. Some of the weaker ones even teared up. Boom, then there was an explosion like a sun exploding. The chaotic calamity finger didn't stop. It continued to move forward and hit the 6th Golden Crow Prince heavily. The 6th Golden Crow Prince screamed and flew far away. His blood spilled over Lake Phoenix, and golden feathers filled the sky. The 6th Golden Crow Prince was severely injured. After Lu Ming used the chaotic calamity finger, he stepped into the sky and rushed toward Wan Tianbing with his sacred weapon circling around him. Wan Tianbing also rushed toward Lu Ming. Both of them used the 10,000 weapon spell. The chi of battle weapons gathered and clashed with each other. A beam of chi of battle weapons shot up into the sky like a light pillar and shone with the exploding sun. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He used the divine sword spell and 2 beams of sword light shot out from his eyes. Although Wan Tianbing was a genius and had a powerful soul power and soul defense treasures, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved. His soul power had become stronger, which would affect Wan Tianbing. Wan Tianbing's eyes flashed with pain as he used the divine sword spell. Whoosh, Lu Ming wielded a great sage-level combat sword and slashed at Wan Tianbing. Wan Tianbing roared and fought back with all his might. He also slashed out a beam of sword light. Their swords clashed, and the sky buzzed. Then a figure quickly retreated. It was Wan Tianbing. He had been suppressed by Lu Ming in a head-on clash. Kill. Lu Ming continued to charge toward Wan Tianbing. His aura was like a rainbow, and his murderous aura soared to the sky, spreading in all directions. Wan Tianbing fought back with all his might. Clang! 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 The two continued to clash, but Wan Tianbing had to take a few steps back every time they clashed. After dozens of moves, he had taken a few hundred steps back. His arms began to tremble. Lu Ming, die! Wan Tianbing looked ferocious. An aperture between his eyebrows shone brightly. Then, a huge battle axe appeared, exuding terrifying energy waves. An absolute saint weapon. That's an absolute saint weapon. How could Wan Tianbing seal an absolute saint weapon? Someone exclaimed. It must be an emperor-level expert helping him. Otherwise, Wan Tianbing wouldn't be able to seal an absolute saint weapon with his cultivation. The absolute saint weapon would tear his body apart. That's right. Lu Ming is in danger. Wan Tianbing isn't much weaker than him. Once the absolute saint weapon appears, Lu Ming won't be able to resist it. Huang Ling, Mu Qingxue, and the others looked worried. Long Chen's eyes shone brightly. He wasn't worried at all. Die. Wan Tianbing slashed with the absolute saint weapon, the battle axe. The void shook as if it was going to be split open. Clang. An absolute sacred weapon is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He realized that there was a crack in his battle sword. A supreme sacred weapon was indeed no match for an absolute sacred weapon. Wan Tianbing was invigorated after suppressing Lu Ming with one strike. He appeared in front of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye and chopped down with his battle axe again. Clang! This time, Lu Ming was also sent flying. There was even a crack on his battle sword. Kill! Kill Lu Ming! Wan Tianbing, kill him in one go! A young man from the Wan family shouted. An old man said coldly. Kill! Wan Tianbing's morale was high. His battle axe was like a storm as he chopped down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand. Two sacred weapon shields flew out and blocked in front of him. Bang! Bang! The battle axe chopped down and the two sacred weapon shields were split in half. Sacred weapons were as fragile as tofu in front of an absolute sacred weapon. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming was knocked back by two consecutive moves. Wan Tianbing, with your cultivation, your body won't last long if you seal an absolute sacred weapon and use it. You'll suffer a backlash. Lu Ming said. His voice was still very calm. It's enough to kill you. Wan Tianbing roared and attacked wildly. Indeed, he could not afford to waste any more time. Just like what Lu Ming had said, he could feel the terrifying pressure. The powerful aura of the battle soldier was tearing his body apart at every moment. A layer of fine blood beads had already seeped out of his skin. He had to get rid of Lu Ming as soon as possible. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, his forehead glowed and a Tai Chi array disc appeared. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand. The Tai Chi array disc shone brightly. A Tai Chi pattern flowed on its surface and suppressed Wan Tianbing. Clang! Wan Tianbing's axe heavily struck the Tai Chi disc. The Tai Chi disc shone even more resplendently. It shook violently and was sent flying back. However, there was not a single mark on the Tai Chi disc. How could this be? Wan Tianbing's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of treasure was Lu Ming's? It could even block a holy weapon, and it didn't even leave a scratch on it. Then, he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out the Tai Chi array disc to block the attacks. Although the Tai Chi array disc would be sent flying every time, it managed to block Wan Tianbing's attacks and he was not injured at all. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The Tai Chi array disc was most likely an emperor-level treasure. It was just that Lu Ming was still unable to unleash its full power. Break for me! Wan Tianbing roared as he crazily slashed at Lu Ming. However, every time, he was blocked by the Taiji array disc. The Wan family members' faces darkened. Lu Ming is truly outstanding. He has mastered the law of primal chaos. He is undoubtedly the son of primal chaos. An old woman from Phoenix Palace exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. The son of primal chaos is known as one of the sons of primal chaos. He has great providence and his talent is heaven-defying. Since ancient times, any son of primal chaos who has mastered the 10 strongest laws would have unimaginable achievements as long as they didn't die. This child is very close to Huangling. Since that's the case, our Phoenix Palace can only befriend him and not offend him. If he matures in the future, it will only be beneficial to our Phoenix Palace. That's right. Several elders of Phoenix Palace spoke, communicating through voice transmissions. Whoosh, at this moment, a terrifying sonic boom came from behind Lu Ming. The Golden Crow 6th Prince was charging at him again. How dare you sneak attack me when you're injured? I'll kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. The Grand Saint weapon in his hand suddenly slashed behind him. Now, there were 6 Grand Saint weapons sealed in Lu Ming's body. They were extremely powerful. With one slash, a shrill scream sounded. Golden feathers flew everywhere. One of the Golden Crow 6th Prince's wings had been cut off by Lu Ming. The Golden Crow 6th Prince had already been injured by Lu Ming. Naturally, he was no match for Lu Ming. The Golden Crow 6th Prince paled in fright. He desperately flapped his remaining wing and retreated. Primal Chaos Finger. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the Golden Crow 6th Prince's wing. Then, he pointed a finger. A terrifying finger pointed at the Golden Crow 6th Prince. The Golden Crow 6th Prince was terrified. He desperately tried to escape, but it was too late. The Primal Chaos Finger was rapidly approaching him. Whoosh, at this moment, a golden light flashed and hit the Primal Chaos Finger. It broke the Primal Chaos Finger and allowed the Golden Crow 6th Prince to escape. It was an elder from the Golden Crow clan who had saved the Golden Crow 6th Prince. How despicable. Mu Qingxue was straightforward. Her voice spread throughout the area. The Golden Crow expert glanced coldly at Mu Qingxue. He didn't say anything. Lu Ming glanced coldly at the Golden Crows. He didn't chase after the Golden Crow 6th Prince. Instead, he looked at Wan Tianbing. Right now, Wan Tianbing's eyes were bloodshot. He was bathed in blood. This wasn't Lu Ming's blood. It was his own. He'd been torn out by the backlash of the ultimate saint weapon. The backlash was getting stronger and stronger. Wan Tianbing couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, Wan Tianbing's body shook. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura quickly weakened. Die. Lu Ming wouldn't miss this opportunity. The Tai Chi formation floated above his head. He held his battle sword and charged at Wan Tianbing. Wan Tianbing could only barely raise his battle axe to block the attack. Clang, Wan Tianbing's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He couldn't even hold on to his battle axe. The battle axe shook and flew out of his hand. Lu Ming stepped into the air. His saint power swept up Wan Tianbing's battle axe and put it into his storage ring. At the same time, he continued to charge at Wan Tianbing with his battle sword. Wan Tianbing was suffering from the backlash. His body was about to be torn apart. He was severely injured. How could he block Lu Ming's attack? No. Wan Tianbing yelled. Enough. An elder from the Wan family stepped out. With a wave of his hand, a stream of saint power wrapped around Wan Tianbing like a ribbon and pulled him behind him. Then, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He struck out with his palm and a huge palm print blasted toward Lu Ming, intending to kill him. Oh no. Lu Ming's expression changed. He didn't expect the other party to be so despicable. Not only did he interfere, but he also attacked him. Although it was just a casual attack, the other party's cultivation was too high. Its power was still terrifying. Buzz. The Tai Chi formation above Lu Ming's head vibrated. It shone brightly and grew rapidly. It rushed toward the huge palm print. At the same time, Lu Ming unleashed all his strength. He pointed out with his finger. The power of the chaotic calamity finger was fully unleashed. A huge chaotic calamity finger pointed forward. His body quickly retreated. Boom! The giant palm didn't stop there. It continued to smash down and collided with the chaotic finger of calamity. The chaotic finger of calamity emitted chaotic light and was extremely powerful. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was still too weak. He couldn't block the palm and collapsed. However, after continuous resistance, the other party's palm print had been weakened by a large part. The remaining palm energy continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Block it. Lu Ming retreated while blocking with all his strength. More than 100 sacred weapons floated in front of him. A layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. The law of chaos flowed on the dragon scales. Boom, the palm swept over and crushed everything. Lu Ming's body shook violently and retreated 1,000 meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. There was a cold glint in the eyes of the elder from the Wan family. His palm did not kill Lu Ming. Instead, it only injured Lu Ming. He slashed out with his palm. This time, it was a sword gleam. It was stunning, as if it could break through everything. At that moment, the cry of a phoenix sounded. A ray of light flew out and blocked the sword light. The Wan family elder looked at the Phoenix Palace and said coldly, "Why? Does the Phoenix Palace want to stop me?" Nonsense. The Golden Crow clan is shameless, but the Wan family is even more shameless. The younger generation can't defeat Lu Ming, so you attacked the older generation. How despicable. Mu Qingxue cursed. Shut up. The Wan family elder scolded. Shut up? You're despicable and shameless, but you don't allow others to talk about you. Mu Qingxue shouted. The force behind Mu Qingxue was also very powerful. She wasn't afraid of the Wan family at all. Qingxue is right. A month ago, Lu Ming challenged Wan Tianbing and the Golden Crow 6th Prince to a battle. It was a battle of the younger generation. But now, not only did you save Wan Tianbing, but you also attacked Lu Ming. Don't you think that's too much? Huang Ling added. It's not just excessive, it's simply shameless. Just now, Wan Tianbing had the upper hand, so he shouted at Lu Ming to kill him. When Wan Tianbing was no match for him, the older generation stepped in to save him. They even directly attacked Lu Ming. This is the way of the Wan clan. I've really learned something new. Long Chen said coldly. After being mocked by several juniors, the expert from the Wan clan had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Then, the expert from the Wan family looked at Lu Ming and scolded, "Boy, hand over the ultimate holy weapon, the battle axe, and I will spare your life." Spare my life? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Lu Ming laughed uproariously as he stepped into the air, facing the Wan clan's expert head-on. I've never imagined that a holy ground like the Wan clan could be so shameless. How can such a force be called a holy ground? What a joke. Today, I fought against Wan Tianbing and the 6th Golden Crow Prince. If I'm no match for them, I'll just be killed. If they're no match for me, you have no right to interfere. Moreover, that battle axe is my spoils of war. What right do you have to take it back? How dare you insult the Wan clan? You're courting death. The Wan clan's expert's eyes emitted cold murderous intent as he stepped forward. A terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming. However, an elder from the Phoenix Palace also stepped forward and blocked the Wan clan's expert with his aura. Is the Phoenix Palace determined to go against the Wan clan? The Wan clan's elder said coldly. Do you think the Phoenix Palace is afraid? An old woman from the Phoenix Palace smiled faintly. Haha, everyone present, in my opinion, if you see the Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan in the future, you'd better avoid them. It's best if you don't spar with them. If you lose, you'll be humiliated and killed. If you win, their older generation will immediately rush over to kill you. Lu Ming laughed out loud. His tone was full of sarcasm. That's right. In my opinion, the younger generation of the Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan should stay at home and not come out. They can't afford to lose. Mu Xianxia added. The Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan's faces darkened. Kid, hand over that wing and we'll forget about what happened today. At that moment, an expert from the Golden Crow clan stepped forward and looked at Lu Ming with his golden eyes. What a joke. That's also my spoils of war. I'll roast that Golden Crow wing tonight. It must be delicious. Lu Ming said faintly. He was upset, extremely upset. This was an unfair battle. Just as he had said, if he had lost, he would have been killed by the other party. However, the other party's older generation directly intervened and saved the 6th Golden Crow Prince and Wan Tianbing. Now, they were asking for his spoils of war. How could Lu Ming hand it over? How dare you? You're courting death. All the experts from the Golden Crow clan stepped forward with murderous intent. Their eyes were cold as they closed in on Lu Ming. Roar, in the sky, the sound of dragons and elephants could be heard. Longchen stepped on the void and came over. Behind him were the experts from the Divine Elephant clan. Does the Divine Elephant clan want to interfere too? An expert from the Golden Crow clan said with a serious look in his eyes. The Divine Elephant clan was extremely powerful. Even the Golden Crow clan had to be wary of them. Nonsense. Long Chen's answer was simple, but it showed his attitude. Bam. Bam, the experts from the Phoenix Palace stepped on the void and stood in front of Lu Ming. The experts from the 4 sides began to confront each other. The other experts around them watched excitedly. Were the 4 forces going to fight today? Elder, Lu Ming is so talented that he's worthy of our friendship. Moreover, Lu Ming and I are old friends. Yi Dongfang transmitted his voice to an expert from the Thunder God sect. The eyes of the expert from the Thunder God sect flickered. He nodded and transmitted his voice to the other experts from the Thunder God sect. Then, lightning flashed and several elders from the Thunder God sect appeared near the experts from the Wan clan. A terrifying aura pressed down on the Wan clan. Wan clan, Golden Crow clan, you've gone too far today. An elder from the Thunder God sect said. This made the faces of the Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan turn even uglier. The Thunder God sect wants to interfere too? An expert from the Wan clan said. A battle between the younger generation is a matter for the younger generation. If there is no competition between the geniuses, how can they grow? The older generation is not allowed to interfere. This is an unwritten rule in the martial arts world. If everyone is like you, how can the younger generation dare to go out and train? If the Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan can do this, then the other forces can do the same. The younger generation will be slaughtered by the older generation. An elder from the Thunder God sect said. Although the voice of the elder from the Thunder God sect was calm, it was filled with killing intent. If the Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan can do this, then the other forces can do the same. Unless the disciples of the Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan join forces in the future, they will be killed too. Without the addition of the younger generation, any force will be destroyed. The faces of the experts from the Wan clan and the Golden Crow clan turned gloomy. Alright, let's forget about today's matter. An expert from the Wan clan waved his sleeves and looked coldly at Lu Ming. Don't think that you can dominate the younger generation after defeating Wan Tianbing and the 6th prince of the Golden Crow clan. Those great saint skyprides from the ancient moon holy ground have gone to the celestial city. However, they will be back soon. At that time, my Wan clan will kill you. Although the remaining Golden Crows were extremely unwilling and wanted to take back the 6th prince's wings, it was impossible for them to do so on their own. Lu Ming, the previous princes of the Golden Crows are also returning from Celestial City. If you dare to do anything to humiliate the Golden Crows, you will definitely die. An elite from the Golden Crows said coldly. Then, he led the rest of the Golden Crows away, turning into rays of sword light and leaving the place. Of course, what he meant by humiliating the Golden Crows was the roasted wings that Lu Ming had mentioned before. In the blink of an eye, the Wan family and the Golden Crows had all left and disappeared without a trace. The battle had ended just like that. However, Lu Ming's name would definitely resound throughout the ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming, long time no see. You've become stronger. You're indeed the number one in the divine ruins. Longchen stepped on the air and said with a smile. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Longchen. Then, he bowed to the elites of Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and Thunder God Sect. Lu Ming thanks all of you for your help. Lu Ming will remember this kindness in his heart. Haha, nephew Lu Ming, you don't have to be so polite. The actions of the Wan family and the Golden Crows were truly despicable. We just couldn't stand it. An old man from the Thunder God Sect laughed out loud, appearing rather heroic. Lu Ming, let's go and have a drink. Yi Dongfeng stepped over. Alright, let's go together. It's my treat today. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. You young people can have a gathering. We old men won't get involved. The elder from Thunder God Sect smiled. Then, he and the others from Thunder God Sect flashed and left the place. You guys go back first. Longchen ordered the elites of Divine Elephant Sect. Clearly, Longchen's status in Divine Elephant Sect was not low. The cultivators of the Divine Elephant Sect nodded and left. Finally, the cultivators of the Phoenix Palace left as well. In a bustling gathering place, in a bustling restaurant. Lu Ming, Longchen, Huang Ling, Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfeng, and Su Ran sat around a table. The table was already filled with spirit wine and delicacies. Everyone toasted each other and ate to their heart's content. Lu Ming, it's been 7 or 8 years since we parted on the Godly Ruins continent. Longchen drank a few cups in a row and sighed. He had chosen to join the Divine Dragon Valley just like Lu Ming, but he was captured by the Southern Divine Palace in the Divine Ruins continent and imprisoned for almost 2 years. In the end, he was rescued by a peerless overlord from the Divine Elephant Sect and became his disciple. Now, he was respected in the Divine Elephant Sect. Actually, it's not like we haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 years. Later on, I returned to the ruins of God and saw you being taken away by the experts of the Divine Elephant Sect. Lu Ming said with a smile. You were there as well? Longchen was stunned. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and briefly explained how he had snuck into the Southern Divine Palace to save Longchen. Thank you. Longchen raised his cup, his eyes filled with gratitude. Haha, you don't have to thank me. Fortunately, there was an overlord from the Divine Elephant Sect. Otherwise, with my cultivation back then, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Lu Ming smiled. The others were also surprised. They didn't expect Lu Ming and Longchen to come from the same place. At this time, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Then, a light flashed between his eyebrows and bubbles appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. Damn Lu Ming, stinky Lu Ming, you keep me in the mountain river diagram every day while you eat and drink here. Chirp chirp. Bubbles came out and muttered unhappily. Then, she grabbed a wine pot and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Her pink face immediately turned even redder. Longchen, Huang Ling, and the others were stunned when they saw Lu Ming let out a little girl of 2 or 3 years old. Lu Ming, it's been many years since we last met. I didn't expect you to have a child. Congratulations. Longchen picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Lu Ming, so you already have a child. Huang Ling stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes and then at Bubbles. The more she looked at the two, the more she felt that they were alike. A trace of disappointment flashed in the depths of her eyes. Wow, Huang Ling is going to cry now. But Lu Ming, your daughter is so cute. Come, let Auntie hug her. Mu Qingxue walked over and wanted to hug Bubbles. No. Bubbles shook her head like a rattledrum and jumped onto Lu Ming. She hugged Lu Ming's neck and hung onto Lu Ming's body tightly. You've misunderstood. She's not my daughter. Lu Ming said speechlessly. Not your daughter? Don't quibble. I think she really looks like you. Mu Qingxue obviously didn't believe it. To be honest, Bubbles and Lu Ming did look somewhat similar. That was because when Bubbles transformed, she subconsciously looked like Lu Ming. Naturally, there would be some resemblance. She's really not. Her name is Bubbles. Her original form is a divine beast, not a human. You guys sense it carefully. Lu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, He could only explain. Everyone sensed it and found that Bubbles wasn't human. She was emitting the aura of a divine beast. Of course, after Bubbles transformed, they couldn't sense what kind of divine beast she was. Oh, she's really a divine beast. Mu Qingxue muttered, while Huang Ling inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. It's a misunderstanding. Let's drink. Long Chen smiled awkwardly. Everyone clinked their cups continuously. The atmosphere was lively. Lu Ming, you've offended the Golden Crow clan and the Wan family today. You still have to be careful. Although they were forced by us today and their elders can't make a move, there are stronger Skype rides from the two forces. Soon, they will return from Celestial City. Yi Dongfeng said. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and Mu Qingshue's faces froze. That's right. Those Skype rides are almost all above the Great Sage Realm. They're very terrifying. Huang Ling's face was also a little solemn. Celestial City? Why are those people in Celestial City? Lu Ming was puzzled. It was the first time he had heard of Celestial City. Lu Ming, there are 9 great holy lands in the land of Yuan Mountain. Ancient Moon Holy Land is one of them, but it's not too strong. Celestial City is also one of the 9 great holy lands. It's the leader of the 9 great holy lands. Long Chen explained. Lu Ming's heart moved. Celestial City was the leader of the 9 great holy lands. Celestial City is vast and boundless. Legend has it that it was built by the ancient Celestial Emperor. In Celestial City, there are many powerful forces that are more terrifying than ancient Moon Holy Land. About a year ago, there was news from Celestial City that a great emperor came forward to establish a sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain. He summoned all the Skyprides in the land of Yuan Mountain to cultivate. All the Skyprides in the land of Yuan Mountain will enter and there will be a great emperor personally preaching. This is a true great emperor, and there's more than one of them. When this news came out, the entire land of Yuan Mountain was shaken. Many powerful Skyprides took the lead and rushed to Celestial City. I heard that the Celestial City is gathering. Long Chen explained. Celestial Emperor? A true great emperor? Lu Ming was puzzled. He heard Long Chen's words and it was a little strange. Lu Ming, I don't think you're clear about the division of the Martial Emperor realm. Huang Ling said. Lu Ming nodded. He had just arrived at the ancient Moon Holy Land not long ago and there was no emperor-level figure in the Tsang state. Naturally, he was not clear about the division of the Martial Emperor realm. The Martial Emperor realm is actually divided into several realms. Those who have just broken through to the Martial Emperor realm are called the Minor Emperor realm, then the Intermediate Emperor realm, then the Great Emperor realm. Above the Great Emperor realm is the Heavenly Emperor realm. Each Emperor realm is divided into 7 stars. Huang Ling explained. Lu Ming was shocked. There were so many realms in the Martial Emperor realm. Minor Emperor realm, Intermediate Emperor realm, Great Emperor realm, Heavenly Emperor realm. Each Emperor realm was divided into 7 stars. How shocking was that? Outside the ancient Moon Holy Land, the Emperor-level experts of the Emperor-level forces are generally in the Minor Emperor realm. They are not considered true great emperors. However, many people below the Martial Emperor realm will address those Emperor-level experts as great emperors. In fact, only those who have reached the Great Emperor realm are true great emperors. They will add the word Great Emperor to their title, such as the reincarnation Great Emperor in the 100 Clan battlefield. Huang Ling continued to explain. I see. Lu Ming understood. Usually, the great emperors they referred to were not great emperors, but just a title. For example, Emperor Tsang, Emperor Yun, Thousand Kill Martial Emperor, etc. They were not great emperors, so their titles did not include the word great emperor. For example, Emperor Tsang was called Great Emperor in the Tsang state. Of course, that was because the people in the Tsang state did not know the division of the Martial Emperor realm. The reincarnation Great Emperor was a true great emperor. There are so many realms in the Martial Emperor realm. I guess people like Emperor Tsang are just minor emperors. The road to the top is long, but it's more interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with anticipation. The road of martial arts was long, and the process of climbing was a kind of fun. Great emperors are the ones who stand at the top. Now, I don't know if the ancient Moon Holy Land has any. In the Celestial City, several great emperors have come forward to establish the Yuan Mountain Holy Court. This is something that has never happened before, so naturally it's attracted countless geniuses. Yi Dongfeng said with a look of yearning in his eyes. Are there any heavenly emperor powerhouses in Yuan Mountain? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others shook their heads. Legend has it that the Celestial Emperor city was built by the Celestial Emperor himself. But now, the Celestial Emperor is a legend that cannot be seen in this world. The Celestial Emperor is the pinnacle. Long Chen sighed. Is there a realm above the Celestial Emperor? Lu Ming asked again. There are legends, but they're too far away. They're legends among legends. Huang Ling said after pondering for a moment. Lu Ming found it hard to calm down. He thought of many things. What realm were the top 10 beasts in? Eggy had once said that the 10 strongest war beasts were the peak existences in the world. Were they the great emperors or the celestial emperors? Back then, Lu Ming had seen the Titan longhorn beetle attack. It was truly incomparably terrifying, as if it could destroy the world. Also, it was said that the primal chaos emperor was even stronger than the top 10 beasts. What realm was he at? After thinking for a while, Lu Ming shook his head and pulled his thoughts back. These things were still too far away from him. Has Yuan Mountain's sacred courtyard been convened? Lu Ming changed the topic. No, I heard that it has been built. I believe that it will be convened soon. This time, those geniuses returned from Celestial City to prepare for the opening of Yuan Mountain's sacred courtyard. After all, it's not that easy to enter Yuan Mountain's sacred courtyard. Long Chen said. Everyone chatted and drank. Time passed quickly, and a few hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming knew a lot of information that he didn't know before. Although Lu Ming obtained a part of the 9 dragons' memories, it was only a part after all. Many of them were missing. Moreover, the 9 dragons had fallen a long time ago. Their memories of Yuan Mountain were almost blank. Lu Ming, I have something to ask. How about we go out and talk? Long Chen said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. We should go too. Huang Ling said. Then, Huang Ling, Yi Dongfeng, Su Ran, and the others all left. Lu Ming paid the bill and left with Long Chen. At this time, it was already night. The two of them walked in the air above the clouds. How's the situation in Divine Wilderness now? Long Chen asked. Lu Ming wasn't surprised. He knew that Long Chen would definitely ask. Divine Wilderness is now unified. Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened in the Divine Wilderness continent. After listening to it, Long Chen fell silent and didn't speak for a long time. Lu Ming didn't say anything either. After all, Long Chen came from an overlord force, which was destroyed by him. As for the Xia family, they closed their doors and sealed themselves for 10,000 years. Long Chen's fiancée was the princess of the Xia family, Xianxia. After a long time, Long Chen sighed and said, I didn't expect that such a thing would happen in Divine Wilderness. But it's good this way. In fact, when I saw you, I knew that the situation in Divine Wilderness has most likely stabilized. You don't blame me? Lu Ming asked. What's there to blame about the situation? In this world, many things happen every day. Many forces are destroyed and many forces are born. This is the unchanging rule of this world. If I were you, I would do the same. Long Chen said with a smile. Thank you. Lu Ming said. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for letting the Xie family go. Long Chen said with a smile. After pondering for a while, he said, it seems that I will have to make a trip back to Divine Wilderness. I want to bring Nianlin out. It's not a violation of the oath, right? Of course not. When are you going back? Does the Divine Elephant sect have a teleportation array? Lu Ming asked. After leaving for so many years, Lu Ming also wanted to go back. The Divine Elephant sect doesn't have a teleportation array to the Divine Ruins continent. For the ancient Moon Holy Land, the Divine Ruins continent is too remote. No force would open such a teleportation array. As far as I know, only some forces in Song State, Cloud State, and Emperor State are relatively close to the Divine Ruins continent. Only then can they open a teleportation array. Long Chen said. What? Only Song State, Cloud State, and Emperor State have teleportation arrays? Lu Ming's expression changed. That's right. Why? Could it be that something big happened in these three states? Long Chen asked. That's right. Lu Ming immediately told him about the evil spirit sect. It's actually the evil spirit sect. I will go back and report this matter to Master and see if he can send people to Song State to destroy the evil spirit sect. Long Chen said. Lu Ming nodded. It would be best if the Divine Elephant sect sent experts to destroy the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming, we haven't seen each other in many years. Why don't we spar? Long Chen suddenly spoke. A powerful battle intent emanated from his body. That's exactly what I want. Long Chen was the #1 person among the younger generation in the Divine Wilderness continent. He had awakened one of the top 10 battle beasts, the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline, which was extremely powerful and had unparalleled combat strength. Later on, he became the disciple of the Divine Elephant sect and came to the ancient Moon Holy Land. After so many years, Lu Ming was also very curious to see how far Long Chen had come. Boom! Boom! The two stood in the sky, facing each other, and a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. Their auras collided fiercely, and in an instant, the surrounding clouds were directly blasted away and scattered. Great Circle of the Bright Sage Realm. As soon as the aura was revealed, Lu Ming could see that Long Chen's cultivation was at the Great Circle of the Bright Sage Realm. He was not far from the Great Saint Realm. This was normal. Although Long Chen's cultivation was surpassed by Lu Ming came to the ancient Moon Holy Land and became the disciple of the Divine Elephant sect. The resources that Lu Ming received were definitely far more than Lu Ming's. It was normal that he had reached the Great Circle of the Bright Sage Realm. Roar! Roar! A dragon's roar and an elephant's trumpet sounded at the same time. Above their heads, a vision of heaven and earth appeared at the same time. A 9-dragon and an immemorial dragonesque elephant, both of them had the aura and majesty of overlooking the world. Then, the two moved at the same time. The two figures rushed towards each other at the same time. Lu Ming's body flowed with the law of primal chaos as he performed the suppressing hell heaven skill. With a palm strike, his palm seemed to have turned into a suppressing hell monument, suppressing Long Chen. Lu Ming did not hold back against Long Chen and used all his strength. Roar! Long Chen's body constantly emitted the sound of an elephant's trumpet. His body swelled up, and his arms grew rapidly. His muscles were knotted, as if they were filled with endless strength. The two palms struck each other fiercely, meeting force with force. Dong! Like two stars colliding, the sky trembled and the space fluctuated violently. An invisible force burst out from the place where the two collided, sweeping across a radius of thousands of miles, destroying all the clouds. The two separated after one strike and retreated at the same time. What a terrifying power, this is, the law of strength. Lu Ming's mind raced as he saw through Long Chen's laws. Long Chen's law was the extreme force law. It was known as the extreme force law. With the circulation of the law, he could release an incomparably terrifying power with just a raise of his hand. This was a terrifying law. Although it was not as powerful as the 10 supreme laws, it was not too far off. It was one of the most terrifying laws below the 10 supreme laws. Again. Long Chen's fighting spirit soared like a rainbow. He was like an immemorial divine elephant, stepping on the void with all his strength. Good timing. Lu Ming had nothing to fear. He cultivated the law of primal chaos, one of the strongest laws in the world. He also had the hell-suppressing heaven skill. With the combination of these two, every strike contained boundless power that could suppress everything. Dong! The two of them clashed for the second time, and an even more intense roar resounded between heaven and earth. This time, the two figures trembled and continued to bombard each other. Dong! Dong! Terrifying collisions occurred one after another. The two of them seemed to have transformed into ancient wild beasts, suppressing the world. The two figures flickered in the sky, and terrifying forces burst out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 blows, and there was no clear winner. Long Chen's spiritual body was also a medium heaven spiritual body, and his law was the extreme force law. Both of them were slightly weaker than Lu Ming, but their cultivation was much stronger than Lu Ming's. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Bam, another blow was exchanged, and the two of them retreated. Lu Ming, I'm going to use my super skill next. You have to be careful. Long Chen's fighting spirit grew stronger. Same to you. Lu Ming said. The blood in his body boiled, and the law of primal chaos circulated throughout his body. Extreme force divine elephant fist. Chaotic calamity finger. The two of them shouted at the same time, and used the chaotic calamity finger. Lu Ming did not hide his strength, and he unleashed his full strength. 33% of the chaotic calamity finger burst out, and a huge finger, like the finger of a god, pointed at Long Chen. Long Chen punched out, and a giant elephant appeared in the sky. It roared at the sky, and stepped on the void, and jumped toward Lu Ming, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Boom, the chaotic calamity finger and the giant elephant collided, and then there was an earth-shattering explosion. Lu Ming and Long Chen used the force of the explosion to retreat a few hundred miles, and looked at each other from afar. Lu Ming, I haven't seen you for many years, and you're still so strong. Today's battle was really enjoyable. How about we spar another day? Long Chen said. You're very strong too. Let's spar another day. Lu Ming nodded. I'll look for you in a few days when there's news from my master. With that, Long Chen turned around and left. Of course, Lu Ming did not notice that Long Chen's hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, was trembling. After Long Chen left, Lu Ming shook his numb hand and smiled bitterly. My cultivation is still a little weak. To be honest, Long Chen was very strong, and Lu Ming had a faint feeling that Long Chen might not have used his full strength in the last divine ability. Of course, Lu Ming's means were not limited to that. If he really went all out, Long Chen might not be able to defeat him. With a faint smile, Lu Ming turned around and left, returning to Phoenix Palace. For the next few days, Lu Ming spent his time cultivating. 3 days later, Long Chen came to Phoenix Palace. Your master didn't agree? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Long Chen's face was also full of bitterness. He sat down in the seat in Lu Ming's courtyard, took out a bottle of wine, and took a big gulp. That's right. I told Master about the evil spirit sect and wanted to ask him to send people to annihilate the evil spirit sect. However, Master rejected me directly. He said that he would leave such a small matter to me to settle. Left to you to deal with? Lu Ming was also speechless. Sigh, it seems that I can't go back for the time being. I can only work hard to cultivate and become the arch in the future. Only then can I kill my way to Tsang Prefecture and take the teleportation array back to the Divine Wilderness. Long Chen said helplessly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that this was a test from Long Chen's master. Smells good. There's wine to drink again. A tender voice came from outside the courtyard. Then, they saw Bubbles scurrying in with Huang Ling behind her. Over the past few days, Bubble had gotten familiar with Huang Ling. They spent every day together, running around Phoenix Palace. Phoenix Palace had quite a number of sacred medicines that entered her stomach. Little girl, you still like to drink. I'll give you a jar. A wine jar appeared in Long Chen's hand, and he threw it to Bubbles. Bubbles caught it, opened the lid, and took a big gulp. She was so happy that her eyes narrowed. This little guy is really greedy. Huang Ling walked in with a smile. Just nice, I still have a golden crow wing here that I haven't eaten yet. Lu Ming smiled and took out a golden wing. Sacred power surged, and he plucked all the golden crow feathers on the wing and began to roast it. Huang Ling was a little stunned. She did not expect Lu Ming to really dare to roast a golden crow wing. Not long after, a fragrant smell assailed their nostrils. They began to eat heartily, especially Bubbles. Her mouth was full of oil, and her eyes were narrowed. Buzz, at that moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. A token rushed out of his body, emitting a resplendent light. The primordial chaos token suddenly rushed out, which surprised Lu Ming. However, in the next moment, Long Chen and Huang Ling's bodies also lit up, and a primordial chaos token rushed out. Obviously, Huang Ling had also obtained a primordial chaos token. Lu Ming was not surprised. It was said that the primordial chaos token was given to people with great potential. Before Huang Ling broke through to the ruler realm, she had awakened the immortal heavenly phoenix bloodline. She was one of the top 10 war beasts and was not weaker than Long Chen. It was normal for her to obtain a primordial chaos token. Could it be that the final test of the primordial chaos sect is coming? Huang Ling said in a delicate voice, and a trace of anticipation appeared in her eyes. The final test of the primordial chaos sect. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. When he first obtained the primordial chaos token, a voice was transmitted to him, meaning that he had passed the preliminary test. Later on, Tui had told Lu Ming that the primordial chaos token was related to the successor of the primordial chaos sect. In fact, Lu Ming had been waiting all this while. It had been so many years. Was it finally time? The 3 primordial chaos tokens floated above the 3 of them, and the light became brighter and brighter. In the end, they formed 3 light pillars that enveloped the 3 of them. I want to go too, chirp chirp. Bubbles flew into Lu Ming's arms. At first, Lu Ming was afraid that the light pillar would repel Bubbles. After all, Bubbles did not have a primordial chaos token. He did not expect that the light pillar would not be abnormal at all. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, the light pillar buzzed. Then, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen disappeared. Of course, Bubbles also disappeared. Lu Ming felt as if he was traveling through time and space. This feeling was very similar to when he went to the primordial chaos palace. He must have traveled through a long space to have this feeling. Suddenly, his body shook. Lu Ming found that he had appeared on a small boat. Where is this? Lu Ming looked around. In all directions, there were layers of clouds. It was vast, and clouds and mist lingered. He could not tell east, west, north, or south. There was no land or sky. Below him, a small boat was floating in the vast clouds. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles actually came in as well. She stood beside Lu Ming and looked around curiously. The previous generation Spirit Mouse was one of the primordial chaos sect's hall masters. Perhaps because of this reason, Bubbles can enter without a primordial chaos token. Lu Ming secretly guessed. Huang Ling, Long. Lu Ming's gaze looked. Huang Ling and Long Chen were on the right side of Lu Ming. There was a side boat under their feet, suspended in the clouds. Huang Ling, someone from your Phoenix Palace must have entered before. What should we do next? Lu Ming asked. Huang Ling shook her head and said, the Battle of Providence has been going on for many years. Every once in a while, someone will obtain the Chaos Origin token and enter the final test. However, the place to enter is different every time. Therefore, I have no experience in this. That's right. I've seen similar records in the Divine Elephant sect. In the Primordial Chaos sect's final test, the place to enter is different every time, but the place after is always the same. Long Chen added. Do you know what kind of existence Primordial Chaos sect is? They control the War of Providence. How can they cover the entire Yuan continent? Lu Ming had always been curious about this. Legend has it that Primordial Chaos sect is one of the top forces in the Heaven domain. It is very powerful. Yuan continent has countless powerful unique skills. They are all passed down from Primordial Chaos sect. Rumor has it that Primordial Chaos sect is looking for a successor. Huang Ling explained. Could it be that all the youths with talent and potential in the entire Yuan continent will undergo the final test? Lu Ming asked. Not necessarily. Primordial Chaos sect is one of the most powerful inheritances in the world. But it is not the only one. There are inheritances that are as powerful as Primordial Chaos sect. Also, some geniuses did not take part in the War of Providence. Naturally, they cannot take part in the final test. However, there will be a large number of geniuses with terrifying talent and potential. Huang Ling explained. Lu Ming nodded. This time, they might meet a large number of peerless geniuses from all over Yuan continent. Those who could get primordial chaos tokens were definitely people with great potential. Some of the geniuses might have reached an unimaginable level. What should we do next? Long Chen asked. We can only move forward. Our 3 boats are heading in the same direction. Let's move forward. Lu Ming suggested. Huang Ling and Long Chen nodded. The 3 of them channeled their saint power into the boat. The boat flew forward quickly. This place was boundless. There was no direction. There was no land or starry sky. The 3 of them could only move forward. However, after a few days, they still did not discover anything. The surroundings were still filled with clouds and mist. It was ethereal and boundless as if there was no end to it. Fortunately, the 3 of them were very patient. They sat cross-legged on the boat and cultivated as they moved forward. They were not in a hurry. Bubble, on the other hand, was very curious at first. She blinked her eyes and looked left and right. When she realized that there was nothing but clouds in all directions and there was almost no difference, she lay down on the boat out of boredom and fell asleep. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. They were still sailing in the clouds. Look, what is that? Suddenly, Huang Ling exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming and Long Chen also looked forward. There was a figure in the endless clouds. It was a huge figure. This figure was sitting cross-legged in the clouds. Its energy was as high as the sky, and it was incomparably huge. Endless clouds surrounded its body. This is? The 3 of them narrowed their eyes. The figure was too huge. Even a 10,000 feet tall mountain was like an ant in front of the figure. What a powerful sword essence. The closer they got, the more they felt that the figure was emitting a terrifying sword essence. It was as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. It was definitely a terrifying existence. However, the figure just sat there and did not move. No, it's an illusory figure. It's not real. Lu Ming looked carefully and suddenly said. He realized that the figure was not real. It was just an illusory figure. Huang Ling and Long Chen let out a long breath. The figure gave them too much pressure. It was definitely an unimaginable existence. It could probably kill them with a breath. If someone who cultivates the way of the sword comes here, it will definitely be a great opportunity. Huang Ling exclaimed. If someone who cultivates the way of the sword came here and comprehended the sword essence of the huge figure, they would definitely gain something. However, none of the 3 of them specialized in the way of the sword. Naturally, it was not of much use. The 3 of them drove the boat around the huge figure and continued to move forward. However, not long after, they encountered another figure. It was also huge and emitted an extremely rich metal element aura. For the 3 of them, it was not of much use. The 3 of them went around it. Could it be that these figures are the projections of the powerful existences of the Hunyuan sect? Huang Ling guessed. That's very likely. Lu Ming and Long Chen nodded. The 3 of them continued to move forward. Suddenly, they saw a huge spirit rat in front of them. It's the space-time spirit rat. Lu Ming was shocked. He could tell at a glance that this huge spirit rat was the space-time spirit rat. The fact that the space-time spirit rat's figure appeared here meant that the real bodies of these figures were not necessarily alive in the world. Many of them might have already fallen. At this moment, Bubbles got up and looked at the huge space-time spirit rat's figure in a daze. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Suddenly, the space-time spirit rat's figure began to shrink rapidly. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Lu Ming. Its speed was unimaginable. Before Lu Ming could react, the ray of light rushed into Bubbles' forehead and disappeared. Bubbles' expression became serious. She sat cross-legged on the boat and began to cultivate. Her body emitted a mysterious aura and was surrounded by the law of space-time. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He knew that this was Bubbles' opportunity. After that, the 3 of them continued to move forward. After another 2 days, they saw a huge elephant in the sky. It was roaring at the sky, and its aura was suppressing all directions. It was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Long Chen looked at the immemorial dragonesque elephant with full concentration. Finally, like the space-time spirit rat, the immemorial dragonesque elephant's figure shrank rapidly. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Long Chen's forehead. Long Chen closed his eyes and comprehended. He separated a part of his mind to control the boat and move forward with Lu Ming and the others. This vast and endless land seemed to have the projections of many powerful existences. Soon, they encountered a huge phoenix. Its body was filled with immortal flames. This was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the immortal heavenly phoenix. The immortal heavenly phoenix's figure also turned into a ray of light and rushed into Huang Ling's forehead. Bubbles, Long Chen, and Huang Ling all obtained opportunities one after another. Lu Ming was also looking forward to it. What would he encounter? Would he encounter the 9 dragons figure? Another 2 days passed. It had been more than 20 days since they entered this place. Up ahead, a gigantic figure sat in the void with his legs crossed. His entire body was surrounded by a chaotic aura. This is the Primal Chaos Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The Chaos Emperor was also one of the 9 palace masters of the Hunyuan sect. The Chaos Emperor exuded a powerful and terrifying fluctuation of the law of primal chaos. Lu Ming stared at the Chaos Emperor's illusory figure. The law of primal chaos burst forth from his body and resonated with the Chaos Emperor's illusory figure. Sure enough, the figure of the Chaos Emperor shrank rapidly. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and rushed into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes as the phantom of a primal Chaos Emperor appeared in his mind, exuding a powerful aura of primal chaos law. A great opportunity. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. If he could use this phantom as a reference, the speed at which he comprehended the laws of primal chaos would increase greatly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such an opportunity after being brought here by the Hunyuan token. Lu Ming divided a small part of his attention to control the boat and continued to sail forward. Then, he quietly comprehended the Chaos Tribulation finger. Sure enough, with the Chaos Emperor's illusory figure in his mind as a reference, the speed at which he comprehended the Chaos Tribulation finger greatly increased. 7 days later, Lu Ming's Chaos Tribulation finger had reached 40% mastery. It had been a month since they entered this place. Rumble, a violent rumble came from up ahead. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen woke up from their cultivation at the same time. This was the first time they had heard such a violent sound since entering this place. The 3 of them looked forward. Not far away, there were flashes of lightning that covered the entire space. Suddenly, their expressions changed as they looked to the sides. They finally saw the others. They were all young people, both men and women. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. At a glance, they could tell that they were giants among men. These people were like Lu Ming and the others. Each of them was riding a small boat and sailing forward. A few of them glanced at Lu Ming and the others coldly. However, they only glanced at them and looked forward. What powerful cultivation! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Although he had only glanced at those people, they gave off a strong pressure. These people's cultivation was definitely not as simple as bright saints. They had probably surpassed bright saints and reached a higher realm. They continued to sail forward. The deafening sound in front of them became louder and louder. It was the sound of thunder. Endless lightning flashed in the void, blocking the path ahead. The test has finally arrived. But how can mere lightning stop me? A proud figure sounded. Lu Ming saw a young man with sharp eyes and a mouth like a goshawk's. He stood on a small boat and accelerated forward. When he approached the area of lightning, a terrifying power of lightning erupted from his body. Sizzle, the lightning between heaven and earth constantly bombarded that person. The power of lightning also erupted from that person's body, fighting against the lightning outside. He drove the boat and disappeared in the vast lightning in the blink of an eye. Is that person from the Thunder Clan? Huang Ling said with a solemn face. Thunder Clan? Lu Ming was curious. The Thunder Clan is an ancient clan. This ancient clan has been around for countless years and is extremely powerful. Their foundation is unfathomable. Even many of the powerful forces in the ancient Moon Holy Land are incomparable to this ancient clan. Huang Ling explained. Lu Ming nodded. Then, other people drove the boats and rushed toward the area of lightning. Suddenly, a scream was heard. A young man could not withstand the power of the lightning and was turned into ashes by the lightning. "You're not a martial sage yet and you're here to die," a woman with a cold face said indifferently. Her figure disappeared in the sea of lightning. Not all the geniuses who entered here had powerful cultivation. Some of them had not become martial sages. This made a few young men pale and they did not dare to go forward. However, most of the young men were fearless. They drove the boats and rushed into the sea of lightning to fight against it. A few of the young men exploded. Their auras were earth-shattering, shocking the others. Such powerful cultivation. This is the aura of an absolute saint. Huang Ling's eyes flashed with shock. One should know that these people were all very young. They were definitely under 50 years old and belonged to the younger generation. It was shocking that they had reached the absolute saint realm at such a young age. This time, many powerful geniuses from the primordial continent have entered. It's normal that there are absolute saints, Long Chen said. His expression was still calm. "Let's go too," Lu Ming said. Rumble, sizzle, sizzle. As soon as they rushed into the sea of lightning, countless lightning bolts surged toward them, striking their heads and faces. Lu Ming's primal chaos law flowed around his body. His palms were like knives, constantly slashing out to disperse the lightning bolts. It's very powerful. Ordinary bright saints and the greater bright saints would find it difficult to resist. Lu Ming roughly knew the power of the lightning bolts after clashing with them. On the other side, Huang Ling's body was filled with undying flames, which condensed into a phoenix. The phoenix spread its wings and destroyed all the lightning bolts. Long Chen's attack method was similar to Lu Ming's. He punched out with both fists and destroyed the lightning bolts. As for Bubbles, she was the simplest. Her body was filled with the space-time law. When the lightning bolts struck the space-time law, they directly disappeared. That's the primal chaos law? And the space-time law? The other youths saw Lu Ming and Bubbles, and their faces became very grave. Lu Ming and the other three shuttled through the sea of lightning, resisting the lightning bolts as they moved forward. The sea of lightning was very large, but with the strength of Lu Ming and the other three, they could completely withstand it. After some time, they passed through the sea of lightning. As soon as they passed through the sea of lightning, they saw a huge platform in front of them, floating in the vast void. Looking from afar, there were some figures on the platform. Had they finally arrived? Their eyes lit up as they sped up and soon arrived at the edge of the platform. As soon as they arrived at the edge of the platform, the boat under their feet automatically disappeared, and the four of them stepped onto the platform. So many people. Lu Ming looked around and found that there were more than 1,000 people on the platform. All of them were young men and women, and each of them had an extraordinary aura. Some of them exuded powerful auras. Some of them were bright saints, some were great saints, and some were even absolute saints. However, there were even more people who had completely restrained their auras, giving others an unfathomable feeling. Lu Ming and the other three stepped onto the platform. Some people glanced at them, but more people sat cross-legged on the platform and closed their eyes to rest. "There's a door there," Huang Ling said softly. Lu Ming and the others also noticed. In the depths of the platform, there was a huge stone door. The stone door was tens of thousands of feet tall, but now, the stone door was tightly shut. Around the stone door was a vast void surrounded by clouds and mist. These young geniuses were probably waiting for the stone door to open. Lu Ming's group of four found an open space and walked over. Then, they all sat down cross-legged, seizing the opportunity to cultivate and comprehend. In this place, geniuses were as common as clouds. He had to make the best use of his time to cultivate. If he could increase his strength, it might be of great use at a critical moment. There was complete silence on the platform. As time passed, more and more people came to the platform. The number of people on the platform increased. Not long after, the number had reached around 2,000, but it was still increasing. When the number of people reached around 3,000, almost no one came. At this moment, the huge stone door trembled slightly. Then, it emitted a resplendent radiance. Following that, a figure condensed out of it. It was a white-robed old man with a kind face. Everyone, next, I will open the door and you will face the real test. However, I have to remind you that the test will be very dangerous. If you want to give up, just shout out loud and I will send you back. The old man's voice spread throughout the place. However, everyone's eyes were firm. These young geniuses came from different regions, but there was no doubt that they were all terrifying and powerful geniuses. Being able to be recognized by the Chaos Origin token proved that they had unlimited potential. Therefore, these young geniuses were all proud and confident. How could they give up so easily? Open! After the white-robed old man finished speaking, he waved his hand and a ray of light landed on the stone door. The stone door shook and slowly opened. Through the stone door, one could see that behind the stone door was another world, a verdant and lush world. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the stone door opened, some people rushed over as if they were afraid that others would beat them to it. Then, more people rushed forward. The stone door was very large. Even if thousands of people rushed through it together, it would not seem crowded. Lu Ming and the others also blended into the crowd and rushed through the door. However, at this moment, a huge palm suddenly appeared in the sky in front of them and blasted down on a genius. The huge palm was as big as a mountain and covered the sky. The genius screamed in pain and was smashed into meat paste by the huge palm. Roar! Then, with a loud roar, a towering giant ape jumped down from the sky. The earth shook and a genius could not dodge in time and was directly trampled to death. The palm just now came from this giant ape. The giant ape roared and slapped a pair of huge palms towards the others. We can't fight it head-on. Retreat! Someone roared and retreated frantically. Roar! Roar! Then, there were continuous roars coming from the sky. Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end. A strong sense of danger shrouded him. Retreat! Lu Ming roared. With a roll of his sacred power, he brought Bubbles, Huang Ling, and Long Chen back quickly. Boom! Another giant ape appeared where Lu Ming and the others were just now. It roared into the sky and a murderous aura spread out. Bam! Bam! In the sky, there were constantly giant apes falling. These giant apes were thousands of feet tall and were bigger than a mountain. There were more than a dozen of them and they covered the area. Their palms were constantly slapping at the geniuses. In the blink of an eye, a few more geniuses were slapped to death. Get lost, a bunch of trash! Someone shouted coldly and did not retreat. Instead, he rushed up and unleashed a shocking attack to fight against the giant apes. Boom! There was a loud explosion and the giant apes were pushed back. That person turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the encirclement of the giant apes and disappeared. Swoosh! Lu Ming saw that it was a genius from the Thunder tribe. His hand grasped the air and a terrifying and boundless power of lightning condensed into a palm. He easily pushed back a giant ape and broke through. What a strong power of lightning! Lu Ming exclaimed. The law of lightning was a very ordinary law. However, in the hands of the Lei clan, the might it unleashed was incomparably powerful. Destroy! A grey-robed youth with a terrifying aura of death slashed out with his palm. It turned into a terrifying saber and slashed out. It cut off the giant ape's palm and easily passed through the area. The law of death. Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. During his time in the ancient Moon Holy Ground, he had learned a lot about the thousands of laws in the world. The law of death was an extremely terrifying law. It was as famous as the law of chaos, the law of spacetime, and the law of reincarnation. It was one of the 10 strongest laws in the world. Those who mastered the law of death were known as the Son of Heaven, the Son of Death. It was a black-robed young man. He was burly and his eyes were like lightning. The law that flowed around him was actually the law of primal chaos. Lu Ming was shocked. Other than him, there was someone else who could control the law of primal chaos. Could it be the chaotic body that Tui mentioned? Lu Ming guessed. That was the only possibility. Lu Ming never thought that he would see the chaotic body so soon. This person was extremely powerful, like a god. He was enveloped in the law of primal chaos. With a punch, a giant ape's palm exploded. The ape's huge body was forced to retreat. Kill. This person was extremely domineering. With a loud roar, his voice shook the sky. He did not leave and continued to attack the giant ape. Boom! 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 Both of his fists continued to bombard the giant ape, causing it to explode. This made many people gasp in shock. Every single one of these giant apes was extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. But now, this person had blasted the giant ape apart. You think you can compete with me for the inheritance of the Hunyuan sect? You're overestimating yourselves. The black-robed young man exuded primal chaos chi as he spoke coldly. He was like a proud god. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared. Is this the battle prowess of the chaotic body? Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. But there was no time to think. The four of them flashed and dodged the attacks of the giant apes. With their battle prowess, they were no match for these giant apes. If they were hit, they would probably be killed with a single slap. Let me help you. Bubbles' tender voice rang out. The law of spacetime enveloped Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen. The law of spacetime was profound. The speed of the three of them immediately increased. They flashed and dodged the attacks of the giant apes. Soon, they rushed out of the territory. Once they rushed out of the territory, the giant apes stopped attacking. They only blocked them in the territory. People constantly rushed past, but there were even more people who were killed. In a short period of time, Lu Ming saw at least a few hundred people killed. These were all peerless geniuses from various regions. They were not ordinary geniuses. Their potential was extremely shocking. They would have no problem reaching the emperor realm in the future. They could be said to be future martial emperors. But now, they were constantly being killed. Retreat! Retreat! Some people were scared and retreated outside the gate. Since you don't dare to move forward, I'll send you back. The white-robed old man waved his hand and the retreating youths were all sent out of the place. As a result, there were some people who were unwilling to give up. They did everything they could to charge forward. There were people who died here, but there were also people who continued to charge past. Let's go. Immediately, Lu Ming's group of four rose into the air and flew forward. However, they didn't fly very far before they stopped. Up ahead, there was a deep abyss blocking their path. All the young geniuses who had reached this place stopped. There was also a white-haired old man standing in the air above the abyss. This white-robed old man looked exactly the same as the one from before. It was clear that this was not a physical body, but a projection. It could appear in different places at the same time. This abyss can't be crossed. Only when everyone is here can we cross it using a special method. The white-robed old man said. No one doubted the white-robed old man's words. The white-robed old man was unfathomable and unfathomable. Moreover, since ancient times, countless people had entered this place. Many successors of large factions understood this point. Only by following the rules of this place and passing through the checkpoints could they reach the end and obtain great benefits. Bam! At this moment, a tall figure appeared in front of Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and the others. A terrifying aura pressed down on them. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed. This was because this young man was the genius who used the law of primal chaos and was suspected to have the chaotic body. The terrifying aura forced Lu Ming and the others to release their auras to resist. The law of primal chaos also flowed around Lu Ming's body, attracting everyone's attention. The law of primal chaos. Two people have grasped the law of primal chaos. Many people exclaimed in shock. A great era is coming. Many peerless geniuses will have their fated enemies appear. Someone said solemnly. Those who controlled the 10 supreme laws were not invincible. They would encounter other experts who controlled the same supreme laws or even experts who controlled the same laws. The 10 supreme laws could not be controlled by only one person. In a great era, there might be 2 or even 3 people who could control them. Such people were known as fated enemies. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. Such a great enemy was destined to have a victor. Only by stepping on the corpse of the opponent could one reach the strongest. Of course, all of this was just a legend because there were too few people who could control the 10 supreme laws. In ordinary times, it was difficult for one to appear in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, let alone several people who could control the same law at the same time. However, when a great era was coming and geniuses rose, it was different. The black-robed young man looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, "The person who entered the primal chaos hall before me was you, right?" As expected, this person really did have the chaotic body. He had also seen Lu Ming using the law of primal chaos. That's right. Since he had been seen, it was useless to deny it. He might as well admit it. Very good. A sliver of excitement and fanaticism flashed through the chaotic body's eyes. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Now, hand over the primal chaos scripture and cripple your own cultivation. In this world, only I can control the laws of primal chaos. No one else is worthy." The chaotic body's voice was filled with great confidence and pride. In this world, only he could control the laws of primal chaos. No one else was worthy. If there was, they should be killed or crippled. What a joke. Who do you think you are? Lu Ming sneered. How could he agree to cripple his own cultivation, even if the chaotic body's battle prowess was terrifying? If you don't agree, then die. The chaotic body said coldly. His presence became even more powerful. He took a step forward and a violent presence pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed, and he retreated. "Brother Lu Ming." Bubbles called out and stepped forward. She erupted with her presence to help Lu Ming fend off the chaotic body. The laws of spacetime? That's fine too. Let's kill them together. The chaotic body sneered. Bang! Bang! At this moment, Huang Ling and Long Chen also stepped forward and stood side by side with Lu Ming. All of you, back off. This has nothing to do with you. Lu Ming said. The chaotic body was too strong. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for him. There was no hope at all. The chaotic body was only targeting him. He did not want to implicate Long Chen, Huang Ling, and Bubbles. Lu Ming, do you think I'm such a person? Huang Ling glanced at Lu Ming with a determined gaze. Long Chen did not say anything, but his actions spoke volumes. Hee, you're quite loyal. Then I'll kill you all. The chaotic body said coldly and stepped forward. On the side, the others watched coldly. It was good that Lu Ming and the others were killed. In the future, there would be one less great enemy. Boom, the chaotic body struck out with a palm. The laws of chaos flowed, forming a huge chaotic hand that grabbed at Lu Ming and the others. The terrifying pressure made everyone's expression change. Without a doubt, the chaotic body's cultivation was at the level of an absolute saint. Moreover, it was the chaotic body. How terrifying was its battle prowess? It was simply unimaginable. Unbeatable. At this moment, such a sentence appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Only death awaited if they tried to block it head-on. Retreat! Lu Ming roared. The four of them frantically retreated to avoid the power of the palm. Do you think you can escape? The chaotic body said coldly. With a flash, it appeared behind Lu Ming and threw a punch. It was as fast as lightning, so fast that Lu Ming couldn't block it. The difference in their cultivation was just too great. Lu Ming! Huang Ling cried out. Long Chen and Bubbles were also extremely anxious. However, the difference in their cultivation was just too great. Even if they wanted to help, it would be useless. Boom, the chaotic body's fist directly pierced through Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming was completely fine. Lu Ming's body was like an illusion. The chaotic body's fist seemed to have hit the air. What's going on? The chaotic body roared and threw another punch. However, it still hit the air. Lu Ming's body was like an illusion. You can't fight here. The white-robed old man said in the sky. I see, many people's hearts skipped a beat. They couldn't fight here. They couldn't attack each other at all. Huang Ling and Long Chen let out a long breath. They really thought that Lu Ming was about to be killed by the chaotic body. The chaotic body retreated with a cold face. His expression was very ugly. You're lucky, but you'll die at my hands sooner or later. The chaotic body said coldly. You're just relying on your higher cultivation. In the future, I'll definitely kill you. Cold killing intent shot out from Lu Ming's eyes. Only one of them could live in this world. If they met in the future, there would definitely be a tragic battle. There would be no room for negotiation. You're just a fake son of chaos. You'll never be a match for me in your entire life," said the chaotic body proudly. He had the right to be proud. He possessed the chaotic body, a true child of chaos. He was blessed by the heavens and possessed great fortune. As long as he reached half-saint, he would naturally be able to grasp the laws of chaos. And what was Lu Ming? Even if he had grasped the laws of primal chaos, how could he compare to him? He did not possess the chaotic body. Lu Ming didn't say anything else. What was the point of saying anything now? In the future, Lu Ming would use his actions to tell the world who the true son of chaos was. As they continued to wait, more and more people arrived. Before long, there were already more than 2,000 people in the vicinity of the abyss. Previously, there were more than 3,000 people, but now, there were only about 2,000 people left. They had lost about 1,000 people. Some of them were killed, while others were sent back to where they came from. At this moment, the white-robed elder waved his hand, and a row of stone platforms appeared at the edge of the abyss, floating in the air. There were more than 2,000 people, about the same number as them. They were lined up side by side. The method to cross the abyss is very simple. Each of you will choose a stone platform and sit on it. Then, I will explain the Tao while you comprehend. As you comprehend, the stone platform will float forward. The faster you comprehend and the more you comprehend, the faster the stone platform will float forward. In the end, only the top 100 people can continue to the next step of the test. As for the rest, I will send you back. The white-robed elder explained the rules. What? Only the top 100 people can continue? Someone exclaimed. This ratio was just too low. After all, those who could come here were all prodigies among prodigies. They weren't ordinary cultivators. How could it be easy to stand out among these people? Moreover, everyone understood that what was tested here wasn't battle prowess, but comprehension. After all, the prodigies here had a difference in age, background, and cultivation. Comparing battle prowess was meaningless. It was a competition of potential. Comprehension was a part of potential. I'll definitely be in the top 100. I'll definitely be in the top 100. Some of the youths were very confident that they would be able to enter the top 100. Alright, you can go up and choose any stone platform you like. Every stone is the same, the white-robed elder said. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, someone flew up and landed on a stone platform. Lu Ming and the other three also stepped forward, each chose a stone platform, and sat down cross-legged. The stone platforms were very small, only allowing one person. Looking out of the stone platforms, there was a dark abyss below. No one knew how deep it was. Soon, more than 2,000 people all landed on the stone platforms. Alright, I'll begin my Tao preaching now, the white-robed elder said. In the next moment, his body emitted a bright light, and divine rings surrounded him. Then, the white-robed elder spoke word by word. Every word was incomparably mysterious. It turned into the sound of the great Tao and entered everyone's ears. Hearing this sound, Lu Ming's spirit seemed to calm down, and he fell into a state of emptiness. The sound of the great Tao continued to enter his ears. The white-robed elder was not talking about any kind of Tao or law. What he was talking about was the truth of heaven and earth, the truth of martial arts, and the truth of the heavenly Tao. This truth could be compatible with any law, and it depended purely on one's comprehension. In Lu Ming's mind, he seemed to see the experience of a peerless powerhouse. From a weak youth, he went on a crusade step by step, and finally rose to become a peak powerhouse. In his mind, the phantom of the primal chaos emperor became even more mysterious. The law of primal chaos flowed, and Lu Ming's comprehension became even clearer. In his dantian, the two sacred hearts kept beating like real hearts. Vigorous sacred power constantly poured out of the sacred hearts and into the meridians of his body. Lu Ming completely forgot about everything in the outside world. He forgot the purpose of his visit and forgot the time. He only had one goal, and that was to cultivate and comprehend. As everyone comprehended, the stone platforms began to fly forward. In the first 3 days, everyone was walking side by side, and there was not much of a gap. But from the third day onwards, a gap began to appear. Some people began to fall behind, and some people became faster and faster, surpassing the others. As time passed, the gap between everyone grew bigger and bigger. However, Lu Ming, Bubbles, Huang Ling, and Long Chen were still in the top 100. Bubbles was a real spacetime spirit mouse. Needless to say, its comprehension was naturally high. If it fully matured, it would be a peak existence in the world, and not many people could rival it. Huang Ling and Long Chen had awakened the bloodlines of the top 10 battle beasts. Needless to say, their comprehension was also terrifying. As for Lu Ming, needless to say, in the process of everyone comprehending and cultivating, endless heaven and earth yuan qi poured into their bodies, and everyone's aura was rapidly increasing. Of course, the faster the speed, the greater the benefits of those at the front. Half a month later, Lu Ming's aura swelled. He had broken through. Lu Ming was originally in the Greater Bright Saint Realm, but now, he had broken through to the peak of the Bright Saint Realm. In just half a month, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through. This speed was shocking. At this time, there were only a few people who could keep pace with Lu Ming. The genius of the Thunder Clan, the chaotic body, and the genius who had mastered the law of death. There were also a few other geniuses who were also very terrifying. They were at the front with Lu Ming and the others. Time passed day by day. A month later, Lu Ming's speed increased again, surpassing the others in one fell swoop, and was in the lead. Of course, they were unaware of this. Everyone was wholeheartedly comprehending and cultivating. After Lu Ming was in the lead, he had not been overtaken. Moreover, the gap between him and the people behind was slowly widening. After they cultivated and comprehended for a month and a half, Lu Ming's cultivation made another breakthrough, reaching the Great Bright Saint Realm. In just a month and a half, Lu Ming's cultivation had crossed 2 levels. The effect was shocking. This had something to do with Lu Ming's low cultivation. The lower the cultivation, the faster the breakthrough. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it would be to break through. Reaching the Supreme Saint Realm or even the Absolute Saint Realm, the breakthrough was much more difficult than reaching the Bright Saint Realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation was at the Supreme Saint Realm or the Absolute Saint Realm, it would not be so easy to break through. Lu Ming's stone platform was getting closer and closer to the other side of the abyss. After another half a month, Lu Ming's stone platform finally reached the other side of the abyss. At this time, the sound of the great Tao in the sky completely disappeared. Wake up! The voice of the white-robed elder was like a morning bell, striking the hearts of everyone. Everyone woke up from their comprehension. Is it over? Someone muttered softly, feeling a bit reluctant to part. In that state of enlightenment, it was just too awesome. Not only were his laws improved, but even his martial arts cultivation was improving by leaps and bounds. It was comparable to several years of bitter cultivation. My cultivation has broken through. My laws have also broken through. Excited voices could be heard one after another. Everyone was the same. The moment they woke up, they felt the changes in their bodies. My cultivation has reached the perfect stage of the bright sacred realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Moreover, he was not far away from the great saint stage. The primal chaos calamity finger has also reached 50%. What made Lu Ming even happier was that his primal chaos tribulation finger had also advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching 50% completion. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. The time required would also increase exponentially. To be able to reach 50% from 40% was already very fast. Moreover, he cultivated the law of primal chaos. After feeling the changes in his body, Lu Ming looked at the others. With a glance, he found that his stone platform was in first place. Behind him were the chaotic body and the son of death. There were a few other people behind them. Behind them were Long Chen, Huang Ling, Bubbles, and the others. While Lu Ming was looking at the others were also looking at each other. However, almost at the same time, everyone looked at Lu Ming. This was because Lu Ming was far in the lead and had reached the other side. It was too eye-catching. It's him, the son of chaos. He's actually in the lead, surpassing the chaotic body and the son of death. It's amazing. I didn't expect him to get first place. Ah, I'm finished. I'm behind the 100th place. Above the abyss, voices sounded one after another. Everyone's ranking was clear at a glance. Many people could not help but sigh when they found that they were behind the 100th place. Some people found that they were ranked last, and their faces turned even uglier. If they were ranked last, didn't that mean that their comprehension was the worst and their potential was the worst? Brother Lu Ming, you're so amazing. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out. She was so excited that she almost danced with joy. Lu Ming smiled and looked at the chaotic body. However, he saw that the chaotic body's gaze was as cold as a sword. Now, who is more qualified to grasp the laws of primal chaos? Lu Ming said indifferently. These words made the chaotic body's face turn even gloomier. Earlier, he had said that Lu Ming was not qualified to grasp the laws of primal chaos. In the world, only he could grasp the laws of primal chaos. How arrogant and insufferably arrogant was he, but now, he was surpassed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming led the crowd and was the first to reach the other side. If Lu Ming was not qualified, who was? It's just a competition of comprehension. It doesn't mean anything. Moreover, the time is short. If we continue, I'll definitely be able to surpass you. The chaotic body said coldly. Haha, a loss is a loss. Why are you deceiving yourself here? Lu Ming sneered disdainfully. The chaotic body's eyes shone even brighter. It was as if his gaze was about to turn into a sword and pierce through Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He stared back at him. The child of death did not say anything. He only looked at Lu Ming curiously. Alright, now that the top 100 have come out, I'll send the rest back. The white-robed old man said. Many people sighed. They were unwilling to accept this. The white-robed old man waved his hand and a large number of light pillars appeared, enveloping the figures. Then, those figures disappeared in the light pillars. There were only 100 people left. The stone platforms that did not reach the other side also flew forward and leaned against the other side. Alright, you can continue. There are still tests waiting for you ahead. If you can pass the tests, your harvest will be equally great. Go. The white-robed old man's voice rang out. Then, he disappeared. Everyone flew up and stepped onto the other side of the abyss. The chaotic body emitted a powerful aura. He looked at Lu Ming coldly. If he could fight here, he would kill Lu Ming without hesitation. Lu Ming looked at him coldly. With a sneer, the chaotic body rose into the air and flew forward. The others did the same and flew forward. Not long after, a towering mountain appeared in front of him. On the mountain, there was an incomparably huge palace. Everyone approached and found that there was a huge stone tablet at the bottom of the mountain. On the stone tablet, there were 3 big words, Hunyuan sect. Everyone was solemn. They had arrived at the Hunyuan sect. Behind the stone tablet, there was a flight of stairs. No one knew how long it was and how many steps there were. At this moment, the white-robed old man appeared again and said, "This is the mountain gate of the Hunyuan sect. If you want to go up, you must follow the stairs step by step. This is respect for the Hunyuan sect. If there is anyone who is disrespectful, I will send him back. You can go up." As soon as the white-robed old man finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Everyone stepped forward and stepped onto the stairs. Lu Ming and the other 3 also stepped onto the stairs respectively. The stairs were nothing out of the ordinary. To them, it was like a flat ground. If they used their movement techniques, they would be able to reach the top of the mountain in a few steps. However, everyone remembered the white-robed old man's words. They had to step up step by step. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. Lu Ming and the others walked up step by step unhurriedly. However, the stairs were really very tall. There were at least 100,000 steps. They had walked continuously for a few hours and had only stepped a small part of it. Why do we need to take one step at a time on such an ordinary staircase? At that moment, a young man snorted coldly. He seemed to be a little impatient. Then, he took a step forward and crossed over 10,000 steps in an instant. He was far ahead of the others. "You idiots, take your time. I'll go first." The young man's face was filled with joy. He looked at the others with disdain. Then, he took another step forward and crossed over 10,000 steps. However, this time, before he could be happy, a beam of light suddenly appeared and shrouded him. "No," that person shouted. In the next moment, his figure disappeared as he was teleported out. "You think you're smart? You're the idiot." Someone sneered. Next, no one dared to imitate that young man. They all climbed up step by step. If it was an ordinary person, they might not be able to climb more than 100,000 steps in 10 days. However, it was not too difficult for them. A little more than a day later, they stepped onto the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a magnificent palace. At a glance, it was impossible to see the end of it. They appeared on a broad piece of land. In front of them was the door of a palace. At that moment, the door was open. Everyone pondered for a moment and stepped into the palace. They walked along a passage and finally arrived at a strange place. The first thing that came into view was a few hundred stone pillars. There was a strange fluctuation coming from the stone pillars. In front of the stone pillars was a huge battle platform. At that moment, the white-robed old man's figure appeared again. "Didn't you want to fight? Now, I'll give you a chance to fight." The white-robed old man's voice rang out. These words caused many people's eyes to burst with a bright light. In particular, the chaotic body looked at Lu Ming with an extremely cold gaze and a vicious smile. "Now, let's see how you'll die," the chaotic body murmured. However, Lu Ming remained calm. He didn't believe that there would be no restrictions. If that was the case, there would be no need for them to compete. They could just go back. No one in the Bright Saint stage could fight against a Saint stage cultivator, not to mention that the other party was a rare genius. As expected, the white-robed old man's voice rang out again. "However, this battle must be fair. I will seal your true origin and seal your cultivation at the Bright Saint small success stage. Moreover, the strength of your Saint energy will be the same. On top of that, I'll seal off all your rules, martial arts, martial skills, and spiritual bodies, so everyone will be on the same level." Many people's expressions changed. According to what the white-robed elder had said, almost all of their means had been sealed, and their saint powers were the same. How could they compete? Do you see those stone pillars? There's a secret technique on each stone pillar. Later on, you can choose a stone pillar and comprehend the secret technique on it. I'll give you half a month. After half a month, your battle techniques will depend on the secret technique that you've comprehended on the stone pillars. The white-robed elder continued to explain. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, this was the fairest way. Everyone would be sealed at the same level and then rely on the secret technique that they had comprehended on the stone pillars to fight against their opponents. The harvest in this half a month would directly determine one's combat strength. At this moment, the white-robed elder emitted a mysterious fluctuation. Then, a force surged into everyone's body. This force was high and mighty, and they couldn't resist it. It directly sealed everything that they had. My Saint energy is really only at the Bright Saint small success stage. You can't use your laws either. You can't use your divine abilities or martial skills either. My spiritual body is only equivalent to an inferior heaven spiritual body. Voices rang out. Everyone realized that they had really been sealed. Other than the Bright Saint small success stage Saint energy, they couldn't use anything else. Only one of my Saint hearts can operate. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This white-robed elder was definitely an unimaginable existence. Although he was just a projection, his methods were hard to predict. Then, the elder waved his hand, and various kinds of auras erupted from the stone pillars. There were soaring sword will, dazzling saber radiance, fist technique aura, palm technique aura, there were all kinds of auras. Everyone's eyes lit up. In such a competition, the choice of secret technique would be very particular. Choosing a secret technique that one was familiar with, one would naturally have to be faster to comprehend it. Only then would one have the upper hand in the battle half a month later. There were two main aspects to this battle. The first aspect was naturally the comprehension that one had gained in the past half a month. The second aspect was one's combat awareness. The stronger one's combat awareness was, the more likely one would be to win against someone of the same cultivation level. Don't worry and comprehend on the stone pillars. No one is to disturb you. The white-robed old man added, telling everyone to relax and not to worry about being attacked by others during the process of comprehending. Swoosh, a young man leaped onto a stone platform that was filled with sword will and sat down cross-legged. That stone platform belongs to me. Then, another person leaped onto a stone platform that was filled with saber technique aura. Of course, there was more than one stone platform that was filled with sword will or saber technique aura. Lu Ming and the other three also leaped onto the stone platforms to search for suitable secret techniques. Lu Ming leaped onto a stone platform that was filled with terrifying spear will. Since he started cultivating, he had spent the longest time cultivating spear techniques and had the deepest understanding of spear techniques. Choosing a stone platform that was filled with spear will would give him the most benefits. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged. The stone platform glowed and a light screen enveloped him. No one could disturb him. Coiling dragon spear, when Lu Ming closed his eyes, a voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Then, the surrounding environment changed. Lu Ming seemed to have come to a vast land. In the sky, a figure was flying and dancing. The long spear in his hand danced like a true dragon. Lu Ming observed carefully. An hour later, Lu Ming seemed to have understood something. He condensed a long spear in his hand and began to practice. Whoosh whoosh, the long spear danced like a true dragon. The wind whistled and the power was astonishing. After cultivating for a while, Lu Ming stopped and continued to observe the figure in the sky. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the figure wielding the spear in the sky disappeared. Wake up! A voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming shuddered and retreated from the vast land. He opened his eyes. Everyone was the same, stopping their cultivation. Half a month has passed. The duel will begin now. The duel is simple. 100 of you will step onto the battle platform at the same time and engage in a melee. Those who fall off the platform or are killed will be eliminated. The last 20 people standing on the platform will advance to the next round. The white-robed elder announced the rules. Many people's eyes flickered. Only 20 out of 100 people could advance. Moreover, it would be a melee, which was much more complicated. Now, let's begin. The white-robed elder announced. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another rushed onto the platform. The platform was huge. It was spacious even when 100 people stepped on it. The 100 people stood on their own and looked around cautiously. It was a melee. Everyone was an enemy. For a moment, no one made a move. The best choice now was to wait for others to fight while they reserved their strength and reap the benefits. The atmosphere became heavy. The white-robed elder was not in a hurry. He watched quietly. Bang! The sound of a foot stepping on the platform was heard. The chaotic body looked at Lu Ming with undisguised cold-killing intent. Kid, I'll kill you now. The chaotic body walked towards Lu Ming step by step. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with strong battle intent. Saint Force surged in his hand and condensed into a spear. He also stepped out and walked towards the chaotic body. Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone at the same level. Boom! Before Lu Ming and the chaotic body could fight, the battle had already begun on the other side. Even though the Death Sun was suppressed, he was still very powerful. He took the lead and attacked a genius. He completely suppressed his opponent. In just a few moves, his opponent coughed out blood and was blasted off the platform. After being blasted off the platform, the youth was shrouded in a beam of light and left the place. This caused many people to look extremely solemn. Apparently, the Son of Death's comprehension was amazing. In just half a month, he had cultivated a secret technique to an extremely profound level. Moreover, the Son of Death's battle awareness was astonishing, completely crushing the previous genius. The Son of Death's attack broke the deadlock, and the others followed suit. A chaotic battle broke out at this moment. Some people charged towards Long Chen, Huang Ling, and Bubble. Mountain suppressing fist, kill. At this moment, the Son of Chaos arrived in front of Lu Ming and punched out. The fist energy erupted, forming a huge mountain that pressed down on Lu Ming. This was a secret technique that the Son of Chaos had comprehended during this half a month. It was a type of fist technique. Once the might of his fist was unleashed, it would form a huge mountain that crushed down on the enemy. Its aura was shocking and incomparably domineering. Roar, with a dragon's roar, Lu Ming pierced out with the spear in his hand. The spear immediately transformed into a true dragon and pounced out. The dragon's claws stepped on the air and bombarded the mountain. Boom, with a terrifying explosion, the true dragon and the mountain both exploded. Terrifying strength chi spilled out in all directions, causing the expressions of the people around to become extremely grave. What a powerful force! Many people exclaimed at the side. Lu Ming had just exchanged a move with the Son of Chaos, and its power had already surpassed many people. Kill! The Son of Chaos roared. His aura was extremely domineering as he punched out with both fists continuously with an indomitable aura. Boom! Boom! Boom, the sky was boiling. Many huge mountains were formed, pressing toward Lu Ming. Buzz, the spear in Lu Ming's hand trembled and turned into rays of spear light that shot out explosively. The spear light formed true dragons in the air, roaring as they charged forward and collided with the mountains constantly. Terrifying strength chi spilled out in all directions. In the area where the two of them were fighting, the others hurriedly retreated, afraid of being implicated. The two of them were fated enemies, and a battle of life and death was inevitable. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged over 100 moves. The Son of Chaos was indeed terrifying. In just half a month, he had already cultivated a secret technique to an extremely profound level. Moreover, his battle awareness was very strong. Every move was terrifyingly powerful. Even at the same level, others could not block more than a few moves. The more they fought, the more intense it became. At this point, the two of them had basically turned into blurs as they constantly clashed on the stage. Lu Ming's eyes shone resplendently as he constantly stabbed out with his spear. The more they fought, the deeper his comprehension of the coiling dragon spear became. At this moment, he slowly began to gain the upper hand. The Son of Chaos roared and fought with all his might, but he could not change this. He began to be suppressed by Lu Ming. He was unable to accept this, and his face became extremely ugly. Swish! 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 The spear in Lu Ming's hand seemed to turn into a streak of light. It moved faster and faster as it became more and more powerful. Often, a single sweep of the spear would be enough to break through the Son of Chaos's attacks. When the spear stabbed out, it was aimed at the Son of Chaos's vitals, forcing him to dodge. The Son of Chaos began to retreat to the edge of the stage. The Son of Chaos is about to lose. Many people glanced at this scene from the corner of their eyes and were shocked. The Son of Chaos was actually no match for someone of the same level. Of course, this so-called battle of the same level was not a true battle of the same level. The Son of Chaos could not even use the advantage of his physique. However, this was enough to demonstrate just how terrifying Lu Ming was. He did not possess the Son of Chaos, but he could comprehend the laws of chaos. His comprehension ability was truly astonishing. This thought flashed through many people's minds. The Son of Chaos is only SOSO. You only know how to use your higher cultivation to suppress others. Who do you think you are in a battle of the same level? Lu Ming's mocking voice made the Son of Chaos's face sink even more. Due to a moment of carelessness, he was swept by Lu Ming's spear. A wound appeared on his body as blood flowed. Gradually, the Son of Chaos retreated to the edge of the stage. If he retreated any further, he would fall off. Everyone, why don't we work together and knock this Lu Ming off the stage? This person was ranked first in the abyss before. His comprehension ability is astonishing. If this continues, no one will be able to match him. At this moment, the Son of Chaos roared. He actually wanted the others to work with him. For this, he even said that Lu Ming's comprehension ability was astonishing. Previously, he was high and mighty, believing himself to be the true Son of Chaos. He looked down on Lu Ming, but now, he was praising Lu Ming. This made him feel extremely humiliated. However, in order to defeat Lu Ming and eliminate Lu Ming, he could only do this. Immediately, the eyes of a few powerful prodigies flickered. Indeed, although Lu Ming's cultivation was not high, his potential was astonishing. When he was ranked first in the abyss before, he had attracted the attention of many prodigies. Now, in a battle of the same level, he could suppress the Son of Chaos. If this continued, no one would be his match. These prodigies had all come for the Hunyuan sect's legacy, so they naturally wanted to be first. They did not wish to be suppressed. Swish, a white-robed young man repelled his opponent with a single move and charged towards Lu Ming. The white-robed young man was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he charged towards Lu Ming. A snow-white sword light shone from his hand, enveloping Lu Ming. This person was very powerful. Lu Ming had to be careful. With a tremble of his spear, it turned into streaks of light and stabbed out. Ding! 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 A series of collisions rang out. The white-robed young man was slightly pushed back, blocked by Lu Ming. However, this gave the chaotic body a chance to catch his breath. With a roar, he constantly threw out punches towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept out with his spear, blocking the attack. However, on the other side, the white-robed young man charged towards Lu Ming again. Despicable! Nearby, Huang Ling cried out with her eyes wide open. The chaotic body was truly despicable. Earlier, he had acted all high and mighty. Now that he could not defeat Lu Ming, he sought help from others. Huang Ling had previously cultivated a palm technique. When she struck out with her palm, she produced terrifying flames that forced her opponent back. Huang Ling attacked with all her might. The force of her palm was unstoppable. She did not give her opponent any chance to catch his breath. On the other side, Long Chen had also completely suppressed his opponent. He cultivated a fist technique. Every punch he sent out was unstoppable. It was no weaker than the chaotic body. His opponent was also being suppressed and forced to retreat. Bastard, get down. I'm going to help brother Lu Ming. Chirp. Bubble's speed was extremely shocking. She circled around a young prodigy like a streak of light. With a flick of her fingers, terrifying wind blades constantly shot towards her opponent. Her opponent was in an extremely sorry state. He was covered in wounds and blood flowed. The young man simply wanted to roar at the sky. He was extremely frustrated. As a prodigy, he was usually high and mighty. No matter where he went, he would be surrounded. However, he had now been forced into such a state by a 2- or 3-year-old girl. It was truly humiliating. Soon, he was struck by one of Bubble's wind blades. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was blasted off the stage. Brother Lu Ming, let me help. You! Bubble exclaimed, and her figure flickered as she charged towards Lu Ming. She flicked her fingers, and wind blades flew out to block the white-robed youth's attack. The white-robed youth's expression turned cold. Sword light erupted, and dense sword chi slashed at the bubble. Bubbles flicked her fingers continuously, forming countless wind blades to resist the opponent. When the white-robed youth had crossed the dark abyss, he had been in the same group as Bubble. His talent might not have been greater than Bubble's, and now that they were engaged in an intense battle, he could only fight to a draw with Bubble. Get out! With one less opponent, Lu Ming focused all his attention on the chaotic body. With a sweep of his spear, he directly destroyed the opponent's attack and almost sent the chaotic body flying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Afterwards, Lu Ming launched a barrage of attacks at the chaotic body. The terrifying blurs of the spear completely drowned out his opponent. Bang! After a few moves, the chaotic body was struck by Lu Ming's spear. He vomited blood and staggered a few steps back, almost falling off the stage. Kill! Kill! At this moment, 2 more roars rang out. 2 prodigies charged at Lu Ming and launched terrifying attacks at Lu Ming. Clearly, they wanted to work together and defeat Lu Ming first. But at this moment, 2 figures charged out and blocked the 2 of them. They were Huang Ling and Long Chen. They had defeated their opponents and had come to assist Lu Ming. No one can help you. Get out! Lu Ming took advantage of the situation to launch a barrage of attacks. Although the chaotic body tried its best to block, it was struck by Lu Ming's spear after a dozen moves. The sound of bones breaking rang out as the chaotic body was sent flying out of the stage. Lu Ming is outside. Don't let me see you, or I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. The chaotic body roared furiously. His voice was filled with reluctance. He was the mighty chaotic body, yet he had been eliminated before he could reach the end. Moreover, the person who had eliminated him was his destined enemy. Outside, I'll kill you. Lu Ming's reply was very simple. A pillar of light formed and enveloped the chaotic body. Under his unwilling gaze, he was sent out. He felt extremely aggrieved. He possessed great cultivation and terrifying battle prowess, but he was unable to use them at all. Under such circumstances, he had been defeated by Lu Ming. If he could use his full strength, he could kill Lu Ming with a single slap. Many people were shocked. The chaotic body, known as one of the Elysian children, had been defeated by Lu Ming just like that. Although this kind of defeat was under the circumstances of completely suppressing some mystiques and spirit bodies, it was enough to explain a lot of problems. Although Lu Ming did not possess the true chaotic body, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious in this fated battle regarding the law of chaos. Retreat. The white-robed young man was surprised when he saw the chaotic body being struck off the stage. He quickly retreated. You want to retreat now? It's too late. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. He took a few steps forward and blocked his opponent's path of retreat. He stabbed out with his spear. With Lu Ming and Bubbles working together, the opponent could not resist at all. In just a few moves, he was heavily injured and was struck off the stage. Next, Lu Ming and Bubbles turned their attention to the other two people who were fighting Huang Ling and Long Chen. With the four of them working together, the result was already decided. The other two were also struck off the stage. One by one, they were eliminated. At this moment, more than 50 people had been eliminated. There were less than 50 people left on the stage. Many people looked at Lu Ming's group of four with ugly expressions. If Lu Ming's group of four worked together, no one would be able to defeat them. However, Lu Ming's group of four did not fight. They just stood together and watched the others fight calmly. No one else dared to provoke Lu Ming's group. The battle continued, and people were constantly being eliminated. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. When a tall, burly young man was struck off the stage, there were only 20 people left on the stage. The 20 people stood in different directions, watching the others. The Death Sun was also among them. With his combat strength, as long as he was not besieged by many people, it would not be difficult for him to stay until the end. Well, the 20 of you have advanced to the next stage. Next, there is one last stage. If you can pass it, you can get your opportunity. The white-robed elder said. With a wave of his hand, a bridge was formed, extending from the stage to the front. There was a light door there. Everyone stepped out, walked along the bridge, and walked into the light door. When Lu Ming stepped into the light door, he felt dizzy. His vision turned black, and his consciousness was blurred. After a long time, Lu Ming regained consciousness. It hurts, it hurts. The first thing Lu Ming felt when he woke up was pain. It was as if all the bones in his body were broken. There was a constant tearing pain coming from all over his body. Lu Ming opened his eyes with difficulty. Then, he saw a petite, cute face, blinking her big eyes, looking at him. It was a very cute girl, about 13 or 14 years old. She was dressed in coarse clothes, and she looked at Lu Ming curiously. Seeing Lu Ming open his eyes, the girl's face lit up. She cried out, he's awake, Big Brother is awake. After the young lady ran out, Lu Ming then started to look around. It was a stone house with walls made of stone. There was nothing in the room except for a bed and a table. It was very simple. Where am I? Lu Ming was puzzled. He remembered that he was taking the test in the Hunyuan sect and finally stepped into a light door and lost consciousness. How did he appear here when he woke up? Could this be the final test? But what was this test about? Lu Ming looked at himself and saw that he was covered in bandages. He was even more speechless. He was sure that he was injured, and seriously injured. All the bones in his body were broken, and his muscles were severely injured. Bursts of stinging pain came constantly. Moreover, Lu Ming found that there was not a trace of saint power in his body. He could not summon it, let alone control the laws. He was now an ordinary person who was seriously injured. Is this really the last test? Lu Ming was quite speechless. At this time, footsteps sounded and a few people came in. It was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His exposed arms were extremely thick and strong, and they were covered with scars. Beside him was a middle-aged woman. Behind them was the cute girl from before. "Little brother, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. 3 days and 3 nights? Lu Ming was even more confused. He had no recollection of this. Big brother, what exactly happened to me? How did I get so seriously injured? Lu Ming asked. Since he was not sure, he might as well ask and maybe find some clues. My father was hunting in the Beast God Mountain range and found you. At that time, you were already seriously injured and unconscious. You must have been attacked by fierce beasts. You are really brave, to dare to go to the Beast God Mountain range alone. The girl said before the middle-aged man could speak. Beast God Mountain range? Lu Ming was confused. He had no recollection of this. Maybe this was arranged by the white-robed old man. Maybe this was just an illusion. This should be the last test, but what was the test about? Lu Ming was very puzzled. He did not understand why such an arrangement was made. Little brother, rest assured and recuperate. Your injuries are too severe. It will take a long time for you to fully recover. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. The middle-aged man said straightforwardly and generously. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life. I will never forget it. Lu Ming wanted to cup his fists, but as soon as he moved his hands, he pulled at his wounds. A tearing pain came, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Little brother, don't move. Just focus on recuperating. The middle-aged man smiled. After that, the middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman left. The young girl brought a bowl of medicine from outside and fed it to Lu Ming. What's your name? Lu Ming asked. My name is Xianxia. My father is Xiahu. Big brother, what's your name? Xianxia blinked her eyes as she looked at Lu Ming. She was still very curious as to why Lu Ming would go to the Beast God Mountain range alone. That was a very dangerous place. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming? I'll call you Big Brother Lu. I'll call you Daddy separately. I don't want to call you Uncle. You don't look old. Xianxia mumbled. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Next, Lu Ming recuperated here. As the days passed, Lu Ming's injuries slowly improved. Half a month later, Lu Ming could get out of bed and walk. In front of the stone house, Lu Ming leaned against the wall and looked around. There were many stone houses in this area. Lu Ming learned that this was a tribe. There were not many people in this tribe, only a little more than 1,000. They were very simple and lived by hunting. Lu Ming felt as if he had returned to the ancient times. What surprised Lu Ming was that the people in the tribe were very strong. The adult men's strength was comparable to a first-layer martial emperor expert. Some of them were even stronger and had reached the saint realm, such as Xiaohua's father, Xiahu. There was a hunting team in the tribe that often went out to hunt. Last time, Lu Ming was found by the hunting team in the Beast God Mountain range. In the beginning, Lu Ming tried his best to find out more about this place. He wanted to find out what his assessment was. However, as the days passed, Lu Ming seemed to have integrated into the tribe and almost forgot about the trial. Brother Lu, get up. This bottle of wine is for you. I brewed it with 18 kinds of herbs. It's very nourishing for your body. It'll help you recover. A white-haired old man with a bottle of wine came to Lu Ming and said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Li. Lu Ming took it and thanked him with a smile. Haha, you're welcome. You should recover soon. The old man laughed and left the place. Then, the people of the tribe brought Lu Ming the meat of fierce beasts to Lu Ming to nourish his body. The people of the tribe were very simple. This kind of thing happened quite often. Lu Ming gradually integrated into the tribe. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Lu Ming's injuries were about 70 to 80% better. At this time, a trace of Saint Force finally appeared in his body. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With his Saint Force recovered, he would be able to protect himself and go further to find out what the trial was about. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed in the tribe for 2 months. Now, his injuries had fully recovered. However, what surprised Lu Ming was that his cultivation had not fully recovered. He was now in the same state as when he was fighting in the fighting ring. His cultivation and the power of law were all sealed. He could only use the coiling dragon spear now. The strength of his Saint Force was still at the lesser bright Saint realm. It's been 2 months. What is the trial this time? Lu Ming frowned and could not figure it out. Dong. 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 Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded in the tribe. It was the sound of war drums. The devil is here. The devil is here. Prepare to meet the enemy. A loud roar reverberated throughout the tribe. The devil is here. Xiaohua's little face was a little pale. What is a devil? Lu Ming asked. Devil, three-eyed devil. I've heard that these devils have been wreaking havoc in other territories. I didn't expect them to come here. Xiaohua's little face was pale, but she still gritted her teeth and rushed out with a big bow. Lu Ming also rushed out. As soon as they rushed out, Lu Ming saw tall and burly figures in the sky. These figures were covered in black scales and had an eye between their eyebrows. Three-eyed God tribe, Lu Ming was shocked. This was clearly the three-eyed God tribe. Lu Ming had seen them several times. Kill these ants. Kill. Kill. Thunderous roars were heard as the three-eyed divine tribe members descended from the sky and launched their terrifying attacks at the tribe. Block it. Some of the experts in the tribe held their bows and shot out terrifying arrows to block the attacks. You're courting death. A cold voice was heard as a burly three-eyed divine tribe member stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A giant hand was formed and grabbed at the tribe. Block it. The strongest force in the tribe was the hunting team. They stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. All kinds of weapons were used to slash at the giant hand. Oh no! Lu Ming was shocked. The three-eyed divine tribe member who had stretched out his giant hand had reached the great sage realm. The strongest expert in the tribe was equivalent to a great sage realm expert. It was impossible for them to block the attack. Sure enough, when the experts attacked the giant hand, their bodies shook violently and they spat out blood. They were blasted to the ground. Boom, the gigantic hand continued to descend, grabbing a few experts from the tribe. With a squeeze, those experts were crushed to death. Retreat, retreat! An expert in the tribe shouted. The other party was too strong. With the strength of the tribe, they were no match for them. If they continued to fight, they would be killed. None of you can escape. Surround them. The great sage three-eyed divine tribe member shouted coldly. Figures flashed in the sky, and more three-eyed divine tribe members appeared, surrounding the tribe. More people stepped out and rushed into the tribe. Their auras were strong. Some of them were at the Saint realm, while many others were at the high-level martial royal realm and the half-saint realm. Puff. Puff, the three-eyed divine tribe members held battle axes and slashed out. The tribesmen were killed one by one. The smell of blood filled the air. Swoosh. Swoosh, the three-eyed god race's third eye shot out terrifying beams of destructive light. None of the tribesmen could block them. One by one, the tribesmen were pierced through and killed. The simple and peaceful tribe instantly turned into a hell on earth. My cultivation, my battle prowess. Lu Ming's eyes were about to burst. The saint energy in his body was frantically circulating. However, he could only unleash the strength of a luminous saint. He condensed a long spear and threw it out, killing a few third-stage three-eyed god tribe members. However, there were too many three-eyed divine race members, so it was useless. The tribe fell into a chaotic battle. Kill. Xia, who seemed to have really turned into a ferocious tiger. With a saber in hand, the saber was like a rainbow as it cut down two three-eyed saints in a row. You're courting death. The great sage three-eyed god race member stared at Xiahu and punched him, sending him flying. At the same time, a destructive beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows and blew off one of Xiahu's arms. "Father!" Xiahua shouted anxiously. "Kill!" Xiahu wielded his saber with only one arm and charged toward his opponent. However, the light of destruction continued to burst forth from his opponent's eyes. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Xiahu fought back with all his might, blocking the two beams of destruction light. But in the end, his saber shattered, and his body was torn apart by the destruction light. He died on the spot. "Father!" Xiahua cried out miserably. "Damn it!" Lu Ming roared in his heart. Xiahu had brought him back from the Beast God Mountain and helped him heal his injuries. He was a very simple person. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had already treated Xiahu as a friend and family member. But now, Xiahu had died in front of Lu Ming. "Mother, don't!" Xiahua shouted again. At this time, Xiahua's mother held a sharp saber and pounced toward the three-eyed divine race member. However, in the next moment, a destructive beam swept over and killed Xiahua's mother. "Mother!" Xiahua shouted. Her eyes were bloodshot. She threw away the longbow, pulled out the longsword on her back, and rushed over. "Xiahua, don't go!" Lu Ming shouted and chased after Xiahua. "Die, ant!" A bright Saint three-eyed divine race member appeared in front of Xiahua and slashed at her with his axe. Lu Ming was shocked. He rushed in front of Xiahua like lightning and swept out his spear, colliding with the other party's battle axe. With a loud explosion, Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated. And the other party was also repelled by Lu Ming. "I can't use any means, not even the laws. I can't use much battle strength at all." Lu Ming was burning with anxiety. "Kid, die!" The three-eyed divine race member charged toward Lu Ming again. Lu Ming held his spear and fought with the other party. At this time, Xiahua rushed forward again. "Xiahua, don't die for nothing." Lu Ming forced the other party back with his spear and pulled Xiahua back. "Big brother Lu, leave quickly. My parents are gone. What's the point of me living in this world?" Xiahua said miserably. "Live on and take revenge for them." Lu Ming shouted, causing Xiahua's body to tremble. "Revenge? Dream on, all of you die." A total of 2 three-eyed divine race members charged toward Lu Ming. They were both bright sage realm cultivators, and one of them was even a great success bright sage. The light of destruction was constantly shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held his spear and tried his best to resist. But Lu Ming's current strength was really limited. In a few moves, he was forced to retreat again and again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the entire tribe was completely immersed in blood and fire. Lu Ming saw familiar people in the tribe being killed by the three-eyed divine race members. Some of them didn't even have a corpse left. Lu Ming saw Uncle Li, who often delivered medicinal wine to him, being cleaved in half by a three-eyed divine race member with an axe. Lu Ming saw the simple uncle who often delivered beast meat to Lu Ming was beheaded by a three-eyed divine race member. These three-eyed divine race members were really devils. Lu Ming felt that the blood in his body was boiling, as if it was going to turn into a flame and burn fiercely. An extremely cold murderous intent erupted from Lu Ming's body. "Die, kid!" The 2 three-eyed divine race members charged toward Lu Ming again. Lu Ming stood in front of Xiahua to protect her, not retreating at all. But there were too many three-eyed divine race members. Behind them, more three-eyed divine race members charged toward them. "Big brother Lu, if you can leave, then leave quickly. Don't worry about me." Xiahua shouted as a few drops of tears fell from her eyes. She turned around and pounced toward a three-eyed divine race member with a battle sword in her hand. "Don't," Lu Ming wanted to shout, but he realized that his throat seemed to be stuck. He couldn't roar out no matter how hard he tried. Puff, snowflakes flew in all directions. A teenage girl was like a tender flower that withered just like that. Roar, Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar from his throat. His eyes were blood-red and a terrifying murderous intent was emitted from his body. At this time, the entire tribe was almost wiped out. There weren't many people left. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Someone shouted as if he was really slaughtering some ants. Boom. Lu Ming felt his blood burning, breaking through the shackles in his body. His aura surged crazily. At first, it was Bright Saint Small Completion. In an instant, it rushed to Bright Saint Great Completion. Then, it reached Bright Saint Peak and Great Circle before stopping. The seal in Lu Ming's body was broken. His combat strength was restored in an instant. In front of him, the two experts from the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe had a change in expression. Then, they roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming roared. The divine sword art spread out along with the sound waves and blasted into the bodies of the two experts. The two bright saints from the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe suddenly stiffened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, the light in their eyes dimmed and their bodies fell softly to the ground. Their souls had been destroyed by Lu Ming. With a loud roar, he killed two bright saints and attracted the attention of the other Three-Eyed Divine Tribe members. Kill him! The Great Saint Realm Three-Eyed Divine Tribe member shouted. Suddenly, more than a dozen Three-Eyed Divine Tribe members rushed towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Cold killing intent spread out. Using the divine sword art, his soul pulsed and formed a terrifying attack. Previously, Lu Ming had broken through consecutively and reached Great Circle of the Bright Saint Realm. Naturally, his soul power had also increased. Compared to before, it had increased by a lot. The power of the divine sword art was shocking. The dozen Three-Eyed Divine Tribe members who rushed towards Lu Ming were the same as the previous two. Their bodies stiffened and their souls were destroyed. They fell to the ground. The Great Saint Realm Three-Eyed Divine Tribe member's face changed drastically. Kill! He stepped into the air and the third eye between his eyebrows shot out a ray of destructive light. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation and charged towards Lu Ming. Primal Chaos Calamity Finger. The law of primal chaos circulated. Lu Ming pointed out with his finger. This finger was used by Lu Ming. 50% of the primal chaos calamity finger was terrifying beyond imagination. A huge finger appeared, which looked like the finger of a god. Then, it pointed toward the three-eyed god cultivator. The destructive light of the god cultivator was instantly destroyed by the primal chaos tribulation finger. However, the finger didn't stop there. Instead, it moved with lightning-like speed, appearing right in front of the three-eyed god cultivator in an instant. The terrifying power caused the three-eyed sect master's expression to change drastically. With a roar, he continuously slashed out with the battle axe in his hand. At the same time, he set up layers of defenses around his body. But it was useless. As soon as the primal chaos tribulation finger touched him, the battle axe in his hand exploded, and his defenses shattered like tofu. No, he only had time to let out a loud roar before his burly body was reduced to ashes by the primal chaos tribulation finger. Commander! The other members of the Three-Eyed God tribe turned pale with fright. Their commander was a great sage, but he was killed in a single move. Kill! Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. His body glowed, and from each point of light, a saint weapon flew out. The moment these saint weapons flew out, they transformed into streams of death and shot towards the Three-Eyed Divine Race. Lu Ming showed no mercy to the Three-Eyed Divine Race. There was only one word for him to say, kill. With Lu Ming's current cultivation level, no one below the Great Sage Realm could withstand a single blow, and he could easily kill them. More than 100 saint weapons turned into more than 100 streams of light and rushed out. A Three-Eyed Divine Race member, or even 2 or 3 of them, were killed. Large groups of Three-Eyed Divine Race members fell down. Retreat, retreat! Quick, call the General's vanguard to come and kill this man. The Three-Eyed Divine Race members were afraid, and many of them frantically retreated. Today, none of you will be able to leave. Lu Ming said coldly as he transformed into the god of death. He stood in the air and a dragon's roar could be heard from his body. Devouring power erupted and shrouded the entire tribe, including all the members of the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe. Those Three-Eyed Divine Race members who were below the Saint Realm screamed in horror. Their bodies withered at a visible speed, and in the end, they turned into dried corpses. As for those Saint Realm experts, although they were not devoured into dried corpses, their bodies were greatly affected by the devouring power, and they could not move. What awaited them was Lu Ming's merciless slaughter. The saint weapons danced, and the three-eyed divine race members were killed one by one. Not long after, the three-eyed divine race members who came this time were basically all dead, and their corpses covered the ground of the tribe. Lu Ming left only one person alive, knocking him out and putting him into the mountain and river diagram. In the entire tribe, there were only a few dozen people who stood there in a daze. These were the few survivors of the tribe. Lu Ming clenched his fists. It was too tragic, and he hated the fact that he broke through the shackles too slowly. If he had been faster, Xia Hu, Xia Hua, Uncle Li, and the others would not have died. Sigh. A sigh filled with sorrow spread throughout the tribe. This was an old man who was lucky enough to survive. He was an elder of the tribe. Elder Lu, where do you plan to go next? Lu Ming came to Elder Lu's side and asked. Now, the three-eyed evil demon has broken through the void and invaded the heavenly world. I heard that a large area of the heavenly world has been invaded. We plan to bury our tribesmen first, and then seek refuge with the big tribes. Elder Lu said. These words moved Lu Ming's heart. Elder Lu, how many years has it been since the three-eyed evil demon invaded the heavenly world? Lu Ming asked. About several hundred years. I heard that countless experts of the heavenly world have been killed in battle with the three-eyed evil demon. Now, a large area of the heavenly world has been invaded. Sigh, this is a disaster. Elder Lu sighed. Countless thoughts appeared in Lu Ming's mind. According to his understanding, the three-eyed divine race had invaded the heavenly world for countless years, but now, only a few hundred years had passed. Perhaps all of this was fake, a projection of the ancient times. Whether it's real or fake, in my heart, all of this is real. Lu Ming muttered in his heart, and then buried the tribesmen with the remaining tribesmen. Little brother Lu, come with us, and seek refuge with the big tribes. After the burial, Elder Lu said. Lu Ming shook his head, saying, I'm not going. You guys go, I still have things to do. Elder Lu shook his head, and did not try to persuade him. He bid farewell and left with the rest of the tribesmen. Lu Ming stood alone in front of the great tomb. After a long time, Lu Ming took out a jug of wine and poured it on the ground, saying, whether this is real or fake, a projection of the ancient times, or it really happened, I will avenge all of you. There are things that a man should do, and things that he should not do. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the three-eyed divine race tribesmen that he kept in the mountain river diagram appeared in front of the great tomb. He had already woken up, and he looked at Lu Ming in fear. Speak, where are your other troops? Lu Ming asked coldly. You want to find our vanguard troops? You're courting death. The general of our vanguard troops is a peak great saint expert. The three-eyed divine race tribesman said. Speak. Where are they? Lu Ming's voice did not fluctuate as he continued to ask. 80,000 miles west of here. Saint power burst out and slashed down, killing the three-eyed divine tribe member. Blood splattered on the tomb. Xia Hu, Xia Hua, I will avenge you. From now on, if I encounter any three-eyed divine tribe members in the outside world, I will kill them without mercy. Lu Ming whispered. That was his promise. Then, he stepped into the air and headed west. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the 80,000-mile journey. In front of him was a military camp with a large number of three-eyed divine tribe members stationed there. Lu Ming stood quietly in the air, hiding behind the clouds. He watched quietly, thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. After a while, Lu Ming turned and left. Lu Ming did not give up, but he wanted to borrow some strength. There were great saint experts in the great perfection realm. With Lu Ming's current battle strength, he was no match for them. Not to mention, there must be more great saint experts. It would be unwise for him to kill his way in alone. Although this place might be fake and an illusion, he could not rule out the possibility that it was real. This was because everything was too real. Lu Ming could not tell if it was real or not. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Beast God Mountain. In the past, Lu Ming had followed the tribe's hunting team to the Beast God Mountain several times. He knew that there was a group of blood-eyed demonic apes living in the Beast God Mountain. These demonic apes were bloodthirsty and very vengeful. They would not let go of anyone who offended them. In the past, the tribe's hunting team had avoided these demonic apes. Now, Lu Ming needed to borrow the strength of these demonic apes. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed into the Beast God Mountain. Soon, he arrived in front of a valley. Roar! Roar! At the entrance of the valley, there were two giant apes. Their eyes were blood red, and their bodies were as black as steel. They were more than 5 meters tall and had an intimidating aura. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, they roared twice, revealing ferocious expressions as they pounced on Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a slash, one of the demonic apes was killed. Roar! The other one let out an angry roar. The roar spread far and wide. Suddenly, the entire valley was in an uproar. A terrifying aura spread out. Terrifying roars spread out, as if the entire mountain range was about to be overturned. The ground shook as countless blood-eyed demonic apes rushed out from the valley like a flood of steel. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he unleashed the primal chaos tribulation finger with all his might. He pointed out with his finger, and a huge primal chaos tribulation finger formed and pointed at the group of blood-eyed demonic apes. Suddenly, the bodies of the blood-eyed demonic apes exploded. Then, Lu Ming turned around and ran, pushing his movement skill to the limit. Roar! Roar! There was an earth-shattering roar, and several terrifying blood-eyed demonic apes came out of the crowd. Their auras were terrifying and astonishing. They were definitely the existences of the great sage high level. They chased after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming used the wind thunder steps, and at the same time, the air-frozen pearl flew out. A wave of energy entered Lu Ming's body. Black wings spread out behind his back and coordinated with each other. His speed reached the limit as he rushed towards the three-eyed divine tribe's army. There were at least 10,000 blood-eyed demonic apes chasing after him. Their speed was astonishing. Soon, the three-eyed divine tribe's camp was in sight. The three-eyed divine tribe's army had already sensed the huge number of blood-eyed demonic apes charging at Lin Fan. Tens of thousands of three-eyed divine tribe's army appeared and formed a large formation. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed towards the three-eyed divine tribe's army camp. Stop! There was a loud shout from the three-eyed divine tribe's army. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to charge forward. Kill him! The three-eyed divine sect's upper echelon gave the order. Suddenly, countless rays of light flooded towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body flashed continuously, dodging one attack after another. He was getting closer and closer to the three-eyed divine tribe's army. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes turned as black as ink. He used the soul illusion technique. At this moment, other than the great saints in the three-eyed divine tribe's army, the rest of the three-eyed divine tribe's army were all affected by Lu Ming. In their eyes, Lu Ming's figure seemed to have disappeared. After pausing for a moment, Lu Ming rushed into the three-eyed divine tribe's army. Kill! Some of the great saints from the three-eyed divine tribe charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not continue to fight. He dodged with all his might and shuttled through the three-eyed divine tribe's army. Rumble, roar! 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 At this time, the blood-eyed demonic apes finally arrived. They ignored everything and charged into the three-eyed divine tribe's army. Anyone who stood in their way was an enemy and they had to be torn apart. In an instant, a large number of three-eyed divine tribe's army was killed. The three-eyed divine tribe's army immediately counterattacked and killed the blood-eyed demonic apes. In this way, the blood-eyed demonic apes targeted the three-eyed divine tribe and both sides engaged in a fierce battle. The two sides collided like a torrent of steel. In an instant, a large number of three-eyed divine tribe's army and the blood-eyed demonic apes were torn apart and killed. Kill him! In the sky, a three-eyed divine tribe's army was unusually burly. He wore a metal armor and his aura was incomparably powerful. All three of his eyes were staring at Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming had brought the blood-eyed demonic apes over. He saw it clearly. Suddenly, two great saints in the initial stage charged towards Lu Ming. Two rays of destructive light pierced through the void and shot towards Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He slashed twice consecutively at the destructive light. Then, his body shook violently and flew backwards. A trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. Of course, this was done deliberately by Lu Ming. Otherwise, how could two great saints in the initial stage of the three-eyed divine tribe injure him? However, in this situation, it was wisest to pretend to be weak. If he appeared too strong, it would attract more experts of the three-eyed divine tribe. He would pretend to be weak first and let the three-eyed divine tribe and the blood-eyed demonic apes fight. The two three-eyed divine tribes' army rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming deliberately fought with them. However, he appeared to be completely at a disadvantage and was in danger. Sure enough, seeing that Lu Ming was injured by two great saints in the initial stage of the three-eyed divine tribe's army and was completely suppressed, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the three-eyed divine tribe's army. He stopped looking at Lu Ming and focused his attention on the blood-eyed demonic apes. Kill! The three-eyed divine tribe's army roared. He stepped forward and shot out a destructive light from his eyes, killing a great saint-level blood-eyed demonic ape. At the same time, he slashed out with his battle axe and killed another blood-eyed demonic ape. Kill these beasts! The three-eyed divine tribe's army roared. He led the strongest group of experts and charged towards the blood-eyed demonic apes. Roar! 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 A ferocious roar rang out as a gigantic blood-eyed demonic ape appeared. It was at least 10 meters tall, and it charged towards the three-eyed divine race. It threw out a punch, and a terrifying demonic light shone from its fist as it destroyed the light of destruction of the opponent. Behind it, there were also some exceptionally powerful blood-eyed demonic apes. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. The strongest against the strongest. It was extremely tragic. Lu Ming kept fighting with the two three-eyed divine tribe members, but he did not kill them. The two three-eyed divine tribe members had become his shields. With these two three-eyed divine tribe members around, the other three-eyed divine tribe members would not come after him. As time passed, more and more three-eyed divine tribe members and blood-eyed demonic apes died in battle. Even the strongest great sages were constantly dying in battle. The battle between the three-eyed divine tribe member in armor and the most terrifying blood-eyed demonic ape had reached its climax. Both of them were great sage, great perfection, great sages. The battle was fierce and both sides were injured. In the end, the three-eyed divine tribe member in armor was stronger. After exchanging hundreds of blows, he killed the blood-eyed demonic ape. However, before the blood-eyed demonic ape died, it fought back with all its might and punched the three-eyed divine tribe member's armor, penetrating his heart and severely injuring him. At this time, the three-eyed divine tribe members began to gain the upper hand. After all, there were more three-eyed divine tribe members and more experts. However, the blood-eyed demonic apes were in a frenzy. Their eyes were bloodshot and they had completely fallen into a frenzy. In their eyes, there was only killing. They pounced on the three-eyed divine tribe members without any regard for their lives. Even if they died, they would drag them down with them. When the last blood-eyed demonic ape was killed, the three-eyed divine tribe members also suffered heavy losses. There were only about 10,000 three-eyed divine tribe members left. 20,000 of them were killed by the blood-eyed demonic apes. The remaining three-eyed divine tribe members were all injured. Why is this guy still alive? Attack and kill him! The three-eyed divine tribe member in armor roared and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still fighting with the two three-eyed divine tribe members. You are the ones who will die. At this time, Lu Ming's aura suddenly soared. Light spots bloomed on his body and more than 100 holy weapons appeared. The battle weapon she gathered on the battle sword in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming's battle sword shone brightly. With a slash, it directly destroyed the attack of a three-eyed divine tribe member in the lower great sage realm. With an unstoppable force, he attacked his opponent. Oh no! His opponent was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to suddenly soar. It was too late to dodge. Puff! This three-eyed divine being was directly cleaved into two by Lu Ming. Kill! Following that, Lu Ming roared, and two sword lights shot out from his eyes, piercing into the body of another three-eyed god race member. This three-eyed god race member's body stiffened, and Lu Ming's battle sword swept out, cutting him in two. In the blink of an eye, two great sage initial mastery powerhouses were killed by Lu Ming. When Lu Ming broke through the sage realm, he almost killed a great sage minor mastery powerhouse. Now that he had reached the great sage perfection, Killing a great sage minor mastery powerhouse was like chopping melons and vegetables. Damn it, this person was hiding his strength. Let's attack together and kill him. The armored three-eyed god race member bellowed. Suddenly, the three-eyed god race members stepped on the void and charged toward Lu Ming. Before they arrived, the light of destruction in their eyes was constantly shooting at Lu Ming. Around Lu Ming, more than 100 sacred weapons rotated, blocking the attack of the light of destruction. At the same time, his figure moved, and charged toward the group of three-eyed god race members. With a loud roar, the divine sword technique burst out along with the sound waves. Those below the great sage realm screamed miserably as their souls were destroyed by Lu Ming. Their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 three-eyed god race members were killed. At the same time, Lu Ming kept waving his hands, and 9 sealing gates appeared, sealing a large number of three-eyed god race members. Even great sages would be sealed in that instant. That moment represented life and death. Lu Ming rushed over, and his battle sword was thousands of meters long. With a slash, more than 100 three-eyed god race members were killed. Among them, there were 2 great sage initial mastery experts. Buzz, in the sky, a chaotic flipping sky seal was formed. It was incomparably huge, like an immemorial divine mountain, and it pressed down. Run! Many three-eyed god race members were scared out of their wits and fled frantically. However, under the suppression of the chaotic flipping sky seal, the three-eyed god race members were obliterated one by one and turned into ashes. Those below the great sage realm were like ants in front of Lu Ming. They did not have the slightest ability to fight back. Those below the great sage realm, retreat. Great sage realm, let's kill him together. The three-eyed god race members in armor roared and gave the order. The three-eyed god clan members who were below the great sage level retreated rapidly while the burly three-eyed god clan members stepped forward and charged toward Lu Ming. All of them were great sage realm experts, and there were dozens of them. Dozens of light of destruction shot out, and Lu Ming's face became very solemn. With so many great sages joining forces, there were great sage initial mastery experts, great sage realm experts, and great sage peak experts. This force was too strong. Lu Ming could only retreat. Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky and avoided the attack. Kill! Those great sages attacked Lu Ming one after another. Lu Ming's glabella shone, and the Tai Chi disc array appeared. Lu Ming controlled the array law, and countless runes formed and disappeared into the Tai Chi disc array. The Tai Chi disc array enlarged rapidly, and a yin and yang pattern formed on it, and suppressed downward. Dong! Dong! The attacks of the three-eyed god race all landed on the Tai Chi disc array. The Tai Chi disc array vibrated and was sent flying. Chaotic calamity finger. At this time, Lu Ming pointed out with his finger and erupted with his strongest power. A finger pointed at a great sage peak three-eyed god race member. Boom! The power of the chaotic calamity finger at 50% was really amazing. Even a great sage peak expert could not withstand it. He vomited blood and retreated, and his body almost cracked. Kill! Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he directly attacked the great sage peak expert. Here, the only ones who could threaten Lu Ming were those at or above the great sage peak. Lu Ming was not afraid of those at the great sage peak. Therefore, Lu Ming wanted to get rid of the great sage peak expert first. Die! Halfway, a great sage peak expert and a great sage peak expert blocked in front of Lu Ming, and their battle axes slashed at him. Clang! Clang! The sound of swords rang out, and a yin and yang pattern appeared on the Tai Chi disc array. Then, the yin and yang pattern turned into a pair of yin and yang fish swords, and slashed at the two. The great sage peak three-eyed god race member was killed directly, and the great sage peak expert was almost killed. A long sword wound was cut open on his body, and he frantically retreated. But how could Lu Ming let him retreat? With a slash of his sword, he completely ended this person. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure appeared in front of the great sage peak three-eyed god race member. This three-eyed god race member was seriously injured by Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger, and he had almost no strength to resist. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 5 great sage weapons around him rushed over and killed this person. Under normal circumstances, Lu Ming would never be able to kill a great sage peak existence so easily. However, these three-eyed god race members were almost all injured in the fierce battle with the blood-eyed demonic ape, and their combat strength was not at their peak. Therefore, Lu Ming killed one of them with lightning speed. Then, Lu Ming did not stop and attacked the other three-eyed god race members. There were only 3 great sage peak experts on the other side. Now that one was dead, there were 2 more. Primal Chaos Calamity Finger. Lu Ming didn't even look at them. He just pointed out with his finger and used all his strength. A huge chaotic tribulation finger shot towards the crowd. Wherever the primordial chaos tribulation finger passed, several great sage three-eyed god tribe cultivators exploded and were killed. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into the god of death, slaughtering the three-eyed god tribe members wantonly. Damn it! If not for the fact that he was seriously injured, he would have attacked and killed Lu Ming. Surround him! Surround him! The armored three-eyed god race member roared. Bang! Bang! The remaining great saint-level three-eyed god tribe members stepped into the void. Led by 2 great saint pinnacle experts, they formed an encirclement and launched continuous attacks at Lu Ming. Prison suppression. Lu Ming's palms danced in the air. Around him, illusory images of the suppressing hell steels appeared and pressed down on the three-eyed divine tribe. Not good. It's the prison suppressing steel. Retreat. When the three-eyed divine race saw the suppressing hell steel, they all screamed in fear. It was as if they had seen something incomparably terrifying, and they all retreated madly. There were a total of 9 illusionary figures of the prison-suppressing monuments, emitting a brilliant glow as they descended. 9 miserable shrieks rang out. 9 great sage experts in the minor mastery and great mastery of the great sage realm didn't even have the courage to fight back. How could you possibly have the prison-suppressing steel? The eyes of the three-eyed divine race member in armor were also filled with fear. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. These three-eyed divine tribe members were actually so afraid of the prison-suppressing monument. Without any hesitation, Xianxia summoned the fragments of the hell-suppressing monument from his spine. As soon as the fragments of the suppressing hell steel appeared, they rapidly expanded to the size of a mountain. Especially the 2 words hell and steel, they emitted a dazzling light. Wung, the fragments of the prison-suppressing steel pressed down on the three-eyed divine being. Block it. Block it together. A pinnacle great sage expert joined forces with 7 or 8 great sages from the three-eyed god tribe to unleash terrifying attacks in an attempt to stop the prison-suppressing steel. However, there seemed to be a special power on the prison-suppressing steel that countered the three-eyed divine race. When the three-eyed divine race's power hit the prison-suppressing steel, it collapsed. As the hell-suppressing steel pressed down, the three-eyed divine race members screamed in agony and exploded one after another, dying on the spot. Only the peak great sage didn't die, but he was half dead, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Kill. Lu Ming rushed over and killed him with a single slash. Go. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming sent the prison-suppressing steel towards the three-eyed divine race member. Ah, damn it. The three-eyed divine race member turned pale with fright and tried to escape. However, it was useless. In an instant, the prison-suppressing steel caught up to him. The prison-suppressing steel shone even brighter and suppressed him. So what if it's the prison-suppressing monument? Get lost. The armored three-eyed divine race member roared. A terrifying ray of destruction shot out from his glabella and hit the prison-suppressing steel, causing it to tremble. However, the mysterious power on the prison-suppressing steel exploded and crushed the ray of destruction instantly. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. The armored three-eyed divine race member roared. The battle axe in his hand kept slashing down on the prison-suppressing steel, causing it to tremble continuously. The three-eyed divine race member's cultivation was at the peak of the great sage realm. Although he was severely injured, his fighting strength was still shocking. The prison-suppressing steel couldn't kill him immediately. However, Lu Ming was still around. Lu Ming stepped into the air and appeared not far away. Come and help me. The three-eyed divine race member turned pale with fright. However, when the other three-eyed divine race members saw the prison-suppressing steel, they were almost scared to death. None of them dared to come out. All of them fled frantically and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. "No one can save you," Lu Ming said coldly. He pointed a finger and a chaotic calamity finger pointed at his opponent. The terrifying power caused him to roar in despair. He resisted with all his might and kept slashing with his battle axe. Finally, he managed to block the chaotic calamity finger, but he couldn't stop the power of the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel pressed down. The three-eyed divine race member roared in indignation and killed him. His body was torn into pieces. At this time, the other three-eyed divine race members had all fled. Lu Ming didn't give chase. He knew that he couldn't kill all the three-eyed divine race members by himself. There were so many of them, and they had all scattered. He couldn't catch up to them. It was already incredible that he could wipe out most of the three-eyed divine race army and kill their general. Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel and landed on the ground. He sat on the ground and gasped for breath. Just now, he had used the chaotic calamity finger with all his might. He had used up a lot of his saint power and his physical strength was a little weak. At this time a white light flashed in front of Lu Ming. The white-robed elder appeared. "You've done well." The white-robed elder's gaze swept across the scene and showed a hint of admiration. "Is this my test?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, this is the test." The white-robed elder nodded. Lu Ming was silent. After a while, he said, "So this is all an illusion? It's all fake?" "It's all real and all fake," the white-robed old man said. His eyes were filled with reminiscence and sadness as he continued, "What you have experienced and seen during this period of time was actually real in the ancient era. Those people also existed in the past, but they all died in the end. They died at the hands of the foreign races. In the ancient times, the foreign tribes tore through the void and the heaven realm fell into chaos. Countless creatures were killed and hundreds of millions of corpses were strewn everywhere. It was a real bloodbath. What you've experienced is just a projection of a certain place in the ancient times." Lu Ming was silent again. After a while, he asked, "Did I pass?" "Yes, you passed," the white-robed elder said. "If I didn't kill the enemy's general, would I not pass?" Lu Ming asked. The white-robed elder shook his head and said, "It's not that difficult. As long as you can kill your way to this camp, regardless of the result, you pass. You've already passed, and your performance has already exceeded expectations. Of course, if you don't even dare to charge into this camp, then you've failed. Let me show you some images," the white-robed elder said and waved his hand. Images appeared in the air. Lu Ming saw that the others experienced the same thing as him. They were seriously injured and were saved by Xia Hu. Then, they recuperated in the tribe and were attacked by the three-eyed divine tribe. However, Lu Ming saw that when the three-eyed divine tribe attacked, there were people who did not break their shackles and recover their cultivation. Instead, they were killed by the three-eyed divine tribe. At this time, a white light shrouded them and they were eliminated. There were also people who abandoned the tribe and fled alone. Similarly, a white light shrouded them and they were eliminated. Lu Ming saw that when the three-eyed divine tribe invaded and killed the tribesmen, Long Chen was enraged and his eyes were bloodshot. In the end, he broke through the shackles and recovered his cultivation, killing all the three-eyed divine tribe members. Then, he killed his way into the barracks. After a fierce battle, he died of exhaustion. Of course, dying in battle here was not a real death. Lu Ming also saw that Huang Ling, like Long Chen, had also killed her way into the barracks. In the end, she was also surrounded and killed by many experts. And, in the end, Lu Ming only saw 6 people who dared to charge into the enemy's barracks. The others either did not break through the shackles, escaped directly, or did not dare to charge into the enemy's barracks. They were all teleported away. Other than Lu Ming, there were only 6 people. But no one could do what Lu Ming did, annihilating a large number of the enemy's troops and killing the three-eyed divine tribe's general. Lu Ming found that different people had different cultivation bases. The three-eyed divine tribe members that appeared were all different. The higher the cultivation base of the person, the higher the cultivation base of the three-eyed divine tribe members. For example, In the final barracks, the strongest person in the barracks would be a quasi-emperor if their cultivation base had reached the level of an absolute saint. No one could cross so many realms and kill a strong enemy. Lu Ming was able to do it by borrowing the power of the blood-eyed demonic ape and the fragments of the prison-suppressing steel. After watching, the white-robed old man waved his hand and the images disappeared. This time, including you, a total of 7 people passed, and you performed the best. Since ancient times, no one can compare to you, so congratulations on becoming the true successor of the Hunyuan sect. The white-robed old man smiled. Did I succeed just like that? Lu Ming whispered. Not bad, you've succeeded just like that. It doesn't seem difficult, but it's actually very, very difficult. In fact, there were people in ancient times who were incomparably powerful. They might have been able to do what you did, but most of them didn't choose to do so. Instead, they turned around and left. If they didn't attack the barracks, then it's a failure. The white-robed old man sighed. Fighting strength and talent are not the only requirements for the Hunyuan sect to choose a successor. They also need courage, or rather, a fearless spirit. If one does not dare to fight to the death when his family and friends are killed and can only retreat, then such a person is too selfish. No matter how strong his fighting strength is, what's the use? Such a person may become a peak expert, but he is not what my primordial origin sect needs. What's the purpose of the Hunyuan sect spending so much effort to select a successor? Lu Ming asked. Prepare for battle. The white-robed old man said. At this moment, a bright light burst out from his eyes. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. You've seen it before. When the foreign tribes invaded, the people of the Heaven Domain were plunged into misery and suffering. Endless territories were occupied. For so many years, countless experts of the Heaven Domain fought against the foreign tribes. Countless heroes died in battle. Now, the Heaven Domain is about to be completely occupied. And the foreign tribes have already begun to open the passage to the Yuan realm. When the time comes, the foreign tribes will descend into the Yuan realm. At that time, the Yuan realm will follow in the footsteps of the Heaven Domain. Hundreds of millions of corpses will be piled up, and no one will be able to stay out of it. This battle will happen sooner or later. So for so many years, the Hunyuan sect has been cultivating geniuses and experts, waiting for the final battle in the future. The white-robed old man explained. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Eggy had also said that the final battle was coming. Back then, when he saw the Titan longhorn beetle in Songzhou, it was guarding a dark passage. Could it be that the foreign tribes were on the other side of the passage? If the foreign tribes descended, would his family and friends be reduced to ashes like the previous tribes? No, Lu Ming would never let this happen. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. In fact, it's not just the Hunyuan sect. Several of the strongest forces in the Heaven Domain were doing the same. They kept spreading their inheritance. In fact, in ancient times, the humans of the Yuan realm did not know how to cultivate martial arts. The reason why they became strong later was because several of the strongest forces in the Heaven Domain spread their inheritance, which led to the current situation of the Yuan realm. The white-robed old man explained again. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He did not expect that the cultivation methods of the Yuan realm were spread by several forces in the Heaven Domain. In fact, many of the ancient and powerful forces in the Yuan realm are disciples of the Hunyuan sect. Their ancestors have all received the inheritance of the Hunyuan sect. Since ancient times, the Hunyuan sect has been in a battle of providence, looking for successors. We divide the successors into 3 levels: gold, silver, and bronze. The white-robed old man explained. Then what level of successor am I? Lu Ming asked. Gold, the highest level. Since ancient times, you are the only one who has reached it. Therefore, you are the true successor of the Hunyuan sect, the Xianxia of the Hunyuan sect. In the future, you will inherit the position of the sect master of the Hunyuan sect. The white-robed old man said. Oh, how many people are left in the Hunyuan sect in the Heaven Domain? Not many. After a long time of war, not many people are still alive. Almost all of the 9 hall masters died in battle. You cultivate the Chaos Scripture, so you should have received the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor. Back then, the Chaos Emperor was one of the strongest in the world, but he also died in battle. the white-robed old man sighed. Lu Ming was speechless. There were not many people left. What was the use of inheriting the position of the Hunyuan sect master? You are a gold inheritor. That is why you have the privilege of looking at other people's images. Others have no right to look at yours. Moreover, low-level inheritors have to listen to the orders of high-level inheritors. The white-robed old man said. By the way, why didn't I see Bubble, no, that space-time spirit mouse just now? Lu Ming asked. In the images just now, Lu Ming didn't see Bubble's image. The space-time spirit mouse's identity is special. Her mother, the previous generation space-time spirit mouse, is one of the 9 hall masters of the Hunyuan sect. Therefore, she doesn't need to be tested. I directly brought her to a place where the inheritance of the previous generation space-time spirit mouse is. The white-robed old man explained. Lu Ming was delighted. It was a great opportunity for Bubble to be able to obtain the inheritance of the previous generation space-time spirit mouse. Well, I'll bring you to a place. The white-robed old man waved his hand. The environment here shattered like a mirror and then disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a large hall. At this time, in another large hall, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others gathered together. In front of them, the white-robed old man was floating in the air. Congratulations to all of you for passing the test and becoming the silver successor of the Hunyuan sect. The white-robed old man said and then explained some things. The eyes of the 6 flickered. They remained silent, waiting for the rest of the story. They were all geniuses of powerful factions, thus they knew more secrets than Lu Ming. They knew that becoming the successor of the Hunyuan sect would definitely bring benefits. Now, I will reward each of you with a stream of vital qi. In the future, when you break through to the martial monarch realm and condense your small worlds, you can refine the vital qi to stabilize and strengthen your small worlds. It's the primordial qi? A blazing light burst out from the eyes of the 6 people. When the primordial qi appeared, chaos appeared. The primordial qi was as famous as the chaos qi. It was a treasure of heaven and earth that was born before heaven and earth. It was extremely precious and mysterious. The law of primordial qi was one of the 10 strongest laws. Just like what the white-robed elder said, when breaking through to the emperor realm and condensing a small world, refining a wisp of primordial qi would make the small world more stable and stronger than ordinary small worlds. It was a priceless treasure that was hard to come by. Their hearts were burning with excitement. The white-robed elder smiled and said, of course, the silver inheritors will not only have these rewards. However, your cultivation is now in the sage realm and you can only cultivate 1 law. Now that you have the divine skills, you don't need other inheritances. However, after cultivating to the emperor realm, you can master many laws and fuse them together. At that time, you will need a stronger inheritance. Therefore, after you reach the emperor realm, you will have a chance to come here and obtain the inheritance. Moreover, since you are the silver inheritors, I will give you the silver inheritance token. In the future, you will be able to mobilize a part of the Hunyuan sect's power. The inheritors who are lower than you will have to listen to your orders. The white-robed elder said a series of temptations that made Huang Ling and the others' eyes brighten. Senior, what conditions do we have to agree to? Among the 6 of them, a beautiful woman asked. This woman was as beautiful as a fairy, and she was not inferior to Huang Ling at all. Moreover, her every move was filled with endless temptation. The conditions are simple. Since you are the silver inheritors, you will have to listen to the gold inheritors. The white-robed elder said with a smile. Someone has become a gold inheritor? A young man said in disbelief. This person was the son of death who controlled the law of death. That's right. After countless years, this time, someone has become a gold inheritor. The white-robed elder said. Suddenly, the faces of the 6 of them turned ugly. They were all peerless geniuses who were proud and wanted to step on other geniuses to reach the peak. Now, they were asked to listen to other geniuses. How could they accept it? Especially the son of death. He was the son of God and was destined to become a top expert in the future. How could he listen to others? Senior, what if I don't listen to you? The son of death asked. If you don't listen to me, I will send you out and disqualify you as a silver inheritor. The white-robed old man said. This caused the expressions of the 6 people to turn ugly. The fortuitous encounter that Xiaochen obtained flew away just like that. He found it even harder to accept. Moreover, it's not a verbal promise, but a blood oath to obey the orders of the Gold Inheritor. The white-robed old man said. Senior, it's not impossible for us to obey the orders of the Gold Inheritor. However, if the other party uses his status as a Gold Inheritor to make unreasonable demands or demands that we can't fulfill, should we obey his orders? The peerless beauty asked. That's very simple. When you make the blood oath, you can add some conditions. If the other party's orders conflict with the conditions you added, you naturally don't have to obey them. You won't violate the oath and be affected by the blood oath. The white-robed old man said. The eyes of the 6 people flickered. Even so, they were unwilling to accept it. The white-robed old man's gaze shifted before he continued, of course, I'll give you another chance. I'll give you 20 years. After 20 years, you can challenge the Gold Inheritor. If you win, you can replace him and become the new Gold Inheritor. 20 years. At this moment, the eyes of the 6 people lit up. To them, 20 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Especially the Son of Death. He had enough confidence in himself that he could defeat anyone in the same generation. All right, I agree. The Son of Death was the first to speak. Senior, can you show us the appearance of the Gold Inheritor? At this moment, Huang Ling spoke. Her eyes were filled with a strange light. Lu Ming wasn't here. With Lu Ming's talent, could he not become an inheritor? She was curious. Of course. The white-robed old man smiled. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared in the air. It was Lu Ming's figure. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. Huang Ling and Long Chen's eyes lit up. It's him? The Son of Death's eyes emitted a shocking glow. The same went for the others. It's him indeed. His talent is terrifying. Another young man said. Lu Ming came in first place when they were crossing the abyss previously. Later on, he even defeated the chaotic body. They had long remembered Lu Ming. Senior, I agree. Huang Ling said. I agree too. Long Chen followed. With this, 3 people agreed. I agree too. The peerless woman smiled. She was so charming that the Son of Death and the others couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Then, the last 2 people agreed. All right, all of you make a blood oath. The white-robed old man said. Immediately, everyone made a blood oath. Of course, they added some conditions in the blood oath. They could accept normal orders, but they didn't have to listen to special orders. All right, now, I'll give you the silver inheritance token. Also, I'll seal the primordial chi in the token. The white-robed old man waved his hand and 6 silver white tokens appeared in the air. The words origin were written on them. Then, the white-robed old man sealed the 6 primordial chi in the silver tokens. The 6 silver tokens flew to the 6 people respectively. They received them and kept them solemnly. In Lu Ming's hall, 3 strands of primordial chi appeared in the white-robed old man's hand. Normally, silver inheritors only have 1 strand of primordial chi. Gold inheritors only have 3 strands. The white-robed old man said. He then took out a golden token and sealed the 3 strands of primordial chi in the token. The token flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it and kept it in the mountain river diagram. As the only gold inheritor, this is the only reward I get? Lu Ming looked at the white-robed old man eagerly. That's not all. The other 6 silver inheritors have to listen to you. The white-robed old man said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Apart from Long Chen and Huang Ling, the other 6 people were good friends with him. Naturally, there was no issue of him ordering them around. However, the other 4 people were extremely powerful geniuses. They definitely came from powerful forces. If they listened to him, it would be very beneficial to Lu Ming. Moreover, when these people grew up in the future, they would definitely be rare experts. They would become Lu Ming's helpers. Of course, there's a condition. 20 years later, they can challenge you. If you lose, they will replace you and become the new gold inheritor. The white-robed old man said. 20 years later? They're no match for me. Now, there might be some young skyprides who were much stronger than Lu Ming, but 20 years later, Lu Ming was confident that he would not be weaker than any of his peers. If he did not even have this confidence, how could he reach the peak? This was the same as the son of death. Any peerless skyprides would be confident in themselves, confident that they could suppress everyone. Alright, I hope you can suppress all of them, the white-robed old man said. Senior, is there anything else? Lu Ming looked at the white-robed old man again. Of course. The white-robed old man smiled and a jade tablet appeared in his hand. He said, here is a list of all the inheritors of the Hunyuan sect. Since ancient times, there have been quite a number of them. These people are the bronze inheritors and the silver inheritors. They have all sworn an oath to obey the orders of the inheritors of higher levels. Take a look. The white-robed old man handed the jade token to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and used his spiritual consciousness to check it. He immediately saw more than 200 names. Senior, over the years, only 200 people have become inheritors? Lu Ming was surprised. This time, there were 7 of them. Do you think it's easy to become an inheritor? The reason why there are so many of you this time is because we're in a golden age where skyprides gather. That's why there are 7 inheritors at once. In the past, there might not be an inheritor for many years. The white-robed old man said. But let me tell you, some of these people died in battle before they grew up. Some of them became peerless experts and created terrifying forces. Many of them have even become emperors. But the stronger your cultivation, the stronger your ability to resist the oath. If you go to them now, those powerful existences might not listen to you. They might even kill you. You'd better know it. The white-robed old man warned. Are you serious? Lu Ming was speechless. Those who did not listen to him, what was the use of being strong? This list was equivalent to not having them. It was equivalent to not having them. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that some of them are loyal to Hunyuan sect and will listen to the higher-level inheritors. You have to know this yourself. The white-robed old man said again. Lu Ming was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He suddenly felt that this white-robed elder was really asking for a beating. Grasp? How could he grasp it? How would he know who was loyal to the Hunyuan sect? If he rashly ran over and said that he was the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect, he would probably be slapped to death by those powerful existences. The longer the time, the weaker the binding power of the oath. The stronger the cultivation base, the weaker the binding power of the oath. Some peerless experts had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. They were even above the oath, and any oath would be useless. Lu Ming's spiritual sense suddenly swept over a name. Sakura, surnamed D? What did it have to do with the D family? Senior, who is this D Shirtian? Do you have any news about him? Lu Ming asked. I'm not very clear about the current situation of the people above, but this Sakura is definitely still alive. Moreover, his cultivation is very profound. You have a gold inheritance token. In the future, if you go near a low-grade inheritance token, you will be able to sense it. The white-robed old man said. Lu Ming nodded. If this D Shirtian was really an expert of the D family, would he listen to his orders? It was probably very mysterious. Senior, this list is not very useful. Do you have any other rewards for me? Lu Ming continued to look at the white-robed old man. Your cultivation base is still low. Some powerful inheritances can only be cultivated after reaching the emperor level. The white-robed old man said helplessly. No way, is there? Any divine ability related to the law of array Dao? Lu Ming asked. His law of array Dao could not exert its power without the help of divine abilities. Law of array Dao? I have one of the 9 scrolls of array Dao, the sealing scroll. Here you are. The white-robed old man thought for a moment, and a jade token appeared in his hand. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Immediately, he saw a pile of wonderful contents. The 9 scrolls of array Dao is the highest technique for cultivating the law of array Dao. It was created by a powerful existence. However, I only have one of the 9 scrolls here. You will have to find the rest yourself. The white-robed old man said. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and kept it. He looked at the white-robed old man and said, "Senior, do you have any other rewards? Like a secret technique or something?" The white-robed old man's eyelids twitched. This kid is too greedy. I have a secret technique here called the divine breathing technique. It can change and conceal one's aura. With your current cultivation base, even an ordinary lesser emperor won't be able to tell if you practice the divine breathing technique without careful observation. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, another jade token appeared in his hand. You can even fool a minor emperor expert? Is it more powerful than the illusion breathing technique? Lu Ming was surprised and then overjoyed. Illusion breathing technique? That's just a simplified version of the divine breathing technique. The white-robed old man said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming received it happily. All right, I'll send you off to meet the others. As if afraid that Lu Ming would ask again, the white-robed old man did not give Lu Ming a chance to speak. He waved his hand and brought Lu Ming away. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in another hall. This hall was where Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others were. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, the six of them looked over at the same time. Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming, Huang Ling was overjoyed and quickly walked over. Haha, we shouldn't call him by his name now. We should call him young sect leader. Long Chen laughed. Lu Ming was a golden inheritor and would inherit the position of Hunyuan sect leader in the future. They should call him young sect leader. Long Chen, Huang Ling, we're friends. There's no need to be so formal. Just like before. Lu Ming said with a smile. Long Chen and Huang Ling smiled and nodded. They knew Lu Ming's character very well. Luo Tianyi greets the young sect leader. A peerless lady walked over with graceful steps and bowed to Lu Ming. Miss, please rise. There's no need to be so formal. Lu Ming quickly said. Then, Lu Ming looked at the other three people. The deaf son and the two young men wore unpleasant looks on their faces. They really could not bring themselves to bow to Lu Ming. Each of their cultivation was higher than Lu Ming. In their hearts, they could not cross that hurdle. I know you're not convinced and even look down on me. It's okay. If it's not necessary, I won't order you around. Similarly, 20 years later, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. If you can defeat me, I'll respect him as the young sect leader. Lu Ming said. 20 years later, you won't be my opponent. The golden inheritor position is destined to be mine. The deaf son said domineeringly. I'll wait for you to challenge me. But in these 20 years, I'll be the young sect leader. Lu Ming said. The deaf son's face changed. Finally, his eyes were firm. He clasped his fist and said, young sect leader. Having said that, he stepped aside. All right, you've all met and gotten to know each other. I hope you can help each other in the future. Let me tell you, the final battle will come soon. At that time, you'll need to fight the enemy together. Now, I'll send you back. The old man in the white robe said. Then, he waved his hand and beams of light enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Then, he felt dizzy. After some time, Lu Ming found that he had returned to the side courtyard of the Phoenix Palace. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and of course, Bubbles were with him. Lu Ming. Brother. Bubbles saw Lu Ming and pounced over, hanging on Lu Ming's shoulder. Bubbles, your cultivation has reached the Supreme Sage realm. Lu Ming looked and found that Bubbles' aura was extremely strong. He had reached the Supreme Sage realm. Yes, the old man sent me to a place and I had a strange breakthrough. There's also something extra in my head. Chirp chirp. Bubbles said in a childish voice. It must be related to the inheritance of the spacetime spirit mouse. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he was happy for Bubbles. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, my cultivation has reached the limit of the bright sage realm. I feel that I'll break through soon. I'll go back to the divine elephant sect to cultivate in seclusion. Long Chen said. Alright, I wish you a smooth breakthrough. Lu Ming said. Long Chen nodded and then stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming, I'm about to break through too. I'm afraid I'll have to go into seclusion too. Huang Ling said. Great, I'll also need to go into seclusion for a while. Lu Ming nodded. He had obtained one of the 9 array formation scroll, the sealing scroll, and the divine breath technique. He needed to cultivate both. At that moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. A figure stepped into the air. It was Mu Qingxue. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, you finally appeared. Where have you been for the past few months? I looked for you everywhere but couldn't find you. I thought something had happened to you. As soon as Mu Qingxue arrived, she started to complain. Qingxue, how did you know that we're back so soon? Huang Ling asked curiously. I was nearby. I saw Longchen come out from here. I guessed that you're back too. Mu Qingxue said. Qingxue, I'm sorry. It happened so suddenly that we didn't inform you when we participated in the Hunyuan sex assessment. Huang Ling didn't hide the truth from Mu Qingxue. You've participated in the Hunyuan sex assessment? Mu Qingxue nodded in realization. Lu Ming nodded and asked. Lu Ming was stunned. He remembered that it had been more than half a year since he went to the Hunyuan sect for the assessment. Perhaps, the 2 months he spent in the tribe for the last assessment was just an illusion. It was not real. Perhaps, it was just an instant. Lu Ming guessed in his heart. By the way, some of the geniuses who went to the Celestial City have returned. Not long ago, a genius from the Wan family came and said that he wanted to challenge Lu Ming. In the end, we blocked him and sent him back. Thereafter, the people from the Wan family spread rumors everywhere, saying that Lu Ming didn't dare to fight when he encountered a stronger opponent and was a coward. Mu Qingxue said. The Wan family again. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. They're just a bunch of clowns. There's no need to care about them. Then, they chatted for a while. Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue left. Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the mountain river diagram to begin his seclusion. First, he had to cultivate the divine breath technique. Lu Ming took out the jade token for the divine breath technique and studied it carefully. Then, he began to cultivate it. Lu Ming had cultivated the illusory breath technique before. Although the divine breath technique was magical, it couldn't stump Lu Ming. In just 3 days, Lu Ming succeeded in cultivating it. Then, Lu Ming took out one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the sealing scroll, and studied it carefully. It's so magical. After a long time, Lu Ming sighed. The sealing scroll could unleash the magical power of Array Dao to form a sealing technique. If cultivated to the highest level, it could even seal the heavens and earth and suppress everything. This was created by a terrifying existence, and its mysteries were boundless. This is only one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. I wonder how magical the other 8 scrolls are. Lu Ming was really looking forward to it. In the following days, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and focused on comprehending the Dao and cultivating the sealing technique. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this time, Lu Ming ended his cultivation because he sensed movement outside. Before he entered the mountain river diagram, he had set up a sensing array in the courtyard. As long as someone came to look for him, he would sense it. With a thought, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram. When he walked out of the room, he saw Huang Ling. Huang Ling, congratulations on breaking through to the Supreme Sage realm. Lu Ming looked around and found that Huang Ling's aura was several times stronger than before. It was obvious that her cultivation had broken through. You're about to break through too. Huang Ling smiled and said, by the way, someone sent you an invitation this time. With that, an invitation appeared in Huang Ling's hand. Invitation? Who sent it? Lu Ming was curious. Jade Lake. This time, the Jade Lake Saintess of Inheritance has been born. We're holding a tea party and sending out invitations to invite all the geniuses of the ancient moon's sacred ground to Jade Lake. Huang Ling said. Saintess of Inheritance? Lu Ming was puzzled. He remembered that the last time the Jade Lake Saintess was born, she was not called the Saintess of Inheritance. As if seeing Lu Ming's puzzlement, Huang Ling explained, the 9 saintesses of Jade Lake were just ordinary saintesses. The Saintess of Inheritance of Jade Lake is above the ordinary saintesses in terms of status, talent, and beauty. She has the potential to take over Jade Lake in the future. However, the Saintess of Inheritance of Jade Lake is extremely rare. The selection criteria are very strict. Jade Lake has not had a saintess of inheritance for thousands of years. This time, many talents are invited. I'm afraid that many talents from the ancient moon's sacred ground will be there. It will be very lively. In that case, we can gather. When? Lu Ming asked. Tomorrow. I'll look for you tomorrow. Let's go together. Huang Ling said. Lu Ming nodded. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Huang Ling and Mu Qingshui came to find Lu Ming. Lu Ming took Bubbles and went to Jade Lake together. It was the same lake as last time. Above the lake, there were many palaces. The Jade Lake Celestial Palace appeared. In front of the Celestial Palace, someone welcomed them. They entered the Jade Lake Celestial Palace and came to a quiet and beautiful place. This area was very wide. At this time, the two sides of the area were filled with tables. Many people had already arrived. They were all young geniuses from various powerful forces. There were both men and women. Some young and beautiful women walked between the tables and poured tea for the geniuses. The area was filled with the fragrance of tea. At the top of the area, there were 9 jade tables. The 9 saintesses of Jade Lake sat at the 9 jade tables. Behind the 9 saintesses, there was a pavilion floating in the air. There was a flight of stairs extending to the bottom. In the pavilion, there was also a jade table, but there was no one there. Long Chen. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they saw Long Chen sitting at a table. They walked over and sat down at Long Chen's table. You're here. Long Chen nodded and poured tea for Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming looked around and realized that Long Chen's aura was extremely powerful. Apparently, Long Chen had also broken through and entered the Supreme Saint realm. They chatted and drank tea. Outside, people kept arriving. Before long, there were hundreds of people in the area. They were all young geniuses. Almost all the geniuses from the ancient moon's sacred ground had been invited. Hee, Lu Ming, you finally stopped being a coward and came out. At that moment, a sneer resounded throughout the area. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a few young people looking at him coldly. The geniuses of the Wan clan, among them were Wan Tianbing, Wan Tianlong, and another person with a noble aura. Lu Ming did not recognize him. He was obviously another genius from the Wan clan. The one who had spoken was Wan Tianbing. At the scene, many geniuses looked at Lu Ming and then at the geniuses from the Wan clan with anticipation. It seemed that Lu Ming was going to clash with the Wan clan again. Wan Tianbing, what's wrong? Did you not enjoy the last battle? Lu Ming said disdainfully. Wan Tianbing's face darkened. He snorted and said, I was careless the last time. You don't have to be so smug. Careless? What a joke. If it weren't for your shameless interference, you would have been dead. Lu Ming sneered in disdain. Bam, at that moment, a young man beside Wan Tianbing slammed the table. He looked at Lu Ming coldly and scolded, how dare you insult the seniors of the Wan clan? You deserve to die. Lu Ming looked at him and said indifferently, who do you think you are? I said that the old men of the Wan clan are old dogs. Was I wrong? When you beat up the younger ones, the older ones stepped in. Everyone saw it. You still dare to spout nonsense? I'll kill you today. That person shouted coldly and suddenly stood up. A powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Great Sage Realm, there was no doubt that this person was a supreme saint, much stronger than Wan Tianbing. Boom, Long Chen and Huang Ling, who were next to Lu Ming, exploded with powerful auras at the same time, causing that person's expression to change greatly. He was not the only one. The other people's expressions changed drastically. They looked at Huang Ling and Long Chen in disbelief. Great saints, Huang Ling and Long Chen have also broken through to the Great Saint realm. How is that possible? A few months ago, they were still far from the Great Sage realm. How did they break through to the Great Sage realm so quickly? Incredible! Many people cried out in surprise, finding it hard to believe. This was especially true for some of the geniuses who had competed with Huang Ling and Long Chen in the past. Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and the others from Phoenix Palace stared at Huang Ling with their mouths agape. In the end, they sighed. They knew that they had been far surpassed by Huang Ling. In addition to Huang Ling's terrifying talent, it would be difficult for them to surpass Huang Ling in this lifetime. The genius from Wan clan was called Wan Pingyang. He was one of the strongest geniuses in Wan clan. He had just returned from Celestial City not long ago. At this moment, his expression changed. He had not expected Long Chen and Huang Ling to be so powerful. Wan Pingyang rolled his eyes and sneered, "Lu Ming, you're really a coward. When I went to Phoenix Palace to challenge you, you hid and refused to fight. Now, you're hiding behind others. Hee, the path of martial arts depends on hiding. This is the first time I've seen it. You, a supreme saint, want to fight me, a bright sage. You think it's glorious. Is this your confidence and pride?" Lu Ming replied coldly. Haha, ridiculous. Cultivation realm is also a kind of talent. No matter how strong your combat strength is, you'll be stuck in a realm forever. You'll be a piece of trash. What's the use? I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. Wan Pingyang laughed and sneered. Are you really that confident? You think you can suppress me? If a supreme saint like you is suppressed by a bright sage, I wonder if the seniors of Wan clan will come and find trouble with me again? Lu Ming said indifferently. Suppressed by you? That's ridiculous. Do you think it's possible? Come out and fight me. Wan Pingyang shouted. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he was about to stand up. At this moment, a clear voice sounded, "Everyone, we're here to taste tea today. Let's get to know each other. There's no need to fight. The Saintess of Heritage is coming." At this moment, a Saintess of Jade Lake spoke. Humph, Lu Ming, you're lucky. I'll give the Saintess of Jade Lake some face today. However, your luck won't last forever. Wan Pingyang said coldly. Luck? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. Who's the lucky one? They're here. At this moment, someone spoke up. Everyone's gaze turned towards the pavilion. A woman stepped out from the depths of Jade Lake Divine Palace. She was wearing a light gauze, revealing her white thighs. She was not wearing shoes. Her feet and legs were like the most beautiful works of art in the world. They were well proportioned and beautiful. One look at them and they would not want to look away. With every step she took, a cloud would appear in the sky and hold her body. Everyone's gazes shifted upwards, moving past the peak of the turbulent waves. It was a peerless face that could topple cities. The 9 saintesses of Jade Lake were already peerless beauties. However, compared to this woman, they were overshadowed. This woman was like a fairy who had walked out of a painting. She was the legendary goddess. So beautiful. Someone muttered to himself. He was already stunned. Lu Ming was also stunned. Not only him, but Huang Ling and Long Chen were also stunned. It was not because she was too beautiful, but because they knew this woman. Luo Tianyi. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He had never expected that the sacred lady of inheritance of the Jade Pool would be Luo Tianyi, one of the 7 people who had reached the end of the Hunyuan sex assessment. She was one of the silver inheritors. I didn't expect that Jade Lake's Saintess of Inheritance would be her. Huang Ling muttered to herself. Indeed, I didn't expect this. Brother Lu Ming is really perverted. He's in a daze when he sees a beauty. Bubbles muttered at the side. Ahem. Lu Ming coughed awkwardly. His face was slightly red. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He glanced at Bubbles and said, "What does a little kid know?" Of course I know. You think I can't see through your perverted eyes? Brother Long Chen and sister Huang Ling too. Bubbles pouted and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. This made Long Chen and Huang Ling a little embarrassed. Little girl, you're talking nonsense. I'm a woman. How can I be perverted? Huang Ling rolled her eyes at Bubbles. Can't a woman be perverted? Bubbles muttered. By then, Luo Tianyi had already landed in the pavilion. She held up a cup of tea and said, I am Luo Tianyi. Thank you all for gracing me with your presence. There is no wine today, only tea. I would like to propose a toast to all of you. To be honest, Luo Tianyi was indeed extremely beautiful. Her looks were comparable to Huang Ling and Xianxia. However, she had an additional aura, a seductive aura. Every frown, every smile, and every move she made seemed to be extremely charming and seductive. Most of the young men at the scene were tempted. They stared at Luo Tianyi passionately. Wan Pingyang was the same. His eyes were burning with passion as they fell on Luo Tianyi. He could not take his eyes off her. You flatter me. It's an honor to meet the Saintess Tianyi today. The Saintess is as beautiful as a goddess. It's my honor to meet you today. Some self-proclaimed handsome geniuses immediately spoke up, trying to get Luo Tianyi's attention. Every time the Saintess of Jade Lake was born, they would choose a protector to grow up with her. A protector, in layman's terms, was a cultivation partner or husband. This was the case for ordinary saintesses and even more so for the Saintess of Heritage. If one could become the protector of Jade Lake's Saintess of Heritage, not only would he have a rare beauty, but he would also be able to enjoy the vast resources of Jade Lake. Who would not want to? Luo Tianyi smiled and waved her hand. Thank you for coming. Please take a seat. Everyone took their seats except for one person. It was a burly young man in a purple robe. The most eye-catching thing about him was his purple hair, which flowed freely in the wind. He looked wild and arrogant. He stared at Luo Tianyi passionately and said, Saintess, you must be lonely sitting alone in the pavilion. Why don't you let me accompany you? After he finished speaking, he soared into the air and stepped forward, intending to enter the pavilion. It's Su Tuo from Skywolf Pagoda. Someone spoke out, recognizing this youth. He was an extremely powerful heavenly genius. Su Tuo stepped forward and quickly approached the pavilion. The 9 ordinary saintesses of Jade Lake looked upset. This man's behavior was an insult to Jade Lake's Saintess of Heritage. Brother, you've gone too far. Saintess Tianyi did not invite you. An ordinary saintess rose into the air and blocked Su Tuo. Can't I go up if she didn't invite me? Isn't Jade Lake's Saintess here to find a man? Do you think I'm not qualified enough? Su Tuo said. His purple hair flew in the wind and he stared at Luo Tianyi with a fiery gaze. Watch your words. The expression of the Jade Lake's ordinary saintess became even more unsightly. Su Tuo's words were a blatant insult. What are you pretending for? Women are born to be enjoyed by men. Otherwise, what's the point of being born in this world? Get out of my way. Su Tuo's aura surged as he shouted like a heavenly wolf howling at the moon. The ordinary saintesses turned pale and staggered backward. Su Tuo was obviously in the great saint realm and was extremely powerful. He was one of the top geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land and came from the powerful Skywolf Tower. Bang! Bang! With a loud shout, he forced back several ordinary saintesses. Su Tuo became even more arrogant. He stepped forward, causing the void to rumble. The members of Skywolf Pagoda are truly domineering. Someone said. Celestial Wolf Pagoda is filled with celestial wolves. They act insolently and are extremely protective of their own. They're a bunch of lunatics. Let's lower our voices. Another person spoke. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this time, several other holy maidens stood in front of Su Tuo. Get out of my way. Many of them shouted again. Their purple hair danced in the wind as if they were about to turn into purple wolves and pounce on Su Tuo. Let him come over. Luo Tianyi said. Her face was calm as she sat on a jade stool. She picked up a cup of tea and sipped it casually. Yes. The saintesses nodded and made way for him. Ha ha ha, Holy Maiden Tianyi, how about I be your protector? We can do it tonight. Su Tuo laughed and landed on the edge of the pavilion. It's not impossible to become Tianyi's protector. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Luo Tianyi smiled seductively. At this time, her eyes turned pitch black and a mysterious wave of energy emanated from her body. At this time, Su Tuo's body froze. The next moment, he shouted, "Who's there?" Then, he turned around abruptly and threw a punch behind him. A terrifying fist energy rushed into the vast void. Everyone looked at each other. There was no one behind Su Tuo. Why did he attack? However, what happened next was even more shocking. Su Tuo roared and continued to throw punches. His face was ferocious as if he was fighting fiercely with someone. After throwing hundreds of punches, Su Tuo roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Illusion. Su Tuo is under an illusion. Someone exclaimed. It was obvious that Su Tuo was under an illusion. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. However, with Su Tuo's cultivation, it was shocking that he was unknowingly under an illusion. At this time, Su Tuo came to his senses and looked at Luo Tianyi with an ugly expression. You can't even sit on this seat. It seems that you are not qualified to be Tianyi's protector. Luo Tianyi said with a smile on her face. Su Tuo, you'd better come down. With your cultivation, you are not qualified at all. Someone said disdainfully. Many of the prodigies who came today were on par with Su Tuo in terms of cultivation. They were not afraid of him. Su Tuo's face turned even uglier. He snorted coldly and turned to leave the Jade Lake Divine Palace. He was too ashamed to stay. He was overbearing and said that he wanted Luo Tianyi to be his woman. Now, he was injured before Luo Tianyi even made a move. Clearly, he was too inferior to Luo Tianyi. Whoever wants to sit and have a drink with Tianyi, come up. If you can step into the pavilion from this jade staircase, Tianyi will drink with you today. Luo Tianyi said with a smile. Many people were tempted by her words. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. If they could sit and drink tea with Luo Tianyi and get closer to her, they might have a chance to win her heart in the future. Many powerful prodigies' eyes lit up. I'll do it. In the crowd, a golden light flashed, and an arrogant young man wearing a golden robe flew up the jade ladder. After that, he walked towards the pavilion. It's the 5th prince of the Golden Crow clan. Someone recognized him. The Golden Crow clan. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Legend had it that the Golden Crow clan was extremely powerful. Among the younger generation, there were 10 princes, each stronger than the other. They were all terrifying existences. The 5th prince of the Golden Crow clan was also very famous. He had reached the Supreme Saint realm a few years ago. The 5th prince of the Golden Crow clan looked solemn. His body was enveloped in the divine fire of the sun. He walked up step by step. However, halfway up, he suddenly stopped and began to tremble. Break! Finally, he closed his eyes and roared. Boom! The Golden Crow 5th prince vomited blood and retreated, shocking many people. The saintess of Jade Lake's inheritance, Luo Tianyi, was so terrifying. She sat in the pavilion and didn't move, but she made the Golden Crow 5th prince vomit blood and retreat. Could it be the legendary law of illusion? It's possible. Otherwise, how could it have such power? The law of illusion is the law of kings, second only to the 10 supreme laws. Luo Tianyi has a regal body. Another one with a regal body has appeared. Now, it's really entering an era of regal bodies. Not only regal bodies, but also sons of heaven. In Celestial City, several sons of heaven have appeared. Isn't Lu Ming the son of chaos? There was a burst of discussion all around. It should be the law of illusion, one of the law of kings. Lu Ming whispered. Below the 10 supreme laws, there were some laws that were extremely terrifying and powerful. They were not much weaker than the 10 supreme laws. These laws were called the law of kings. This king was not the king of martial kings, but the king of laws. The king of thousands of laws, those who controlled the law of kings were called regal bodies. As for those who controlled the 10 strongest laws, they were known as Elysian children. For example, Luo Xiang controlled the law of speed, which was a law of kings. There was also Long Chen's law of strength, which was the pinnacle of strength. It was also a law of kings. Huang Ling's law of immortal fire was also a law of kings. Now, there was another one, the law of illusion. The law of illusion could make people fall into an illusion unknowingly. When attacked in the illusion, the body would be injured. It was extremely mysterious. Lu Ming had also practiced illusion, but compared to the law of illusion, it was much weaker. Luo Tianyi's soul power is definitely very strong. Lu Ming speculated. Who else wants to come up? Luo Tianyi's voice sounded again. Let me. At this time, Wan Pingyang got up and landed on the jade ladder. He wanted to climb up the pavilion, but the result was the same as the Golden Crow fifth prince. He vomited blood and retreated, returning to his seat with a gloomy face. Then, a few more geniuses went up. Some of them had a very high cultivation, but it was useless. The result was the same. They vomited blood and retreated. Luo Tiany's cultivation was unfathomable and unpredictable. Is anyone else coming? Luo Tiany smiled and looked around. When she saw Lu Ming, she nodded slightly at Lu Ming. Big brother Lu Ming, that big sister seems to be interested in you. She's hinting at you. Hurry up and go. At the side, Bubbles mumbled. You have sharp eyes. Lu Ming stroked Bubbles' little head, and Bubble immediately revealed an expression of enjoyment. However, it's not bad to go up and have a drink. Lu Ming smiled and stood up. He took a step forward and landed on the jade stairs. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Lu Ming. You're overestimating yourself. Even the other great sage geniuses couldn't step on it. You, a mere bright sage, want to step on it? Wan Tianbing seized the opportunity to mock him. You're right. Let's see how he embarrasses himself later. Wan Pingyang continued. The others also shook their heads. Lu Ming, a bright sage, would not be able to step on it. He would probably be thrown down in a few minutes. Lu Ming glanced at Wan Pingyang and Wan Tianbing indifferently and said disdainfully, You're a good-for-nothing. Do you think everyone is like you? Who are you calling a good-for-nothing? Wan Pingyang's eyes flashed coldly. Whoever answers will be the winner. Lu Ming said. Humph, you're just trying to win with words. Let's see how you're going to step on it. Wan Pingyang's face was gloomy. Then open your eyes wide and watch. Lu Ming smiled and stepped on the stairs. Lu Ming moved forward step by step at a uniform speed. Soon, he was halfway up the jade stairs. However, he did not slow down and continued to move forward at the same speed. Many people's faces changed. Wan Pingyang's face also changed. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Soon, he was close to the pavilion. Still, nothing happened. How can this be? Luo Tiany didn't even make a move. Did Luo Tiany deliberately let him go up? Impossible. Someone shouted, finding it hard to accept. She deliberately let Lu Ming go up. What did this mean? Could it be that Luo Tiany was interested in Lu Ming? However, Luo Tiany had thrown so many stronger geniuses down. How could Luo Tiany be interested in Lu Ming? However, the truth was in front of them. Lu Ming moved forward step by step. Every step seemed to be stepping on the hearts of those geniuses. Huang Ling and Long Chen smiled faintly. If Lu Ming wanted to go up, why would Luo Tiany stop him? Bam! Finally, Lu Ming stepped on the pavilion. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Young Master Lu, please take a seat. A bright smile appeared on Luo Tiany's face. Her crisp voice stunned many people. A beauty's invitation. Isn't it wonderful? Lu Ming smiled. He chose a stool next to Luo Tian and sat down. His body was almost leaning against Luo Tian. Then, Luo Tiany poured Lu Ming a cup of tea. Lu Ming picked it up, took a deep breath, and praised, It smells so good. No one knew if he was talking about the tea or the person. However, below the stage, the young genius's eyes were red with envy. Lu Ming, what right do you have to sit up there? Get down. Wan Pingyang roared. He was so envious that he wished he was the one sitting on the stage. He could not understand why Luo Tiany did not attack Lu Ming. Could it be that she was interested in Lu Ming? At the thought of this, he was mad with hatred and jealousy. Whether I am qualified or not is not up to you to decide. Lu Ming glanced at Wan Pingyang casually, then looked at Luo Tiany and said, You are so beautiful. Even Lu Ming's heart can't help but beat faster. After saying this, Lu Ming slowly leaned toward Luo Tian. Young master, you flatter me. Luo Tiany was still smiling, as if she was not angry at all. Lu Ming smiled. Then, under the angry gazes of the crowd, he picked up Luo Tiany's cup and drank the tea in one gulp. The tea that the goddess drank is so fragrant. Haha. Lu Ming laughed. This was very flirtatious. It was the same as flirting with Luo Tianyi in front of everyone. Many people thought that Luo Tianyi would lose her temper, but the result surprised them. Luo Tianyi was still smiling, as if she did not mind at all. She said, "If you don't mind, you can come and have tea with Tianyi more often in the future." Oh my god. Many people were screaming in their hearts. What was going on? Did Luo Tianyi really like Lu Ming? Or did Lu Ming and Luo Tianyi already have an affair? At the thought of these two possibilities, many people were very upset. Some people were screaming in their hearts, "Why can't it be me?" Even the other 9 saintesses of Jade Lake were a little stunned. Based on their understanding of Luo Tianyi, if anyone dared to do this to Luo Tianyi, they would be crippled immediately. There was no other outcome. "Lu Ming, how dare you flirt with Saintess Tianyi? You're courting death. I'm going to cripple you." Wan Pingyang roared. The Golden Crow 5th Prince and the others looked at him coldly. "Shut up. Saintess Tianyi hasn't said anything yet and you've already jumped out. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Lu Ming scolded. Wan Pingyang looked at Luo Tianyi and found that she didn't react at all. He then looked at Lu Ming and his face turned red. Yes, Luo Tianyi didn't say anything, which meant that she admitted it. It was really embarrassing for him to jump out like this. "Lu Ming, get down here. Who do you think you are? You're just a bright sage from Songzhou. You're not even an emperor-level force. What right do you have to sit next to Saintess Luo Tianyi?" Tian Pingyang shouted. "Oh, you're of noble birth, born in a big power. But you're born in a big power, yet you only have this little bit of cultivation. You're really a piece of trash. Aren't you ashamed?" Lu Ming retorted. "What did you say?" "Lu Ming, you coward. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? I'd like to see who's the real trash." Wan Pingyang roared. He wanted to chop Lu Ming into pieces. Today, he wanted to humiliate Lu Ming harshly to wash away his shame. "Okay, I'll give you this chance," Lu Ming said coldly. He then looked at Luo Tianyi and said, "Saintess Tianyi, can we fight here?" "Of course. Since you're so interested, Tianyi will open up the battle platform and let you have a good fight." Luo Tianyi smiled and nodded to the other 9 saintesses. The 9 holy maidens accepted the order and arrived at a spacious area. With a wave of their hands, the ground glowed, and a battle stage appeared. In the Jade Lake, there are many fighting stages built in many places for disciples to learn from each other. "You can go up and fight," Luo Tianyi said. No one was surprised. In fact, many powerful forces had built such battle platforms. They were usually hidden by arrays. If there was a battle, they could be opened at any time. It was very convenient. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." Lu Ming stood up and said, "Saintess Tianyi, pour me a cup of tea. I'll be back soon to accompany you." After saying that, he took a step forward and landed on the battle stage. This made Wan Pingyang grit his teeth. Lu Ming was too arrogant. Did he mean that he could defeat him before the tea turned cold? What a joke. His cultivation base is at the Great Sage realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Great Sage. He was a peerless genius with powerful combat strength. Even if Lu Ming could fight an ordinary Great Sage, he could not possibly be a match for him. "There's no need for you to deal with a mere Lu Ming. I'll suppress him." Wan Tianbing stood up and stared at Lu Ming with sharp eyes. Wan Pingyang's gaze shifted as he said, "All right, I'll leave it to you then." If Wan Tianbing could defeat Lu Ming and humiliate Lu Ming even more, why wouldn't he do it? Wan Tianbing stepped forward and came to the battle stage. "Last time, you lost miserably even when you teamed up with others. If it weren't for the old dog of the Wan family, you would have been dead. You still dare to fight?" Lu Ming said disdainfully. "I've said it. Last time, I was careless. This time, I'll kill you." Wan Tianbing shouted coldly. His body began to emit light as sacred weapons flew out and floated around him. Among them, there was a spot of light that was particularly bright. A battle sword flew out from it, and a terrifying sword chi soared into the sky. "It's a sacred weapon," someone exclaimed. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. It turned out that Wan Tianbing had sealed another sacred weapon, and it was more stable than the last time. No wonder he dared to fight with Lu Ming. Last time, Lu Ming was almost defeated by his sacred weapon. Kill. The battle sword Qi gathered, and the sword Qi soared into the sky. Wan Tianbing held the battle sword and slashed at Lu Ming. Its power was shocking. Those below the Supreme Saint realm were shocked. The Wan family's art of 10,000 weapons was indeed amazing. As long as one's physical body and cultivation were strong enough, one could continuously seal powerful sacred weapons. Ordinary Supreme Saints wouldn't dare to face this move head-on. But Lu Ming was no ordinary person. "I'll take this sacred weapon," Lu Ming whispered. In the next moment, he rushed toward Wan Tianbing and slashed at him with his palm like a knife. Lu Ming attacked Wan Tianbing's sacred weapon with his bare hands, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. Clang, Lu Ming's palm hit the battle sword. The battle sword vibrated violently, and a terrifying force rushed toward Wan Tianbing. In an instant, Wan Tianbing's expression changed. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He could feel a terrifying power coming from the sword. It was endless. Buzz, the battle sword vibrated, and his palm exploded. The battle sword flew out of his hand, and his body was thrown far away like a kite with a broken string. He landed on the fighting ring and spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as paper. Lu Ming waved his hand, and his sacred power rolled up and took Wan Tianbing's sacred weapon. Many people gasped a breath of cold air and looked at Lu Ming in horror. Wan Tianbing was defeated in one move. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Many people still remembered that a few months ago, Lu Ming had fought with Wan Tianbing and the 6th Golden Crow Prince at Lake Phoenix. In that battle, Lu Ming defeated Wan Tianbing and the 6th Golden Crow Prince with great difficulty. He was even forced into a disadvantageous position after Wan Tianbing took out his sacred weapon. But now, Lu Ming had defeated Wan Tianbing with one move, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew out of the fighting ring. He even took Wan Tianbing's sacred weapon. In just a few months, Lu Ming's combat strength had become so terrifying. "Hand over your sacred weapon." Wan Pingyang stood up and stepped onto the fighting ring. His eyes were gloomy. "Ridiculous. That's my trophy. Do you have any sacred weapons? Take them out. They'll be my trophy later too," Lu Ming said. "You want my sacred weapon? I'm afraid you won't be able to take it." "Kill." Wan Pingyang roared. His body emitted dazzling light spots. Sacred weapons flew out, and the chi of sacred weapons soared into the sky. There were 150 sacred weapons, 12 great sacred weapons, and one sacred weapon. The sacred weapon was a long spear. Wan Pingyang held the long spear, and his aura was even more terrifying. Whoosh, the long spear pierced through the air and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Wan Pingyang was a lesser saint of the Supreme Saint realm. The power of the sealed ultimate saint weapon was even more terrifying than Wan Tianbing's. His combat strength was several times stronger than Wan Tianbing's. Bam, Lu Ming stepped forward and rushed toward Wan Pingyang like lightning. His palm was like a knife, and he attacked. Clang, Lu Ming's palm collided with Wan Pingyang's long spear, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. Both of their bodies shook slightly, and then they fought again. A great saint was much more powerful than a sacred weapon. Wan Pingyang's spiritual body was also a middle-level heaven spiritual body. His combat strength was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of a lesser great saint. Dong. Dong. Everyone present was shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond their imagination. How can he be so strong? A few months ago, Lu Ming was far from this combat strength. His cultivation has improved and reached the great circle of the bright saint realm. How can it be so fast? He was only in the great circle of the bright saint realm a few months ago. Huang Ling and Long Chen's cultivation has also improved a lot. I heard that a few months ago, the geniuses who obtained the Hunyuan token entered the Hunyuan sect to participate in the assessment. Perhaps, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen have all obtained the Hunyuan token. The Hunyuan sect's assessment has great opportunities. Perhaps it's true. The crowd discussed, and soon, someone had a rough idea. After all, the Hunyuan sect's assessment was no secret. Every few decades, a group of geniuses would enter and participate in the assessment. It was easy to make the connection. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was still amazing. A bright saint could fight a great saint, and his opponent was also a peerless genius. Dong. Dong, Lu Ming collided with his opponent a few more times and then retreated quickly. "You're defeated," Wan Pingyang roared. "You're thinking too much." "Seal," Lu Ming whispered. Then, the long spear in Wan Pingyang's hand suddenly appeared densely packed runes, and along the long spear, they quickly spread towards Wan Pingyang's body, forming a terrifying sealing force to seal Wan Pingyang. "Damn it, what is this?" Wan Pingyang bellowed furiously. He unleashed all his strength and wanted to break the seal. However, Lu Ming had exchanged so many blows with him earlier. He had set up a terrifying seal. How could he break it in one go? Lu Ming took a step forward and his body moved like lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Wan Pingyang. He threw a punch at Wan Pingyang's body. Wan Pingyang screamed miserably and his body flew far away. There were sounds of cracking and cracking sounds coming from his body. Devour. Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and shrouded all of Wan Pingyang's saint weapons, preventing Wan Pingyang from taking them back. He then used his saint force to cut off the connection and kept all of the saint weapons. "My saint weapons!" Wan Pingyang roared. He was so angry that he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. 150 bright saint weapons, 12 great saint weapons, and 1 absolute saint weapon. All of them were in Lu Ming's hands. His heart was bleeding. There was a flaw in the Wan clan's cultivation method, and that was that it required a lot of money. It was too expensive to seal so many saint weapons. This was his many years of hard work. Now, it was all gone. Lu Ming had taken it. "I said, this is my spoils of war." Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Wan Pingyang. He looked down at him and said coldly, "So what if you have a high cultivation level?" Wan Pingyang almost spat out blood again. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He glared at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, my Wan clan will not let you go. You better return all of my saint weapons. You can't take them all." "Ha ha ha, what a joke. You're a piece of trash. You're not even a match for a bright saint with your great saint cultivation. Now, you're threatening me with the forces behind you. Is this the style of your Wan clan? Is this where your arrogance lies? A piece of trash like you would be a complete piece of trash if you weren't born in a big force. I can kill a lot of you with one slap. Get lost." Lu Ming laughed. He kicked Wan Pingyang's head and kicked him off the fighting ring. "Lu Ming, just you wait." On the other side, Wan Tianlong rushed over and helped Wan Pingyang up. They flew into the sky and left the place. Wan Tianbing did the same. He was too ashamed to stay. "Who else wants to fight me?" Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the entire place, especially the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow 5th Prince and the Golden Crow 6th Prince had ugly expressions. However, Lu Ming's combat power was unfathomable. He did not seem to have used his full strength when he fought with Wan Pingyang just now. At the very least, he did not see Lu Ming unleash the divine power of the law of chaos. Although the Golden Crow 5th Prince was arrogant, he was not confident in fighting with Lu Ming. He might even be humiliated. There were stronger Skyprides present. However, they didn't have any grudges against Lu Ming. They didn't want to offend a Skypride with limitless potential like Lu Ming. Therefore, no one went up to fight. Since no one wants to fight, let's continue drinking tea. Lu Ming smiled and stepped out. He returned to the pavilion and picked up the teacup. It seems that it's not too late. The tea is still hot. Then, he drained the cup in one gulp. Although Lu Ming had fought 2 battles in a row, he was very fast and didn't waste much time. "If young Master Lu likes it, you can come to the Jade Pool more often. There's plenty of tea." Luo Tianyi smiled. "How can I not come when a beauty invites me?" Lu Ming said. The others could only sigh. They were sure that Luo Tianyi had taken a fancy to Lu Ming. Below, Huang Ling's face flashed with an unnatural expression. "Sister Huang Ling is jealous," Bubbles muttered. You, little girl, you're talking nonsense. Huang Ling's face flushed red. She picked up Bubbles' chubby body and rubbed it hard. Lu Ming had a good time drinking tea at the tea party. However, for the rest, it was as if they were drinking plain water. Not long after, someone found an excuse to leave. With someone taking the lead, more people left one after another. Soon, only Lu Ming and a few others were left. Saintess Tanny, I'll visit you another day. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Young master, come to the jade pool more often. Luo Tianyi smiled and transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and then left the jade pool with Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others. Back at the Phoenix Palace, Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion. In the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming took out a combat sword and planned to seal it. This combat sword was the absolute holy weapon that he had taken from Wan Tianbing. Lu Ming now had a total of 3 absolute holy weapons, a battle axe, a combat sword, and a long spear. 2 of them were taken from Wan Tianbing and 1 from Wan Pingyang. Besides the long spear, Lu Ming was more comfortable with the combat sword. He planned to seal this combat sword first. When Wan Tianbing was in the Great Sage Realm, he needed the help of a martial emperor to seal the absolute holy weapon. However, Lu Ming's spiritual body was stronger. He was confident that he could seal it successfully without the help of a martial emperor. Immediately, Lu Ming activated the 10,000 weapon art and began to seal the absolute holy weapon. An aperture on his arm lit up. The absolute holy weapon flew into the aperture. Suddenly, a terrible tearing force burst out. The absolute holy weapon was too powerful. Lu Ming's arm swelled and almost exploded. Waves of tearing pain spread throughout his body. Hold on. Lu Ming growled and activated the 10,000 weapon art with all his might. He endured the pain. Gradually, the absolute holy weapon's chi of the absolute holy weapon calmed down. Lu Ming's arm gradually returned to its original state. After a few hours, Lu Ming finished cultivating. He had finally succeeded. Lu Ming let out a long breath. Sealing the absolute holy weapon was too dangerous. If he was not careful, his aperture would burst and his body would explode. However, once the seal was successful, the power of the 10,000 weapon art would skyrocket. I should be able to seal a few more great sage weapons. Lu Ming pondered. It was impossible to continue sealing more great sage weapons. His body could not withstand it. He had to at least break through to the great sage realm or evolve his spirit body again. However, it should be possible to seal a few more great sage weapons. This way, his strength could also increase a little. Following that, Lu Ming sealed another 6 great sage weapons. The number of great sage weapons he sealed increased to 12, which was the same as Wan Pingyang. After cultivating the 10,000 weapon art, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the chaotic calamity finger and the sealing scroll. Time flew, and another 2 months passed in a flash. Lu Ming's cultivation entered a period of steady improvement, slowly approaching the Great Sage Realm. During this period, the ancient Moon Holy Land entered a period of stability. Many of the sky brides of Celestial City had returned, but they were actively preparing for war, cultivating diligently, waiting for the opening of the Holy Court of Yuan Mountain. Several great emperors had established the Holy Court of Yuan Mountain. At that time, all the sky brides of Yuan Mountain would definitely gather in Celestial City. Celestial City would become a place for sky brides to compete for supremacy. If one's cultivation was not enough, they would only become a stepping stone for others. Therefore, each and every one of them was cultivating diligently. On this day, Huang Ling and Long Chen came together to look for Lu Ming to go to the Myriad Spirit Trading City. The Myriad Spirit Trading City was very famous in the ancient Moon Holy Land. It was jointly established by several powerful forces, including the Wan clan. In the Myriad Spirit Trading City, there were many shops, all kinds of treasures and diluted items could be seen. After many years of development, it had become incomparably prosperous, becoming the 2 largest trading places in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Every day, there was a sea of people. Lu Ming was naturally curious about such a place, so he readily agreed. He also wanted to take a look and see if he could buy some useful things. Also, he wanted to sell some of the useless things on him in exchange for origin stones. Lu Ming brought bubbles and the group flew in the air. Soon, a huge city appeared in front of them. This city was very big, and people could be seen coming in and out of the city. There was an endless stream of people coming in and out of the city. The few of them landed at the city gate, which was guarded. If one wanted to enter the city, they had to pay a certain amount of ores. They paid the entrance fee and walked into the city. As soon as he entered the city, all he could see were shops of all kinds. There was no end in sight. Those factions that opened the trading city really made a lot of money. You have to pay a fee to enter the city, and you also have to pay a fee to rent out these shops. How many ores do they earn every year? Lu Ming sighed. No wonder the Wan clan was so wealthy. Every disciple had a large number of saint weapons to cultivate the 10,000 weapons art. The Wan clan had been developing for countless years and had many disciples. With so many people cultivating the 10,000 weapon art, the number of saint weapons required was a terrifying number. This wasn't a big deal, especially for those monarch-level experts who needed monarch weapons to cultivate. The price was even more terrifying. If one didn't have any income, they wouldn't be able to cultivate. The few of them wandered around the streets, looking for what they needed. Lu Ming also entered a few shops and exchanged all the useless things on him for high-grade origin stones. When one reached the Saint Realm, they mostly used high-grade origin stones for cultivation. On the other hand, Lu Ming only had a few Mingxing weapons left. He had sold most of them in exchange for a lot of spirit liquid to water the Tree of Enlightenment. He had also bought some spirit herbs for bubbles. Suddenly, they saw many people gathering in a direction. They were curious and followed them. They found that many people had rushed into a large hall. "Brother, why are there so many people running here?" Lu Ming and the others stopped a young man and asked. "This palace is a place where slaves are sold. There are all kinds of slaves for sale, both human and demon. I just heard that they're selling a true dragon, a peerless beauty. That's very rare. Brother, I have to go, or it'll be too late," the young man said and hurried forward. "A true dragon? A beauty?" Lu Ming frowned slightly. "Let's go take a look too," Lu Ming said to Long Chen and Huang Ling. Then, the three of them walked toward the hall. The hall was very spacious, but it was already crowded with people. The three of them squeezed into the crowd and looked forward. At the front of the hall, there was a platform. This was the place where slaves were sold. At this moment, there was a beautiful woman sitting on the platform. She was wearing something that looked like a collar around her neck, wrists, and ankles. There were runes flashing on it. It was obvious that it could seal one's cultivation base. The woman looked haggard and her aura was weak. Her snow-white dress was torn in many places, revealing wounds that seemed to be caused by whips. There were also large patches of snow-white skin. It was obvious that she had been tortured. Although she was injured and her aura was weak, it could not hide her beautiful figure and appearance. Boom! Seeing the woman, Lu Ming's mind buzzed, and his body emitted a cold and terrifying murderous intent. "Senior sister." Lu Ming's murderous intent was extremely terrifying. It surged in all directions like a tide. The woman on the platform was Lu Ming's senior sister, Xianxia. The people around felt chills all over and could not help but retreat. "Lu Ming, what's wrong with you?" On the side, Huang Ling was surprised. Why did Lu Ming suddenly burst out with such a terrifying murderous intent? "The woman on the platform is my senior sister," Lu Ming growled, his eyes emitting a terrifying murderous light. "Your senior sister?" Huang Ling and Long Chen were shocked. They understood why Lu Ming burst out with such a murderous intent. At that moment, on the platform, two elders beside Xianxia also noticed Lu Ming's abnormality. Their bodies burst out with a shocking aura. That was the aura of a supreme saint. "Who dares to cause trouble in the Thousand Spirit Exchange?" "Kill," one of the elders said coldly. Furthermore, in the surroundings of the palace, terrifying auras were faintly emitted. There were many powerful auras that caused people's hearts to tremble. This place was jointly built by the Wan clan, Skybird Palace, and Skywolf Pagoda. Naturally, they had sent many experts to guard it. "Lu Ming, don't be rash. The four forces have sent many experts here," Huang Ling said to Lu Ming through telepathy. Lu Ming nodded. He suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and withdrew the murderous intent in his body. On the platform, Xianxia seemed to have felt Lu Ming's murderous intent. She raised her head and looked over. When she saw Lu Ming, her eyes flashed with surprise and hope, but then the light dimmed. She shook her head at Lu Ming. She wanted Lu Ming to leave and not save her. "Senior sister, don't worry. I will save you," Lu Ming said to Xianxia through telepathy. His voice was resolute and unquestionable. Xianxia continued to shake her head. The forces here were too powerful. They were many times stronger than the so-called top forces in Song Prefecture. She did not want Lu Ming to offend these powerful forces to save her. Silence. On the stage, an elder raised his hand and the crowd quieted down. "Allow me to introduce it to you. This is a snow dragon in the half-saint realm. It's very beautiful, which is rare even among true dragons. If you're interested, you can buy it and play with it. Now, let's begin the auction. The highest bidder will get it. The starting price is 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones." The elder's words made many people's eyes light up. True dragons are rare, and it's a snow dragon. Such a beautiful one is even rarer. It must be very exciting to buy it and play with it. Hee, I've never played with a true dragon before. I wonder what it's like. I'll take it. In your dreams. It's mine. Many people stared at Xianxia passionately. Xianxia's eyes were filled with despair, while Lu Ming's killing intent was even stronger. "I'll pay 150,000 upper-grade primordial stones. I'll pay 160,000, 200,000. Everyone started to bid. The crowd was in high spirits, and the price kept rising. Soon, it reached 300,000. 300,000 upper-grade primordial stones to buy a half-saint true dragon was definitely a high price. One upper-grade primordial stone was equal to 10,000 mid-grade primordial stones. 300,000 upper-grade primordial stones were equal to 3 billion mid-grade primordial stones. 400,000. Lu Ming's voice was heard. He directly raised the price by 100,000 to 400,000. Many people shook their heads at the sudden increase of 100,000. This price was too high. It wasn't worth it to buy a half-saint true dragon. 450,000. Just then, a young man with a sinister look looked at Lu Ming and said, "Boy, you want to compete with me? Let's see how rich you are, 500,000. Without hesitation, Lu Ming called out 500,000 yuan. 550,000. The young man raised the price by another 50,000. At the side, the others sucked in a breath of cold air. 550,000, this price was already extremely shocking. At this point, most people gave up on bidding and shook their heads regretfully. 600,000. Lu Ming continued to raise the price. 650,000. The evil-looking young man raised the price again, but it was obvious that he was in pain. 650,000 was an extremely shocking price. This was a high-grade primordial stone, not a mid-grade one. "Huang Ling, Long Chen, lend me some ores later." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Huang Ling and Long Chen. "No problem. Give me as much as you want." Huang Ling and Long Chen spoke. 1 million. This time, Lu Ming directly raised the price to 1 million. As long as he could save Xianxia, he didn't care how many primordial stones he had to spend. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard all around. Lu Ming had actually raised the price to 1 million. Who is this person? What great wealth. Just for a female true dragon, he's willing to spend 1 million high-grade origin stones. I recognize him. He is Lu Ming. I didn't expect him to be such a lecher. He has a beauty like Huang Ling by his side, yet he still spent a lot of money to buy this true dragon. His taste is extraordinary. Young people are full of energy. Everyone was discussing and some elders even sighed. What nonsense are these people talking about? Huang Ling blushed. Not only were the others shocked, but when Lu Ming shouted 1 million, the evil young man's face also changed. He seemed to be struggling. In the end, he looked at Xianxia passionately and shook his head. Apparently, he had given up on bidding. 1 million high-grade origin stones was too high. 1 million. Is there anyone who offers a higher price? You have to know that this is a snow dragon. Even in the true dragon race, it is extremely rare. If you buy it, you will definitely have a different taste. Normally, if you wanted to buy it, you wouldn't be able to find it anywhere. On the high platform, an elder spoke, hoping to incite the crowd to continue bidding. However, although many people's eyes were burning, they still shook their heads. 1 million high-grade origin stones was too high. 1 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The elder continued to shout. After that, the elder called out 3 times in a row, but no one said anything. Alright, since no one wants to bid, this snow dragon belongs to, the elder was about to announce, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by another voice. Wait a minute. I'll bid 1,100,000. A voice was heard. It came from behind the high platform. There were some rooms behind the high platform. Then, a group of young men walked out from there. Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing, Lu Ming glanced around and emitted a cold light. There were more than 10 young men in the group. Lu Ming knew a few of them. They were Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing, and Wan Tianlong. In addition, Lu Ming knew Su Tua from Sky Wolf Pagoda and young Master Tianying from Skybird Palace. Lu Ming did not know the rest. The one who had bid was Wan Pingyang. Young masters, why are you here? On the high platform, the elder bowed to Wan Pingyang and the others. There is a rare snow dragon for auction here. We are also very interested, so we came to take a look. After Wan Pingyang finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ming with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming, these young men are the geniuses who founded the Myriad Spirit Exchange. Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. His gaze was cold as he glanced at Wan Pingyang. 2 million. Haha, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so interested in this snow dragon. However, I am also very interested in it. Wan Pingyang laughed and raised the price again. 5 million. Lu Ming did not even blink and raised the price by 200,000. 160, 2 million. In the end, Lu Ming raised the price to 2 million, which silenced the crowd. Wan Pingyang was slightly stunned and did not continue to raise the price. He glanced at Lu Ming and then at Xianxia. He smiled and said, I understand. Lu Ming, you know the snow dragon, right? No wonder you raised the price so high. Lu Ming did not say anything and only looked at Wan Pingyang coldly. Wan Pingyang's lips curled into a cold smile. If that's the case, we won't sell this snow dragon. What, did you say? Lu Ming stared at Wan Pingyang with a terrifying light in his eyes. Are you deaf? Let me tell you, we won't sell this snow dragon. The Myriad Spirit Exchange was founded by the 4 of us. I have the final say on whether we sell it or not. Wan Pingyang sneered and continued, a rare snow dragon, and it's so beautiful. To be honest, I haven't played with it before. Now, I'm going to keep it for myself. Brother Wan, you can't have it alone. Su Tua, who was standing at the side, said with a fiery light in his eyes. Ha ha ha, of course not. We're all brothers. Everyone has a share. Wan Pingyang laughed. Obviously, his words were for Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's killing intent was getting stronger. Seeing that Lu Ming was angry, Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing, and the rest were delighted. They felt the thrill of revenge. Haha, I've never seen such a beautiful snow dragon before. I wonder what's the difference between her skin and a human's. Wan Tianbing laughed. He stepped forward and appeared beside Xianxia. He raised his hand and was about to touch her. Go away. Xianxia roared and moved back. Slap, Wan Tianbing slapped Xianxia's face and scolded, Bitch, how dare you treat me like this? Tonight, I'll make you beg for death. Then, Wan Tianbing looked at Lu Ming provocatively. Boom, at that moment, a terrifying aura exploded from Lu Ming's body. Cold murderous intent spread out like a cold wave, causing the temperature in the hall to drop rapidly. Lu Ming was like a wild beast that could explode at any time. Lu Ming, what do you want? Do you want to fight? Wan Pingyang, Su Tua, and the others also released their auras and stared at Lu Ming. At the same time, terrifying auras rose from all around the hall. They were looking forward to Lu Ming's attack so that they could take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Junior brother, no. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and shook her head. So, you're Lu Ming's senior sister. Haha, I'll be more excited when I play with you. Wan Tianbing stared at Xianxia passionately. Wan Tianbing, you'll die miserably. I promise. Lu Ming said coldly. His murderous intent grew stronger. Huang Ling and Long Chen also released powerful auras. How dare you threaten me? Believe it or not, I'll strip this bitch naked right now. Wan Tianbing stood next to Xianxia. He formed a blade of saint power and slashed it. A large part of Xianxia's clothes was torn apart. Bubbles, you save her. I'll kill her. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Bubble nodded. Then, she opened her mouth and blew at Xianxia. A strange ripple appeared in the air. On the high platform, Xianxia's body suddenly rippled like water. In the next moment, Xianxia disappeared. How dare you rob in the 1,000 spirit exchange? You're courting death. Wan Pingyang came to his senses and shouted. Today, we're not only intercepting people, we're also going to kill them. Lu Ming roared. When he shouted the last word kill, 2 terrifying sword gleams burst out from his eyes and rushed into Wan Tianbing's body. Ah! Wan Tianbing immediately let out a miserable shriek. He held his head with both hands. His face twisted in extreme pain. Lu Ming's forehead was glowing. That was because of his spiritual strength fluctuations. A terrifying energy was constantly pouring into Wan Tianbing's mind, attacking his soul. Lu Ming didn't tear Wan Tianbing's soul apart at once. That would be too easy for him. Lu Ming wanted to tear Wan Tianbing's soul apart slowly and make him suffer. The pain of the soul was 10 times, 100 times more intense than the pain of the physical body. Ah! 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 Wan Tianbing screamed crazily and rolled on the ground. He held his head and hit the ground hard. You're courting death. Stop. An elder on the high platform yelled. You're all going to die. Lu Ming shouted. He took a step forward and dashed toward the fighting ring at lightning speed. His body glowed and sacred weapons appeared one after another. He held the absolute sacred weapon, the combat sword, in his hand. You're courting death. The old man roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This old man was a great sage, great mastery powerhouse. Whoosh! Lu Ming slashed out with his sword and collided with the elder's fist. The terrifying power made the elder's body tremble violently, and he retreated frantically. Dong! Lu Ming landed on the high platform and took a few steps forward. Dense runes spread out and crawled toward the 2 elders, covering their entire bodies in an instant. The sealing art could seal all living things. It directly sealed the cultivation of the 2 old men. Break! The 2 elders were shocked and frantically attacked. However, it was too late. Lu Ming rushed past them, and his sword slashed across the void. 2 heads flew up high, and the destructive sword chi had destroyed the souls of the 2 elders. The 2 experts in the Great Saint Great Completion were killed by Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. How dare you! Kill! Wan Pingyang, Su Tua, and the others roared and attacked Lu Ming. Among these young men, 3 of them had reached the Great Saint Realm. They were all terrifying skyprides with powerful combat strength. Now that they joined forces, their power was shocking. Boom! 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 At the same time, there was a burst of terrifying aura in the surroundings of the main hall. Then, many figures dashed out in a frenzy and charged toward Lu Ming. Attack! Long Chen shouted and rushed out to the right. His body swelled up, especially his arms, which swelled several times. He threw out dozens of punches in a row. The space shook violently, and the terrifying fist force blasted toward those experts. These experts were almost all experts in the Great Saint Realm, and there were more than a dozen of them. However, Long Chen had broken through to the Great Saint Realm. With his spiritual body and force law, his combat strength was amazing. For a moment, he blocked more than a dozen experts. At the same time, Huang Ling rushed to the left. She was bathed in the undying flame. A huge phoenix was formed and rushed toward those experts. For a moment, they were blocked. However, there were more experts in front. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were all old men. Some of them had snow-white hair, and their aura was shocking. Among them, there were experts in the peak of the Great Saint Realm, and even complete Great Saint Realm. "Leave it to me, Brother Lu Ming." Bubble flew out. Then, she took a deep breath and exhaled. Beep beep beep, Bubble spat out transparent bubbles from her small mouth and flew out. Those old men were all covered by the transparent bubbles. "Ah, what's going on?" An old man shouted in horror. His body, which was already extremely old, was aging rapidly. The white hair on his head began to fall off, and his skin began to become dry and wrinkled. Then, the blood in their bodies began to weaken. "Time law, it's the time law. Time is passing quickly." An old man shouted and struggled frantically. After Bubble had broken through to the Great Saint Realm, her time law was even more terrifying. She could even accelerate the flow of time or reverse time. Hiss, next, Bubble waved her small hand, and ripples appeared in space, forming a terrifying spatial blade that slashed out. Suddenly, the bodies of the old men were split apart, and they fell on the spot. At the same time, Lu Ming also attacked. He pointed out a finger, and the chaotic calamity finger burst out. A huge finger pointed at Wan Pingyang. In the past few months, Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger had improved again. It had reached 53%. At this time it was fully unleashed, and its power was terrifying. The sacred weapons that enveloped Wan Pingyang's body were all sent flying. His body was directly blocked by the chaotic calamity finger, and he crashed into the wall of the main hall. The wall exploded, and Wan Pingyang fell to the ground like a pile of mud. He was already half dead. After using the primal chaos tribulation finger, Lu Ming dashed out, brandishing his combat sword continuously. Boom! Boom! The attacks from the other youths were all blocked by Lu Ming. Dong! Dong! Then, Lu Ming stomped his feet on the ground and countless runes spread towards Su Tua and the others, forming a terrifying sealing force to seal them. Kill! Lu Ming hollered and the divine sword art erupted. Some of the young men with weaker cultivation levels screamed miserably. Lu Ming held his sword and dashed out. Suddenly, 5 to 6 youths were killed by Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, you're courting death." An old man roared in anger. Lu Ming was so bold that he dared to make a move in the myriad spirit exchange and kill the youths of the 4 major forces. He was simply lawless. At the scene, the others were also incomparably shocked. Even more people rushed outside to avoid being affected by the shockwaves. "How dare you hurt my family and friends? I'll kill all of you!" Lu Ming roared. Today, he would kill all of these youths. Poof, with a slash of his sword, another 2 youths were killed and died on the spot. Those who were below the supreme sage level were no match for him. They could not even block one of his attacks. Death was the only way out for them. Retreat, retreat. At this time, Su Tua and another supreme sage were scared. Their faces were pale as they frantically retreated. Lu Ming was simply a madman. "You can't escape." Lu Ming struck out with his palm and controlled the array law. Endless runes formed a huge rune scroll and directly covered one of the supreme sage prodigies. The prodigy struggled frantically, but what awaited him was Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger. A huge finger exuded destructive fluctuations and pointed at the man. No, the man screamed in despair, but he was sealed by the array law and could not use much of his strength. When the chaotic calamity finger touched him, he screamed and his body was torn apart. A great saint-level genius had died just like that. Such a genius, even among the younger generation of the ancient moon holy ground, was a top existence. He was high and mighty, looking down on his peers. In the future, he was destined to become an emperor, immortal and indestructible. Now, he was killed by Lu Ming just like that. Damn it! A few old men roared in anger. That genius was from one of their powers. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and indifferent. He stared at Su Tua and his forehead lit up. The Taiji disc flew out and a huge Taiji diagram appeared, covering the entire hall. However, Su Tuo was determined to escape. Just as he was about to leave the hall, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him. "Don't kill me." Su Ta held in despair as he reverted to his original form, a purple wolf god. "Weren't you very arrogant before, insulting my senior sister? Now, where did your arrogance go? Kill." As soon as Lu Ming spoke, the Taiji diagram transformed into a yin-yang fish sword that slashed out, killing Su Tuo on the spot. The second great sage prodigy had been killed. Who dares to cause trouble at the Thousand Spirit Exchange? At that moment, a long howl came from afar. The sound was so loud that it reached the clouds. "It's the Absolute Saint. The Absolute Saint is here. Kid, you're dead meat." Someone shouted. Wan Pingyang, who was severely injured, had hope in his eyes. Of course, there was also a crazy murderous intent. However, in the next moment, he was terrified. This was because Lu Ming was also looking at him. He took a step forward and appeared in front of him. "You. What are you doing? The Absolute Saint is here. Why don't you surrender?" Wan Pingyang roared. "It won't be too late to leave after I kill you." Lu Ming attacked coldly and swung his sword. Slash, the sword slashed down, and Wan Pingyang was split into two. His soul was destroyed. His eyes were still wide open, filled with unwillingness. The Absolute Saint was here, but Lu Ming still wanted to kill him. He had seen hope, but it instantly turned into despair. "Ah!" The elders screamed. They had lost too much today. Almost all of the geniuses of the four forces were killed by Lu Ming. "You're courting death." The Absolute Saint was extremely fast. He arrived in an instant. He scanned the hall with his spiritual consciousness and saw everything that happened. He was furious. "Huang Ling, Long Chen, let's go!" Lu Ming bellowed. He soared into the sky and dashed toward the top of the main hall. With a slash of his sword, the roof of the main hall was directly slashed open. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Bubbles followed behind Lu Ming and rushed out. "Where do you think you're going?" The elders in the hall shouted and chased after Lu Ming. "Stay!" That Absolute Saint slammed his palm toward them from a distance away. A terrifying palm print covered the sky and was about to blast Lu Ming and the rest to death. "Open!" At this moment, Bubbles shouted and a space-time passageway was opened. The four of them rushed into the space-time passageway and disappeared. The next moment, the palm print struck and the space-time passageway collapsed. However, the four of them had already appeared tens of thousands of miles away. Then, the bubble opened another space-time passageway. The four of them rushed in and disappeared. "Damn it. It's the space-time laws." An elder appeared in the sky with a flash of light. His eyes were extremely cold. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, a few more figures rushed over from other directions in the Thousand Spirit Exchange. They were all Absolute Saints with powerful auras. The Absolute Saints rushed into the hall with gloomy faces. They looked around, and their faces were so dark that it was about to bleed. The entire hall was in a mess. More than a dozen Supreme Saints had died. More importantly, more than a dozen young geniuses had died here. It was a huge loss. One of the Absolute Saints went to Wan Tianbing. Wan Tianbing wasn't dead, but he had become an idiot. "Report to the family. Send out experts. Even if we have to turn the ancient moon's sacred ground upside down, we have to find Lu Ming." An angry roar resounded throughout the entire Thousand Spirit Exchanges. Many people knew that a storm was coming. At this moment, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Bubbles were hundreds of thousands of miles away. Only then did everyone stop. "Lu Ming, you've killed so many geniuses from the four forces this time and caused a huge commotion in the Thousand Spirit Exchanges. I'm afraid the four forces won't let this go." Huang Ling looked worried. "Lu Ming, come with me to the Divine Elephant Sect," Long Chen said. "Phoenix Palace is fine too," Huang Ling said. Lu Ming shook his head. "Let's split up." "I'll go alone." "No way. The four forces will definitely send many experts to hunt you down." They might even send emperors. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Huang Ling's expression changed. She looked anxious. If I were to go with you to Phoenix Palace or the Divine Elephant Sect, would Phoenix Palace or the Divine Elephant Sect risk offending the 4 major factions and start a war with them to protect me? Lu Ming asked. Each of the 4 major forces was extremely powerful and had an unfathomable foundation. How terrifying would it be if they joined forces? No one would dare to say that they could stop them alone. Would Phoenix Palace or Divine Elephant Sect risk war with the 4 major forces to protect Lu Ming? The answer was probably no. After all, Huang Ling and Lan Chen were just juniors. They could not represent the upper echelons of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect. Would they protect Lu Ming and take the risk of starting a war with the 4 forces? This time, the 2 of you did not kill anyone. The 4 major forces have no reason to deal with you. Go back first. I killed him, so they can only look for me. But don't worry, I have a way to avoid the 4 major forces' pursuit. Lu Ming said. He had the divine breath technique. Unless an emperor-level expert stood in front of him and carefully identified him, no one would be able to recognize him. But it's still too dangerous. Huang Ling was still worried. Go quickly. If you're late, they will catch up. I'll go first. After saying that, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he quickly flew away. Then, he asked Bubbles to open a space-time tunnel and left. Huang Ling and Lan Chen had no choice but to return to their respective sections. Lu Ming and Bubbles did not fly for long before they stopped. Bubbles, go into the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu Ming, you have to be careful. Chirp chirp. Bubbles chirped and then entered the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming's body and appearance began to change. In the end, he turned into a dark-skinned young man. Even his aura changed and he became a completely different person. The divine breath technique was very similar to the illusion technique, but it was more powerful and mysterious. After changing his appearance, Lu Ming changed his direction and flew towards the Myriad Spirit Exchange. That's right, he wanted to return to the Myriad Spirit Exchange. The most dangerous place was the safest place. The 4 major forces would never expect Lu Ming to return to the Myriad Spirit Exchange. Moreover, there were many people in the Myriad Spirit Exchange. If he mixed in with the crowd, they would not be able to find him. At this time, angry voices came from the Wan family, Skybird Palace, Skywolf Tower, and Purple Extreme Sect. Lock down the ancient Moon Holy Land and find Lu Ming. Following that, countless terrifying existences stepped out from the 4 forces and flew towards the ancient Moon Holy Ground in all directions. There were even Emperor-level experts. At this moment, the ancient Moon Holy Ground was in an uproar. The 4 forces were enraged. The ancient Moon Holy Ground was going to be shaken. News of what had happened at the Thousand Spirit Exchange quickly spread throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land at a terrifying speed. Countless people were shocked by Lu Ming's courage. In the Myriad Spirit Exchange established by the 4 major forces, he had killed more than a dozen geniuses from the 4 major forces, including more than a dozen great sages. This was simply audacious. It would be strange if the 4 major forces were not enraged. Just as the experts from the 4 forces were rushing out, Lu Ming had already returned to the Myriad Spirit Exchange. He swaggered down the street. No one knew that this was the Lu Ming who had caused the Guyu storm. No one would have thought that Lu Ming would actually come back. Lu Ming found an inn to stay in, then entered his room and entered the mountain and river diagram. On a mountain peak, Xuanxin was sitting there. Senior sister. Lu Ming came to Xuanxin's side. Junior brother. Xuanxin's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Ming. Then, she looked worried and said, Junior brother, you're too impulsive. You barely escaped from the Tsang continent, and now you're in danger. It's okay. They can't find me. Senior sister, are your injuries okay? Lu Ming asked. There were whip marks on Xuanxin's body. Obviously, she had suffered some pain. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold again. It's okay. It's just some superficial wounds. Xuanxin shook her head. Senior sister, I'll help you remove these seals first. Lu Ming said. Then, dense runes appeared in his palm and covered a ring on Xuanningsin's wrist. This ring was made with special materials and techniques. It could seal a person's cultivation. It was very magical. However, Lu Ming's array formation could seal some of it. First, he could reverse the seal on the ring. Then, it would be much easier to remove it. Then, he removed the other rings on Xuanningsin's body one by one. As soon as the rings were removed, Xuanningsin's cultivation recovered. As soon as her cultivation recovered, her injuries healed quickly. A moment later, the injuries on Xuanningsin's body disappeared. "Senior sister, what's going on? How did you get caught by the four factions?" Lu Ming asked a series of questions. He had heard from Zifeng that the Ice Dragon Valley Master had escaped with Xianxia, Tian Shui, and Xuanningsin. Now that Xuanningsin was caught, what about Xianxia and the others? Lu Ming couldn't help but worry. Back then, when the evil spirit sect attacked the Dragon God Valley, the Ice Dragon Valley Master saw the opportunity and rushed out with me, Tian Shui, and Xianxia. However, we were still discovered by the evil spirit sect. They chased us all the way until we escaped into the Cloud Sea mountain range. Unfortunately, we were unlucky and encountered a powerful beast in the Cloud Sea mountain range. Later, I was separated from the Valley Master and the others. I rushed out of the Cloud Sea mountain range on my own. I wanted to ask for help from a powerful force in the ancient Moon Holy Land, but I didn't expect to run into people from the Thousand Spirit Exchange before I even reached the ancient Moon Holy Land. They captured me the moment they saw me and brought me here to be sold as a slave. Xuanningsin explained. The four factions. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Xuanningsin must have suffered a lot during this period. I wonder how Xianxia and the others are doing? Where did they go? Lu Ming was still a little worried. Then, Lu Ming and Xuanningsin chatted for a while before letting Xuanningsin have a good rest. He then left the mountain river diagram. After leaving the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming went to a restaurant. He ordered some wine and dishes and asked around. As expected, the entire Thousand Spirit Exchange was talking about Lu Ming. Swoosh! 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 In the sky, a figure whizzed past, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind. The four factions really made a big move. That's for sure. Lu Ming killed more than a dozen of the four factions' geniuses and made a scene in the exchange. This is a slap in the faces of the four factions. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. That's right. They were bullied to this extent by a junior. If they don't take down Lu Ming, how can they survive in the ancient moon sacred ground in the future? Speaking of which, this Lu Ming is really daring. I'm afraid he's in danger this time. With an emperor-level expert here, he has nowhere to run. Even Phoenix Palace can't protect him. Lu Ming heard a lot of discussions in the restaurant. Buzz, at this time, a terrifying fluctuation came from the sky. An extremely terrifying aura spread from the sky as if an entire world was pressing down. Everyone's face changed drastically. An emperor-level expert. The pressure in the sky came crashing down like waves, causing everyone's faces to change color. It was the emperor's aura, the suppression of a martial emperor. Lu Ming's expression was grave. He used his divine breathing technique with all his might, but his original aura did not leak out at all. In the next moment, he felt a terrifying spiritual sense sweep over his body. However, it didn't stop and swept to other places in the next moment. Lu Ming relaxed. It seemed that the emperor-level powerhouse did not recognize him. There were so many people in the Thousand Spirit Exchange. The emperor-level powerhouse could not see through his divine breathing technique at all. In the sky, a figure stood quietly. Countless people in the Thousand Spirit Exchange looked up, but they could not see the person's face clearly. It was as if there was a world around him that blocked their vision. At that moment, the person frowned and retracted his spiritual consciousness. He muttered, "It seems that he's not here." As soon as he said that, the figure disappeared. The terrifying pressure also disappeared. Everyone in the Thousand Spirit Exchange felt relieved. A martial emperor was too powerful. Even the lowest martial emperor was terrifying. Their lifespan was endless and they had the power to destroy the world. With a thought, millions of corpses would fall and blood would flow for thousands of miles. As expected, even an emperor-level powerhouse has been mobilized. Lu Ming can't escape. Do you think Lu Ming is hiding in the Phoenix Palace or the Divine Elephant Sect? It's useless even if he's hiding in the Phoenix Palace or the Divine Elephant Sect. Those two sects can't protect him. As soon as the emperor-level powerhouse left, the crowd began to discuss again. However, Lu Ming only ate and drank quietly. Soon, he returned to his room. At that moment, outside the Phoenix Palace, several terrifying figures descended. Each figure exuded a terrifying aura. It was the Emperor's aura. Several Emperor-level powerhouses had descended upon the Phoenix Palace at the same time. Emperor-level powerhouses. Almost everyone in the Phoenix Palace was alarmed. One figure after another flew out and looked at the Emperor-level powerhouses in the sky. Their expressions were grave. I wonder what brings you all to the Phoenix Palace at the same time. A voice was heard. Then, a woman in palace robes stepped out and appeared in the sky above the Phoenix Palace. This person was the Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace. Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace, we're here for a person. Please hand over Lu Ming. In the sky, one of them spoke. This person's aura was extremely sharp. In the air. Lu Ming is not in the Phoenix Palace. Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace. Not here? Phoenix Palace Master, don't cover up for Lu Ming. Even if you do, you won't be able to. This person was an emperor-level powerhouse. I have already said that Lu Ming is not in Phoenix Palace. I can use my name as the Lord of Phoenix Palace as a guarantee. In the sky, several powerful existences frowned. Since Phoenix Palace Master said so, Lu Ming was most likely not around. The Wan clan's martial emperor said coldly. What a joke. Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace's voice turned cold. Huang Ling did not kill the people of the four major forces. What does that have to do with her? Of course. She helped Lu Ming to kill the people of the four major forces. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming do it alone? She must pay the price. She must be buried with the people of the four major forces. The martial emperor from the Wan clan spoke again. His voice was filled with killing intent. What a joke. I have already investigated the matter. The reason why Huang Ling took action then was because the seniors of the four forces attacked them. That was why she took action to protect herself. Countless people in the Myriad Spirit Exchange saw this matter. Under such circumstances, if she did not take action, would she have allowed them to kill her? Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace said. Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace, are you not going to hand her over? The martial emperor from the Wan clan said coldly. No. If you want to start a war with the Phoenix Palace because of this, I'll gladly oblige. Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace was very domineering. The few martial emperors in the sky frowned. At that time, it was true that the seniors had attacked first. Huang Ling and the others had fought back. However, Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace had said that Huang Ling had defended herself. Most importantly, Huang Ling did not kill the people of the four major forces. If they started a war with the Phoenix Palace because of this, the other forces might intervene. This was because the Phoenix Palace had a good relationship with other forces. However, if Lu Ming was here and the Phoenix Palace still protected Lu Ming, they would have a reason to take action. The other forces would not be able to interfere. In fact, Lu Ming had already seen through this and that was why he had not come to the Phoenix Palace. Where's Huang Ling? Ask her to come out. I want to ask her about Lu Ming. The martial emperor from the Wan clan said coldly. I'm here. Huang Ling stepped out and stood in the sky. Swoosh, the martial emperors of the Wan clan and Sky Wolf Pagoda looked at Huang Ling. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Huang Ling. Her expression changed and she retreated. She almost vomited blood. Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace waved her hand and a ray of energy landed on Huang Ling, isolating her from the pressure. Speak. Where is Lu Ming? The martial emperor of the Wan clan said firmly. I don't know. Huang Ling shook her head. If you don't know, how dare you lie? The martial emperor of the Wan clan shouted. His voice was deafening and the heavens and earth rumbled. Huang Ling's face turned pale. However, she stubbornly raised her head and said, "I don't know. After Lu Ming and I came out of the Thousand Spirit Exchange, we parted ways." With Lu Ming's intelligence, he naturally knew that it was useless to come to the Phoenix Palace. Therefore, he left alone. "I don't believe you. I'll search your soul to confirm it," the martial emperor of the Wan clan said coldly. He then raised his hand and a huge hand grabbed at Huang Ling. The hand was like an entire world and there was no way to avoid it. "Enough." Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace waved her hand. A phoenix flew out and destroyed the huge hand. An emperor attacking a junior disciple. How shameful. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you," Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace said. At the same time, a few more terrifying auras rushed out from the Phoenix Palace. The martial emperors of the Wan clan, Skywolf Pagoda, and Skybird Palace frowned and looked at each other. "I hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise, we'll fight the Phoenix Palace," the martial emperor of the Wan clan said. He then turned around and disappeared into the sky. Then, the other martial emperors also disappeared. "Let's return to the mountain." Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace looked solemn as she brought Huang Ling back to the Phoenix Palace. The same scene played out in the Divine Elephant Sect. However, the Divine Elephant Sect was even more domineering. Long Chen's master was a terrifying existence. He sent a martial emperor flying with a slap. The elites of the four major forces had no choice but to retreat. Lu Ming was not in the Divine Elephant Sect, so they could not attack. Time passed, and another month passed. During this month, the ancient moon's sacred land was in turmoil. The experts of the four forces searched everywhere, but Lu Ming seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No matter how hard the four forces searched, they couldn't find anything. After a month, the four forces finally quieted down. They seemed to know that it was useless to continue searching like this. Lu Ming, on the other hand, swaggered around the Thousand Spirit Exchange to cultivate. When he was free, he would go shopping and buy some treasures. He was living a carefree life. "I still haven't broken through to the Supreme Saint level, but I should be soon. I feel like I'm about to reach the limit of the Bright Saint level. When the time is right, I'll be able to break through naturally." Lu Ming strolled around a street, then bought some spiritual herbs and dragon bones. During this time, he bought some absolute Saint dragon bones and dragon blood in the Thousand Spirit Exchange. However, after refining them, his spirit body didn't evolve. It was too difficult for a mid-level heaven spirit body to evolve into an upper-level heaven spirit body. After all, the upper-level heaven spirit body was the highest level of spirit body. Lu Ming bought some things and returned to the inn to continue cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. In the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the Enlightenment ancient tree. At this moment, dragon roars came from his body, and saint power gushed out like a pillar, shooting into the sky. In his dantian, the two saint hearts spun wildly, and endless saint power gushed out. Boom, Lu Ming's aura suddenly skyrocketed. He had broken through to the Supreme Saint level. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of upper-level origin stones appeared. Devour. Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power, and began to devour the energy of the origin stones and refine them. Lu Ming's body was like a black hole, and endless origin chi poured into Lu Ming's body, turning into his saint power. Lu Ming's saint power grew stronger and stronger, and the two saint hearts became fuller and clearer. The aura they emitted also grew stronger. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally stopped devouring the primordial aura. His aura then stabilized. "I've finally broken through to the great saint realm." Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. After breaking through to the great saint realm, his strength had skyrocketed. If he were to fight against Wan Pingyang and Su Ta now, he would be able to kill them with a single slap. There was no need for him to use the chaotic tribulation finger. Now that I've broken through to the great sage realm, I should go out and take a look at the situation outside. Lu Ming pondered. In order to break through to a new realm, it was impossible to blindly go into seclusion. One still needed to gain experience in order to advance to the next level. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and headed outside. However, the moment Lu Ming went out, he realized that something was amiss. Many people were flying out of the Myriad Spirit Exchange. There were a large number of people entering and exiting the Thousand Spirit Exchange every day, but it was rare to see so many people flying out together. "Uncle, what happened?" Lu Ming stopped a yellow-faced man in his 50s and asked with a simple and honest smile. "Little brother, you still don't know, right? The ancient Great Pill Evolution Hall has appeared," the yellow-faced man said. "Great Pill Evolution Hall?" Lu Ming was confused. "You don't know?" the yellow-faced man said. "Uncle, I just came to the ancient Moon Holy Land not long ago, so I haven't heard of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. Why don't I go with you and you can tell me about it?" Lu Ming said naively. "That's fine too. Come with me, we'll talk as we walk," the yellow-faced man said. At that moment, the two of them soared into the sky and followed the crowd, flying in a direction. On the way, the yellow-faced man also explained. In ancient times, the ancient Moon Holy Land had a sect that was famous throughout the entire Yuan Mountain. This sect was the Great Pill Evolution Hall. The Great Pill Evolution Hall was so famous not because of its strength, but because of its alchemy skills. According to legend, the Great Pill Evolution Hall was passed down to a single disciple. However, its alchemy skills were the best of the world. The Great Pill Evolution Hall's Great Pill Evolution Scripture, coupled with the Great Pill Evolution Furnace, could refine all kinds of pills. For example, it could directly condense the laws of the world and refine pills that could improve the laws. It could also refine pills that could allow the spiritual body to evolve. This alchemy skill could be said to be incredible. However, in ancient times, the Great Pill Evolution Hall suddenly disappeared in a day. Even the mountain gate of the Great Pill Evolution Hall disappeared. Countless powerful forces and experts almost turned the entire ancient Moon Holy Land upside down, but they still could not find the Great Pill Evolution Hall. Later generations had countless guesses as to why the Great Pill Evolution Hall disappeared without a trace overnight. Some people said that a supreme expert coveted the Great Pill Evolution Hall's inheritance and destroyed the Great Pill Evolution Hall, seizing the Great Pill Evolution Scripture and Great Pill Evolution Furnace. However, many people did not believe this saying. Although the Great Pill Evolution Hall was passed down to a single disciple, each generation of people was a top genius in the world. When each generation grew up, their strength was extremely terrifying. It was not that easy to destroy the Great Pill Evolution Hall. There was another saying that the Great Pill Evolution Hall had too few people, and in the end, its inheritance was lost, so it automatically went into seclusion. In any case, there were different opinions, and there was no unified answer. However, the Great Pill Evolution Scripture, the alchemy skill that could seize the heavens and the earth, was lost. Recently, there was an anomaly at the old side of the Great Pill Evolution Hall, and it was suspected that the Great Pill Evolution Hall was about to appear. Countless people went there to try their luck. According to the ancient records, in a great era where geniuses came out in large numbers, kings contended for hegemony, and all kinds of ancient inheritances would appear one after another, looking for successors. Now that it was a great era, it was normal for the Great Pill Evolution Hall to appear. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The Great Pill Evolution Scripture could directly condense the laws of heaven and earth to refine pills, and it could even refine pills that could allow the spiritual body to evolve. This alchemy skill was really heaven-defying. If a powerful force obtained it, how many geniuses would it give birth to? Lu Ming followed the yellow-faced man and flew all the way. Soon, they saw that the void in front of them was filled with people. They had arrived at the old site of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. The two of them flew into the crowd and found that everyone was looking forward. The two of them looked forward and found that there was a small hill in front of them. That small hill looked like a pill furnace, and it looked very ordinary. This is the old site of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. It looks very ordinary, and there is nothing special about it. Why is it attracting so many people? Lu Ming was very surprised. It's here again. At this moment, someone said. Buzz, the small hill seemed to be shaking. Then, a green halo spread out. Accompanying the halo was a fragrance. It was the fragrance of medicinal pills. What a strong fragrance of pills! Lu Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath. The fragrance of pills assailed his nostrils, and he felt refreshed and comfortable. What was even more shocking was that the hill was emitting a medicinal fragrance, and as the halo spread out, it was actually slowly growing bigger. Yes, the hill was growing bigger, and Lu Ming was definitely not mistaken. The hill is growing bigger again. Every time it emits a halo, the hill will grow bigger. Is the Great Pill Evolution Hall really going to appear? It's highly possible, but it hasn't completely appeared yet. We have to wait. Half a day later, the hill had doubled in size. It was only a few dozen meters tall before, but now it was 100 meters tall. The halo had also disappeared. After the halo disappeared, the pill fragrance also slowly faded. The Great Pill Derivation Palace is most likely under the ground. Watch me break it open. A burly man stepped out. He exuded a terrifying aura. He was a saint. Whoosh, the man's palm was like a blade. He slashed out, and a shocking blade light formed. It slashed toward the hill, trying to split it open. However, when the blade light landed on the mound, a ring of light burst out from the mound. Under this light, the blade light instantly collapsed. When the burly figure was hit by this light, his body violently trembled. He coughed up blood and retreated. His face was pale and filled with fear. You overestimate yourself. Someone sneered. There were so many people here, and many of them were saints. There were even quasi-emperors. How could no one have tried before? However, all of them had been injured and retreated. That was why so many people were waiting here. Everyone fell into deep thought. The Great Pill Development Palace was no small matter. It seemed that it was almost impossible for external forces to break it open when it appeared on its own. Uncle, thank you for leading the way. Lu Ming thanked the yellow-faced uncle. Then, he went to the side alone and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, waiting quietly. As time passed, more and more people arrived. At a glance, the sky was almost filled with people. Every once in a while, the hill would emit light and grow a little bigger. Time passed, and the hill grew bigger and bigger. Half a month later, the hill became tens of thousands of meters tall. It towered into the clouds and was surrounded by clouds. It looked like a celestial mountain. From afar, it looked like an incomparably huge pill furnace standing between the heavens and the earth. And it wasn't over yet. The pill furnace mountain was still growing. It would grow bigger every day. Another half a month passed. Lu Ming had been here for a month. The alchemy furnace mountain was already hundreds of thousands of feet high. It was like a sacred mountain. A large piece of land in the surrounding area had been occupied. The pill furnace mountain isn't growing any longer. At that moment, someone said. The pill furnace mountain hadn't grown in size for 3 days. Could it be that the pill furnace mountain had completely appeared? Many people stared ahead with fiery eyes. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the sky. This figure was shrouded in terrifying divine light. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but he exuded a terrifying aura. He stood high up in the sky, but it gave people the illusion that an entire world was standing there. The shocking pressure caused everyone's expression to change greatly, and even their breathing became a little difficult. Martial Emperor. Someone spoke up, his voice incomparably loud. An emperor-level figure had appeared. With the appearance of a martial emperor, how could they compete? However, this was only the beginning. Next, in the sky, one figure after another appeared. These figures were all emitting divine light, as if they were gods. It was as if they were floating in the sky. Emperor-level experts, they were all emperor-level experts. An emperor-level powerhouse's Saint Heart had condensed into a small world and possessed the power of a world. Just by standing there, it was like a world of its own. There were more than a dozen martial emperors standing in the sky, dominating the area, making people feel a terrifying pressure. However, this was not the end. The number of emperor-level experts was still increasing. In the end, more than 20 emperor-level experts had appeared. Many people were dumbfounded. How many years had it been since so many emperor-level experts had gathered? Obviously, the appearance of the Great Development Pill Hall this time had caused even the emperor-level experts to be unable to remain calm and had personally taken action. It was likely that all the major forces in the ancient Moon Holy Land had sent emperor-level experts. Lu Ming was also secretly surprised. As expected of the ancient Moon Holy Land, more than 20 Emperor-level experts had gathered. How magnificent! You guys really came out. In the sky, a strong voice echoed between heaven and earth, causing the void to rumble. Emperor-level experts had condensed a small world. Every move they made had the power of a world, which could destroy heaven and earth. Their power was unimaginable. Even if they opened their mouths to speak, if they were not suppressed, there was still a terrifying power. How can I not come when the Great Development Pill Hall has appeared? Likewise. In the sky, several voices sounded one after another. Below, the others were silent. No one dared to make a sound. The Emperor-level experts had appeared. If they dared to make a sound and offended one of them, they would be killed with a slap. That would be a pity. Since you're here, why don't you make a move? The burly figure who had arrived first spoke. No hurry. Someone said lightly. You guys are really cunning. You're just waiting for others to take the lead. If you're not going to make a move, I'll do it. The burly figure spoke with a faint disdain in his voice. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward the Pill Furnace Mountain. In an instant, he rushed into the mountain and was hidden by the clouds. Buzz, at that moment, the mountain shook and a halo spread out, rushing toward the burly figure. Open up! A rumbling sound came out from the mountain. Then, a shocking sword light shot up into the sky, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. The vast sword power caused the faces of all those below the Emperor level to change drastically. In the face of such power, those below the Emperor level were like ants and could be easily destroyed. This was the strength of an Emperor-level expert. It's the Great Baron Sword Sex Martial Emperor. Someone whispered softly. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The sword radiance that could destroy heaven and earth did not destroy the halo. The halo rushed past and the sword radiance collapsed. The sound of the sword resonated through heaven and earth. Then, a burly figure quickly retreated out of the range of the mountain. The divine light on his body trembled a little and revealed his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with a combat sword on his back. At that moment, his face was a little pale. There's a terrifying formation in the mountain. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face. Looks like you can't do it. Let me do it. A cold and arrogant voice was heard. Then, a figure shrouded in golden flame stepped out. Caw, with a cry, the figure turned into a three-legged golden crow. It was extremely huge and looked like a sun in the sky. It was an Emperor-level expert from the three-legged Golden Crow clan. It was powerful and terrifying. The three-legged Golden Crow flapped its wings and its huge figure turned into a golden light and rushed into the mountain. However, the result was the same as the Great Baron Sword Sex Martial Emperor. He was also sent flying by the halo. His expression was ugly and he was extremely unhappy. Then, other Emperor-level experts tried, but the result was the same. They were all sent flying. I suggest that we join forces. It's difficult to go in alone. A cold voice was heard. This person was extremely terrifying and exuded an extremely sharp aura. There seemed to be countless weapons flying around his body. Each weapon exuded a terrifying power. This person was an Emperor-level expert from the Wan clan. That's right. Let's join forces and break this formation. Bam. Bam, then, 7 Emperor-level powerhouses stepped out and rushed into the mountain. Buzz, the Pill Furnace Mountain continued to vibrate, and rays of light burst out from it. Those Emperor-level powerhouses also made their move. A terrifying rumble erupted in the area, shaking the heavens and the earth. Retreat, retreat. Those below the Emperor level retreated. The Emperor level powerhouses were too terrifying. If they were even slightly affected, they would definitely be reduced to ashes. The world shook, and the Pill Furnace Mountain emitted a bright light. It was enveloped by rings of light. That was the light of Pill Chi, but it could erupt with shocking power. It was incomparably mysterious. Moreover, the shaking became more and more intense. The Pill Furnace Mountain actually became somewhat illusory, as if it would break through the sky at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh, their figures flashed, and those Emperor-level powerhouses all retreated outside the mountain. We can't force our way in. Otherwise, the Pale Furnace Mountain will break through the sky and escape again. Someone frowned. Then what should we do? Someone asked. It seems that the Great Pill Development Palace doesn't welcome Emperor-level powerhouses. It seems that we can only send those below the Emperor level in to try. An Emperor-level powerhouse said. The others fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Emperor-level powerhouses couldn't enter at all. Even if they all attacked, the Pale Furnace Mountain would probably disappear into the void again. At that time, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. They could only send those below the Emperor level to try. Then, these Emperor-level powerhouses began to send those below the Emperor level. At first, they sent boundary emperors, but without exception, they were all blasted out. Correspondingly, the strength of the halos was much weaker. They only blasted boundary emperors out. At most, they would be injured. The power was far from being able to deal with Emperor-level powerhouses. Otherwise, they would be able to kill a bunch of boundary emperors in an instant. After that, they sent absolute saints, but it was still useless. The Emperor-level powerhouses were very patient. They slowly experimented, and finally, the results were out. Only the younger generation below the age of 50 could enter. The halo was the weakest. Some prodigies could withstand it and enter smoothly. Immediately, the major forces began to send the younger generation here. Soon, all the prodigies gathered here. Not only that, but there were also many prodigies from the Ancient Moon's Sacred Ground and the Ancient Moon's Sacred Ground. There were also many prodigies from the ordinary Emperor-level forces. Lu Ming was also mixed in with some young people, so he didn't attract any attention. You guys go in. When the time comes, find a chance to wipe out the geniuses of the Divine Elephant Sect and Phoenix Palace, especially Huang Ling and Long Chen. Beside the Wan clan's sovereign realm expert stood a few geniuses of the Wan clan. At this moment, the Wan clan's sovereign realm expert transmitted his voice to them. His voice was extremely cold. Yes, Martial Emperor. The geniuses of the Wan clan nodded. Don't worry. I've already contacted the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, Skybird Palace, and Violet Extreme Sect. Anyone who dares to join forces with Lu Ming and kill my Wan clan's geniuses will definitely die. The Emperor-level expert from the Wan clan said coldly. The eyes of the geniuses of the Wan clan flashed with cold light. Go. The Wan clan's Emperor-level expert waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The geniuses of the Wan clan all flew towards the Cauldron Mountain. At the same time, the other faction's geniuses also rushed towards the mountain. Lu Ming mixed in with the ordinary Emperor-class faction's geniuses and also rushed towards the mountain. Many young geniuses rushed into the mountain. The mountain of pill furnaces also emitted layers of light. However, these layers of light were relatively weaker. Lu Ming only felt a slight numbness in his body as he resisted the power of these layers of light. He seemed to be very relaxed. However, not everyone was as relaxed as him. Some of the weaker geniuses' expressions changed drastically. Their bodies shook violently as they quickly retreated out of the range of the mountain. Some people were eliminated before they could even enter. Their expressions were ugly, but there were still many people who resisted the pressure and headed towards the depths of the mountain. Not long after, they entered the depths of the mountain and disappeared into the clouds, disappearing from the sight of outsiders. Who will be able to obtain the inheritance of the Great Pill Development Hall? Everyone pondered, revealing a look of anticipation as they waited quietly. The Cauldron Mountain occupied a vast area. After Lu Ming and the others entered, they were surrounded by white fog and their vision was not very good. The Cauldron Mountain was still very far away from them. Everyone leaped into the air and disappeared into the boundless clouds and mist. Lu Ming also moved and rushed towards the Cauldron Mountain. However, after running for half an hour, they were still very far away from the Cauldron Mountain. They could only look at it but not reach it. The people who had entered had already scattered. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single person in sight. It didn't look very far from the outside. I didn't expect it to be so far after entering. Lu Ming muttered to himself as he continued forward. Not long after, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. He saw a few figures flashing in front of him. Those were the figures of the Wan clan. These people of the Wan clan are sneaking around. What are they trying to do? Let's follow them and take a look. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He withdrew his aura and quietly followed. The few geniuses of the Wan clan went in one direction. Not long after, they set up an ambush at the edge of a valley. Not long after, other people appeared and set up an ambush nearby. It's the people of the Skywolf Pagoda and the Ziji sect. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Behind them, he saw the people of the Skybird Palace. These four forces were the ones who had joined forces to establish the Myriad Spirit Exchange. They were on good terms. What were these people trying to do? Soon, Lu Ming found out. In front of him, 5 to 6 figures were running over. Huang Ling, Long Chen. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Among those figures, Huang Ling and Long Chen were among them. As for the others, they were obviously the geniuses of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect. The Wan clan and the others had set up an ambush here to deal with Huang Ling and the others. They're courting death. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he suddenly shouted, "Kill!" His voice spread far and wide, causing Huang Ling and Long Chen's expressions to change. They couldn't help but stop. "We haven't entered the encirclement yet." Which idiot shouted? The geniuses of the Wan clan had gloomy expressions. Someone cursed. The people of the four forces were lying in ambush in different places. They thought that it was the other forces who had called. The people of the other forces were the same. They thought that it was the other forces who had called. Who's there? Long Chen's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Whoosh! Whoosh! There was a piercing sound as the geniuses of the Wan clan flew out and appeared in front of Huang Ling and the others. Since the ambush didn't work, they could only attack directly. It's the Wan clan. Huang Ling's face darkened. And us? Voices were heard as the geniuses of the other three forces appeared. In a flash, they surrounded Huang Ling and the others in the middle. Wan clan, Skywolf Pagoda, Skybird Palace, Ziji sect, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Huang Ling, Long Chen, you helped Lu Ming kill our 4 families' Skyprides and wreaked havoc at the Thousand Spirit Exchange. Do you think we'll let you off just like that? You'll pay with your lives. One of the Wan family's Skyprides sneered. His killing intent was icy cold. So it's because of this. Humph, many of your family's Skyprides have died. Don't let them all die. Long Chen said coldly. The aura on his body became violent. His body swelled and his arms became thicker, containing endless power. You're the ones who will die. Let's attack together. The Wan family's Skypride shouted coldly. However, at that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. 4 to 5 figures flew over rapidly, causing the Skyprides of the Wan family and Sky Wolf Pagoda to change their expressions slightly. In the next moment, there was a flash of light and 5 figures stood in the sky. Hee hee, it's really lively. Brother Wan, why don't we join in? One of the golden-robed young men said, his voice filled with killing intent. So it's the brothers from the Golden Crow clan. Great, ha ha ha, let's attack together. The Skyprides of the 4 forces were overjoyed. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others looked even more upset. Everyone from the Golden Crow clan, we have no grudges against each other. Why are you adding insult to injury? Huang Ling said. Facing the 4 forces, they were already doomed. With the addition of the Skyprides of the Golden Crow clan, they were in even more danger. No grudges? What a joke. You're with Lu Ming. Even if you have grudges against us, you have to kill those who are with Lu Ming. A golden-robed young man said coldly. He was the 9th prince of the Golden Crow clan. Back in the Phoenix Nest, he was almost stripped of all his feathers by Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Let's attack together and kill them. Let's find the inheritance of the Great Pill Development Hall. The leader of the Wan family's Skypride shouted. Light spots lit up on his body and sacred weapons flew out. This person's cultivation was extremely terrifying. He was a lesser great sage and was not any weaker than Wan Pingyang. He was also one of the strongest Skyprides of the Wan family. In addition, there were Sky Wolf Pagoda, Ziji sect, and Skybird Palace. In total, there were 5 Skyprides of the Great Sage. And This power was extremely terrifying. It was enough to kill Huang Ling and Long Chen. Moreover, he had the help of the Golden Crows. Among the 5 Golden Crows, there were 2 Supreme Saint prodigies. They were the Golden Crow 5th Prince and the Golden Crow 4th Prince. All of them were consummate chosen, and each and every one of them was strong enough to fight opponents above their level of cultivation. In fact, ordinary great sages were no match for them. Charge out! Huang Ling and Long Chen's faces were extremely ugly. They gathered together and rushed madly in the same direction. You can't escape. Kill! The 4 great forces and the Golden Crow tribe's experts attacked together. Terrifying attacks rained down on the Golden Crow tribe. Long Chen roared furiously and unleashed his full power. Both of his fists punched out continuously. In an instant, he had punched out dozens of times, destroying the attacks one after another. As for Huang Ling, she used the inextinguishable flame law. The cry of a phoenix resounded through the world, protecting the others. However, even with so many experts working together, Long Chen and Huang Ling still trembled. Their faces turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. The law of undying flame, the law of extreme force, and 2 king bodies should be killed. One of the Wan clan's chosen sneered, looking jealous. Long Chen and Huang Ling had comprehended the law of king bodies, which were called king bodies. The more they cultivated, the stronger their combat power would be in the future. In the future, they would surpass the rest of the Wan clan's chosen. This was also the reason why the emperor-level experts of the 4 great forces had ordered them to kill Long Chen and Huang Ling. King bodies, when developed, would be extremely terrifying. By then, the strength of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect would be even more shocking, surpassing the other forces. Therefore, such geniuses had to be killed in the cradle. Anyway, even if they died in the Great Evolution Elixir Palace, no one would know how they died, and no one would blame them. Kill! Kill the king bodies! Voices filled with murderous intent were heard. More terrifying attacks were launched toward Huang Ling and the others. At this moment, Huang Ling and the others' bodies rippled like water. They moved 100 meters away and dodged the attacks. Kill! In the sky, a loud shout was heard, causing some of the weaker cultivators to scream. Then, a huge finger descended from the sky. It was as if a deity had attacked, pointing toward the Wan clan's chosen. This is the law of chaos. It's Lu Ming. The leader of the Wan clan's chosen let out a cry of despair. He unleashed all of his strength and rushed toward the huge finger with his sacred weapons, hoping to block it. But now that Lu Ming had broken through to the Supreme Saint level, his combat power had skyrocketed. How could he block the chaotic finger of calamity? The chaotic finger of calamity crushed through. The Wan clan's chosen who were below the Supreme Saint level did not even have time to scream. Their bodies exploded, and their souls were destroyed. The Supreme Saint's chosen did not resist for long. He let out an unwilling roar, and his body exploded as well. Another great sage prodigy from the Wan clan had fallen. Whoosh! In the sky, a young man in a black robe stepped down. His black hair fluttered, and his face was cold. Around him, more than 100 sacred weapons danced. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming! Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were overjoyed. As for the other forces chosen, their expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming, how dare you appear again and kill the Wan clan's chosen? This time, you can't escape. No one can save you. A chosen from the Sirius Pagoda roared. Who will know if I kill all of you? Lu Ming said coldly. Kill all of us? Ridiculous. Although your combat power is strong, with so many of us joining forces, it's enough to kill you. A young man in a purple robe stepped out from the Ziji sect. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was wild. This person's cultivation was at the great sage greater mastery. He had a mid-level heaven spiritual body, and his combat power was shocking. That's right. If we join forces, we can kill him. A person from the Golden Crow clan also stepped out. Together with the Ziji sect's chosen, they formed a triangle. Their violent auras pressed toward Lu Ming. He was the Golden Crow 4th Prince, who was stronger than the Golden Crow 5th Prince. He also had a great sage greater mastery cultivation. You guys, send a few people to block Huang Ling and Long Chen. The rest of you, kill Lu Ming with me. The Ziji sect's chosen instructed. Suddenly, two figures flashed, and two Supreme Saint chosen rushed toward Long Chen and Huang Ling, blocking in front of them. Their mission was to stall Huang Ling and Long Chen, while the rest of them killed Lu Ming. As long as they killed Lu Ming, they could kill Huang Ling and the others. Purple light burst out, forming an extreme purple battle sword, and charged toward Lu Ming. The golden crow let out a long cry, and the fire of the grand sun burned fiercely. The golden crow spread its wings, and the terrifying grand sun true fire surged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other Supreme Saint chosen also launched a terrifying attack toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, be careful, Huang Ling warned. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He held a holy weapon in his hand and stepped out. Dong, suddenly, endless runes appeared in the sky, forming a terrifying sealing power that covered the Golden Crow Fourth Prince and the others. Oh no, it's the law of Array Dao, the sealing power. Why does he have two types of law? Not only did Lu Ming possess two types of laws, but they were also extremely terrifying. The law of chaos was one of the 10 strongest laws in the world, while the law of array was also one of the sovereign laws, second only to the 10 strongest laws. In the martial sage realm, one could only cultivate one type of law and control one type of law. Only when one reached the martial emperor realm, one could cultivate multiple types of laws. This was an ironclad rule. How could Lu Ming control two types of laws in the martial sage realm? Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword radiance caused the void to tremble. The sword radiance slashed out and the attack of the Ziji sect's genius collapsed instantly. The sword radiance did not stop and slashed down. The Ziji sect's genius in the Great Sage realm did not even have time to scream before he was split in half by Lu Ming's sword. So what if he was a genius in the Great Sage realm? Lu Ming, who had reached the Great Sage realm, still slashed him in half with his sword. Retreat quickly. This person is demonic. We can't fight him head-on. Someone roared and retreated frantically. The genius in the Great Sage realm was slashed by Lu Ming in half with his sword. This kind of combat strength was too shocking and made them shiver all over. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince, who had previously relied on his cultivation to act high and mighty, retreated faster than anyone else. However, as soon as they retreated, it was as if they had hit a wall. The space in the void seemed to have solidified. On the other side, Bubble pouted and looked harmless. Kill. Lu Ming stepped on the air and slashed out with his sword. The chi of the war weapon soared into the sky. Poof, blood splattered and another genius in the Great Sage realm was slashed. The others were scared out of their wits. They frantically fled in all directions. However, Bubble used the space-time domain and sealed the void. They could not escape at all. Lu Ming moved and killed another genius. Kill. Then, Lu Ming shouted again and the divine sword art burst out and blasted into the bodies of the geniuses. Those geniuses below the Great Sage realm screamed and then breathed their last. All those below the Great Sage realm had their souls torn apart by Lu Ming. Even the Great Sage geniuses were trembling and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Lu Ming had broken through to the Great Sage realm, and his battle prowess had skyrocketed. These geniuses who were at the same level as him or one level higher were no match for Lu Ming at all. The difference between them was too great. There were only 4 people left at the scene. The Golden Crow Fourth Crown Prince, the Fifth Crown Prince, the Skybird Palace, and the Sky Wolf Pagoda each had a prodigy. Lu Ming, you've killed so many of our men. You're dead for sure. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince roared. How laughable. You were the ones who came to kill Long Chen and the others first. Could it be that you don't allow us to resist? Lu Ming stared at the Golden Crow Fourth Prince and said coldly. Then he charged towards the Golden Crow Fourth Prince. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he seemed to have made some sort of decision. A ruthless expression flashed through his eyes. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a pair of wings. It was a pair of golden wings. At first glance, one could tell that it was the wings of the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince spat out a few mouthfuls of blood on the wings. The wings shone brightly and the fire of the sun burned fiercely. The golden crow fourth prince turned into a beam of golden light and flew out like lightning. Crack, the spatial wall set up by the bubble couldn't stop him at all and was directly penetrated. Then, the golden crow fourth prince ran away at an incredible speed and disappeared without a trace. Emperor-level golden crow wings. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the golden crow fourth prince to have such a treasure. It was clearly a pair of emperor-level golden crow wings. Together with the golden crow fourth prince's origin blood, his speed was extremely fast. In a short time, he had the speed of an emperor-level golden crow. Lu Ming couldn't catch up with him at all. This was the best life-saving treasure. After the golden crow fourth prince ran away, the remaining three showed a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming, you'd better let me go. My fourth brother has escaped. The martial emperors outside will soon know that you killed so many of our people. They won't let you go. If you let me go, I can find my fourth brother first. When we get out, we'll keep this a secret. We won't say that you killed them. The golden crow fifth prince shouted. That's right. We can also keep this a secret. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place when the martial emperors are angry. The sky pride of the skybird palace said. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming pondered. The golden crow fifth prince and the others were overjoyed. They thought that Lu Ming was really afraid and didn't dare to kill them. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. He stabbed the golden crow fifth prince's dantian and nailed him to the ground. Lu Ming. The golden crow fifth prince shouted. The golden crow fifth prince screamed and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He could not figure out why Lu Ming would suddenly attack. What a fool. Even if today's incident didn't happen, do you think that those martial emperors would let me go? Lu Ming sneered. Because of what happened at the Thousand Spirit Exchange, the four factions were after him. The relationship between them couldn't be eased at all. They wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. What was the difference if today's incident didn't happen? The two sky prides of the Sky Wolf Pagoda and the Skybird Palace were also stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack. Kill. Kill. Huang Ling and Long Chen exploded with terrifying attacks. Those two were careless and cried out miserably as they were killed by Huang Ling and Long Chen. Their combat strength was inferior to Long Chen and Huang Ling. Now that they were distracted, how could they survive? You didn't have to do anything. Leave them to me. Lu Ming looked at Huang Ling and Long Chen. They came to kill us. How can we not kill them? Long Chen said without any fear. It's a pity that one of them escaped. If the martial emperors of the Wan family find out, I'm afraid they will go crazy. Lu Ming said. These were the top sky prides of the various factions. This was a great loss. Even the powerful factions of the sacred grounds would feel heartache. So what if they go crazy? They killed us first. I must report it to the palace master. It's good enough that we don't find trouble with them. Huang Ling said. Beside Huang Ling and the other sky prides swallowed hard. Their hearts were in turmoil and they couldn't calm down. A group of powerful sky prides died just like that. Most of them died at the hands of Lu Ming. He was really a god of death. How many sky prides had he killed during this period of time? Let's pack up and leave this place first. Lu Ming said. He then put away the storage rings of these people and left one after another, heading toward the mountain of alchemy furnaces. Lu Ming changed his form and aura again and followed beside Long Chen and the others. In another direction, a ray of light flashed and the golden crow fourth prince appeared. At this moment, his face was pale. After he stopped, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and hurriedly put away his wings. Although that pair of wings was an excellent treasure for escaping, every time he used it, it consumed a lot of his body. Lu Ming, you killed several princes of the Golden Crow clan. No one can save you. You will die without a burial place. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others continued to walk towards the Pill Furnace Mountain. After walking for another hour, they finally got close to the Pill Furnace Mountain. The closer they got, the more they felt the majesty of the Pill Furnace Mountain. It towered into the sky like an incomparably huge pill furnace. Moreover, there was a rich medicinal fragrance that constantly wafted over. It made one feel energetic and active. Boom! Boom! There was a violent explosion in front of him. It turned out that someone was attacking the mountain. There was a huge stone door on the mountain. A few young geniuses were constantly attacking it. All kinds of terrifying attacks landed on the stone door, causing violent explosions. However, the stone door did not budge at all. After attacking for a while, the few young geniuses retreated and shook their heads helplessly. It's impossible to break through. The entire mountain is indestructible. Someone sighed. There were many young geniuses in this area. All of them had gloomy expressions. They were outside the mountain gate but could not enter. They were unwilling to accept it. The arrival of Lu Ming and the others attracted the attention of some people. A young man in a brocade robe had an extremely sharp aura. His gaze swept towards Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others like lightning. He revealed a surprised expression and said coldly, "How can you guys still be here?" "Hee, why can't we be here?" Huang Ling retorted with a cold smile. Long Chen transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. This young man was also a genius of the Wan clan. He was the number one genius of the Wan clan, Wan Jingyang. Obviously, not all the geniuses of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other forces went to attack Huang Ling and the others. Perhaps in their opinion, those people were enough. Wan Jingyang's gaze was cold as thoughts kept running through his mind. He thought to himself, could it be that the others did not encounter Huang Ling? Long Chen and the others must be so. Otherwise, with that force, they could have killed Huang Ling and the others. It's nothing. You guys are quite lucky. Wan Jingyang smiled faintly. At the side, the other geniuses of Sky Wolf Pagoda, Ziji Sect, and Skybird Palace also looked at Huang Ling and the others maliciously. They also thought that Huang Ling and the others were lucky that they did not encounter the people who surrounded them. However, there were geniuses of all the major forces here. It was not convenient for them to attack. Let me try. Another person stepped forward and attacked the stone door, attracting the attention of others. This person had the cultivation of great sage, great mastery. Among the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land, he was definitely one of the top existences. Even so, he was still unable to break open the stone door. After a few dozen blows, the stone door did not budge at all. He could only retreat in defeat. Then, other experts stepped forward, but it was useless. This included Wan Jingyang. This person was worthy of being called the number one genius of the Wan clan. His combat prowess was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Great Saint Realm. There were not many people in the entire ancient Moon Holy Land who had reached the peak of Great Sage at such a young age. However, Wan Jingyang did not blast open the stone door. Later on, a few more geniuses at the same level as Wan Jingyang appeared. They were all the strongest geniuses of various forces, but they still returned without any success. Many people were silent. Outside the mountain, emperor-level cultivators couldn't enter. They would be blocked. But now, here, a stone door was blocking the path of a young genius. Could it be that he could not enter the Great Pill Development Hall? Many people were extremely unwilling. Eh? Did you all see that? There's a brand on the stone door. Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Long Chen and Lu Ming. I saw it. It's very similar to the Origin Immemorial Inheritance token. Lu Ming and Long Chen both nodded. They had seen that there was a brand in the center of the stone door. It looked exactly the same as the Origin Immemorial Inheritance token. Moreover, there were words in the middle of the brand. However, perhaps too many years had passed, the words were no longer clear. Do you want to give it a try? Huang Ling asked. Let's wait a little longer. There are so many people now. If we try it here and open the door, wouldn't it benefit others? Lu Ming said. Huang Ling and Long Chen nodded. Everyone started to wait here. However, after a few days, there were more and more people here. There was no sign of it decreasing. I'll lure them away. You guys take the opportunity to give it a try. With that, Lu Ming moved and went along the mountain of alchemy furnaces. He came to the other side of the mountain of alchemy furnaces and then punched the mountain. The mountain shone and let out a violent roar. It could not be blasted open at all, but the sound spread far and wide. There's an entrance. An entrance has opened here. Lu Ming roared at the top of his voice. What? There's an entrance? Is it true? Whether it's true or not, let's go and take a look. Almost everyone moved and pounced in the direction of Lu Ming. Lu Ming changed his appearance again and left the place, heading in the direction of the stone door. After returning to the stone door, he saw that Huang Ling and Long Chen's faces were not looking good. It's useless. Long Chen shook his head at Lu Ming. Long Chen and I have tried just now. When we took out the origin immemorial inheritance token, there was no reaction at all. Huang Ling added. No reaction? Lu Ming frowned. Could it be that their guess was wrong? However, the brand looked very similar to the origin immemorial inheritance token. They guessed that it was very likely that the ancestor of the Great Pill Development Hall, who was also the successor of the origin immemorial sect, left this stone door. Only the successor of the origin immemorial sect could enter. Could it be that their guess was wrong? Was it just a coincidence? At this time, the other young people had returned. Damn, we've been cheated. Which bastard shouted? If I find out who's tricking us, I'll kill him. Many people cursed, knowing that they had been cheated. Then, some people began to study the stone door, but they found nothing. Lu Ming, could it be that our inheritance tokens are not of a high enough level? You're a gold successor. It might be useful. Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He had also thought of that possibility. Lu Ming, I'll lure them away. You try. Long Chen said. Then, he quietly headed in another direction. Not long after, there was a rumbling sound. There's an entrance here. Then, there was another loud roar. Damn, it's the same trick again. That bastard is trying to trick us again. If it's true, let's go and take a look. Some people cursed and rushed in that direction. However, this time, some people did not move and stayed behind, especially Wang Jingyang. He had been keeping an eye on Lu Ming and the group. At this moment, when he saw that Long Chen had disappeared, he was even more suspicious and stayed behind. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, but he could not be bothered anymore. The origin immemorial sect's gold inheritance token appeared in his hand. Buzz, as soon as the gold inheritance token appeared, it vibrated. Then, a ray of light shot out and landed on the imprint on the stone door. It really works. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You have the key? Wang Jingyang looked at Lu Ming with a fiery gaze. Buzz, the stone door vibrated and shone brightly. Then, a door of light appeared. It's open. The Great Pill Development Scripture is mine. Lu Ming's face darkened. However, with so many people trying to enter the light door, it would be difficult for him to stop them. However, the result was unexpected. Wang Jingyang crashed into the light door, and his head was spinning. He could not enter and was blocked. Damn it, how could this be? Wang Jingyang roared. Then, he looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand, which shone with a blazing light. Kid, give me your token. Wang Jingyang shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming, trying to cut off Lu Ming's arm. Swoosh, Lu Ming moved and dodged Wang Jingyang's attack at the speed of lightning. He dashed toward the light door. Stay here. Two young men appeared in front of Lu Ming. They stood in front of Lu Ming coldly and grabbed at Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and threw out two punches in a row. Bang! Bang! The two young men's bodies shook violently, and they were sent flying backward, vomiting blood. The law of chaos. You're Lu Ming. One of them shouted. Lu Ming? Stay here. Behind him, Wang Jingyang emitted a cold killing intent. Sacred weapons flew out of his acupuncture points, and the aura of the weapons gathered. A terrifying sword chi slashed at Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he slashed backward, clashing with Wang Jingyang's battle sword. Clang, there was a terrifying vibration. Lu Ming's body borrowed the force to move forward rapidly, rushing toward the light door. The light door was like a ripple, and it did not hinder Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming rushed into the light door and disappeared. Damn it! Wang Jingyang roared and slashed at the light door. However, the light door was indestructible, and there was no reaction at all. Moreover, the light dimmed, and the next moment, it disappeared. What's going on? At this moment, the other youths rushed over and asked in surprise. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He went in. Wang Jingyang roared, extremely unwilling. What? Lu Ming went in? How can he get in? The others were even more confused. He has a key that can open a door of light. Damn it! Shouted Wang Jingyang furiously. Then, he looked at Huang Ling coldly and said, Lu Ming has a key. Do you have one? Hand it over. Lu Ming has it, but why would I? Ridiculous. Huang Ling sneered. Of course you won't admit it. I'll search for it myself. Wang Jingyang took a step forward and was about to force Huang Ling. As the number one person in the Wan clan's younger generation, Wang Jingyang's battle prowess was definitely powerful. Huang Ling was definitely not his match. Boom! At this moment, the entire Pill Furnace Mountain shook violently. Following that, a halo of light erupted from the mountain and swept out in all directions. Anyone who was swept by the halo of light was sent flying out of the mountain. As the light swept across, all of the young men who had entered were swept away, flying out of the mountain. Outside the mountain, countless people stood in the sky, staring at the Pill Furnace Mountain from afar, waiting. In the sky, several martial monarchs stood there, emitting a terrifying aura. It felt like there were dozens of worlds there, trying to devour everything. Suddenly, the Pill Furnace Mountain shook violently. Following this, the crowd saw a glow bursting out. Following this, the youths were sent flying out of the mountain at a shocking speed. They only managed to stabilize their figures after flying out of the mountain. Damn it! Wang Jingyang let out a long howl, his fury soaring to the heavens. What's going on? In the sky, the martial monarchs of the Wan clan glared at Wang Jingyang with sharp eyes. Senior martial monarch, someone has entered the Pill Furnace Mountain. Wang Jingyang said. Facing a martial monarch, even the younger generation would address him as senior martial monarch out of respect. What? Someone has entered the Pill Furnace Mountain? Who is it? The martial monarch of the Wan clan's eyes shone brightly. The powerhouses of the other forces were shocked. They began to look at the geniuses of their respective forces, hoping that it was one of them who had entered. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Wang Jingyang's voice sounded again. Many people were shocked by his words. Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming again. Not long ago, Lu Ming's name had caused a stir in the ancient moon's sacred ground. He was so bold that he had killed more than 10 geniuses of the 4 major forces at the Thousand Spirit Exchange. There were also more than 10 senior great sages. In the end, the 4 major forces sent out a large number of powerhouses and even martial monarchs to search for Lu Ming, but it was to no avail. Even some martial monarchs had heard of Lu Ming's name. After disappearing for a while, he had entered the Pill Furnace Mountain without anyone noticing. Even some martial monarchs were surprised. It's this kid again. How did he enter? Is he alone? The martial monarch of the Wan clan asked. Lu Ming has the key and opened the door. Wang Jingyang briefly explained the situation inside. Then, he looked at Huang Ling and Long Chen and said, You are with Lu Ming. Do you also have the key? Ridiculous. If we had the key, why would we be here? Huang Ling sneered. At this time, the martial monarch of the Wan clan noticed Huang Ling and Long Chen. He could not help but frown. Didn't he send people to kill Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others? Why were they still alive? Then, he looked around and found that several geniuses of the Wan clan were missing. He frowned and asked coldly, Jingyang, where are Xianxia and the others? Why are they missing? Where are Dark Wolf and the others from Sky Wolf Tower? Why are they missing? Skybird Palace. Then, the powerhouses of the major forces looked around and said coldly. They all found that some people were missing from their respective sections. Whoosh, the martial monarch of the Wan clan looked at Huang Ling and asked, Speak, where did my Wan clan's Wan Tianqiao and the others go? Huang Ling's expression changed, and she said, "Senior, you must be joking. How would I know where your Wan clan's geniuses are? They are all dead. They were killed by Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Lu Ming." At this time a loud cry rang out. Everyone looked over and found that the one who spoke was the Golden Crow fourth prince. What? They were killed? The martial monarchs of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Tower, and the others all burst out with terrifying auras. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. They killed them. The Golden Crow fourth prince shouted, his eyes flickering with a sinister light. How dare you kill my Wan clan's geniuses? You are seeking death. The martial monarch of the Wan clan roared and took a step forward. This step shook heaven and earth as if the world was about to explode. The horrifying aura made everyone's expression change drastically as they frantically retreated. Huang Ling was the same. She quickly retreated, but she still felt a strong pressure. Her delicate figure trembled, and she vomited a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, a figure appeared before Huang Ling. A similarly horrifying aura burst out and blocked the aura of the Wan clan's martial monarch. A bona fide martial monarch wants to make a move on a junior? Phoenix Palace's martial emperor stood in front of Huang Ling and stared coldly at Wan clan's martial emperor. His terrifying aura made Wan clan's martial emperor stop in his tracks. Huang Ling, what is going on? Phoenix Palace's martial emperor asked Huang Ling. It's like this. When Long Chen and I were heading to the Pill Furnace Mountain, we encountered people from the Wan family, Sky Wolf Pagoda, Skybird Palace, and Purple Pole Palace. Fortunately, Lu Ming arrived in time and saved us. Huang Ling explained. What? The four superpowers surrounded you? How dare you? Phoenix Palace's martial emperor was enraged when he heard what Huang Ling said. Dazzling phoenix flames erupted from his body and a huge phoenix flew out. Wan clan's martial emperor's face changed and an imperial weapon appeared in his hand. He threw it out to block the flaming phoenix. The four superpowers surrounded Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. In the end, they were killed. Now, the martial emperor wants to deal with Huang Ling and the others. This is ridiculous. Do you think Phoenix Palace is easy to bully? Phoenix Palace's martial emperor said. A phoenix circled above his head and its aura grew stronger. The people from the other sects and forces around them understood what was going on. The four major forces secretly sent geniuses to kill Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest. They did not know why, but Lu Ming intervened midway and caused them to be killed. Now, they wanted to blame the people who were besieged. They looked at Wan Clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other superpowers with a hint of mockery. No matter what, our geniuses were killed. Those who killed them will have to pay the price. Another figure stepped out with a ferocious aura. This person was Sky Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor. Then, two more figures stepped out. They were Skybird Palace's and Amethyst Sect's martial emperors. They charged toward Huang Ling and the others. Ridiculous. Your men were trash and couldn't kill others. Instead, they were killed. Now, the martial emperor wants to step in. Does that mean that I can kill any of you? Someone laughed coldly. Beside Long Chen, a tall and burly figure stepped out. He was like a giant elephant in the sky and his aura was violent. He was Divine Elephant Sect's martial emperor. The six martial emperors' auras exploded and they faced each other in the sky. The people around them were forced to retreat. Only the martial emperors could stand their ground. The four of you broke the rules like this. From now on, the younger generation shouldn't go out. Otherwise, everyone who comes out will die. A figure covered in lightning energy spoke indifferently. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the martial emperors of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other three factions. This was the Thunder God Sect's martial emperor. Thunder God Sect and Phoenix Palace had always been on good terms. Naturally, they would stand on Phoenix Palace's side. The Thunder God Sect's martial emperor's words caused the eyes of all the martial emperors present to flicker. That's right, the younger generation wanted to kill others and was killed in the end. Now, the martial emperor wanted to take revenge. In that case, wouldn't the martial emperors of the other forces be able to stop controlling the situation? If they saw the younger generation of the enemy forces, or those below the Martial Emperor realm, they would directly attack and destroy them. This way, aside from the martial emperors themselves, all the major powers would die. Not a single one would survive. If that was the case, what was the point? This was a violation of the rules. The expressions of the martial emperors of the Wan clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, and the other three forces turned unsightly. That's right, if they wanted to force their way in, the martial emperors of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect could also act. They had no choice but to be wary of killing those below the martial emperor realm. Their expressions were ugly, and they were caught in a dilemma. Where are Old 4, Old 5, and Old 9? At that moment, a Golden Crow martial emperor looked at the Golden Crow fourth prince and asked. Dead, they're all dead. They were killed by Lu Ming. Old ancestor, you must kill Lu Ming and avenge Old 5 and the others. The Golden Crow fourth prince shouted. What? Lu Ming again? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The princes of the Golden Crow clan were killed by Lu Ming. This Lu Ming was really audacious. First, he killed the geniuses of the four major factions. Now, he even killed the princes of the Golden Crow clan. Audacious to the extreme, lawless and out of control, that was the impression that many experts had of Lu Ming. Damn it, how dare you kill my Golden Crow prince? Die. The Golden Crow martial emperor let out a sharp cry that pierced the eardrums of many people. They almost vomited blood. The people of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, Ziji sect, and Skybird Palace were all killed by Lu Ming. This brat suddenly attacked. Despicable. The Golden Crow fourth prince shouted again. Compared to Huang Ling and Long Chen, he hated Lu Ming more. Now that the situation had reached a stalemate, he shifted all his hatred to Lu Ming. He had to kill Lu Ming. In fact, that was the case. Before he fled, the people he saw were all killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming! Lu Ming! The martial emperors of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other factions softly repeated this name. Their voices were not heavy, but they were filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming must die. Now that he has entered the Pill Furnace Mountain, we will wait here for him to come out. Once he comes out, kill him without mercy. The martial emperor of the Wan clan said coldly. Then, the various major factions surrounded this area and waited for Lu Ming to come out. Lu Ming naturally did not know anything about what was happening outside. After he charged through the door of light, he arrived in a huge stone room. The stone room was extremely spacious and empty. There was almost nothing else in it except for an alchemy cauldron. There was a huge alchemy cauldron in the middle of the stone room. It was at least 100 meters tall. However, this alchemy cauldron was completely corroded. It was covered in rust and did not have any spirituality, like a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming looked around but found nothing. Is this the Great Pill Evolution Hall? But there is nothing here, not to mention any inheritance. Lu Ming muttered, somewhat disappointed. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out, startling Lu Ming. He retreated and looked around cautiously. Buzz. Another buzzing sound attracted Lu Ming's attention. He looked at the rusty alchemy cauldron. The sound came from the alchemy cauldron. Then, the sound of the alchemy cauldron vibrating grew louder. Crack. Lu Ming saw that the rust on the alchemy cauldron cracked and fell off continuously. A scarlet light spread out. Furthermore, there were many mysterious patterns on the alchemy cauldron. It smells so good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could smell a strong medicinal fragrance coming from the alchemy cauldron. The alchemy cauldron vibrated more and more violently. The rust on it fell off in large chunks. Finally, a scarlet alchemy cauldron appeared in front of Lu Ming. It shone brilliantly like a divine radiance. Buzz. In the end, the alchemy cauldron vibrated and rose into the air, suppressing Lu Ming. Oh no! Lu Ming's expression changed. His body flashed rapidly as he tried to dodge. However, a terrifying force exploded from the alchemy cauldron. Lu Ming's surroundings seemed to be confined. He could not move his body even if he used all his strength. Nestle, will I be smashed to death by this alchemy cauldron? That would be such a waste. The crimson cauldron emitted a terrifying aura that was scorching hot. As it approached Lu Ming felt as if he was being burnt. However, a strange scene occurred. When the cauldron approached Lu Ming, it shrunk rapidly and turned into a ray of light that rushed into Lu Ming's mind and disappeared. In the next moment, the cauldron appeared in Lu Ming's mind and emitted a blinding light. At the same time, a large amount of information rushed into Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming subconsciously sat down cross-legged and began to digest the information. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Great Development Cauldron, Great Development Pill Scripture. I didn't expect to receive the inheritance of the Great Development Pill Hall. Lu Ming muttered with a complicated expression. There were two main types of information that appeared in his mind. One was the Great Development Pill Scripture, and the other was the Sacred Scripture of Alchemy. The Great Development Pill Scripture is indeed mysterious. Just like the rumors, it can use the laws of heaven and earth to refine pills. Lu Ming's face was filled with amazement. Of course, he only had a rough idea of the contents of the Great Development Pill Scripture. He was still far from comprehending it. He would need to spend more time to comprehend it. There was another piece of information, which was the Great Development Pill Formation. There were ancestors of the Great Development Pill Hall who had carved a powerful formation in the vicinity of this mountain. At this moment, all the information was in Lu Ming's mind and could be easily grasped by Lu Ming. This place is protected by a large formation and rich in origin qi. It's not a bad place to live in the future. Lu Ming smiled. Tap. 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 At this time, in the quiet stone room, there was a clear sound. This sound seemed to be the sound of a wooden stick hitting the ground. Someone's here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Was there still a descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall alive? Lu Ming focused his attention and scanned his surroundings. The tapping sound was getting closer and closer. Then, Lu Ming saw a figure walking out from the depths of the stone room. This was an old man wearing gray clothes. However, this old man was truly very old. Not much of his snow-white hair remained. His body was skinny, and the wrinkles on his face piled up like a mountain. There was no martial aura emanating from his body. He looked like an ordinary old man who was on the verge of death. But Lu Ming did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Since the other party appeared in the Great Pill Evolution Hall, it was most likely not ordinary. How many years has it been? Someone is finally here. The old man spoke in a hoarse voice, but his voice was weak and feeble. He opened his murky eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Suddenly, he bowed to Lu Ming. This old servant greets the new hall master. Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand, and a force lifted the old man up. He asked, "Senior, why are you doing this? Also, who are you?" This old servant is just a servant of the Great Development Pill Hall. I was ordered to guard the Great Development Pill Hall and wait for the arrival of the new descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall. Finally, before I die, the new descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall has arrived. The old man said. I've become the descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall? Lu Ming asked. That's right. The previous hall master said that anyone who can enter here is the descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall. Otherwise, why would the Great Development Pill Furnace enter your sea of consciousness and recognize you as its master? The old man explained. Senior, what's going on? What does this have to do with the descendant of the Hunyuan sect? Can you explain it to me? Lu Ming asked the doubts in his heart. It's very simple. The previous hall master is also the descendant of the Hunyuan sect. He's a silver descendant. After saying that, a token appeared in the old man's hand. It shone with a silver light. It was the Hunyuan sect's silver inheritance token. The previous sect master said that the Great Development Pill Hall can only appear when the Hunyuan sect's gold descendant is born. The gold descendant is the descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall and the hall master of the Great Development Pill Hall. Some time ago, through the silver inheritor token, I sensed that the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect had finally appeared. So, I opened the Great Evolution Pill Palace and waited for the arrival of the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. I did not expect the palace master to arrive so soon. It seems like the palace master is in the ancient Moon Holy Land, the old man explained in detail. I see. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder there was a mark of the Hunyuan inheritance token on the stone door. No wonder no one could enter, not even Huang Ling and Long Chen. He was the only one who could enter. This was because the Great Development Pill Hall had appeared for him. If he did not come, no one else would be able to obtain the inheritance. Then, he thought of another question. The silver inheritance token could sense the birth of a gold descendant. Did that mean that the previous Hunyuan inheritors could sense it? Even some powerful existences knew that a gold descendant had appeared. It seemed like he had to be more careful in the future. Unless it was necessary, he could not reveal his identity as the gold descendant of the Hunyuan sect. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If some powerful existences harbored ill intentions and knew that he was the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect, they might slap him to death. By the way, Senior, where are the others in the Great Development Pill Hall? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he asked again. There's no one else. There's only me. If a few more days pass, I'm afraid I'll be buried. Luckily, the heavens have eyes. Before I'm buried, the palace master came here and inherited the Great Evolution Pill Palace. Even if I die, I can rest in peace. The old man said, his voice filled with sadness. Lu Ming was shocked and he said, why is Senior the only one left in the Great Development Pill Hall? Legend has it that when one reaches the Martial Emperor realm, his lifespan is unlimited and he is almost immortal. Lu Ming was indeed shocked. Lu Ming did not believe that the Great Development Pill Hall did not have a martial monarch realm expert. In the ancient era, the Great Development Pill Hall was famous in the Primordial Mountain. Their alchemy skills were unparalleled, and they were able to establish their own sect in the ancient Moon's sacred ground. Moreover, after countless years, almost all the major factions in the ancient Moon's sacred ground were on the move. Even martial monarchs showed up. How could such a faction not have a martial monarch? Lu Ming did not believe it. It's true that martial monarchs have an endless lifespan, but none of them are truly immortal. The old man sighed. Lu Ming was confused. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Palace Master, you probably don't know this yet, right? The Martial Emperor realm has an endless lifespan. However, there will be a great calamity every 333 years. Those who manage to overcome it will have their cultivation tempered and become stronger. They might even be able to advance to the next level. However, those who fail to overcome it will be turned into ashes by the great calamity. The old man's explanation made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Martial monarchs had to face a great tribulation every 333 years. Those who failed to survive the tribulation would be turned into ashes. Martial monarchs were not free of worries. They had to face great tribulations to achieve immortality. In other words, martial monarchs pursued strength more than other cultivators because they would die if they were not strong enough. Each tribulation is more powerful than the previous one. If martial monarchs remain stagnant, they will die under the tribulation. So what if you're a martial monarch? You can't escape the punishment of the heavens. Could it be that all the previous palace masters have fallen under the great calamity? Lu Ming asked. More or less. The old man said as if he was reminiscing, in the ancient times, although the Great Pill Development Palace had a small number of people, it was extremely powerful. There were a few generations of palace masters who were still alive. Unfortunately, a few generations of palace masters did not manage to survive the great calamity and died under the heavenly tribulation. The Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace of the Great Development Pill Palace were coveted by others. Previously, there were a few generations of palace masters guarding the palace and no one dared to touch it. However, after the deaths of a few generations of palace masters, other forces started to get restless. After that, the previous palace master had no choice but to seal the Great Development Pill Palace and hide it in the endless void. In the endless years that followed, the others died of old age and the previous palace master also fell under the great calamity. Only my lineage is left to guard the Great Development Pill Palace for generations, the old man continued to explain, and Lu Ming roughly understood. The old man's lineage was the servant of the Great Development Palace and also the guardian of the Great Development Pill Palace for generations. In the endless years that the Great Development Pill Palace was in seclusion, the others had all died of old age. The previous palace master of the Great Development Pill Palace had also fallen under the great calamity. The Great Development Pill Palace was considered to have lost its inheritance and only the old man's lineage continued to be passed down. However, the old man was the only one left in the lineage. If Lu Ming still did not come, the entire Great Development Pill Palace might really disappear in the long river of history. Palace Master, you can cultivate here in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask this old servant. The old man said. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was not used to the old man calling him an old servant. No, you're the Palace Master of the Great Development Pill Palace and I'm a servant of the Great Development Pill Palace. I should address you as Palace Master. Palace Master, don't call me Senior in the future. This old servant is not worthy of it. Palace Master, you can call me by my name. My name is Dan Kong. The old man said. Then I'll call you Uncle Kong. This matter is settled. Lu Ming said. The old man pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, Hall Master, first familiarize yourself with the Great Development Pill Formation and Great Development Pill Scripture. After that, this old servant will explain some of the profound uses of the Great Development Pill Furnace to Hall Master. It will be of great help to Hall Master. Many thanks, Uncle Kong. Lu Ming cupped his fists. A trace of a smile appeared on Dan Kong's face. He leaned on his walking stick and walked towards the front of the stone room, disappearing from there. Clearly, there was another space in front of the stone chamber. After the old man left, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and familiarized himself with the control of the Great Yen Pill Array. Several days passed in a twinkle. Lu Ming felt that his control over the Great Yen Pill Array was already more or less there. Let's go out for a while. I came in alone earlier. I wonder how Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others are doing? Lu Ming pondered, feeling a little uneasy. Previously, he had killed many Skyprides of the four major forces and the Golden Crow tribe, but the Golden Crow fourth prince had escaped. This matter would probably cause a commotion among the four major forces and the Golden Crow tribe. He did not know if Huang Ling and Long Chen would be implicated. If he did not get to the bottom of this, he would feel uneasy. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the stone door in the stone chamber. Strangely, when Lu Ming walked to the stone door, a door of light automatically appeared on the stone door and Lu Ming walked through it. Now, Lu Ming could control the entire Great Yen Pill Array. Lu Ming could enter and exit any place in the Great Development Pill Hall freely. Outside the Pill Furnace Mountain, there were still many people waiting. A few days passed in the blink of an eye for a martial Dao expert. It was nothing. Someone has come out of the Pill Furnace Mountain. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Immediately after, everyone's gaze turned towards the Mountain of Cauldrons. A black-robed young man stepped out of the Pill Furnace Mountain. Who else could it be but Lu Ming? Lu Ming. The martial emperors from the Wan clan, Golden Crow tribe, and Sky Wolf Pagoda all looked at Lu Ming with eyes as sharp as divine swords. They did not hide their killing intent. However, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others' faces changed drastically. Lu Ming, don't come out. Quickly return to the Pill Furnace Mountain. Huang Ling shouted anxiously. Shut up. The martial emperors from the Wan clan shouted coldly. Their sharp eyes swept towards Huang Ling, causing her face to turn pale. Lu Ming naturally saw the people outside and heard Huang Ling's voice. However, he did not stop and continued to step out. He only stopped when he reached the edge of the Pill Furnace Mountain. He looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Huang Ling and Long Chen were safe. Lu Ming, did you obtain the Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace? The martial emperors from the Wan clan looked at Lu Ming with eyes as sharp as swords. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the martial emperors from the Wan clan. He did not fear the martial emperors at all. Regardless of whether you did or not, come with me to the Wan clan. The martial emperors from the Wan clan said in a cold voice. It was a completely commanding tone, but there was no room for doubt. When a martial emperor spoke, his words carried enormous weight. Haha, how shameless. Since ancient times, treasures have been obtained by those who were fated. Even if Lu Ming obtained the Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace, it is also his good fortune. It is his fortuitous opportunity. You, a martial emperor, actually want to snatch the fortuitous opportunity of a junior. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Beside Huang Ling, the martial emperors from Phoenix Palace spoke disdainfully. Who said that I want to snatch his fortuitous opportunity? He killed many of my Wan clan's prodigies and has to pay the price. Moreover, the evil spirit sect's vice sect master appeared earlier. It is obvious that the evil spirit sect is about to revive. I suspect that he is from the evil spirit sect and specializes in killing prodigies with the potential to become a martial emperor. Why can't I bring him back to the Wan clan for interrogation? The Wan clan's martial emperor quibbled, directly accusing Lu Ming of being from the evil spirit sect. That's right. Lu Ming specializes in killing prodigies. We must bring him back for interrogation. The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor also spoke, greed flashing in his eyes. In their opinion, not only had Lu Ming obtained the Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace, but he also had other secrets. If they could obtain Lu Ming's secrets, it would definitely be of great use to their various factions. Haha, what a joke. This is a martial emperor? You are actually so despicable. Lu Ming sneered, his words full of mockery and disdain. How dare you, a junior, not only do you not kneel and greet a martial emperor, but you also dare to mock me. I will cripple you now. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted, and a violent aura erupted from his body, pressing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he retreated at lightning speed. You want to leave? In front of me, that is wishful thinking. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted coldly. He took a step forward, and heaven and earth rumbled. Then, he waved his hand, and an incomparably huge hand blotted out the sky, grabbing toward Lu Ming. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others' expressions changed drastically. The Wan clan's martial emperor was too shameless. He actually made a move on a junior. However, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, he waved his hand. The entire territory around the Pill Furnace Mountain lit up, and a halo spread out, rushing toward that huge hand. Boom! The Wan clan's martial emperor's face darkened. He took a step forward and pointed his finger like a sword. A shocking sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. However, another halo of light rushed out and dispersed this sword radiance. Trying to stop me with the array? How naive! The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted. He took a step forward and rushed into the area of the Pill Furnace Mountain. At the same time, his body glowed and a few weapons appeared. The moment these weapons appeared, a terrifying battle weapon chi soared into the sky. A vast aura covered the sky. Each weapon was dazzling and even the sun was overshadowed. Emperor weapons, these weapons were all emperor weapons. The Wan clan's martial emperor cultivated the 10,000 weapon art and sealed emperor weapons. He held a battle sword in his hand and slashed out. Boom, the sword light and the halo above the Pill Furnace Mountain clashed fiercely, causing explosions to ring out. Go! Lu Ming stood in the void, shrouded in endless halos. He waved his hands and the entire area of the Pill Furnace Mountain glowed. Beams of halos appeared, as though they had transformed into blades of death, charging toward the Wan clan's martial emperors. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out and the Wan clan's martial emperor's body shook. He stepped on the air and retreated. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Lu Ming actually dared to fight with a martial emperor. Moreover, he was able to force the martial emperor to retreat. This was simply unbelievable. Lad, you can control the array here. You have indeed obtained the inheritance of the Great Pill Development Hall. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his aura surged. Everyone was shocked. No wonder Lu Ming could fight with a martial emperor. It turned out that he controlled the array of the Great Pill Development Hall. However, it was still shocking that he had the guts to fight with a martial emperor. Ordinary people would tremble in fear when standing before a martial emperor. They would not even dare to breathe loudly. They would not even dare to think about fighting with a martial emperor. Even if an ordinary person controlled such a large array, it would be useless. Lu Ming lived up to his reputation. He was really bold. So what if you have a large array? I will let you know what a martial emperor is. Those below a martial emperor are just ants. The Wang clan's martial emperor roared. His aura became even more terrifying. It was as though a world had appeared around him. Terrifying energy gushed out from the world and poured into the imperial weapon. The monarch weapons floated in the air. Their power grew more and more terrifying as they pressed down on Lu Ming. Martial Emperor's World Force. Someone exclaimed. Once the Martial Emperor's world force was unleashed, it could crush and destroy everything. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He was very clear on how powerful the Great Dan formation was. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, daring to shout kill at the Martial Emperor. At the same time, the Pill Furnace Mountain emitted many halos, rushing out at an extremely shocking speed, instantly attacking the Martial Emperor of the Wan clan, exceeding the reaction speed of many people. Those halos of light bombarded the Imperial armaments non-stop, and began to fight against them intensely. The Imperial armament trembled violently. The world energy contained within the Imperial armament seemed to be on the verge of being dispersed. Break! The Wan clan's Martial Emperor roared. Heaven and earth were shaking. The power of the world gushed out continuously. However, it was useless. The Wan clan's Martial Emperor was forced to retreat. Boom! Boom! Every time he took a step back, the void seemed to be on the verge of tearing apart. Although the space of the Yuan continent was extremely stable, many times more stable than the Divine Wilderness continent, Martial Emperors were too powerful. They could already affect space. A full-powered attack could probably tear space apart. The Wan clan's Martial Emperor was no match for them and kept retreating. This brat is too daring. He might be from the evil spirit sect. There are no rules when dealing with people from the evil spirit sect. We have to take him down. Brother Wan, I'll lend you a hand. A cold voice rang out. Following that, a figure let out a cry and turned into a huge black eagle, pouncing towards Lu Ming. This person was a fiend the arch from the Skybird Palace. How shameful. You need 2 martial emperors to join forces to deal with a junior. You even found such a high-sounding reason. I can't take it anymore. The martial emperor beside Huang Ling shouted. He stepped forward and struck out with his palm. A phoenix flew out and pounced towards the Skybird Palace's fiend the arch. Your Phoenix Palace is covering up for Lu Ming. Have you sided with the evil spirit sect? Kill! The Skybird Palace's fiend the arch shouted. He flapped his wings like a heavenly blade and scattered the phoenix formed by the Phoenix Palace's martial emperor. At the same time, he did not forget to accuse Phoenix Palace. Bullsh ****. The Phoenix Palace's martial emperor cursed. His aura erupted as he struck out with his palms. Phoenix cries rang out as phoenixes flew out and engaged in a fierce battle with the Skybird Palace's fiend the arch. Phoenix Palace has interfered. We'll settle this score later. Today, we must take down Lu Ming. Another cold voice rang out as a figure stepped forward. This person was covered in purple light that shot into the sky. It was a martial emperor from the Ziji sect. You've gone too far. The Divine Elephant sect's martial emperor spoke. He stepped forward and appeared in front of the Ziji sect's martial emperor. Your Divine Elephant sect wants to interfere too. I want to experience your Divine Elephant sect's ultimate technique. The Ziji sect's martial emperor spoke. Purple light burst forth, forming a terrifying attack that blasted towards the Divine Elephant sect's martial emperor. As you wish. The Divine Elephant sect's martial emperor shouted and punched out. A group of giant elephants formed and stepped on the void. They leaped towards the Ziji sect's martial emperor as if they were going to crush him. Several martial emperors had erupted here. The martial emperor's battle was earth-shattering. The others were shocked and frantically retreated, afraid of being affected. Today, you can't stop us. Lu Ming must be taken down. Another voice rang out. It came from the Sky Wolf Pagoda's fiend the arch. He roared and transformed into a giant wolf. Like a mountain, he erupted with a violent aura and rushed towards Lu Ming. This time, no one stopped him. Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect were close to Lu Ming because of Huang Ling and Long Chen's relationship. That was why they had helped Lu Ming. However, the other forces had no relationship with Lu Ming. Of course, they would not help Lu Ming and defend the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other major forces. How dare you kill the crown prince of the Golden Crow clan? You must die. The fiend, the Arch of the Golden Crow clan, shouted and transformed into a giant three-legged golden crow. His body was covered in blazing divine sun fire. He flapped his wings and charged towards Lu Ming like a golden divine blade. The three martial emperors attacked at the same time to take down Lu Ming. The three martial emperors joined forces to take down Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming was taken down today, or even killed in battle, his name would be recorded in the history of the ancient moon's sacred ground. Facing the three martial emperors, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. However, there was a raging fire burning in his eyes. This was a strong killing intent. He retreated and controlled the Dian Grand formation. Rays of light formed and bombarded the three emperor-level powerhouses. Don't let him retreat into the Pill Furnace Mountain. The martial emperor of the Wan clan shouted coldly. He controlled the martial emperor weapon and sent the halos flying towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the fiend, the Arch of Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the three-legged golden crow attacked from both sides. The terrifying attacks broke through the halos and rapidly approached Lu Ming. Just as everyone thought that Lu Ming would flee into the Cauldron Mountain to hide, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Boundless light surged out from the surroundings, blocking the three emperor-level experts. At the same time, a scarlet light shot out from Lu Ming's glabella. It was a cauldron, the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Great Pill Derivation Cauldron grew to a height of 10,000 feet and heavily smashed into the ground. Boom, the earth rumbled as Lu Ming descended from the sky and stood on top of the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. It's the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Wan clan's martial emperors, the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperors, and the Golden Crow tribe's martial emperors all had blazing eyes as they stared at the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Great Pill Derivation Cauldron, together with the Great Pill Derivation Scripture, could refine pills with the laws and seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Such a treasure was a fatal temptation to any faction. Hand over the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Wan clan's martial emperors shouted as they charged at Lu Ming with their emperor-level weapons. The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperors and the Golden Crow tribe's martial emperors were not slow at all. They unleashed terrifying attacks that blasted away several light halos as they charged at Lu Ming. The three emperor-level experts charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming stood on top of the cauldron, his eyes flickering with madness. The Wan clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, Golden Crow tribe, Purple Extreme Sect, and Skybird Palace, these five factions had gone too far. From the beginning, Lu Ming and the five factions had only been fighting among the younger generation. Deaths and injuries were unavoidable in a fight among the younger generation. However, when the younger generation of these factions was no match for Lu Ming, they directly sent out the older generation. This time, it was even better. They directly sent out emperor-level experts to kill Lu Ming. Since that was the case, Lu Ming would go crazy. Otherwise, they would really treat him as a junior that could be casually crushed. Lu Ming stood still as the attacks of the three emperor-level experts rapidly approached him. Great Dan formation, smelt all things, refine for me. Lu Ming roared. At this moment, the Great Development Cauldron let out a thunderous roar, as though it was resonating with the entire world. Resplendent light erupted in the area, and endless halos condensed from all directions, forming an incomparably huge cauldron that wanted to suppress the three sovereigns. Break! The three emperor-level powerhouses roared as their terrifying attacks bombarded the cauldron. Great Pill Derivation Furnace, open! Lu Ming coldly shouted. The lid of the Great Development Cauldron beneath his feet opened, revealing a pitch-black space. A terrifying attractive force erupted from the cauldron, as if it wanted to swallow everything in the world and refine it into a pill. The three emperor-level experts were sucked into the cauldron by the terrifying suction force. Not good. The three monarch-level masters' faces changed drastically. They unleashed their world energy and struggled madly, trying to break out of the encirclement. Great Dan formation, suppress. Lu Ming waved his hands, controlling the Great Dan formation in this area with all his might. At this moment, Lu Ming, the Great Development Cauldron, and the Great Development Cauldron seemed to have merged into one, erupting with astonishing energy. If the Great Development Cauldron was placed outside without the assistance of the Great Development Cauldron, Lu Ming's current cultivation would not be able to exert such a powerful force to affect the Emperor-level powerhouses. However, with the help of the Great Development Cauldron, it was different. Its power was astonishing, and it seemed to have recovered, erupting with an astonishing suction force. In the sky, endless halos condensed, forming a huge cauldron with raging flames burning inside, suppressing the three Emperor-level powerhouses. The three Emperor-level powerhouses roared and resisted with all their might. However, their bodies still fell bit by bit, and were about to be sucked into the Great Development Cauldron. The spectators from afar were dumbfounded. Each of them widened their eyes and stood there in a daze. Shock could no longer be used to describe their feelings. What was Lu Ming trying to do? Was he trying to kill the sovereigns? Was he trying to put the three sovereigns into the cauldron and refine three Emperor-level pills? This simply could not be described as audacious. His courage was even greater than the heavens. A great saint, actually wanted to kill the sovereigns. Regardless of whether he could succeed or not, such thoughts and actions were absolutely crazy. Martial emperors, even the weakest minor martial emperor realm, were still martial emperors. They had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, their lifespan was endless, and they could condense a small world. Such a person, no matter where they were, would be high and mighty, overlooking all living beings. When ordinary people faced emperor-level powerhouses, it was like a mortal facing a deity. They would not even dare to have any thoughts of blasphemy. However, Lu Ming wanted to kill the sovereigns. One could only imagine how shocked the surrounding people were. Most importantly, the three sovereigns were really falling toward the Great Development Cauldron. Lu Ming, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. The Wan clan's martial emperor roared crazily. He was really crazy. As a martial emperor, he could not take down Lu Ming personally. He needed help from others, but now, he was actually defeated by Xiao Feng. In the future, his reputation as a martial emperor was destined to be ruined. He hated Lu Ming to the extreme, he hated Lu Ming for resisting. Why did he not obediently follow him to the Wan clan and obediently give up everything? He was just an ant, yet he dared to resist and humiliate him. Explode. The Wan clan's martial emperor's eyes flashed with pain. He roared and a sovereign weapon flew up. Then, it emitted a bright light and exploded. The Wan clan's martial emperor was forced to explode his sovereign weapon. The explosion of the sovereign weapon was shockingly powerful. The terrifying energy tore a hole in the cauldron formed by the Great Development Cauldron. The Wan clan's martial emperor used the other two sovereign weapons to protect himself and rushed out of the hole. Jie. The golden crow let out a long cry. The golden crow beast emperor flapped his wings and rushed out of the hole like a beam of golden light. Roar. The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's beast emperor also wanted to rush out. Stay here. Lu Ming shouted as he controlled the Great Development Cauldron. The cauldron quickly recovered and the hole shrunk. No. The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's beast emperor roared and smashed at the hole. Unfortunately, the hole had already disappeared. The huge cauldron released a terrifying flame that pressed down on the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's beast emperor. At this moment, the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's beast emperor was the only one left. It was even harder for him to resist. The huge cauldron pushed him toward the Great Development Cauldron. Roar. The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's beast emperor struggled frantically. He unleashed his world energy and his body expanded rapidly. However, it was useless. His body quickly fell into the cauldron. Finally, his huge body entered the cauldron. Clang. Lu Ming controlled the Great Development Cauldron's lid and covered the cauldron. Refine. Lu Ming shouted as he stood on the cauldron. His long hair fluttered. Boom. Fierce alchemy flames spewed out from the bottom of the cauldron. At the same time, the Great Development Cauldron turned into beams of light and surrounded the cauldron, suppressing it. Boom. 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 If you want to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed. Turn into ashes. Lu Ming roared, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He controlled the cauldron with all his might, intending to refine the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's demon emperor. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air, including those emperor-level experts. Lu Ming was really going to refine an emperor-level powerhouse. If he succeeded, it would shock the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. A great sage slaughtering an emperor. Even with the help of the Grand Array, there were few such examples since ancient times. It would probably pierce through the heavens. Lu Ming, let go of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's demon emperor. Do you think the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda only has one demon emperor? The Holy Land's foundation is far beyond your imagination. If you really anger us, you'll die without a burial place. The Wan clan's martial emperor roared. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. He had actually lost an imperial armament in this battle. His heart was dripping with blood. That was an extremely rare emperor weapon. How many years had he spent cultivating it? He had only obtained 3 emperor weapons. He had paid a huge price and put in a lot of effort. Previously, he had no choice but to self-destruct one. He wished he could skin Lu Ming alive to vent his anger. Now, Lu Ming was going to refine the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's demon emperor. Haha, martial emperors are indeed superior to all living beings. At first, the 3 martial emperors wanted to kill me, but they were no match for me and were defeated by me. Now, they're using the power behind them to suppress me. How impressive, how impressive. I've learned something new. Lu Ming sneered, but everyone could hear the deep mockery in his voice. 3 martial emperors were dealing with a person of the younger generation. After being defeated, they actually brought out the faction behind them. This was truly shameless. The Wan clan's martial emperor's face was extremely gloomy. On the other hand, the rest of the members of the Wan family looked ashamed and resentful. They secretly hated Lu Ming. Lu Ming, how dare you humiliate my Wan clan? You'll regret it sooner or later. Wan Jingyang gritted his teeth. The humiliation of the Wan clan's martial emperor was equivalent to the humiliation of the entire Wan clan. In the future, when they went out, they would definitely be looked down upon and criticized by others. Of course, they wouldn't think about whether or not they were the cause of all this. They would only blame everything on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let go of the shifter emperor. Let him go. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape no matter where you go. The people of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda all roared. Some of them turned into giant wolves and glared at Lu Ming. If you want to save your shifter emperor, come and save him yourself. Lu Ming said as he tried his best to refine the Skywolf Pagoda's Fae the Arch. However, how could the demons of Heavenly Wolf Pagoda dare to go? What a joke. Even the shifter the Arch was trapped in the cauldron and couldn't even protect himself. If they went to save him, wouldn't they be courting death? A bunch of gutless rats. Lu Ming sneered. He glanced at the Wan clan's martial emperors and the Golden Crow demonic monarch and said coldly, if you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me, no matter who you are. No matter who it was, even if it was a martial emperor or a Fae the Arch, Xiaochen would still kill them. Arrogant. How arrogant. No matter how talented you are destined to not go far. Kill. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted. He controlled an emperor weapon and threw it at Lu Ming from afar. However, he did not dare to get close at all. He only attacked Lu Ming from afar, trying to save the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Fae the Arch. At the same time, the Golden Crow demonic monarch also made his move. He flapped his wings, and suns suddenly appeared in the sky. The suns fell, smashing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming manipulated the Great Amplification Elixir Array to form many light screens, blocking the surroundings. Right now, he did not attack. He just needed to block. He focused on refining the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Fae the Arch. Since they wanted to kill him, he had to make them pay a painful price. The Great Pill Formation blocked the attacks of the Wan clan's martial emperors and the Golden Crow demonic monarch. Roar. Roar. Roars came from the Great Pill Formation cauldron and the roars of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Fae the Arch. The roars were filled with anger, unwillingness, and fear. Yes, everyone heard the roars of fear. Moreover, as time passed, the voice of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Fae the Arch seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Everyone looked at each other. Could it be that the high and mighty Fae the Arch was really going to be refined? Let go of him. The Wan clan's martial emperor roared and attacked even more fiercely. However, they were all blocked by the Great Pill Formation Cauldron. As for the Zg-Sect's Martial Emperor and the Skybird Palace's Fei the Arch, they were blocked by the Divine Elephant Sect's and Phoenix Palace's Martial Emperors. They could not help. What a joke. You want to kill me, but you still ask me to let go of him. Idiots. Lu Ming berated them directly. He did not care if they were Martial Emperors or not. He did not give them any face at all. Some of the youths felt their blood boil. He wanted to refine the Fei the Arch in front of so many experts. He scolded the Martial Emperors and took revenge. He could do whatever he wanted. How delightful and carefree was this, they yearned for it. Of course, if it were them, they would not dare to do it. The Wan clan's Martial Emperors felt as if there was a rock in their chest. Ever since he had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm, no one had dared to speak to him like that. The other party was just a young man, but he could not do anything to him. It was extremely frustrating. At that moment, the voice in the Great Pill Furnace became softer and softer. The Skywolf Pagoda's experts felt their hearts sink. In the end, an unwilling voice came out of the Great Pill Furnace. Then, it became completely silent. Huff. Huff, everyone heaved a heavy sigh of relief as their hearts were filled with waves of shock. A Fei the Arch had fallen just like that? Killed by a junior, Lu Ming had killed a Fei the Arch. This matter was bound to cause a huge commotion in the ancient moon's sacred ground. The Wan clan's Martial Emperors and the Golden Crow Fei the Arch retreated with ugly expressions. There was a trace of horror in their eyes. Just now, if the two of them had not been fast enough and decisive enough to rush out, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If either of them had been trapped in the Great Pill Furnace, they would have ended up like the Skywolf Pagoda's Martial Emperor. In addition, the Martial Emperors of the Purple Pole Sect, Skybird Palace, Phoenix Palace, and Divine Elephant Sect also stopped fighting and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not open the alchemy furnace immediately. To be on the safe side, he continued to control the fire in the alchemy furnace and continued to refine it for a while. When he could no longer sense any signs of life in the alchemy furnace, Lu Ming then opened the alchemy furnace. Clang, when the furnace was opened, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Was the Skywolf Pagoda's Martial Emperor really dead? The moment the furnace lid was opened, an extremely powerful energy rushed into the sky. It was the power of the laws and also the power of the world. However, it dissipated with the wind. The Skywolf Pagoda's Martial Emperor did not appear again. He had really been refined, everyone's heart skipped a beat. What a pity. I did not comprehend the Great Pill Scripture and my cultivation is not high enough. Otherwise, I could have refined an Emperor pill. Lu Ming muttered softly. However, the people present were all experts. Although his voice was soft, they heard it clearly. This guy still wants to refine an Emperor pill? Lu Ming, you killed our Demon Emperor. Our Skywolf Pagoda will never let you go. Just wait for your death. An expert from the Skywolf Pagoda roared and turned into a giant wolf. His eyes were cold. You're talking as if you'll let me go if I don't kill him. Lu Ming said indifferently with a hint of disdain. The other party had been pressuring him step by step. Even if he didn't kill the other party, they wouldn't let him go. So, he might as well kill to his heart's content. Killing a Martial Emperor from the other party was a gain for him. Roar. At this moment, a loud roar came from the distant sky. This roar was earth-shattering, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. Even the sun in the sky seemed to tremble as if it was about to fall. Not good. In the sky, the expressions of the Martial Emperors changed drastically. Their auras erupted and the power of the world circulated, enveloping the experts of their respective sections. The terrifying sound wave swept across, causing the defenses set up by the Martial Emperors to tremble violently. Some of the people who didn't have the protection of the Martial Emperors exploded in the air like fireworks. They died before they could even react. Those who were lucky enough to survive turned pale and were terrified. What kind of existence was this? A loud roar could kill a large number of experts. Even the Martial Emperor's expressions changed drastically. Then, everyone saw a flash of light and a giant wolf appeared on the scene. This giant wolf was silver all over and its silver fur shone brightly. It was 10,000 feet tall and incomparably huge. Its cold eyes looked at Lu Ming. Layers of strange light surrounded his body like a divine halo, making him look like a legendary god. The divine light of the world, a true emperor expert. The martial emperor of Phoenix Palace said solemnly. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was a true emperor. Needless to say, the other party must be from the Skywolf Pagoda. Even a true emperor had appeared. The martial emperor realm was divided into the minor emperor realm, intermediate emperor realm, great emperor realm, and heavenly emperor realm. The minor emperor realm had formed a small world. However, at this time, the small world was in the process of evolution. It was chaotic and living beings had no way of entering. Once they entered, they would be crushed to pieces. Therefore, the minor emperor realm was also called the illusory emperor. In other words, the small world hadn't taken shape yet and creatures couldn't enter. They were considered illusory emperors, not true emperors. At intermediate emperor, the minor world would be stable enough for living beings to enter. This level was also known as true emperor. This meant that he was a true emperor. As for great emperors, they controlled the great Tao. Small worlds could even give birth to living creatures. This was even more mysterious and unfathomable. At this realm, they were already at the peak of the world. As for the celestial emperor, he was a legend in the current world. The emperors that had appeared before were all minor emperors, void emperors. But now, the pagoda sent out a true emperor. Once a true emperor's minor world was formed, they would emit a worldly light. Kid, are you the one who killed my heavenly wolf pagoda's demon emperor? The eyes of the true emperor-level giant wolf shone like two suns. It looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice. Not bad. Lu Ming replied. He wasn't afraid of a true emperor. If he was going to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. These great powers were pressing him step by step, so he could only fight to the end. Very well, I'll extract your soul and burn it in purgatory flame. You'll beg for death. The wolf said, brimming with murderous intent. Ask him for his secrets first. At this moment, another voice sounded. Then, the void trembled and cracked open. A figure stepped out from the void. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression and a noble aura. His body was also surrounded by a divine halo. Everyone took a deep breath. Another true emperor had appeared. Greetings, ancestor. When the Wan clan's martial emperor saw this person, he bowed respectfully. This was a true emperor from the Wan clan. Screech! A terrifying bird cry rang out. Then, everyone saw a golden light flying over from afar. When the golden light flew past, the space actually rippled like water, and a hideous crack appeared. Next, the golden light receded and a huge three-legged golden crow appeared in the sky. Its sharp eyes swept through the area, causing everyone to feel a chill. It was another true emperor from the three-legged golden crow race. In the ancient moon's sacred ground, true emperors wouldn't appear unless something major happened. They would focus on cultivating or traveling in order to become stronger in order to deal with the tribulation that occurred once every 300,000 years. But today, because of Lu Ming, true emperors appeared one after another. Not good. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others who were close to Lu Ming became anxious. Your Excellency, what should we do? Huang Ling anxiously transmitted to the martial emperor of Phoenix Palace. This is difficult. Our Phoenix Palace can't interfere in this situation. If our true emperors were to intervene, it would turn into an all-out war. That's why I'm afraid our true emperors won't interfere. The martial emperor said. His words made Huang Ling even more anxious. Would Lu Ming be able to fend off 3 true emperors with the help of the Great Expansion Elixir Array? The power of a true emperor wasn't something a minor emperor could compare to. No one could compete with a grand emperor. The 3 true emperors stared coldly at Lu Ming. There was a grave look in Lu Ming's eyes. With a thought, the great evolution cauldron shrunk rapidly and floated above his head. At the same time, near the cauldron mountain, endless rays of light flashed and circles of light appeared. It was dazzling. You think a mere formation can stop me? The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda uttered coldly. He stepped into the air and advanced towards Lu Ming. Buzz. Buzz. Rings of light rushed towards the true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. 2 silver rays shot out from the pagoda's eyes. He slashed forward and destroyed all the rings. He was unstoppable. True emperors were much stronger than void emperors. Condense. Lu Ming roared and focused on controlling the formation. At the same time, the cauldron vibrated and resonated with the formation. A gigantic cauldron appeared in the sky, emitting a dazzling radiance before blasting at the true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. Break for me! The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda roared and unleashed a wolf claw. Boom! The wolf claw struck the cauldron, resulting in a terrifying explosion. However, the cauldron didn't break and managed to stop the attack. The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda's eyes turned cold after seeing this and unleashed another claw attack. Lu Ming focused on controlling the cauldron to attack the true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. This cauldron contained the full power of the Great Development Cauldron and Great Development Pill formation. It almost suppressed 3 martial emperors and killed a demon emperor in the end. Boom! At the same time, Lu Ming retreated back into the Cauldron Mountain. True emperors were too strong. Even with the formation, he wasn't a match for them. Perhaps there was a chance of survival. Don't even think about leaving. The true emperor of the Wan clan said coldly. He stepped into the Pill Cauldron Mountain and waved his hand. A small golden pagoda flew out and grew to 10,000 feet in size, crashing down on Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. This force was too strong. He had no choice but to stop and control the Dian formation to set up layers of defense around him. Boom! The huge pagoda suppressed Lu Ming and a terrifying force blasted Lu Ming like a violent storm. The defense set up by the Great Amplification Elixir Array let out a terrifying roar and shattered continuously. Lu Ming's body was directly blasted to the ground. He retreated continuously for more than 10 steps. Every step he took created a big pit in the ground. After more than 10 steps, Lu Ming stabilized his body and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. If it wasn't for the cauldron, he wouldn't have just been injured. Despicable, several true emperors working together against a junior. Huang Ling and Long Chen clenched their fists. They wanted to help but there was nothing they could do. A true emperor could kill them with a single breath. Hand over the Great Development Pill Scripture and Great Development Cauldron, then kneel and cripple your cultivation. Perhaps I'll let you die a quick death. The true emperor of the Wan clan placed his hands behind his back and looked down at Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared with an unyielding glint in his eyes. Tough bones, let's see how long you can last. The Wan true emperor reached out with his palm and pressed down. Buzz. The pagoda trembled as a terrifying attack came crashing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the cauldron and formation to stop them. However, most of the formation's power was used to stop the true emperors from the pagoda. The remaining power couldn't stop the true emperors from the Wan clan. Clank! The Great Amplification Alchemy Furnace vibrated. Lu Ming's body was hit by a terrifying force. His bones made cracking sounds and blood seeped out of his skin. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming continued to retreat while coughing up blood. His robe was stained with blood. However, Lu Ming's body remained upright. His eyes were filled with determination and unyieldingness. Kneel! The Wan true emperor shouted. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind. The cauldron lit up and sent waves of light towards the emperor. The Wan true emperor pressed down again and the light collapsed. The terrifying force forced Lu Ming to retreat while coughing up blood. The pagoda emitted a terrifying pressure that locked down the area. Lu Ming couldn't escape into the Cauldron Mountain. Kneel! The Wan true emperor's cold voice resounded again. The pagoda unleashed another wave of power on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was pushed back again. His injuries worsened but he still stood straight. If I don't die, I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His unyielding voice spread in all directions. His voice was filled with unwavering faith and killing intent that was as cold as a blade. If he didn't die, he would kill all of them. Many people were shaken. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming was still unyielding. He still dared to shout in such a manner. This person was truly terrifying. If he didn't die, the consequences in the future would be hard to predict. Many people had this thought. Even the emperors from the Wan clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, and three-legged golden crow felt a chill down their spine. You won't have the chance. The one true emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This brat was too extraordinary. Even if he couldn't get anything today, he still needed to kill him. Boom. He took another step forward and unleashed a terrifying aura. Specks of light blossomed from his body. One terrifying weapon after another flew out. The aura of his weapons converged and created ferocious rifts in the air. Clearly, the true emperor of the Wan clan was going all out to kill Lu Ming. Several true emperors working together to bully a junior at the Grand Saint Realm. The ancient moon's sacred ground is getting weaker and weaker. A sigh came about at this time. Then, everyone saw an old man coming out of the Cauldron Mountain. He was extremely old with turbid eyes and almost all of his hair falling out. Wrinkles piled up on his face like a mountain. His aura was weak, and he held a walking stick in his hand as he walked through the air step by step. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This elder was the old servant of the Great Evolution Pill Hall, Dan Kong. Who are you? The Wan True Emperor glanced at Uncle Kong and found that his vitality was indeed weak, just like an ordinary old man without cultivation. However, he couldn't be an ordinary old man in this situation. Just a bag of bones about to enter the ground. You wouldn't know who I am even if I told you. Uncle Kong managed to squeeze out a faint smile. You want to help Lu Ming? The Wan True Emperor asked. Of course, Lu Ming is the Lord of Grand Development Pill Hall right now, so I naturally want to protect him. Uncle Kong said. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The Wan True Emperor's murderous intent intensified. Might as well try. My old life is about to enter the ground anyway, so what if I die? Uncle Kong smiled. If you want to die, I'll kill you first. The Wan True Emperor shouted and pressed his palm forward. The pagoda unleashed a terrifying aura towards Uncle Kong. It was far stronger than the attack against Lu Ming earlier. He clearly didn't use his full strength against Lu Ming earlier in order to force Lu Ming to reveal the Grand Development Pill scripture. Uncle Kong, watch out! Lu Ming shouted. Uncle Kong's expression didn't change. However, he swung his walking stick. When the walking stick was swung out, it began to expand rapidly, turning into a giant staff that could hold up the sky, bombarding the giant tower. Boom! Terrifying waves of energy rippled out, causing the massive tower to continuously tremble before being blasted away. Uncle Kong's walking stick quickly shrank to its normal size and was held in Uncle Kong's hand. So strong. Many people were shocked. This old man was able to stop an attack from a true emperor from the Wan clan. Could this old man be a true emperor as well? Lu Ming was shocked as well. Uncle Kong's battle prowess exceeded his expectations. He had guessed that Count Kong was a martial emperor, but he didn't expect him to be a true emperor, a mid-emperor. So you're a true emperor as well. The Wan True Emperor had a serious expression. So what if you're a true emperor? Do you think you can protect Lu Ming alone? He must die today. Whoosh! The demon emperor of the Golden Crow tribe appeared next to the Wan True Emperor, emitting a terrifying aura. The three emperors stood side by side. Since the three of you are here, come out as well. Uncle Kong's expression didn't change. His muddy eyes stared at a certain spot in the sky and said. Many people were alarmed. Were there more experts hiding in the sky? The next moment, the space cracked open and two figures stepped out. One was shrouded in violet light while the other had a terrifying demonic aura. The only similarity was that they were surrounded by the light of a world. True emperors, more true emperors. True emperors from Violet Extreme and Skybird Palace. An emperor said with a serious tone. Today, the Wan clan, Celestial Wolf Pagoda, Golden Crow Tribe, Violet Extreme, and Skybird Palace all sent true emperors here. Perhaps the other powers also sent true emperors, but they didn't show up yet. Haha, 5 true emperors just to deal with a junior at the Grand Saint Realm. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Uncle Kong's gaze swept across the area as he slowly opened his mouth. His voice was filled with ridicule. Lu Ming killed many people from the 5 major forces. He is deranged and has to die. No one can save him today. The Wan True Emperor coldly said. Oh? You said that Lu Ming killed so many of your people? I'm curious and want to ask a few questions. Uncle Kong said. The Wan True Emperor's group didn't say anything. Lu Ming couldn't escape today. This old man alone couldn't stop them. They wanted to see what he had up his sleeve. Firstly, the people from the 5 major forces that Lu Ming killed were at the Saint Realm. Were they of the same generation as Lu Ming? Were they 7, 8, or 10 years old? Uncle Kong's voice echoed across the area. The Wan True Emperor's group remained silent. Their eyes flashed but they didn't answer. Senior, those that Lu Ming killed were all of the same generation. Many of them were older than Lu Ming. Huang Ling said. Oh, I understand. Thank you, young lady. Uncle Kong smiled at Huang Ling and continued, did Lu Ming seek help from the older generation? The true emperors of the Wan clan and Golden Crow tribe didn't answer. Senior, I was there during all of this. Lu Ming didn't ask the seniors for help. Huang Ling said. I can testify. Long Chen said. Okay, the third question. Did Lu Ming kill the people from the 5 forces with his own abilities? Uncle Kong asked. That's right. We'll fight head-on with our own strength. Huang Ling understood. I understand. Kongbo nodded and looked over at the Wan clan's group. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst forth from the body of Uncle Kong. It was as though a slumbering godly beast had been awakened. A frightening amount of essence chi pierced through the heavens, and the blood chi of his entire body began to blaze furiously. His cloudy eyes were no longer cloudy. There seemed to be the sun, moon, and stars revolving within them. They were full of sharpness. In a head-on battle between peers, the people from the 5 major forces are useless. They were no match for Lu Ming and were killed by him. Yet, you Void Emperors and True Emperors are shameless enough to seek revenge. What a joke. And you? Uncle Kong looked at the True Emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. One of your martial emperors came to kill Lu Ming only to be killed by Lu Ming. Do you still want to avenge him? Do you have no shame? Uncle Kong's voice became sonorous and forceful as it echoed throughout the entire place. Lu Ming killed my Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor by relying on the power of the array. The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda said. Nonsense. He's a dignified martial emperor. Could it be that he wants the other party to have a fair fight with a junior at the Eminent Sage stage? I think you're not only shameless, but also stupid. The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda's expression turned ugly. So what? It's useless for you to say so much today. You can't change the outcome. Lu Ming must die today. The true emperor of the Wan clan spoke while surrounded by weapons. No matter what you say, it's useless. Lu Ming has to be killed. Lu Ming's talents were too frightening. Since they had offended him, they must eliminate him. Otherwise, they would be the ones to be destroyed in the future. Is that so? Uncle Kong smiled and said, this old man didn't say so much to make all of you retreat. Instead, I'm saying that since all of you can act like this, then this old man might as well do the same thing as well. As soon as Uncle Kong finished speaking, he took a step forward. Boom. This step caused the sky to turn upside down. The sun and moon lost their brilliance as the void trembled violently. In the distance, the martial emperors were aghast and shouted, retreat. They led the people below the emperor level and frantically retreated. They wanted to get as far away from that area as possible because they felt a fatal danger. The true emperors of the Wan clan and Golden Crows narrowed their eyes at this moment. Clank. A sword ray shot out from the cane in Uncle Kong's hand. This sword illuminated the 9 heavens with a peerless brilliance akin to a flying immortal. It broke through space and headed straight for the true emperor of the Wan clan. Myriad soldiers. Wan True Emperor roared. All the weapons around him lit up and gathered together to form a gigantic and strange weapon. It slammed straight towards the sword ray unleashed by Count Kong. Alas, the sword ray shattered the strange weapon into pieces. The sword ray didn't stop there and continued on its unstoppable course. The true emperor of the Wan clan roared and summoned a minor world. His body was trapped inside while he frantically retreated. Alas, the sword ray was even faster. It instantly slashed through the minor world and split it in half like a watermelon in front of the horrified spectators. The sword didn't stop there and continued to slash at the emperor. No. The emperor's eyes were filled with fear. Damn it! He shouted with fear in his eyes. The next second, the sword ray pierced through his forehead. The true emperor of the Wan clan froze on the spot, unable to move at all. His aura had completely vanished, including his life force. Then, to the horror of the crowd, the true emperor of the Wan clan turned into ashes and dissipated from the world. The scene fell into a deathly silence. It was as if everyone's throats were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Not a single sound could be heard. The true emperor of the Wan clan was dead. A true emperor was annihilated by a single slash. Not even his corpse was left behind. This was a true emperor, a peak existence capable of looking down on the world. No one could compete with him except for a grand emperor. But now, he was killed by a single slash. Lu Ming's eyes widened in horror. At this moment, Uncle Kong no longer had a trace of old age. He had completely transformed into a peerless swordsman. Under the heavens, who else could surpass him? If a true emperor dares to bully a junior, then I'll do the same to all of you. Die. His eyes flashed like lightning as he took a step forward, causing the world to tremble. Another sword ray slashed towards the pagoda's emperor. The pagoda's emperor frantically retreated while unleashing all of his power. Alas, it was futile. He followed in the footsteps of the Wan clan's emperor and turned into ashes. Another true emperor has been slain. Run, run, run. The remaining emperors from Golden Crow, Violet Extreme, and Skybird Palace were scared to death. They only had one thought in mind: to run as far away as possible. They didn't want to kill Lu Ming at all. All they wanted was to stay alive. Uncle Kong's eyes narrowed as he pointed his finger at the sky. Whoosh! A sword ray appeared in front of the three emperors and directly cut through the void. The three emperors stopped in their tracks with a horrified expression. Do you think you can escape if I want to kill you? Uncle Kong uttered coldly. Senior, please spare us. The true emperor from the Golden Crow tribe shouted, no longer as arrogant as before. He became as obedient as a dying bird. He was scared out of his wits. Wan Clan's and Celestial Wolf Pagoda's emperors were slain by the old man. It wouldn't take him much effort to kill them. Everyone in the surroundings fell silent, and could only look at Uncle Kong in horror. One slash to kill a true emperor? What kind of cultivation was this? Could it be a Grand Emperor? Was there a Grand Emperor hiding in Grand Development Hall? One should know that the number of Great Emperor experts in the entire Yuan Mountain could be counted with one's fingers. On the surface, there were only a few of them. Even if he wasn't a Grand Emperor, he had to be a terrifying existence among true emperors. The other two true emperors stopped and stared at Elder Kong with trepidation. With their cultivations, they were utterly unable to see through Elder Kong's cultivation. Clang, after sheathing his sword, Elder Kong began to withdraw his aura, making him look like an ordinary old man. Elder Kong's walking stick was a long sword. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The three true emperors heaved a sigh of relief. Let me tell you, Lu Ming is already the successor of the Great Pill Derivation Palace and the current palace master of the Great Pill Derivation Palace. Daoist Kong. Senior, don't worry. We won't touch a single hair on Lu Ming's head in the future. The true emperor from the Golden Crow race said. Elder Kong nodded, and then he swept the crowd with his gaze and glanced at the experts of all the powers before his voice sounded out from afar. In the future, this old man won't interfere in the battles of the same generation. Even if one of you kills Lu Ming and seizes his fortune, I won't interfere as well. However, if some of you old fellows make a move against a junior disciple, then don't blame me for being impolite. When the time comes, I'll make a trip to your sect and stretch my muscles. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. Given Elder Kong's battle prowess, a trip to any sect would be disastrous. Elder Kong could even kill a true emperor with one slash. Even though the great powers had more than one true emperor, they still might not be his match. At that point, not to mention the juniors, even the emperors would die. This was a blatant threat. Alas, the great powers had no choice but to accept it. This was the deterrence of a terrifying expert. Why didn't the experts from the Wan Clan and Golden Crow race dare to kill the young geniuses of the Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect? Because these two sects had terrifying experts as well. If you kill their geniuses, their experts can also kill your geniuses. This is the deterrence of the strong. Why did the Wan family, the Golden Crow clan, and other forces dare to dispatch powerful figures to kill Lu Ming? They knew that Lu Ming didn't have a backer. Lu Ming didn't have an expert behind him who would seek revenge on their juniors. But now, Lu Ming had a backer. All the great powers had to be wary of him. Senior, are you really not going to interfere in a battle between peers? The true emperor of the Golden Crow race asked. This old man is a man of his word. If Lu Ming is no match for his peers and is killed, he will be considered useless. However, I still stand by my words. If your seniors or even emperor-level powerhouses attack him, this old man will not be polite. Now, all of you, get lost. A sharp glint flashed in Elder Kong's eyes as he waved his hand. Let's go. The true emperor of the Golden Crow race shouted and turned into a golden ray, flying away with extreme speed. The other members of the Golden Crow race also left. Violet Extreme Sect, Skybird Palace, and the other sects also left with flickering figures. The appearance of the Grand Development Pill Hall had finally come to an end. However, the storm was far from over. The entire ancient moon sacred ground was shaken. This time, Lu Ming was the main character. Because of Lu Ming, the great powers suffered great losses. This was especially true for Heavenly Wolf Pagoda and the Wan clan. The Wan clan lost a true emperor while Heavenly Wolf Pagoda lost a void emperor and a true emperor. Even a great power like the ancient moon sacred ground couldn't bear this loss. Anyone who could become an emperor was a peerless genius. Heavenly spirit physiques were said to have the potential to become an emperor. However, that was only potential. It was still very difficult to reach the throne. Moreover, this was a true emperor. Great powers like the ancient moon sacred ground definitely had more than one true emperor. However, these were accumulated over a long period of time. Losing one would have a significant impact on their strength. Not long after, almost all the powers left. Only Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and a few others stayed behind. Lu Ming, are you all right? Huang Ling walked towards the Cauldron Mountain and came to Lu Ming's side. I'm fine, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. However, his face was pale and his body trembled slightly. He almost lost his balance. He was already severely injured from the continuous attacks of the Wan clan's true emperors. Huang Ling, let's let Lu Ming heal first. We'll come see him another day. Long Chen came over and said. Very well, Lu Ming, take care of yourself first. We'll come see you another day. Huang Ling said and left with Long Chen, Phoenix Palace, and Divine Elephant Sect. Uncle Kong, thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards Uncle Kong. Temple Lord, it is my duty to protect you. However, there are countless experts in this world. The powers of the ancient moon sacred ground are not as simple as they seem. They have deep foundations and terrifying existences guarding them. The other sacred grounds have as many experts as the clouds. The road ahead will be even longer. You will have to walk it yourself, especially the competition between the younger generation. I won't interfere, you have to face it yourself. That's what I should do. Lu Ming nodded his head. He also knows that Uncle Kong is doing this for his own good. An expert must fight, kill, experience all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. A flower in a greenhouse cannot withstand the test. If he needs Uncle Kong to take care of him everywhere, how can he reach the peak? Palace Master, go back and heal your injuries first. Uncle Kong nodded his head and returned to the Pill Furnace Mountain step by step. Soon after, Lu Ming also returned to the Pill Furnace Mountain. He swallowed a medicinal pill and began to heal his injuries. This time, Lu Ming's injuries are very serious. It took 7 days for his injuries to heal completely. A few days later, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Mu Qingxue and others came to see him. When they saw that Lu Ming is fine, they felt relieved. Lu Ming brought them around the Great Pill Development Palace. However, Phoenix and others did not stay for long and returned to their respective sects. Now, it's getting closer and closer to the opening of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard in Celestial City. Everyone also has to seize the time to cultivate and improve their cultivation so that they can smoothly enter the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard and obtain the great emperor's guidance. Lu Ming also imparted the divine breath technique to Huang Ling and others. This is a life-saving secret technique. It's very useful at critical moments. After Huang Ling and others left, Lu Ming also began to cultivate in seclusion. Can the pill fire of the Great Pill Development Furnace really refine the spirit body and make it evolve? With a thought from Lu Ming, the Great Pill Development Furnace flew out and landed on the ground. It turned into the size of a house. During this period of time, Elder Kong told Lu Ming some of the wonderful uses of the Great Pill Development Furnace. The Great Pill Development Furnace seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. It could refine pills with the laws of heaven and earth. It could also refine pills that could make the spirit body evolve. This is the rumor from the outside world. But in fact, the Great Pill Development Furnace is even more mysterious than the rumor. It can directly refine a person's body and make the spirit body evolve. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming waved his hands and a large number of panacea flew out from his storage ring into the Great Evolution Cauldron. Immediately after, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he dashed into the Great Evolution Cauldron as well. He then closed the cauldron. Refine. With a thought from Lu Ming, a large amount of pill fire gushed out from the Great Pill Development Furnace and enveloped Lu Ming. This kind of pill fire was extremely terrifying. Previously, the Celestial Wolf Pagoda's Emperor-level expert had been refined by this pill fire. Pill fire has the power of destruction, but it also has a peerless vitality, all depends on the owner's will. Alchemy fire surged out, and the sacred herbs were instantly refined, turning into energy. Lu Ming's body was engulfed by the elixir fire. Instantly, waves of piercing pain spread throughout his body. Great! Lu Ming resisted with all his might, but the alchemy fire engulfed his body and burned fiercely. It was as if it wanted to refine his body. Sizzle. A heart-wrenching pain. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured the pain with all his might. He persisted. He understood that it was not that easy for his spirit body to evolve. It was impossible to evolve casually. If he were to buy true dragon bones, true dragon blood essence, etc., he did not know how many origin stones he would need to buy them. But now, there was a shortcut, so why not take it? Lu Ming gritted his teeth and persisted. After a while, the energy from the Great Pill Furnace began to gather towards Lu Ming. With the refinement of the pill fire, it constantly seeped into his body. Lu Ming felt that his spirit body was slowly becoming stronger. This cultivation lasted for 7 days. When Lu Ming felt that he had reached his limit, he retreated from the furnace. After a day of rest, he placed some more holy medicines into the furnace and continued to refine them. This method was similar to refining pills. But using one's own body as a pill and using holy medicines as supplementary materials, it was constantly refining and removing the impurities in the spirit body. The energy of the holy medicines was integrated into the spirit body, constantly strengthening the potential of the spirit body. When a certain time came, the potential of the spirit body would erupt and achieve a transformation. This effect was heaven-defying. For Lu Ming, it might not be much. He cultivated the dragon god battle body. As long as he had true dragon bones, true dragon blood essence, etc., he would evolve sooner or later. But for ordinary martial artists? How heaven-defying was this effect? In other words, no matter what level of spirit body you had, as long as you continued to refine it, your spirit body could continue to evolve. Of course, there were some limitations. According to one's potential, there would be some differences. Some people could continue to evolve, but some people had limited potential. Even if they had the Great Pill Furnace, they would not be able to evolve much. There would be a limit. But this was already heaven-defying enough. Therefore, Elder Kong warned him not to reveal this function to anyone who was not on good terms with him. This was because the outside world only thought that the Great Pill Furnace could refine pills that could allow the spirit body to evolve. They did not know that it had this function. Concocting pills required materials. Without materials, it was impossible to concoct pills. But this function did not require specific materials at all. Any holy medicine could be added in. If this was obtained by a major faction, how many geniuses could it nurture? at that time, even with Elder Kong standing guard, it was inevitable that some major factions would take the risk out of desperation. 7 days passed. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. Lu Ming had been cultivating in the Great Pill Furnace. As for Bubble, it was bored and ran out every day. Lu Ming did not care about it either. With Bubble's current cultivation and space-time law, as long as it did not encounter an Emperor-level powerhouse, it should be fine. Sure enough, Bubble came back every few days. Its entire body was emitting a medicinal fragrance. It even gave Lu Ming a lot of holy medicine. These holy medicines were rich in medicinal strength and were very old. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Bubble, this fellow, must have run to some major faction to steal medicine. Roar, inside the Great Pill Furnace, a shocking dragon roar came out. Above the furnace, a phantom of 9 dragons danced and spiraled, roaring at the sky as if the real 9 dragons were reborn. Clang, the furnace lid opened, and Lu Ming's figure flew out. His body was surrounded by 9 dragons. Every inch of his skin was emitting a sparkling luster. Under the luster, it seemed to be filled with endless power. Superior heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes bright. After a month of continuous tempering, his spiritual body had finally evolved again, evolving into a superior heaven spiritual body. This was already the highest level of a spiritual body. His strength had reached an astonishing level. In a month's time, although his cultivation did not change and was still at the lesser great sage realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. With my current combat strength, who can be my opponent in a battle of the same level? The Son of Heaven is known to be invincible in the same level. If I have the chance, I must see it. A strong fighting spirit flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, he stepped out of the mountain of pill furnaces and shot up into the air. Boom, Lu Ming punched out. The clouds were pierced, and a 1,000-mile passage appeared. Boom. Boom. Boom, then, Lu Ming kept waving his fists. The terrifying fist force surged, and the void boiled. All the air was squeezed and exploded, turning into a destructive force. Awesome, this is great. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt refreshed. At that moment, Lu Ming looked outside the pill furnace mountain. There, a figure flashed over. Wherever the figure passed, the space rippled like water. It was as if the figure was shuttling through space. Bubbles, where did you go to steal sacred medicine? Lu Ming smiled and looked at the little girl who appeared in front of him. Brother Lu Ming, this is bad. Sister Huang Ling is in danger. Bubbles said. There was a hint of anxiety in her big eyes. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Bubbles immediately began to chatter. It turned out that Bubbles had sneaked into a place where the Wan clan planted sacred medicine to steal sacred medicine. She had inadvertently heard a secret. The top genius of the Wan clan, Wan Jingyang, had found out where Huang Ling was cultivating. He wanted to join forces with a group of elites to secretly kill Huang Ling the Wan clan again. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He knew that the Wan clan wanted revenge. Huang Ling and Lu Ming were very close. Some people even said that Huang Ling was Lu Ming's woman. Therefore, they wanted to kill Huang Ling to take revenge on Lu Ming. Bubbles, do you know where Huang Ling is cultivating? Lu Ming asked. I heard from the Wan clan that it's in the Wan Flame Mountain. Bubbles said. Where is the Wan Flame Mountain? There's no time to lose. Let's go and find out. Let's go. Lu Ming took a step forward and turned into a stream of light. He tore through the air. Not long after, Lu Ming and Bubbles came to a gathering place. After finding out the location of the Wan Flame Mountain, they quickly headed there. The Wan Flame Mountain was a mountain range filled with flames. Usually, it was the favorite place for those who cultivated the law of fire. Comprehending the law of fire there was more effective than other places. Huang Ling cultivated the undying flame law. Normally, she would often come to the myriad flame mountain to cultivate. In a valley in the 1,000 flame mountain, flames were burning fiercely. Huang Ling was sitting cross-legged in the valley. An immortal heavenly phoenix was flying around her. The surrounding flames continued to gather. Suddenly, Huang Ling opened her eyes and looked at the entrance of the valley. She shouted, "Who is it?" As expected of the immortal heavenly phoenix body. "Your spiritual sense is quite sharp." A cold laugh was heard. Then, 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the valley. Wan Jingyang. Huang Ling's face sank. The leader of the group was the number 1 heaven's favorite of the Wan clan, Wan Jingyang. Behind him were 4 other experts, either peak great sages or great circle great sages. These people were almost 50 years old and were at the edge of the younger generation. "This is my cultivation ground. What are you doing here?" Huang Ling said in a deep voice. "What am I doing?" Wan Jingyang's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. He said, "Of course I'm here to kill you. That bastard Lu Ming made my Wan clan lose a true emperor. This is irreconcilable. However, he's hiding in the Great Development Pill Hall and doesn't dare to come out. I'll kill you first. As Lu Ming's woman, I'm afraid your death will hurt Lu Ming." Ha ha ha. Huang Ling blushed slightly. It seemed that the outside world had misunderstood and thought that Huang Ling was Lu Ming's woman. However, she did not refute. Instead, a powerful aura emanated from her body. She said, "It won't be that easy for you to kill me. So you've reached Great Circle Great Sage. But you still have to die." Wan Jingyang sneered. A terrifying aura also erupted from his body. "Great Circle Great Sage." Huang Ling's expression changed drastically. Wan Jingyang's cultivation was at peak Great Sage. She did not expect him to have reached Great Circle Great Sage. If Wan Jingyang's cultivation was still at the peak of the Supreme Saint, Huang Ling could still fight him with the immortal flame law. However, he had broken through to the Great Saint perfection, and with the help of the other 4 masters, Huang Ling was not confident. Swoosh, Huang Ling did not hesitate. The phantom of a phoenix flapped around her. Her body soared into the sky and flew up. Roar, a wolf's howl reverberated through the sky. A huge wolf claw grabbed at Huang Ling phoenix wing strike. Huang Ling's expression changed. She slashed her palm upward. A phoenix wing formed and slashed at the wolf claw like a divine blade. Bam! Huang Ling's body trembled. She was hit by a powerful force and fell back into the valley. Roar! Roar, a few wolf howls could be heard in the sky. A few huge wolves appeared in the sky. Sky Wolf Pagoda. Huang Ling's expression darkened. The giant wolves looked at Huang Ling with cold eyes. "If the Phoenix Palace finds out that you've joined forces to kill me, we won't let this go. Do you want to start a war between the major forces?" Huang Ling shouted. "So what if they find out? We've only sent out the younger generation. We haven't sent out the older generation." Wan Jingyang sneered. Those who came with them were around 50 years old. They were considered the younger generation. Indeed, they had not sent out any of the older generation. As for the younger generation, there were no restrictions on whether they could fight one-on-one or be surrounded. Moreover, as long as you're dead, no one will know that we did it. Kill! Wan Jingyang shouted. The acupuncture points all over his body lit up. Sacred weapons flew out. He held a supreme sacred weapon in his hand. His aura was wild as he charged at Huang Ling 9 phoenix strikes. Huang Ling's arms shook like the wings of a phoenix. She blasted out 9 moves in a row. Phoenixes formed, tore through the void, and charged at Wan Jingyang. Wan Jingyang held the supreme sacred weapon and blasted it out continuously. He collided with Huang Ling. After 9 consecutive explosions, Huang Ling's body trembled and she retreated. After all, Wan Jingyang was the top genius of the Wan clan. His cultivation had reached the great sage realm. His spiritual body was also a mid-level heaven spiritual body. His combat strength was astonishing. Although Huang Ling had mastered the law of kingly path, she was still no match for him when her cultivation was so far behind. The law of kingly path is indeed powerful. But you still have to die. Kill! Wan Jingyang shouted and charged at Huang Ling again. Deathless cage! Huang Ling shouted. The flames in the area gathered toward her frantically, forming a flame cage and trapping Wan Jingyang inside. Boom! Boom! Wan Jingyang continued to bombard the flaming cage, but he did not manage to break through the flaming cage. At the same time, Huang Ling rushed toward the entrance of the valley. Let's attack together. Don't let her escape. Wan Jingyang shouted. The few elites of the Wan clan who came with Wan Jingyang attacked together. Terrifying attacks shot toward Huang Ling. At the same time, several giant wolves roared in the sky and pounced at Huang Ling. 9 phoenix strikes. Huang Ling roared. Her arms shook, and she blasted out terrifying attacks. 9 phoenixes pounced out. Among the 4 elites of the Wan clan, one of them was a great sage peak. 2 phoenixes pounced on him and killed him directly. He turned into ashes in the flames. The other few people were also greatly shaken as they retreated one after another. Huang Ling repelled a few experts from the Wan family and rushed toward the entrance of the valley. She was about to rush out of the valley. Get lost. At the entrance of the valley, sword radiance burst forth. A terrifying sword radiance tore toward Huang Ling. The power of the sword radiance was extremely terrifying. Huang Ling's expression changed. At the critical moment, a flaming sword appeared in her hand and blocked in front of her. Bam, there was a terrifying collision. Flames shot in all directions. Huang Ling's body retreated rapidly. She took more than 10 steps back before she could stabilize herself. A few figures appeared at the entrance of the valley. Demonic aura filled the sky. Falcon, it's you. Huang Ling's heart sank. The figures that appeared at the entrance of the valley were experts from the Skybird Palace. The leader was the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Skybird Palace, Falcon. Huang Ling, to be honest, it's a pity for such a beautiful woman like you to die like this. Falcon stepped forward first. His eyes were as sharp as knives. He looked at Huang Ling passionately. His gaze kept scanning Huang Ling's body. Bam, behind him, the flaming cage exploded. Wan Jingyang rushed out of the flaming cage. Cold murderous intent exploded as he charged toward Huang Ling. In the sky, a few giant wolves from the Sky Wolf Pagoda blocked the way. Huang Ling was in a desperate situation. Everyone, it's a pity to kill this woman. Why don't we cripple her first and bring her back to play with her? Falcon licked his lips. His eyes kept scanning Huang Ling's curvaceous body. His gaze became more and more passionate. Falcon, if you want to play with her, sure. I have an idea. Wan Jingyang's eyes darted around as if he was brewing a vicious plan. He said, you take Huang Ling and play outside the Pill Furnace Mountain. Lure Lu Ming out. We'll set an ambush and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. As long as we send only the younger generation, the experts of the Great Pill Development Palace won't say anything. Lu Ming's death will be in vain. Haha. After Wan Jingyang finished speaking, he laughed proudly. That's a good idea. However, if the people from the Phoenix Palace find out, they'll go crazy. Falcon's eyes darted around as if he was considering whether the idea was feasible. We'll find a way to hide it from the people from the Phoenix Palace. Falcon, are you so timid that you don't even dare to do this? Wan Jingyang sneered. Who says I don't dare? The flames in Falcon's eyes grew even more intense. Despicable and shameless. Don't even think about it. Phoenix Spirit let out a long cry. Her entire body was about to turn into flames. Endless flames gathered towards her. She turned into a flaming phoenix and charged towards the sky. Get down. Above, several giant wolves attacked at the same time, blasting towards Huang Ling. A series of collisions rang out. Huang Ling was alone and her cultivation was weaker. In the end, she was unable to charge out and was blasted down. Kill. Holy weapons flew around Wan Jingyang. Battle weapon Qi soared into the sky and charged towards Huang Ling. At the same time, Falcon and the others also charged towards Huang Ling. Huang Ling did her best to fight the crowd, but after a few moves, her body flew far away. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and her face was pale. However, her body was still filled with raging flames. She rushed to the side, wanting to rush out. Immortal heavenly phoenix body, immortal fire laws, your vitality is indeed astonishing. But today, your fate is sealed. Accept your fate. Wan Jingyang said coldly. He took a step forward, and more than 200 saint weapons streaked across the sky, making terrifying whistling sounds as they charged towards Huangling. Falcon and the others also attacked at the same time. Wan Jingyang and Falcon alone were more powerful than Huangling, let alone so many experts attacking at the same time. Huangling was no match for them at all. After a few moves, she was blasted away again, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. If it were not for her body and the immortal fire laws that were extremely mysterious, her vitality was astonishing. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed. Even so, Huangling was still severely injured. Swoosh! Swoosh! Wan Jingyang, Falcon, and the experts of Sky Wolf Pagoda, a total of more than 10 people, surrounded Huangling. Huangling had no way out. Everyone, let's cripple her. Such a beauty, she must taste good. Falcon's eyes were even more lustful. Huangling's heart sank. Then, a ruthless look flashed in her eyes. She would rather die than fall into Falcon's hands and be used to threaten Lu Ming. Boom, the flames on her body went berserk. She wants to self-destruct. Stop her. Wan Jingyang shouted. More than 200 sacred weapons gathered, forming a terrifying suppressive force. They suppressed Huangling, trying to stop her from self-destructing. Don't even think about it. Falcon roared and turned into a huge black divine eagle. He flapped his wings, which were as big as a mountain, and blasted toward Huangling. Boom. Boom, a terrifying force shook. Huangling's flames were extinguished. Her body was blasted away, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. Her face was filled with despair. There were too many people on the other side. She could not even self-destruct. You want to self-destruct? Dream on. Wait a moment. I'll make you feel like you're in heaven. Falcon shouted coldly. He pounced toward Huangling, wanting to destroy her cultivation. Huangling was injured, and it was difficult for her to dodge. Just as Falcon's attack was about to hit Huangling's body, the air around Huangling rippled like water. Then, Huangling's body disappeared like a phantom. Boom, the Falcon's attack landed on the ground, causing the ground to rumble and explode, creating a huge crater. Who's there? Falcon's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He shouted and scanned the surroundings. Finally, he stopped in the sky above the entrance of the valley. There, a young man in a black robe stood in the void, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. A little girl of 2 or 3 years old sat on him, staring at Wan Jingyang and the others with an unfriendly expression. Of course, these two people were Lu Ming and Bubbles. Lu Ming, why are you here? Huangling stood beside Lu Ming, full of surprise. Earlier, it was Bubble who had made a move and saved Huangling at the critical moment. Bubbles, I accidentally heard that Wan Jingyang and the others were going to attack you, so I rushed over. It seems that I'm still a little late. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Why is he here? When Wan Jingyang and the others saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed drastically. They could not help but take a step back. Lu Ming's notoriety was too great. A month ago, he had refined a shifter emperor in front of everyone. It was terrifying. What are you afraid of? This is not the Great Pill Evolution Palace. He can't control the Great Pill Evolution formation. He's just an ordinary saint. Wan Jingyang shouted to stabilize the morale. That's right. He came at the right time. We can kill him here and save ourselves some effort. Falcon also said. That's right. Let's kill him and avenge the shifter emperor. The giant wolves of Sky Wolf Pagoda were even more murderous. End of chapter 1816. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.